Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I was left speechless, my mouth open. Trail spoke up. Follow current small capillaire 1D0F 1D0 small capillaire on novel fire. Net the demon king of lies, Idria. Seems she extended her reach from the martial king to Mariana now. So there is secret between Idria and Mariana. You won't be able to see it. Not at your current level. Disappointing, but not entirely fruitless. If the blood script wasn't wrong after all, Mariana isn't guilty. But that doesn't mean she's completely uninvolved in what's been happening in this territory. Not guilty, but not uninvolved. Remember the martial king. He knew the gem of desolation was draining the life force of the people in his land. He acted anyway. That's why the names of the territory's people appeared in his blood script. But you're saying Mariana doesn't know, right? This reminded me of something that happened during a mercenary job. The guys I worked with stole a client's treasure. Clever bastard even hid it in another mercenary's bag, probably as insurance in case we got questioned. He planned to act innocent while pinning the blame elsewhere. But back then, the blood script didn't accuse the bag's owner. It pointed straight at the one who planted the treasure there. This situation was no different. Trail murmured as if he understood. I see. Mariana's just being used by Idria. That's just a theory, but it's almost certain. The real question is, what did Idria do behind Mariana's back? That was something I could figure out on the spot. I decided to bring the current situation to a close and slowly open my mouth. More or less understood. Tiver tilted his head. What do you mean? I mean, I understand now. I can't hand Mariana over to you. You saying you'll oppose the order of the Holy Knights of Light. Lady Xenia, are you just going to let this slide? Xenia reacted as if she just heard a dog barking in the distance. Sorry, my hearing has been getting worse lately. You, Sir Tiver, please return quietly. I'm taking full responsibility for this matter. Even if you're the vice captain, this is absurd. Are you going to force me to act more absurdly? Say calling the captain. Crack. Tiv ground his teeth. After a tense silence, he turned away. We're leaving. But now. Without so much as a goodbye, he walked out of the house with his soldier. Once the storm had passed, all that remained was silence. Except ooh-ugh, Mariana's sobs filled the room. I didn't know what to say to comfort her. I stood awkwardly unsure when Edwin suddenly spoke up in a steady voice. Sis, bro. Emo? Big sis, big bro, can you give us a moment alone? I want to comfort my mother, not you, me. This kid, even though he'd been lied to about his father, even though he surely had a million questions, he was putting all this aside to comfort his grieving mother first. What a good son. We exchanged glances and nodded. All right, we'll talk more tomorrow. That night, a small incident occurred. I was fast asleep when I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck and woke up. Ugh, does that guy ever sleep? I sensed an ominous presence heading the way from afar, till distant enough that Xenia and the others hadn't noticed yet. Since the others were still tired from the trip, I decided to handle it myself. In other words, I went out to meet him. Yaon, what is it? It's not morning yet. You keep sleeping. Okay. I swear I could hear ghosts snoring. Smiling faintly, I kicked open the window and leapt out. After running for a bit, I saw him masked and radiating killing intent. With a deep sigh, I spoke. You seriously thought a mask would work? Doesn't suit you at all. A high-ranking officer of the Holy Knights of Light sneaking around in a mask? Come on, take it off. He didn't remove the mask. He didn't bother disguising his voice either, as if accepting he'd been caught. How did you know? I remembered your gait, the way you move. Is that even possible? Apparently. So the sword master of no killing didn't earn that title by gambling, huh? The masked man Tiver drew his sword with a hiss. I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. This was absurd. Doesn't make sense to me. Didn't the vice captain order you to retreat? You seriously planning to abduct Mariana while pretending to be an assassin? Take her to an interrogation room? Even setting aside the insubordination, you don't even have the skill to pull it off. You really think you can abduct Mariana without us noticing? A wandering mercenary like you wouldn't understand. His voice was beginning to carry a murderous edge. Xenia may be called a god's agent or whatever, but she's never truly shown her power. The thing she's accomplished was by riding on the captain's reputation. In truth, Xenia had surpassed even the captain long ago. Well, I guess she wasn't that well known before joining Kale's party. Even the fact that she could wield aggro was known to only a handful within the Holy Knights. Tiver's confidence probably came from ignorance. Still, something didn't sit right. There's more than just Xenia in Mariana's house. The Witch of Carnot. Think the woman cares enough to interfere. Sure, she won't help me, but she won't go out of her way to stop me either. Then what about me? You weren't even part of the equation. I gave a short laugh and asked another question. What if by some chance you do get caught? No point worrying about what won't happen. You say that, but you've already been caught. Exactly, which means you'll have to die now. What's got you so desperate? You have some personal grudge against Mariana or something. Tiver, surprisingly, answered like he was offering me a parting gift. You know the only way to move up in the Holy Knights, aside from pulling strings like Xenia, the importance of the missions you complete. Go on. An incident involving possessions across an entire territory. That ranks as a special A-class mission in our system. I resolved that myself I can aim for the next promotion. It's unfair for someone like Xenia born with everything to steal the opportunity from me, so tonight I'll correct that injustice. The only thing that's going to get corrected is your skull. I cracked my knuckles lightly. Got it, let's get this over with. I'll give you time to draw your sword, go ahead. Nah, just come at me. What? I said attack, sleepy. He must have realized I was serious because he ground his teeth again. Don't regret this. Oh heavenly God, I called upon your sword to crack crackle, his teeth flew beautifully through the air. I had closed the distance in an instant and launched a kick into his jaw. Gah! He flew several meters up before falling back down. Thud! This time I punched him directly as he fell. Gah! He spat blood and was flung far away. I slowly approached him. Heaven wouldn't answer the prayers of someone like you. If I were God, I'd ignore them too. Ugh, what are you? Is this a dream? You wish. This makes no sense. I'm ranked among the top 30 in the order. There's no way someone like me could lose to a punk like you. But you did. Grah. Where he found the energy, I don't know, but he suddenly jumped back up, charging with full intent to kill. Give him credit for one thing. Even after that beating, he still didn't let go of his sword. Die. But it was just too slow. Suddenly, I remembered Kale's sword from before the regression. I thought about it many times, pondered over it again and again. If we ever fought seriously, who would actually win? And compared to that, you're way too slow. I twisted my body lightly and dodged his sword strike. Then I opened my palm wide and slapped him across the cheek. Layab erg. His head spun a full 90 degrees. I saw the few remaining teeth in his mouth scatter to the ground. I doubt even Zini could regrow those. What now? I grabbed the neck of the now unconscious guy and dragged him along. I figured I should be quiet while going in since Neryl and Xenia were probably asleep, but the two of them were leaning out of the second-story window silently watching me. Oh, good evening. Back from a walk? No. You can see I was in a fight. That is a walk for you. That's how you see me, huh? Neryl's indifferent reaction made sense given her personality, but Xenia's response was unexpected. So he came after all, Sir Tiver. You knew. Rather than knew, I just guessed. He had that whole we'll see about that face when he left. Aren't you going to say anything? I kind of beat up one of your subordinates. Xenia crossed her arms, looking thoughtful for a moment. Soon she answered with a playful smile. After traveling with you, Miss Mide, I made a decision. And after meeting Marianne today, that decision has only become firmer. Huh. The things the Order of the Holy Knight says, the teaching my father passed down, I've decided to forget them all. And to judge with my own eyes from now on. Sir Tiver ignored my orders in pursuit of promotion. I don't feel like showing mercy to someone like that. Besides, she glanced briefly at Neryl. This works out actually. I had something I wanted him to do after all that was over. Something you wanted him to do? MMHMM, I'll tell you later. I tilted my head but decided to let it go. Then I noticed that both of them had something at the corners of their mouths. You were eating something. They answered in perfect sync. Woke me up because she was hungry. Neryl woke me up saying she was hungry. Based on your usual behavior, who do you think I'm going to believe? Who knows? Wow, the two of them enjoying a late-night snack together. Guess you really do live long enough to see everything. I said to Neryl, can you hide this guy from me, just until this whole mess is over? Sure. She gave a little flick of her hand. Revenge from my grip as if it had all been a lie. On top of that, Xenia murmured a short prayer. I cast a prison spell. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to move. Neryl yawned once and asked, where should I stash him? Leaving him in the house would just be a nuisance for Mariana. Yeah, somewhere people rarely go would be best. Should I sneak him into the dungeon beneath the castle? Should be plenty of empty cells. Please do. I wasn't actually volunteering, but fine, I'll do it tomorrow. You two are really starting to get along too well. Whatever, time to head in and get some sleep. I waved to the two of them, wishing them a good night, and they both spoke at the same time. Aren't you hungry? Come join us for a bite. I was about to say no, but Trail spoke up. Let's eat. Weren't you asleep? I woke up cause I was hungry. But because of all that exercise. I was the one who did all the exercising, though, the next morning. When I went down to the kitchen, only Neryl and Xenia were there. Neryl looked queasy, covering her mouth, while Xenia looked completely unaffected. In front of them were warm soup and bread. Neryl, why aren't you eating? I can't believe you're fine. We ate and drank until dawn yesterday. Yeah, so, forget it. Neryl turned to me with a pale face. Morning. Did you raid the kitchen without permission? These are ingredients from our wagon. I'm not that shameless. Where's Mariana? Dunno, still asleep, I think. Click, just then the door opened. It was Edwin. He walked toward us with a weary expression, his head lowered. With a sigh far too heavy for someone his age, he spoke. This is too little, I'm sorry. I'll make a proper meal. It's fine. Couldn't eat even if you did. Where's your mother? At Neryl's question, tears suddenly welled up in Edwin's eyes. He wiped at them and replied. She just fell asleep a little while ago. A little while ago? Yeah, she stayed up all night. We talked about father and a lot of things. I narrowed my eyes and asked, don't say a lot of things, be specific. Edwin, we're trying to help you and Mariana. Do that, we need information, right? He hesitated for a long time, then finally spoke as if steeling himself. I told you I could see souls, right? Yeah. I've seen my mother's soul all my life with those eyes. It's vast and magnificent, completely unlike anyone else's. I thought that was just normal. Means she's the 7th-ranked person in the Empire or something. Naturally, I expected him to start talking about some hidden backstory involving his father or something. But what he said next was so far from what I expected that I couldn't keep a straight face. And it wasn't that. While I was comforting her last night, I felt something off. Something off. Edwin continued speaking. Yesterday, my mother's soul was in turmoil from longing and sorrow for my father. Never seen her soul shake that violently before. That's how I noticed. Even though it was clearly a single soul, I could see two different emotions. How should I put it? It felt like the soul was mixed with another. It looked like my mother's soul had been fused with someone else's. At first, it didn't quite make sense. However, Xenia, who as a paladin was perhaps more familiar with the concept of souls than anyone besides necromancers, nodded. Another soul was placed into Mariana. Is that even possible? It's extremely rare but not unheard of. Usually happens when necromancy goes wrong. She paused for a moment as if searching her memory. When a clumsy necromancer summons a strong soul into their body, they get overwhelmed. Devoured would be the right word. Edwin shook his head. No, Xenia, it's not being overwhelmed or devoured, it's fusion. The two souls became one. That's impossible. But that's exactly what I felt. It's just judging by the fact that my mother's memories and personality remain unchanged. It seemed the fused soul has sunk below the surface. Xenia still looked skeptical, like it didn't add up with common knowledge. But Neryl and I, who had less understanding of souls, found his explanation easier to accept. Clap. Neryl lightly clapped her hands and said, oh, got it? Even if we strip every single resident of the domain, we won't find any spell that opens the gate to the underworld. I asked with interest. Explain more. It's not that someone opened the gate and summoned the souls. It's more like they sensed the soul that had merged with Mariana and were drawn to it. That's possible. They're a place that necromancers call the underworld, that paladins and clerics call the bosom of the gods, and that mages call the realm of nothingness. Opening the gate to that place isn't easy. Rather than that, it makes more sense to think that the wandering spirits who hadn't yet passed on were drawn to the scent of an old soul and swarmed toward this rain territory. That would mean the soul fused with Mariana was some kind of celebrity among souls. Who could it be? Judging from the situation, the one who implanted the soul in Mariana must have been Idria. And if it's a soul, Idria handled the sip. Now more composed, Edwin took a sip of tea and said to me, "There's something else I've been meaning to say since yesterday." "Yeah, your soul is very unusual too." "What do you mean?" "It's not fused with another like mother's. It feels more like something is supporting you from behind. And that soul behind you seems really special. Yeah, it's like a non-human entity. A black flame rising from the deepest part of the world." Suddenly, Edwin began to have a fit again. While Xenia was calming him with her usual technique, I turned to Trail. He says, "You're special. Smart kid. While we're on the subject, why don't you tell me your story? Been a while since we met, but you've never said a word about your background. Or should I take a guess first? Truth is, I'd had a hunch for a while now. Could it be? That kind of gut feeling." But just as I was about to say more, Trail finally spoke. "I am simply Trail. That's just being evasive." "It's Trail," I said. "Punk." The way he dodged the question told me it still wasn't the right time, so I decided to drop the topic for now. Neryl's voice came. "This is fascinating. So you've got a ghost, or not quite, but something clinging to you too. Who knows? That's not what's important right now. We're talking about a so-called hero's soul. What could be more important than that? Finding a way to restore Mariana to her original state." At that, Neryl closed her mouth. I continued. "If your theory is right, then if we can separate the soul fused with Mariana and send it back to the underworld, all the strange incidents in the domain would resolve on their own." "That makes sense, but Edwin said the fusion is already complete. Can they really be separated again?" "That's for him to answer." I looked at Edwin. "What do you think? Is it possible?" "Phew. Asking whether it's possible or not is meaningless. Matters is whether I can do it or not. That's the same thing." "Well, right." Back to his usual self, Edwin fell into deep thought. "I learned necromancy from Mother from start to finish. There's a spell that was developed by a necromancer among the hero of the past. Then it's doable. But she was the one who taught it to me. Do you really think she wouldn't have noticed changes in her own body, and yet she couldn't do it? So it's not an ordinary soul. Why, it's difficult." "Exactly." His face darkened, but I wasn't particularly worried. "I think you're way more capable than Mariana." "Ha ha ha, I'm serious. She may not have even realized another soul had merged with her, but you noticed what she didn't. Mariana didn't know what had happened to her, but Edwin did. That's a huge difference." We fell silent for a moment to give him time to think. "Then I'll do it." Read complete version only at Novel Fire. Net. His face was filled with firm resolve. We conveyed our conclusion to Mariana. I expected her first reaction was denial. "A soul has merged with me. Not just merged, but fused. That's what Edwin says. Sigh. I'm a necromancer, you know. There's no way I wouldn't notice something like that." She tried to laugh it off. Edwin seemed about to say something, but I spoke first. "May I ask you one thing?" "Of course, go ahead." "You met a woman named Idria on your way back from the capital, didn't you?" "Idria." The moment they heard the name, Neryl and Xenia quickly turned their heads toward me. They remembered her as the one who gave the Gem of Desolation to the Martial King. Meanwhile, Mariana's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" "I'm familiar with her. You've heard what happened in the Lior territory, haven't you? Mean the duel between you and the Martial King?" "There's more to that story." "Ting." I flicked the Gem of Desolation up and caught it. Then I showed it to Mariana and briefly explained the situation back then. That the Martial King had used the gem to drain the vitality of the people, and that the person who gave him the gem was a woman named Idria. Mariana's face turned pale. "So that's what happened. She wasn't ordinary. Could you tell me more about what happened that day?" "There's not much to say. She told me I was a good vessel or something, then disappeared. And then," she glanced at Edwin and her face turned sorrowful, "the next day my husband disappeared. I stayed in town for days, frankly searching for him. I even tried summoning his soul, fearing he might be dead. There was no response." "I see. I couldn't keep Edwin waiting forever, so I returned to my hometown, thinking that if I waited there, someone my husband would come back eventually. It's already been 13 years, though." Edwin quickly took her hand. Mariana gently stroked his hand and said, "Son, do I really have another soul inside me? That's how it seems to me." "I see. If you say so, then it must be true." She smiled warmly. "Never once told you that you've surpassed me, have I? Necromancy is dangerous. I was afraid you'd get arrogant and try to summon a soul too powerful for you. Arrogance leads to mistakes, and in necromancy, mistakes mean getting devoured by the soul you summon. And you were, well, a bit reckless a few years back." She left a lot unsaid, but we all nodded at once. Yeah, Edwin could be like that. But in the end, the one who got devoured was me. Not worthy either as a mother or as a teacher. Edwin tightly held Mariana's hand. "Mother, please don't say that. My son, you are the one who raised this wretched friend of the dead and the necromancer of darkness, Edwin Ein, the primordial flame itself, a radiant light named Hope, the misty twilight beyond." Edwin kept piling on the praise in an effort to console Mariana. Marian's expression turned slight pale. Xenia whispered to me, "Ophelia used to pound the ground in regret later. I wonder if he'll be okay." And so began a time of waiting. There was no room for us to interfere in the necromantic task of separating souls. Edwin had shut himself away with Mariana and hadn't emerged from the room. 2 days passed like that. The rest of us enjoyed the full bloom of spring. Plop. Errol picked up a stone and tossed it absent-mindedly, then said, "Is it really okay for us to be this laid back? There's nothing for us to interfere in this time. We've always been running around doing stuff directly. This feels too relaxed, it's unsettling. Workaholic, huh? Sometimes it's fine to just take a break." That's what I thought, but Xenia strongly agreed with Neril. "I feel the same. Than that, I wonder if it will really boost our reputation." "You just made the face of someone who totally forgot, Mr. Mide." "Right, I had completely forgotten," Xenia continued. "Even if Neril's guess is right and the ghost commotion ends because the soul fused with Mariana disappears, no one will know that Mr. Mide was the one who resolved it. Well, technically, Mide didn't really solve it. then this land will just be another place we pass through. Aside from recruiting Edwin, we'll have gained nothing. And who knows if he'll even follow us. All in all, it's a bad deal. At least we didn't invest anything, so it's not a loss. As I watched the two of them murmuring away, I felt a tickle at the corner of my mouth. These guys were more concerned about my reputation than I was, and I'm the one trying to become a hero. A truly exemplary hero party. Yeah, or the regression, I never imagined they'd be the type of person. By the way, Xenia made a very good point. Are you just going to let this slide? Ugh. My original plan was to accuse Mariana and earn fame from that. That way I would have even surpassed the fame score of Kale, who got the fake hero sword. But Mariana wasn't the culprit, and things got twisted and ended up like this. Should I start some rumors now, even if it's a stretch? No, that won't be enough. Need something big to make it count. That's when it happened. Huh. Nerl and Xenia, who had been chatting casually, suddenly froze. I tilted my head and asked, what's wrong? It broke. It broke. You two know you've been acting more and more like lately. They both shot me a sharp glare. See, that's what I mean. What broke? My magic that was hiding Tiver. Huh, Xenia, yours must be the prison ward breaking, right? Xenia nodded, folded my arms and said casually, maybe the Holy Knights sent reinforcements. They might have sensed Neryl's mana trace and reported. The captain left everything about Neryl to me. If you're right, Mr. Mide, someone overstepped. Neryl shrugged. So what now? Let's go check. I'm bored of waiting anyway. Yeah, Xenia, you said he was locked up under that castle, right? Xenia nodded. We stretched and stood up. The time, we didn't think much of it, just a little after-meal stroll. But soon we'd realize the big moment we'd been waiting for was right there. Tiver's gums hurt. A lot. More than his anger toward Mide and Xenia, or his confusion about why he was imprisoned underground. What dominated his mind was the pain in his gums. He felt like he'd sell his soul to the Demon King just to forget the pain. Thought on becoming of a holy knight, perhaps, but that's how bad the pain was, and his wish came true, not thanks to the Demon King, though. Ugh, at some point, Tiver's consciousness faded away, and another soul took over his body. Where's this place? The voice was Tiver's, but the tone was clearly different. He slowly stood up, then felt the flow of mana that was hiding his body. Invisibility magic, huh? Like the work of a skilled mage. To think there were mages of the caliber in this era. He was momentarily impressed, but quickly dismissed it and formed hand signs. As if it were a lie, Neryl's magic was dispelled, and Tiver's figure was revealed. The vengeful spirit of someone who had once wanted the continent. Most souls are completely deranged. Without a necromancer's aid, even basic conversation would be impossible. But his eyes were calm and steady. Thought rationally, I smell something nostalgic. It's her. Right, this her homeland. A glint flickered in his previously calm eyes. They even sealed it with a prison spell. Seems the owner of the body committed quite a few crimes. That too, a powerful ward. He could undo it with magic, but there was a simpler way. Thud. He lightly stomped the ground. A strange magic circle rose automatically beneath his feet. He tapped it with the tip of his foot. Then rumble crashed, the building collapsed. The man had been in the underground prison of the castle. With a single magic circle, he brought the whole place down. The chaos from the crumbling walls and ceiling shattered the prison spell as well. Screams erupted all around. WH, what's going on? Everyone evacuate, get out of here first. Amid the cries of the guards, the man began to hum softly. First, I need to find her. Wait, damn. Wobble. Legs suddenly gave out. The body he had possessed wasn't much to look at. A mediocre holy knight at best. It had some divine power which he converted into mana, but that single spell had drained all of it. He really ended up with a lousy vessel. He was already annoyed that the body had missing teeth. He couldn't even pronounce things properly. I need to eat first. I can't face her in this weak state. Swish. Waved his hand and brushed aside the fallen stones above him. Blue sky came into view. He slowly rose into the air. I'll be right there to greet you, my hero. When we had just entered the busy district, a tremendous roar shook the earth. Kugwagwang. Without anyone saying a word, we all turned our heads toward the direction of the sound. We all dropped our jaws at the same time. The castle's collapsing. Just as Nerl said, the castle was falling apart. It was such an unreal scene that it felt more surreal than shocking. Cries of horror from territory citizens rang out from all directions. What the heck is that? GOOGL letter 1D07 search NOV letter 1D07 LFIRE. Net the castle. Is this really the end of Rain's territory? Is this also that necromancer's doing? Wait, look over there. The last person pointed a finger at the sky. Following the direction of the finger, I raised my head. Like a bird soaring through the sky, someone was floating effortlessly in the air. Nerl stared blankly before speaking. That's an incredible mage. You can do that much too. I can, but the mana control is just too clean. How is there such a mage in this era? Honestly, I respect. That looks like Tiver. Then never mind. Yeah. At the mention of Tiver, she frowned. Xenia spoke up. That's only Tiver's face. Definitely some soul that took over his body. Tiver was a holy knight, right? Would he really give up his body that easily? Sure, he might have been disoriented after what we did to him, but more than that, it's probably because the soul is just that powerful. Powerful enough to bring down a whole castle like it's nothing. That's when it happened. And if to say we'd had enough time to gawk, the one who appeared to be Tiver, floating in midair, spoke. What looked like a whisper, the voice echoed thunderously throughout the entire territory. Sorry, everyone, but I need a little help. If sound waves were visible, they'd have looked like a tsunami crashing in. People with weak energy around us clutched their ears and collapsed. I need to take some of your power. I'm very hungry right now. With those words, Tiver reached out his hand, and chaos erupted. What, my strength? Uog, dear. Get hold of yourself. I feel like I'm dying. Help me. One person was bleeding from their eyes. Another was vomiting. Someone else was clawing at their own face with both hands. Just like that, the citizens of the territory began collapsing one by one. My body feels kinda heavy too. As I tilted my head in confusion, Nerl shouted, teach his spell. What is it? There was an ancient mage like that, one who could instantly convert divine power and life force into mana. Even that alone is shocking, but he could even turn a person's lifespan into mana. At the word lifespan, I flinched. I remembered how Xenia had dealt with this incident in the timeline before the regression. A monstrous mage who stole lifespans and converted them all into mana, who made the very act of gathering mana into the cruelest possible attack. No way. Yeah, the person right there is the one who played a crucial role during the era of the second Demon King, the Demon King of Greed. Xenia murmured with a pale face. Ioriotics. Ioriotics' greatest accomplishment, of course, was helping the hero of the time slay the Demon King of Greed. But beyond that, he contributed countless advancements to humanity. For example, the communication orbs we carry around. Those were Iori's invention. The elemental razor magic that Nero used back in the Avs territory was developed by Iori. Curious to see a legendary hero with my own eyes, I looked up at the sky again. Nero said, "You said this to me before, remember. Don't compare some ox to you. Can you still say that now? As many times as you want." Nero made a strange expression at that reply, as if unsure whether she should be pleased or annoyed. Xenia cut in, sounding irritated. "Are you seriously trying to have a moment at a time like this? What moment? Ugh, never mind. Anyway, what are we supposed to do now?" For once, Xenia bit her fingernails like someone truly nervous. When I didn't respond right away, she offered her own idea, apparently having thought something through. "I do have a way." "No." "Ah, yes. Of course not. Wait, shouldn't you at least hear what it is? You're thinking of using grand ritual purification, right?" That was the very technique she had used before the regression. Trail had once asked what I would have done if I had been there in person. I hadn't answered them, but now the answer was clear. Xenia looked shocked. "Why you even know about that?" "There's nothing I don't know, except the stuff I don't." "That's true for everyone. In any case, purification's a no-go. Don't even try it." Nero asked, confused. "What kind of magic is it?" "It's a ritual that reverts anything that defies divine providence back to its original state. If she used that, not only would Iori be expelled from Tiver's body, but the ghost incidents in this land would vanish too. From the presence inside, Mariana would disappear. If such a convenient spell exists, why haven't we used it sooner? Wait, there got to be a price." As expected, Nero caught on quickly. Xenia deliberately acted nonchalant. "Oh, how bad could it be? I'm sure the celestial god will cut me some slack." "Didn't the price last time turn out to be your lifespan?" I spoke firmly. "I'll say this again. Absolutely not. Mide. The fact that we don't know what the price will be is exactly why you can't use it. What if it takes your life?" "No way. No matter what, it's a no. Not now, not ever. Remember that." I worried I might have been too harsh, but surprisingly, Xenia just smiled warmly. She gave a small bow. "Thank you, Mide. Huh. The hero I chose really is kind, though you try so hard to pretend otherwise." "What are you talking about?" She chuckled and changed the subject. "So what are you planning to do?" "We take down Iori. Your holy sword can harm souls directly, right?" "Yes, but we're talking about a legendary hero from the era of the second Demon King. Not just any hero, but Ioriotics, one of the strongest of all time." Before I answered, I glanced at Xenia and Nero. I grinned and said, "You're heroes too, remember? And I'm a hero as well. That makes it 3 against 1. If we lose that, we don't deserve to call ourselves heroes." "We never called ourselves heroes, though." Nero said that and giggled. Then she stepped forward and said, "Fine. I've always been curious, actually. Just how great was this Iori the Archmage that everyone worships? Is that so?" "We'll find out after a fight. Want to see how close I've come to his level." Xenia also seemed to have made up her mind. "No matter how legendary he is, violating divine law can't be tolerated. I'm with you." "Great. Then let's go right now." Xenia drew her holy sword, but I quickly stopped her. "What are you doing?" "Huh, obviously getting ready for battle." "No, with a stage this grand, how can we just fight right away?" "Let me borrow aggro just once." Nero pressed her forehead. "Really, we're born for this." "Thanks for the compliment." Tane was an ordinary woodcutter in the range territory. It was time when the weather was warming and firewood prices were falling, so his finances weren't in great shape. Still, today had been a lucky day. One of his regular customers, a generous soul, had given him a few extra coins. He had planned to use it to buy his beloved daughter delicious lunch. That was all. He'd simply come out for a stroll with his daughter. "You all media, please wake up." Cough. The side effects of Iori's life-draining magic were no small matter. It felt as if his internal organs had been forcibly ripped out. Especially for children, some would die outright from the shock, even if they had remaining lifespan. Tane himself was already bleeding from the mouth, but he focused solely on his daughter. "Dad, I'm cold." "Stay with me, please." "I'm so cold, Dad, hold me." Tane wrapped his arms tightly around her. Her body was cold as ice. He instinctively knew her life was hanging by a thread. "Ah, please." Unconsciously, his lips began to move. "Please, someone help us, someone." Anyone would do. Even the damn shop owner who tried to scam him, or the old friend still shamelessly dodging repayment. Even his wife who ran off with another man, or his father who became a drunk. Give his life 100 times over, just please, please help us. And then it happened. Whoosh. Suddenly a shadow fell over him. He looked up without thinking. There, high in the sky, a massive monster hovered. Was this what a dragon from the legends looked like? Squinting to get a better look, he could make out a figure standing near the creature's head. Arms crossed, wearing a grim expression, glaring at the man who caused all the devastation. Man, no way he'd heard of it before. Just before war broke out in a neighboring territory, a hero had descended from the sky on a strange creature and forced an entire army to retreat. Not just a hero, a champion. Tane shouted until his throat tore. "Champion Mide, please save us." And in that moment, the champion spoke in a deep, resounding voice. Stronger than the villain's earlier words, it echoed across the entire territory. "In the name of Mide Mohan, I command you, cease this wickedness at once, mage." "In the name of Mide Mohan, I command you, cease this wickedness at once, mage." I showered that, then flicked my hand with flair. "You do realize how embarrassing that was, right? Shut it. This is an important moment." Even so, my face was getting hot. Nero snorted with a weird sound. "Ichichinen." He stopped the life-draining spell. "Looks like you've got his attention." Huh. Even a villain knows a champion when he sees one. "Wow, you might be the only person alive who talked like that to Iori." Then Xenia spoke. "Are we fighting in the sky? If that bastard won't come down, we'll have to. Historical records say Iori enjoyed aerial combat quite a bit." "Right. There was that quote where he said he liked the feeling of crushing small monsters underfoot. Frankly, skill aside, he's just a nasty old man." "You've become pretty skeptical." "Proud of you." "Not sure that's something to be proud of." Then Nero chimed in. "Before we get into a real fight, we need to check on the state of the citizens." "Huh. Life-draining magic has severe side effects. Sick people or kids might die on the spot. My face hardened. Xenia, clearly flustered, said, I am not a high priest. I can't heal an entire territory on my own. What do we do? It's fine, we have this. I flicked the gem of desolation. As time, Nero used it to cast an elemental erasure spell across the entire region. Come to think of it, wasn't that also a spell developed by Ioriotics? Xenia quickly took it and brought it to her holy sword. Heavenly God, please grant us your merciful touch. Although there's a Demon King's gem, so I'm not sure if it's okay to pray with it. But still, please bestow your grace. What kind of prayer was that? Luckily, the benevolent deity answered. Truth, that gem had long since lost any real connection to the Demon King. It was just an amplifier now. The life force of 2 million people was instantly converted into immense divine energy. Whoosh. Spinning gracefully, Xenia swung her holy sword in a full 360-degree arc. A warm golden light began to rain down over the entire territory. It settled on every collapsed citizen. As I watched carefully, they were all safe. Were even foaming at the mouth and waving their arms at us. That should make a strong enough impression. If we just bring that bastard down, it'll be a happy ending. We'll take him down. If I lose here, I've got no business calling myself a champion. With that, I straightened my back. And then I heard Iori's voice. This is truly astonishing. A holy knight, not even a priest, casting a healing light over an entire domain. And that pig Ort would have found it difficult. Ort was one of the second-generation heroes and a priest. He was held in immense esteem among priests, much like how Ioriotics was famously revered by mages. And yet this guy just called him a pig. To be fair, every time I saw his portrait, I did think he looked chubby. And that beast you're riding, isn't it Agrel? Ho-ho. Looks like it recognizes me. Truly a beast blessed by the gods. Agrel had indeed first appeared during the descent of the Demon King of Greed. The second descent really had all sorts of innovations. I spoke. Just to confirm, are you the same Ioriotics from the era of the second Demon King's descent? I believed I was quite respected by people of this era. Your attitude is remarkably poor. Still not as poor as your personality, so I think we're good. I've heard many people say I have a rotten personality. Even he used to say so occasionally. There was only one person in the world whom the great Iori would call him. Then it hit me, this domain of Rhaenys was his homeland. No focus. That's not what's important right now. I shook my head and asked, so why are you here and not in the afterlife? The other companions all died peacefully and moved on to the void. But I died a rather sudden and violent death. And a Ioriotics flashed in my mind. Nero spoke. The Demon King of Greed's final outburst. Looks like you've stayed quite a bit, young lady. When the Demon King of Greed was cornered, he chose to self-destruct. I used up my entire remaining lifespan, converting it all into mana to block the blast. And so, I died without even leaving a final will. So you stayed on the continent because of regrets. A kind of lingering attachment. There was something I wanted to say to him. Again with a him. I asked, you mean the second hero, Lepia Odger? At that, his face suddenly turned serious. With a voice as heavy as stone, he said, don't you dare speak that name so casually, you lowborn. Wow, the way you talk. I heard Iori was a high noble to the bone, and it shows. That's right. Bloodlines deserve respect even in death. Lepia was a commoner, wasn't he? If that's the case, what's the big deal about a fellow commoner saying his name? And then it happened. I saw something sharp flying toward us. Wind cutter, a wind spell Nerl often used. But this one was at least 10 times bigger than hers. Agrel. Xenia quickly steered Agrel upward. The massive wind cutter narrowly grazed us, smashing into the bell tower behind. Slice. If it had been drawn on paper and then cut, the bell tower was cleanly severed in two and collapsed. The guy's no joke. Iori's voice came again. The title of hero is so great, it renders the divide between noble and commoner meaningless. That's why I always addressed him with respect. And for filthy commoner like you, there's no need to say it. Apologize for daring to speak his name twice. Oh, that? Don't worry about it. Shring. I drew my sword. I'm a hero too. I'm a hero too. That single sentence sparked overwhelming rage in Iori. With lightning speed, he formed hand signs. It was a type of magic I didn't recognize, but behind me, Nero showered Giga Lightning. A massive bolt of lightning struck from the cloudless sky. There was no way I could dodge lightning, but thankfully I didn't need to. Krakum. BZZZZT. Sparks crackled, and a translucent barrier surrounded me. And he had drawn her sword and cast a defensive spell. You blocked my magic, a mere holy knight. They're no mere holy knight and mage. They're heroes, members of Hero Mide's party. You really won't shut that filthy mouth, will you? Actually, I will. From here on, we speak with swords. Nero timed it perfectly and cast a flying spell on me. I took my stance and used a technique. Quick leap. In the blink of an eye, I was right in front of Iori. Could see his pupils dilating in surprise. I swung my sword with all my might, but whoosh. All I cut through was an afterimage. It wasn't that Iori dodged with superhuman reflexes. He had already created hundreds of illusions of himself. When a mage fights a swordman, they must always remember one thing. I'm slower than him. Hundreds of Iori orcs spoke in unison. They surrounded us like an audience at a popular sport match. You could find the real me among these. I might acknowledge you a little, though you'll probably be dead before that. Hundreds of hand signs appeared at once. Again, I didn't recognize the spell, but Nero did. She shouted at the same time Iori did. Aqualabel, Patra. Iori's magic was fire. A barrage of fire arrows, so scorching it felt like they could melt my bones just from looking, flew toward me in Agrel. But if his element was fire, Nero's was water. He wrapped us in a thick soap bubble-like water barrier. The fire arrows filled out against it, unable to break through. Nero spoke. Splitting yourself into hundreds doesn't make you hundreds of times stronger. Mana still comes from one body after all. You are a fine descendant. Can you stop talking like some smug ancestor? Every time you do, the image of you in my mind drops a few notches. Well, I can't help being who I am. I'll make up for the hit to my image with skill, though you'll all be dead before then. I was grateful to Nero. She bought me more than enough time. Massive slash. Instead of calling the technique name, I shout. You already said that earlier, swoosh. SHHHRRRK. A technique that slashed through hundreds in one swing. As the secret skill unleashed through my blade struck, all of Iori's illusions vanished simultaneously. GHHK. WH, what is this? From hundreds to dozens, from dozen to 10, from 10 to just one. The last Iori stood alone, eyes wide in stunned disbelief. I breathed through my nose to hide how winded I was and said, for hero, that much is nothing. No, this is absolutely not nothing. Hey. That last comment came from Iori, but it was Nerl who answered him. Both she and Xenia had their jaws dropped in awe. Oh, you're really something else. How many skills do you even have? Come to think of it, that would be their first time seeing these techniques. Iori let out a light chuckle. A hero, huh? Yeah, you're probably qualified to spout such nonsense. But I'll teach you that it was an arrogant illusion, not that you'll live long enough to learn. You should break that habit of making bold declarations before the fight starts. This is the third time now. He ignored my advice and once again cast his life-draining spell. The people I barely managed to save down below began collapsing all over again. Hi, there are plenty of healthy ones here, high-quality mana. You bastard. I can't play around forever. I must welcome his grace for clearing out this filth. Let's finish this, you vermin. He is to welcome someone. Lepia Augur. Lepia's soul is here. Why didn't I think of this sooner? That soul fused with Mariana's, it was Lepia. Wait, Idria must have handed over Lepia's soul. The soul of the second hero handed over by the fifth Demon King. I don't know what's going on anymore, but now's not the time to keep thinking. That's seriously dangerous. Neryl's face had gone slightly pale. Iori, after draining the lifespan of the citizens, had formed a fire orb the size of the sun on his index finger. He had clenched her teeth. Agro, let your divine breath strike down that man. It's no use, Xenia. What? He wouldn't cast a spell with such a long cast time without a plan. He's already surrounded himself with multiple mana barriers, that's why even Mide isn't moving. She looked at me as if to confirm. I could only nod. I had planned to use Quick Leap to interrupt his spell, but my instincts told me it wouldn't work. In that case, cut what I want to cut. Enough? Using two techniques back to back like this is risky, but I don't have a choice. I said to Nerl, buy me a little time. I need to focus to use a technique. Oh, okay, but that spell of his is disintegration. Will it be okay? It's your magic. You don't need my permission to use it. You didn't let me use it during the Martial King arc. Even as she said that, Nerl's hands were already forming signs at a rapid pace. I spoke to Xenia. Let me borrow your holy sword. I need to cut Iori's soul without killing Tivur. That's fine, but you're really trying to keep your no-kill vow even now. Yeah, I should at least live up to the name, not that I chose it. She handed me the sword. I took it and assumed my stance, and I'd appreciate it if you could contain the spell's aftermath from spreading across the domain. Of course. Xenia began her prayer. Just like that, we created a scene where each of us gave the other time to unleash our techniques. A strange standoff. Follow current small cap and layer 1d0f layer 1d20 layer 1d07 small cap LS on novel fire. Net we couldn't breach his mana barrier and he couldn't move while casting his spell. And then both attacks launched at the same time. All lowly beings shall perish. Sun over all. You're the one who's dying. This is your second death today. Disintegration. The sun that Iori conjured began to crash toward the ground. At that moment, Neryl's disintegration, something I hadn't seen in a while, activated. It looked like a transparent spear. Everything connected to its point of impact disintegrated like sand and vanished from this world. Whether it was a person, an animal, a building, or a rock, it didn't matter. Until the end of its connection, it wouldn't stop until everything was reduced to elemental particles. A bizarre spell. Let's see how far it goes. GGHH, NGHH. Neryl's disintegration spear continued to break down the sun, but Iori kept pouring the endless mana he stole from the people into it. Destruction and rebirth. A scene that looked like a direct representation of the cycle of the world. Flames and mana from the sun burst in every direction. O Divine One, please grant us your shield. Xenia gripped the gem of desolation and prayed. Massive hemispherical barriers soon enveloped the entire domain. Though the storm of mana darkened the sky and scared everyone's vision, it could do nothing to the people beneath the divine shield. My ears, now highly sensitive, picked up the noise from the citizens. Am I dreaming? This feels like something out of a legend. Cough, please win, Sir Mide. Please, hero, save us. Hang in there, stay strong. Their encouragement gave strength to my limb. Stayed my breathing and took my stance. Now's the chance while Iori is distracted dealing with Nerl. Cut Iori, who stands beyond the mana barrier. Those barrier spells, after all, are nothing but rearranged mana. This technique can find the gaps. I can do this. Cut what I want to cut, that's when it happened. A voice I had never heard before suddenly echoed in my ears. What a splendid technique. I shouted in shock. Who are you? You're trying to cut Iori through the barrier of mana, aren't you? Could it be? But if you want to do that, you should bend your knees a little more. Watch carefully. With your current stance, you can't deal a critical blow. That's right. I need to bend my knees just a bit more. About 3 centimeters. Just 2 centimeters. Any lower and you'll lose power. You understand a technique you're seeing for the first time better than I do. As expected of you, Lady Lepia, the embodiment of the sword. Fufufu. I don't like that nickname. It's too embarrassing. It actually fits well in this situation. I don't like being called the sword master of no killing either. Follow current novels on novel fire. Net, it sounds like a good nickname though. She whispered softly. Or you strike Iori, please give your hand the slightest bit of mercy. Please, understood. I responded and at the same time activated the technique. Cut what I want to cut. SHHK. My sword, leaving behind a trail like black light, was drawn from its sheath and then returned. And Iori could no longer infuse mana into the sun. Neryl's disintegration spear embedded itself into his mana barrier. Disassembled the barrier completely, then disappeared as if it had finished its task. All that remained was Tiv. No, Ioriotics, I spoke inwardly. Would you like to borrow my voice, may I? If it's you as much as you want, thank you, you're a good person. Soon my mouth opened. Ioriotics. It was unmistakably my voice, but Nerl and Xenia instantly realized that I was myself. Mr. Mide, something's off. SHA. Quiet? I realized it midway through the battle. Lepia is the one Iori has been desperately searching for. Like the soul fused into Mariana. The second hero? Yeah, looks like Little Wind managed to separate her safely. She probably wants to deliver a message using Mide's body, so let's watch. Then Lepia spoke through my mouth. The underworld, or as mages like you call it, the realm of nothingness. You weren't there. Lepia. That really you, Lady Lepia? Yes, that's right. I knew your soul remained on the continent. It was always painful and regretful, but we've met again at last. Lay Lepia drip. Tears began to fall from Iori's eyes. Lepia continued. What attachment kept you here? There was something I absolutely had to say to you. Oh, wait. I think I know what he's going to say next, but don't say that while using my body. I swear I'll die. Loved you. I said, don't, damn it, Lepia spoke. Why didn't you say that when we were together? Because I was unworthy. One of the Empire's great nobles, unworthy, I was commoner. A hero is someone far beyond commoners or nobles. That's why I tried so hard, so I could be worthy when I confessed to you. I believed that if I killed the Demon King of Greed, I'd finally be worthy, so I planned to confess afterward. But you could. Made a noble sacrifice. I saved you, Lepia, so I don't regret it, but not being able to convey my feelings, I've always regretted that. Lepia used my facial muscles to make a sorrowful expression. Do you really have to do that too? Just give me my body back already. Can I hear your answer? The owner of the body is desperately resisting. What? He says he can't allow that kind of thing using his body. What a crazy. Aryan brat, phew. Fellow hero, don't say that. At that, Iori suddenly became meek. My apologies, he's indeed a hero. Seriously, doesn't your entire personality change depending on who you're talking to? Lepia's playful voice echoed in my mind. Since she's speaking through my soul, it must be audible owned to me. Iori's always been like that. That arrogant attitude toward commoners. I always hoped he'd change. When it comes to someone he sees as more noble than himself, he gives absolute respect, loyalty, and love. Can you maybe skip the love part, at least for now? Phew, got it, it's time to wrap this up anyway, she spoke again using my voice. Then let's go back, Ioriotics. Wait, I'll give you my answer in the world of nothingness. Our comrades are there too. And stop calling Ord a pig bastard. You say that over there, he'd get mad. He's just so out of shape. No, I understand. I'll stop. Lepia nodded in satisfaction. Before you go, return the lifespin you took from the villagers. You can still convert mana into lifespin, right? I shall obey your command. Good, head on first. I'll follow after speaking with these people. Yes, I'll wait, my hero. In the next moment, Tiver's body faltered, and he collapsed endlessly to the ground, lying. Thankfully, Nero cast a spell, preventing him from splattering on impact. That bastard really sees people he doesn't acknowledge as less than bugs. And I used to admire someone like that. What a waste of my life. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, you kind of have a bit of that in you too. Once Iori returned their lifespins and Xenia healed them again, the domain was filled with vitality. Lepia gave me back my body, climbed atop Agril and declared in a loud voice. Nerl amplified it magically so it echoed throughout the entire territory. Everyone, please do not worry any longer, the nightmare is over. The ghost incidents in the domain were all caused by a remnant of the past, not Mariana Ein. In fact, she pleaded with me to protect all of you. She asked me, Mide Mohan. An enormous cheer erupted. You What? Mariana, I'm sorry I doubt you. Mide Mohan, the legendary hero, thank you so much. Really, thank you for saving my daughter. Over here, please wave your hand that way too. I kept waving until their excitement died down, but as it didn't seem like they'd calm down anytime soon, I had no choice but to make an exit. Xenia sent Agril away and muttered, she says not to call her for a week. Do we do? Give her meat. Meat doesn't fix everything. Narrow was that sarcasm just now. Yup. Wow, she just said yup with that refreshing smile. Anyway, we all headed back to Mariana's house. Their mother and child were anxiously pacing in front. Mariana, looking far more lively and healthy than before, cried out, you're safe. Mariana. I'm so relieved. She wiped away the tears welling in her eyes. Wynn stepped out from behind Mariana and spoke. As expected, the reincarnation of Hurahan and a child of the Crimson Moon. I was going to watch a little longer before stepping in, but I see it would have been unnecessary meddling. Hurahan? Crimson Moon. If they were beings of the other side, there's no way I wouldn't know them. Oh well, I just made those names up. Xenia took some time to return Edwin to normal. And while we entered the house and sat down at the dining table, I asked Mariana what exactly happened. My son Edwin did it. She looked at Edwin with a face full of pride and affection. He discovered a fusion of souls I didn't even know about and then managed to separate them. It was nothing really. Oh, come on, if you say it was nothing, it just makes me look pathetic. Mother, as I said, you're far more gifted than I am. Now on, stand tall and be confident. Yes, but don't let it go to your head, all right? You know what I mean. Edwin looked slightly gloomy and bowed his head. At that moment, I heard Lepia's voice. That boy has a remarkable talent for necromancy. Could you ask that lady if I can borrow his body for a moment? Why not just speak through my mouth? It's uncomfortable. It feels like there's another soul inside you. She must mean Trail. Now that I think about it, he's been awfully quiet for a while. Edwin said something similar too. He's an exceptional necromancer, so he probably sensed it more precisely than I did. I just sensed there's another soul besides yours. Who could it be? The moment I asked, I regretted. There was a question I should have directed to Trail himself and received an answer directly from him. Fortunately, Lepia seemed unaware. Well, I wouldn't know either. Thought you knew? I don't. Anyway, let's ask Edwin. I told Edwin that Lepia wanted to borrow his body. Mariana immediately objected. She instinctively didn't want to allow her son's body to be used by a being that had once fused with her soul, but Edwin calmly reassured his mother. It's all right, mother. But, as I said, she's the second-generation hero. There's no way someone like that would be evil. I'm sure the soul fusion wasn't something she chose. We need to find out what's going on, and I'm the only one here suitable for spirit possession. Except for when he gets a little weird, that kid has an above-average character. In the end, Mariana gave her permission. Soon after, Edwin began to chant something. On the back of his arms, runes and symbols briefly flashed and then vanished. Just as Tiver had said, it looked like he had made the incantations invisible beforehand. A short while later, Lepia opened her mouth. Hello, everyone, I'm Lepia Agar, second-generation hero. Yes, I had hoped there would be no more Demon King descents. I wanted my generation to be the last, she glanced at me. Fortunately, we're already up to the 5th generation, That statement, which clearly acknowledged me as a hero, made Nerl and Xenia smile even more brightly than I did. I was used to shamelessly accepting praise from others, but getting acknowledged by an actual hero made my face heat up. I did something unlike myself, acted modest. The oracle hasn't come down yet, though. Calling me a hero seems premature. You were going around calling Iori a hero multiple times, though. Well, in front of my senior, I should be a little humble. Hee. The oracle will come soon enough. Though, now that I think about it, the Demon King has already descended, so why hasn't the oracle come yet? Everyone's faces changed at that last comment. It was probably because of what Lepia had added. The Demon King has already descended. Xenia asked with a trembling voice, "What do you mean by that?" Since I'm borrowing a necromancer's mouth, let's say I'm speaking from the underworld. While there, I heard a certain voice. A voice. The voice called itself as the Demon King of Lies and Deception, Idria. Said it was showing me respect since I was the hero who fought the Demon King of Greed. He told me he wanted to borrow my soul for a bit, and then he literally took me. Her tone was calm, but the impact wasn't, especially for Neril and Xenia, who both turned to me at once and said, "Idria, that's the name the Martial King and Mariana encountered. The Demon King of Lies and Deception, and she's already descended." I felt sorry, but I couldn't quite share in their shock, partly because I already knew, but also because my mind was fixated on a different point. This is strange. The Demon King really interfere with the underworld. Necromancers can open the gates to the underworld and summon spirits, but that's done by politely asking for their cooperation, not by forcefully taking them. Lepia's soul, especially, should be in a completely different league from ordinary spirits. That's when I finally heard Trail's voice again, after a long silence. Idria's in a whole different league from the Demon Kings of the past. Where have you been? That weird woman was clinging to you. It was uncomfortable. That hero was annoying. Don't ever let her in my body again. My body, you mean, not yours. Trail ignored my protest and continued. Anyway, Idria is just too powerful, probably because the world is overflowing with lies. Huh? I feel like you mentioned something like that before. Yeah. Demon King descends when a particular negative force in the world becomes overwhelmingly strong. For example, the Demon King of Desolation appeared during an unprecedented famine. And during the era of the Demon King of Destruction, there was a massive war. Exactly. And in this era, lies are everywhere. Far more than in the times of destruction, greed, corruption, or desolation. Trail clicked his tongue once and added, so Idria is especially powerful. Don't make the mistake of comparing her to past Demon Kings. At that moment, Lepia continued speaking. Idria, who sees my soul, sought you out, Mariana. You do remember meeting her, don't you? Why, yes, but she left without saying anything important. When she spoke about a vessel, it was then that I became part of your soul. I don't know why she placed me inside you. What's more, she cast a spell to keep me from taking over. Only reason my soul blended in peacefully wasn't because I'm kind, because Idria put me to sleep. It was similar to the case where she had given the Gem of Desolation to the Martial King. Idria, for reasons utterly unknown, was throwing so-called growth items to those with potential across the continent. Why? Why in the world? If she's the Demon King, shouldn't she be wary of humans growing stronger? Is she helping them instead? Just then Mariana hastily asked, "And my husband? You know what happened to my husband?" "No, as I said, I merged with you and fell asleep immediately afterward." Mariana's face visibly darkened. Lepia opened her mouth again in a regretful tone. "I'm sorry. Yes, I feel like I only confused you more under the guise of revealing the truth. Not at all, you've been a great help." Lepia smiled gently. It was a bit of a shame that she was wearing a Wynn's face. The portrait recorded in the history books had shown her to be truly beautiful. "Well, I'll be going now. Iori is probably stretching his neck waiting for me." Then Neril spoke up. "Please tell him I said, let's not meet again. Not that there's any chance of it happening anyway." It was genuinely surprising to hear her speak so politely to someone. Of course, Lepia lived long before Neril, but by that logic she'd spoken informally to Iori without hesitation. So there's a hero, someone so remarkable that even Neril uses honorifics with them. "You're admiring something strange." Lepia replied, "Hee. Iori probably likes you quite a bit." "No way, we literally fought each other to the death. He's incredibly generous to those he acknowledges. Your magical skills are more than enough to earn his recognition." "Besides," Lepia paused and looked at me, "hero of the future." Yes, I have a proposal, please go ahead. Fortunately, in this fifth-party gathering, there's an outstanding necromancer whose body I'm currently borrowing. Through him, I'd like to support all of you." I instantly understood what she meant. It seemed the others did too, their eyes widened. "You mean?" "Yes. Appreciate it if you summon me from time to time. I also want to deal a blow to Idria, the Demon King of Lies and Deception. Especially you, Mr. Mide. Your swordsmanship is quite unorthodox and free-spirited, perhaps because you learned on your own. Luckily, so did I. I think we work well together." To be acknowledged by a legendary hero as someone aspiring to become one, my heart raced, but I couldn't nod readily here. Yana sat across from us, her face filled with unease. No mother would be thrilled to see her only remaining family, her beloved son, joining a dangerous hero's party. It's a great honor, but Edwin isn't part of our party yet. Mariana let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lepia seemed to notice and quickly adjusted her words. "I see. Even if not through him, I hope we'll meet again someday." "I hope so too." "And Miss Neril, the next time, how about receiving some instruction from Iori?" Neril frowned. "I don't need instruction, but if it's advice, I'll listen to a few words, only because it's you, Lady Lepia." Iori will be quite upset if he hears that." At that moment, another spell began to glow on Edwin's arm. It seemed time to go back. Lepia's voice began to fade. "Everyone, I'm sorry and thank you. Idria is unusually powerful and cunning. I was very worried. But seeing you all has eased my heart. Please take care of this empire and the continent." I hurriedly bowed my head to her. "We'll see it through." Everyone followed with deep bows filled with respect and awe. "Farewell. See you again next time. Let's eat together. Pete, please take care on your way back." Was that last part appropriate for the situation? In any case, that's how Lepia departed. Soon, Edwin slowly opened his eyes. Seeing everyone's attention on him, he opened his mouth. "Fufu, such intense gazes. Have you sensed the aura of the blue wolf slumbering within me?" This incident was as spectacular and noisy as it was chaotic, so the aftermath caused a stir as well. Catastrophe on the level of castle and bell tower collapsing and townsfolk fainting in broad daylight. The Lord intended to report to the capital, and for that, he needed to grasp what had happened. We were the ones who had resolved the incident. We took on the role of advisors and stuck by his side. We spent a day helping him craft a report that was tailored to our tastes. The Lord spoke to Xenia, I see. So all the recent ghost incidents in the domain were due to that wicked spirit. Yes, it was a spirit far above Mariana's class. It's no one she didn't notice. I must apologize for that then. She'll understand. A good person. The Lord, trying to change the atmosphere, looked to me and asked, I heard you played a great role. Is there anything you wish for? Not at all. It was simply something I had to do. At my hero-like reply, Nerl and Xenia twitched the corners of their lips, but the Lord seemed genuinely impressed and nodded. Ho ho, such humility, truly befitting of a hero. It seemed he added the last part without much thought. Realizing the weight of his own words, he stiffened for a moment, but then softened his tone. Yes, a hero, you are a hero. Oh, please, no use denying it. It's not just me who says so. Clack, he rose from his seat. Then he flung open the curtains and opened the window wide. Outside, a roaring cry pierced the ears. The window's open. Is the story over? Hey, don't block the view. I can't see. Do not cross this line. Seriously, don't cross it. A huge crowd had gathered outside the barrier of the residence. Xenia took a light breath and spoke. We experienced this at the last territory too, but still, it's amazing. That cheering. If you're going to keep traveling with the guy, I better get used to it. I'm starting to worry I'll become too shameless. It's fine. I've got the talent for it. Was that a compliment? An insult, actually. I left the two murmuring behind and approached the window. The Lord moved aside to make room for me. Wait, hero, it's Hero Mide. Thanks to you, my daughter survived. Thank you, truly thank you, sob. Hero, is the Demon King really descending? You'll defeat the Demon King too, right? Just like last time. Receiving their cheers, I slowly raised my arm. I clenched my fist tightly. Everyone be at ease. Nothing shall harm you. I, Mide Mohan, give you my word. Woo-ah-ah. A thunderous roar. I quietly closed my eyes. Just then I heard Trail's voice. Hee. You're enjoying it now. Isn't it sweet? Yeah. Maybe this is why Kale didn't want to kill the Demon King. He had tried to create a permanent crisis across the continent and empire by claiming the Demon King's core instead of destroying it. All to be praised as a hero forever. Building fame is like a drug. If you're not careful, it'll swallow you whole. Don't worry. No matter how tempting fame is, it's nothing compared to my vision of retirement. Just what kind of value do you place on retirement anyway? Well, it doesn't matter. Look at this. A screen appeared. Ding. I've gained 5,000 fame points. Fame points needed for next level. 22,760/20,000. Your name will now echo through the territory of Rhaenus. Total expected fame points from the incident. 8,000. Your name is spreading through the Drugger territory. All points collected. Your name is spreading through the Quelk territory. All points collected. Your name is spreading through the Lior territory. Points collected. Your name is spreading through the Avis territory. All points collected. Narrow Slane thinks of you as the man acknowledged by the hero. Xenia Sade thinks of you as the strongest man in the world. Oh, I've met the condition for leveling up. I quickly said I should level up, of course. He sounded just as excited as I was. Soon, new messages appeared on the screen. Ding. Leveled up. Level fairly well known. Fame points needed for next level. 22,760/100,000. So I've gone from slightly famous to fairly well known. At this rate, maybe I've already surpassed Kale's fame. I'm curious, but there's something more urgent right now. This update is available on Nov IFIR. Net I closed the window and spoke to Trail. I should be able to see higher level secrets now, right? Trail replied as if it were obvious. Yeah. Now that you've leveled up, you can access B rank secrets. Good. Hate to spoil the mood, but B rank still won't cover Idria's true objective. I've got plenty of other questions anyway, like the secrets of Nerl and the Enrica family. But what I need to know most right now is, I paused to collect my thoughts, then continued. What happened to Edwin's father, Summel? That's a more mundane secret than I expected. Don't call it mundane. About my comrade's father. Ahem. I didn't mean it like that. Just that it's not related to the continent's crisis. You're not wrong objectively, but still, please show me. I never met Summel in person, but when I saw his image on the screen before, I couldn't help but think of my own father. A face now faint in my memory. One of the few remaining fragments was from my birthday, when he cooked a deer he'd hunted himself. Clumsy hands burning the meat, fumbling awkwardly in the kitchen, that image still lingered in my mind. All right, hold on a second. The screen appeared again. You have used the Eye of Omniscience. Current level of the Eye of Omniscience, 3. Accessible secret tier, B rank, chosen condition, the secret between Summel Ein and Idria. This is a B rank secret, now displaying. Oh, thankfully it was a secret I could access at my current level. His face appeared on the screen. In the corner of the screen was a timestamp. It was the night he had placed the Emperor on the throne and was returning home with his wife. He gently stroked the hair of his sleeping wife, Mariana. Phew, it's really amazing how you can sleep soundly anywhere. I, on the other hand, just can't fall asleep. You've got good instincts. Suddenly, a voice Summel had never heard before rang out. But I had. Demon King, the one who had mocked and tormented us endlessly, Idria. She was floating midair in the darkness of the room, in the exact same pose children use when they lie down and read books. You're just a lowly creature, yet you seem to know when your time has come. Summel shot to his feet in terror. Gasp. Who are you? Idria approached him, still floating eerily in the air. The lamp's dim light lit up her face. Full hair and eyebrows looked completely unnatural. Her empty golden eyes evoked a sense of void. It was that same detestable face from before the regression. Idria opened her mouth in that characteristically relaxed tone of hers. No matter how insignificant a creature may be, it's still the spouse of a worthy vessel. A bit of courtesy's in order, wouldn't you say? I'll tell you why you must die. I gifted a noble soul to Mariana. The remnants of the souls who perished during the second Demon King's descent begin to follow Lepia's soul. They'll come to the domain. In a decade or so, this land will become infamous as a haunted territory. What nonsense are you spouting? Then who do you think the foolish humans will blame for it all? Summel's lips began to tremble. Idria nodded in satisfaction. It's going to be a masterful lie. But I realized something too late. There's a loophole in their plan. I thought, what if Mariana, unable to endure the suspicion and pressure from people, tries to run away in the middle of the night? Then the lie would have to start over in a new domain, and that would take years. What on earth are you talking about? So I've decided to make sure she can't leave the place. I instantly understood what she meant. Expected of the demon king of deception. Her logic was a perfect specimen of pure malice. If the husband she loves were to suddenly vanish, wouldn't she stay in the hope that one day he'll come back home, no matter how much she hated and oppressed? Naturally, Summer had no idea what she was talking about, but judging by the atmosphere, he must have sensed it was dangerous to remain passive any longer. I don't know what kind of monster you are, but get out. Right now. If you don't snap, just then Ida flicked her fingers. On second thought, killing you outright would be too boring, might as well enjoy myself. Crack, crack. Summer's body began to stiffen. No, it had already been stiff, but this was different. He's turning into stone. What is that? Doesn't look like magic. If I had to say, it's probably a curse. Damn it. This is what a demon king can do. To be precise, Idria is just uniquely twisted. Meanwhile, Summer had completely turned to stone, his entire body transformed into a statue. It looked like a perfectly crafted sculpture. Idria clutched her belly and burst into laughter, utterly amused. She even flipped upside down midair and kicked her feet happily. Ahaha, look at that expression. It's a masterpiece, a true masterpiece. Now, where should I hide it? Would be best. Her crazed laughter suddenly stopped. In its place appeared a smile, a cruel smile that could send chills down one's spine. Where should I hide him so that it becomes the most beautiful lie? She clapped her hands lightly, then snapped her fingers again. FSSHH. The space began to tear open. Some stone form was sucked into the rift. Thud. The vision cut off right there. That's when narrow voice reached me. Mide, what's wrong? You mean, your hand. I looked down at my hand, or rather my clenched fist. I had been gripping it so tightly it had turned white. I relaxed it as if nothing were wrong and replied, I just suddenly needed to go to the bathroom, so I was holding it in. Did I hear that right? Anyway, let's go back to Mariana's place. Xenia tilted her head quizzically. She whispered, mindful of the Lord's presence. Did Mariana say she was exhausted from all this and needed a day to rest? A win too? Yeah, she did. So instead of that, wouldn't it help your reputation more if you gave some sort of speech in front of the crowd? These guys, they're taking better care of my fame than I do now. Chuckled softly and answered, that's important too, but what matters more right now is Mariana. Pardon, I'm going to find some. Nerl and Xenia were startled by my simple response, but probably not as much as Trail. He practically shouted as if his jaw would drop if he still had a body. Find him. But that vision just now did show where someone was hidden. I have a hunch where he is. HMPH. I admit you're pretty sharp, but isn't claiming you figured out the Demon King of Lies scheme a bit arrogant? As you know, I have a long tangled history with that demon. The Demon King of Lies and deception wasn't just terrifyingly powerful. Her wickedness lay in her infuriating cunning. She did scheme because it was efficient. She did it because it was fun. Hiding someone was the same. Said, where should I hide him so that it becomes the most beautiful lie? That's when I knew. My intuition's random, but once I get a feeling, it's never been wrong. Well, you've done enough to earn some trust. So where is he? I told you already. Let's go to Mariana's house. We barely pushed through the crowd and made our way back to Mariana's home. Apparently, when she said she needed a full day of rest, she wasn't exaggerating. The mother and son were both sound asleep. Owen mumbled in his sleep. And the men, hey, not bad, truly a peerless demon king. Narrow gave him a baffled look. Peerless demon king, is that like a tax-saving demon king? Don't overthink every word. Ophelia used to talk like that too. Not that I even want to win that argument. Anyway, I shook him awake. I'd win. Wake up. I'm Mide Mohan. Fortunately, he woke up well enough to hold a conversation. What brings you back? Weren't you with the Lord Yaon? Could you wake up Marianne too? We couldn't exactly do it ourselves. Ah, sure. Seeing my serious expression, he nodded without another word and gently woke his mother. Before long, we were all seated around the kitchen table. Yana still looked exhausted but tried hard to hide it as she asked, did you have something to say? It's a sudden question, but which room did some use? Sorry, please just answer for now. She didn't reply immediately and went answer in her place. The room at the end of the second floor. Can you show me? That room's always locked. Mom won't even go near it. Just then Mariana, now composed, spoke up. I have the key here. It seems she always kept the key in her pocket, perhaps so that if her husband ever returned, she could open it right away, even after 13 years. Mother, are you sure? Mide's a hero. If a hero tells you to do something, wouldn't something miraculous happen? Her deliberately playful tone made us smile, and so someone's room was open. As expected, it was covered in thick dust. When he came back, I planned to make him clean. Punishment for leaving us so long. Mariana spoke in a calm voice, but already there was a trace of tears in him. Before the regression, one of our quests was this, to solve a series of disappearances in a small mountain village. By the time we arrived to investigate, half the villagers had already gone missing. We learned much later that the whole thing was something Idria had tampered with for fun. So where were the missing people? We're right next to them, huh? Right beside those who cried and writhed in grief over losing their loved ones. Idria delighted in watching the deception she created. Just like what she did with Summel, she could twist and warp space at will. It's not magic, sorcery, necromancy, or witchcraft. Authority. Power unknown to humanity, granted only to the Demon King. For the regression, Sarian had received a divine revelation that led her to deduce the strange events were caused by the Demon King's authority, but she couldn't solve it. No one knew how to tear through space, so I developed a way. I gripped my sword. Narrow flinched and asked, what are you doing? Narrow, may not look it, but I'm a hero. What are you even saying all of a sudden? You've seen plenty of times already that both Kaled and I have odd powers that others can't understand, right? Well, yeah, that's true. Then don't question what I'm about to do, just watch. Same goes for the rest of you. Though confused, they all quietly took a few steps back. I was grateful for their silent trust. So, what exactly are you about to do? Have you ever tried cutting space with a sword? You sound like it'd win right now. The sensation at your fingertips is different when slicing through empty air versus something resisting you, whether it's a shield, a mana barrier, or a prison spell. If you focus on that feeling and apply the right amount of force in the exact right spot, you can break through most things. Simple principle. This time the barrier was the Demon King's authority. In a way, that was an extension of my cut what I want to cut technique. Trail shouted in disbelief. That's not simple. What human shatters authority? You too, Trail. What do you mean you too? When I solved the quest before the regression, Caleb was stunned too. Actually, no, he was furious, I think. He had been enraged that I'd taken what he believed was his responsibility. Had almost been kicked out of the party back then. If Narrell and the others hadn't voted against it, I might have really been forced out. Anyway, I said to Trail, every hero in history stood against the Demon King's authority. If they were helpless before it, what would be the point of being a hero? You weren't even a hero yet when you developed the technique, you know. True. Maybe I was just born different. Really can't stop talking, can you? I ignored him and activated the technique. Spatial Ren, at least the name's good. Unlike my other skills, this one had an extremely slow swing. Even a complete novice could follow the motion with their eyes. And of course, it had to be that way. Ripping space apart was like sawing through thick, solid wood. I gritted my teeth as every muscle in my body screamed in pain. By bit, a wound began to tear open in the air. It widened gradually, revealing something beyond the visible world. I shouted, Xenia, stick your hand in here, pull out whatever you feel. Why, yes. Xenia hurried to follow my instruction. She reached inside and yanked something backward, falling flat on her butt with the momentum. Her face reddened slightly in embarrassment as she called out, I'm okay. Didn't ask. We just pretend you didn't see that. I'll think about it, but more importantly, Mide, what just happened? What did I see? I sheathed my sword and changed the subject. Xenia, more importantly. A human-sized stone mass had landed on top of the fallen Xenia. I continued calmly. Try saying it upright. Oh, okay, it's a statue. She gently stood it up. Then from behind us, a voice cried out in shock. Honey, it was Sum. Adria had hidden him in the cruelest place of all, right beside Mariana. As if mocking her endless, desperate search and wait, she left behind the most brutal lie imaginable. Just then Trail murmured in a tone that was strangely satisfied. Well done. You shattered one of that wretch's lies. Mariana clung to the stone statue of Summel and sobbed for several minutes. Edwin also wiped the teary eyes beside her. Who knew how long had passed? Eventually, Mariana collected herself and spoke. It really is my husband, isn't it? Read complete version only at NovelFire.net. Yes, it was the work of Demon King Idria. Please don't ask how I knew. Don't worry, with everything you've done so far, I have no desire to question it. She wiped her tears and continued. But there's one thing I have to ask. Can my husband return to normal? I couldn't give her a definitive answer. For all we were talking about breaking the Demon King's curse, there was only one solution that came to mind. Tap. Narrow gently tapped my back. When I turned, she looked at me with eyes that said, it's okay, you can say it. A small surge of courage welled up in me. I spoke slowly. Yes, once the Demon King dies, the curse will be broken. And needless to say, she will die by my hand. To my surprise, Mariana's expression relaxed, nodded with complete trust in her eyes. Of course she will, that was a silly question. Mariana, I know he's not really himself, but thank you truly. Thank you for letting me see the husband I searched for these 13 years. Hero Mide. She bowed deeply to me in genuine gratitude. Edwin followed suit. Me too. Thank you for making my mother smile like that. This kid, when he's not being weird, he's actually really mature. That's when Trail spoke again in a pleased tone. Look at this. Mariana, I now considers you a benefactor to our family. And when I now considers you the coolest big brother in the world. Ahem. I subtly lifted my head to hide my reddening face. Then suddenly, Edwin declared, Mother, made up my mind. I'm going with Mide. What? I'm going to follow him, defeat the Demon King, and restore Father to his true self. We were all quite taken aback by Edwin's firm declaration. From the start, I'd been planning to recruit him into the party, but I had been pondering over how to persuade him. And now he sets forward to offer himself like this. For the regression, Keld had said he had a hard time recruiting Edwin. At that time, Mariana had disappeared, and the statue of Summel hadn't even been discovered, so he probably had no motivation. Right. Then the best Keld could come up with was something like, let's defeat the Demon King together so no more victims like you have to suffer. A beautiful sentiment in words, but it would never have reached the ears of a boy devastated by the loss of his mother. And yet, Edwin had accepted that proposal. He really is a good kid. At that moment, Mariana spoke. My son. Not all of the former heroes' party members became happy after defeating the Demon King. From the Archmage Iori died in the final battle, didn't he? You might not come back. Are you really okay with that? Of course not. Then, but I will come back, so there's no point in suing otherwise. Right, Brother Mide? Why are you dragging me into this? Everyone's eyes turned to me. I gathered myself and answered. I don't plan on losing any party members just to kill the Demon King. Includes you. I was speaking to Edwin, but for some reason Narl and Xenia both smiled faintly. Edwin looked at Mariana as if to say, see, my necromancy will definitely be useful. I can even summon the souls of past heroes and champions. Well, of course, that would help. Wait, what? Yes. What did you just say? You can summon the souls of past heroes and champions. Well, I've never actually done it before. When I separated Lady Lepia's soul recently, I kind of got the hang of it. It's not that amazing. I can find their souls in the underworld, but that doesn't mean they'll always respond to my call. Even so, Mariana was left speechless, her mouth agape. And I was no different. That's incredible. Was he always this much of a genius? Before the regression, Edwin had been able to summon some hero-level souls. But champions might refer to the hero of their era rather than a member of the hero party. Did separating Lepia's soul somehow level him up? But if he had that much talent, it seems like he could have done it before the regression too. I'd done countless quests with him back then. Even if this particular incident did happen before, there were still plenty of chances for him to level up. And yet, not once had he summoned the soul of a past champion. I thought about that, the answer came to me. Vince never showed his shadow art before the regression either. Now that I think about it, there were times I was shocked by Xenia's swordsmanship or narrow magic skills, things I hadn't known before. Edwin must be the same. Kale never really won over the hearts of all his party members back then. Just then Xenia spoke. Miss Mariana, your son has already grown up so much. I understand you're worried, but Mr. De vouch for him. If that's not enough, I'll vouch for him too. I'll make sure Edwin comes back safely. But come on, Nerl, say something too. Good timing, right? Nerl, with her arms crossed, replied indifferently. I'll try my best. You really can't read the room, can you? That was me trying. Well, for you, I guess that's progress. Proud of you. Yeah, I am still in my growth phase. Wow. Then Marianne gently placed her hand on Wynn's shoulder. Her hand was trembling, but not from fear. Really, when did you grow up so much? All right, go, you're grown now. I can't keep holding on to you forever. Mother, when you come back after slaying the Demon King, let's have a celebration. Just the three of us. Edwin beamed and nodded brightly. We left the Rains territory. Wynn, seemingly excited about leaving the domain for the first time, was glued to the window the entire time. Sitting in a carriage makes me feel taller. It's just an illusion. Nerl Nuna, you're too cold. Nerl's eyes went wide. She looked very pleased with the specific use of the word Nuna. She spoke in a suddenly much softer tone. HMPH, at least you've got manners. I'll be a bit kinder to you from now on. Then Xenia's voice rang out. Reference her eyes were closed in prayer. Sorry, I'm praying right now. Could you stop chatting so I can focus? Isn't talking to us while praying also a problem? I already told the celestial god I'd take a quick break. Be honest, aren't you just a priestess in name only? And should a god really be handing that much divine power to a delinquent believer like her? The god has their own reasons. Don't say things that'll get you smitten. Who, I didn't know you were so devout. I've made plenty of donations to temples, you know. Most mercenaries are faithful people. When you're living day by day on the battlefield, you need something to believe in. Then Xenia said, found it. Huh, my prayer was answered. Were you looking for something? Yes, if we're not in a rush, could we make a short detour? The temple not far from here. I don't mind. What are you looking for? Xenia scratched her head with a slightly awkward smile. Sir Tiver, the Order of the Holy Knights of Light doesn't get along with Alcahad, but there are organizations they do have good relations with, temples that worship the celestial god, and the priests who manage those temples and gather followers. Paladins and priests have almost sibling-like bonds. I had been recuperating at a temple on the outskirts of the Rains territory. When we requested a visit, the priest in charge initially declined, saying the patient was still too unwell to receive guests' clack. But Xenia flashed her vice captain badge from the Holy Knights of Light, and we were admitted immediately. Told you that things like a universal key in the Empire. A short while later, we found ourselves in a small, quiet room facing Tiver. Xenia spoke in an overly cheerful tone. You look fine to me. That's the thing you say, Nerl translated for us. He says that's what you say right now. I guess teeth were really important to him. How cruel. I wonder who did that to you. I hope your teeth grow back soon, Sir Tiver. You're the cruelest of all. Xenia ignored him and continued. Do you know why I came here? I've already reported everything to the captain. Ordered me to take over the Rains territory case, and you tried to disobey that order. Thanks to Mr. Mide here, it didn't succeed. Tiver gave me a murderous glare. I smiled brightly and gave a little wave, which seemed to really make him even angrier. GRRR if TT weren't for you. I'm sorry, what was that? If it weren't for you, see, he can speak clearly just fine. People really do adapt fast. I shrugged and asked Xenia. So, did you want to see him again? I have a personal request to make. Right, you mentioned that before. Yes, phew. She rested her arm on the table and spoke seriously. Sir Tiver, you remember Ophelia Mays, don't you? At her question, both Narl and I flinched. Edwin, clueless about the situation, whispered, Who's that? You don't need to know, kid. Sorry, sis. She was Xenia's old friend and a fellow member of the Order of the Holy Light. Heard she went missing during a mission a while back. You're not even trying to hide how much you play favorites, are you? Ophelia, I've never met her, but that name carries heavy weight for our party. Though the relationship between Nerl and Xenia has grown far beyond what it was before regression, if this matter isn't resolved, it'll always be a thorn in the side. Just then, Tiver answered in a sullen tone. I'm aware. Enlisted with you, did she? She was a friend even before that. And what's your reason for bringing her up now? I heard she went missing during a mission, at the hands of the Witch of Carnage, no less. He gestured at Nerl with his chin. Judging by that, he must not know about Dame's secret pact with Nerl either. Xenia shook her head. Miss Nerl isn't someone who would do such a thing. What did you say? Did I hear that correctly? Don't interrupt. Because I'm being polite doesn't mean you can forget about your insubordination. The reason she was presumed responsible at the time is because traces of her mana were found at the site, or to be precise, that's what the report claimed. Nerl's expression darkened. Xenia couldn't see it as she had her back to her. Please find out who filed that report. If I recall, Ophelia's mission was on the other side of the continent. Should I go through all that trouble? I've got my own mission to carry out. You won't have another mission. What did you say? The captain has dismissed you from the Order of the Holy Light. Bang! Tiver shot up from his seat. You insane bit, ugh. But he quickly and meekly sat back down. No way he could withstand the murderous intent radiating from Xenia, Nerl, and me. Said, I already sat. And let one these 7W novel chapters are PUBL small cap ISHED on Novel Fire. Now well done. Xenia continued, now calm again. In addition to your insubordination toward me, you even let your body be possessed by a vengeful spirit, and you did that in front of the entire people of the Rains territory. Is there any better way to disgrace the name of the Order? You should be grateful it ended with dismissal. GRR, Tiver trembled with rage. When Xenia spoke again, as if tossing bait, her tone smooth. But there's a way to redeem yourself. Tiver's eyes lit up. Xenia nodded as if to say, you guessed right. If you do me this favor, I'll recommend your reinstatement to the captain. Vice Captain. I know how it sounds coming from me, but the captain almost never turns down my recommendations. Tiver hesitated for a moment before cautiously opening his mouth. Or sends mages undercover to various territories across the continent. But only the captain knows their true identities, as you're well aware. Yes, if lords found out the Order's mages were operating on their lands, they'd try everything to hunt them down. That's why the information has to be tightly controlled to protect those mages. Then why not just ask the captain directly? Anyone else may not, but you could. Xenia didn't answer that. Air grew heavier. After a long silence, she muttered like she was spitting out something bitter. The captain isn't flawless, so please keep the request a secret from him. Tiver looked surprised, but probably not as much as Nerl or I, especially me. I was close to shocked. Did Xenia just say that? The same Xenia who worships her father like a god. Nerl has changed, sure, but Xenia's transformation might be even greater. She's finally begun to doubt her father, seems like it. At the point, you might as well tell her about the secret pact. That would endanger the so-called leverage Dame holds over Nerl. You can't hold on to both at once. No, a hero can hold both. That's what being a hero means. I clench my fist. One day I'll unravel this twisted knot myself. Tiver spoke again. I'm not sure what that's about, but fine. Want me to find out which mage was stationed in the territory Ophelia was sent to? Yes, B, but do I really have to? Don't worry, if you help me, I'll make a strong case to the captain. Tiver nodded. Xenia stood and extended her hand. I'm counting on you. After the meeting with Tiver, we were back in the carriage. Nerl uncharacteristically kept glancing at Xenia. At first, Xenia ignored her, but eventually she couldn't hold back and snapped. What's your problem? If you have something to say, say it. Ah, yeah, This isn't like you, Miss Nerl, being all hesitant. Why do you believe me so unshakably that I didn't kidnap Ophelia? Xenia let out a half-laugh as if the question made no sense. Because you said so, and Mr. Mide vouched for you too. That's it. I've spent enough time with you to see and feel it myself. Not someone who fits the name Witch of Carnage. Whatever the reason may be, you don't need to explain. It's not something to be told, it's something I'll uncover myself. Nerl opened and closed her mouth several times before finally speaking. Hey, what? I'll allow it. Allow what? You can call me a Nai, like how Edwin calls you Nuna. I could hardly believe those words had actually come out of Nerl's mouth, and he stared at her for a moment, and then she spoke. You finally lost it. Kel's party was riding high on their recent success. They had obtained the hero sword from the tomb of the fourth hero, Padania Brook. Even that alone was an unprecedented achievement, but Kel was satisfied. He informed the Empire that, just as written in the official notice, the sword was a fake. Top Imperial mages and scholars gathered to study the sword. Eventually, they all confirmed in unison that it was made of material different from that of the historically recorded hero sword. There were other complicated processes involved, but to skip over all of that, the key point was that the success earned Kale an audience with the Emperor, the ruler of the Empire. It was the first time since the second hero, Lepia Adgar, that a mere commoner had ever been granted a direct audience with the Emperor. Emperor spoke in a weighty voice. I have concluded that the sword in Padania's tomb is a fake. It aligns with your claim. I am deeply honored, Your Majesty. How did you come to know such a thing? Of course, Kale didn't reply because the official notice said it was a fake. Asterisk official notice meaning system message. I'm not withholding the truth, merely I had a feeling I cannot put into words. Historically, heroes have always had aspects beyond human understanding. It seems this time is no different. The statement from the Emperor was, in effect, an acknowledgement that Kale was a hero. Kale's lips were just about to curl into a smile, but recently I've heard a curious name making the rounds. What name do you speak of? There's a name I've heard repeated from the north, Mide Mohan. Former mercenary, I hear he's been accomplishing one astonishing feat after another. Kale's expression stiffened instantly. Whether the Emperor noticed or not, he continued calmly. If a hero has appeared, then surely a demon king will rise again as well. The gods of the heavens will soon deliver their oracle. That day comes, we'll know for certain who the true hero is. I tell you that because I have a personal fondness for you. I am honored, Your Majesty. Until the oracle is delivered, let us not reveal to the public that the sword is a fake. With the fifth demon king's return on the horizon, I'd rather avoid needless chaos. Kale simply nodded in silence. The Emperor leaned back in his chair and spoke. You may go now, and do what you must. Show us proof that you are the true hero. Kale bowed deeply and withdrew. Waiting for him outside the audience chamber were Serene, Lissel, and Offense. They asked what kind of meaningful conversation he'd had with the Emperor, but instead of answering, Kale gave a small glance at Offense and spoke. Emperor mentioned someone named Mide. He had hoped Offense might show even the slightest change of expression, but unsurprisingly his face remained perfectly composed. Serene chimed in. Mide, you mean that guy who's been making a name for himself in the north lately? Yes. I've heard he's been stirring things up. Doing all kinds of good for the Empire. Didn't expect His Majesty to be familiar with his name too. But shouldn't we not worry too much? The hero's already decided it's you, Mr. Kale. Try not to look so grim. At Serene's careful remark, Kale consciously ran a hand across his face. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. Serene is right. That guy couldn't even interfere in the fake hero's sword affair. Mide probably didn't even know the sword was fake. Had already missed one of the key events on the path to becoming a hero. Moreover, Kale's gaze flicked toward the empty air beside him. There, a message appeared. The last quest from the official notice had been to acquire the fake hero's sword and report it to the Emperor. Now that was complete, a new quest had appeared right on cue. A guide for the path to becoming a hero. All I need to do is follow this. No need to overthink it. He relaxed his expression and spoke. Serene, thank you. No problem. Everyone's worked hard. I hate to say that the moment I say that, but we need to move out again soon. Offense, who had been silent, finally spoke. Where are we headed this time? To Drawnor territory, it was then. Kale's mouth dropped open at the unbelievable sight before him. Crackle. Red lines began to strike through the text of the quest that had just been floating before him. This was the first time such a bizarre phenomenon had happened since he started receiving these notices. What in the world is this? After crossing out the previous quest entirely, the notice began writing out a new message. Kale's mind raced. The note was issuing an emergency quest just to stop Mide, and it warned that Mide's fame was catching up fast. At that moment, Kale made a decision. He must die. Mide had to die, just like being Kunz before him. Pressing his growing urgency, he carefully read the note again. Then he spoke slowly. Change of plans, we're heading to Tetra territory. Offense raised an eyebrow. Tetra, that's north from here. Yes, though on a continental scale it's located centrally. HM, may I ask what business we have there? There's going to be a natural disaster in Tetra. I need to stop it. He didn't yet know what kind of disaster it would be. As always, the notice would update when they arrived. After a pause, he added a final note. And this is just a prediction, but Mide might also head to Tetra. It'll be our first encounter. Everyone prepare yourselves. Everyone nodded solemnly. Kale turned to one woman in particular. Especially for this mission, your role will be crucial, Lissel. Lissel Vin, Kale's first companion and naturally the one who had been with him the longest. Her eyes gleamed as she nodded. Whatever it is, I'm ready. I chose Tetra territory as my next destination, and I informed everyone. Then Nerl asked me, what's supposed to happen there this time? Ichem. I'm thinking there'll be a major disaster soon. Then as now, the powerless common folk are always the most vulnerable to natural disasters. If I help them, my fame will skyrocket. I ask you this every time, but how do you even know these things? I asked the celestial god, and that's what I was told. At that, Xenia snapped. You can't just casually invoke the god's name like that. If the god gets sulky and stopped giving you divine revelations, don't blame me. I have no idea how petty they can be. I can tolerate other people saying that, but coming from a delinquent believer like you, I just can't accept it. That's when Edwin raised his hand. Yes, Edwin, teacher, isn't Tetra territory located to the south from here? That's right. Then wouldn't that put it close to the area where that fake hero Kale operates? Good question. As expected of you, you learn one thing and grasp another right away. That didn't sound like a compliment. Then Trail interjected. Didn't Edwin just hit the nail on the head? Kale is aiming for hero C2. No way he'd pass up a natural disaster event like that, especially when that path to becoming a hero of his shows him the way. No need to worry, His next destination is a place called Draenor territory. This was the period before I joined the party in the previous timeline, but piecing together the information I later heard, I can reconstruct Kale's movements. Around this time, Kale likely headed to Draenor to treat the Lord there who was suffering from a rare disease. That too is a major event. Lord of Draenor hails from a family renowned for their achievements during the descent of the 4 demon kings. If Kale successfully cures him, he'll receive massive support both material and otherwise. Then it happened. My communication orb suddenly lit up. I excused myself from Edwin, who was waiting for an answer, and pulled it out. Mide, offense, how have you been? At the familiar voice, everyone quickly gathered around the orb. When such a cramped carriage, they could probably hear everything anyway. As we huddled close, Offense's voice came through. Not too well. Kale's really running me ragged. Hearing that means you must have safely obtained the fake hero's sword. Yeah, and today Kale even had an audience with the Emperor. A shockwave of information in such a short sentence. Xenia muttered, slightly pale. The first commoner to meet the Emperor since the second hero Lepia. Miss Pheasant, was it? How have you been? I've been meaning to ask it last time, but why Pheasant? Anyway, the Emperor seems to have taken quite a liking to Kale. He gave him rewards bigger than the total of all our quest rewards so far. Just selling those would be enough to feed 3 generations. Jealousy. No, that's not the point. So, Kale's next destination. I asked, fully expecting him to say Draenor territory. But Offense's next words caught me off guard. He said it was Tetra territory. And Kale said this, your next destination might be there too. He figured you might cross paths, told us to be ready. Was he right? Nerl, Xenia, and Edwin all looked at me with wonder. We had just chosen Tetra as our next stop. I swallowed hard. Changed course from the original timeline. I was sure that back then Kale had gone to Draenor around this time. Trail spoke. Looks like his intuition is sharp. He must have sent it through that path to becoming a hero. He realizes he can't let you keep stealing the spotlight. What do you do? If this keeps up, you'll definitely run into him. Instead of answering, I checked the map display. The northern continent was now under my influence, the southern half under Kale's. Our fame levels. Mide Mohan, 30,760 Kale weight. 35,540. I had planned to overtake him after the incident in Rain's territory. But it seems the exposure of the fake hero sword had a bigger impact than expected. Kale still holds a solid lead, but it's not as hopeless a gap as before. Kale is willing to fade me head-on in Tetra. Back down here, I may never get another chance to surpass his fame. I need to strike hard right here. I made up my mind and said, I'm going to Tetra 2, see you there, Offense. HM, so it begins. He continued, a hint of excitement in his tone. I admit after what happened, you're better than Kale. But he's still not someone to take lightly, be careful. Thanks for the warning. When we meet in Tetra, we're strangers. Got it. No need to even say it. Great. You soon. Click, the communication ended. Narrow crossed her arms with an intrigued expression. Looks like I'll finally get to see the face of that annoying Kale guy. You're going to kill him, right? There it is, your true nature. I'm not saying the sword master of no killing should get their hands dirty. If you want, I can take care of him quietly. Won't affect your reputation. Thanks, but that'd be tough. Narrow frowned. What do you mean? Just what I said. Even for me, I can't say for sure who'd win. My words must carry weight. Not just Narrow, Xenia and Edwin look wide-eyed too. Follow current novels on Novel Fire. Net, I wouldn't be surprised if they saw me as someone nearly unbeatable. I shrugged. We're both vying for the title of hero. Wouldn't be fun if it were too easy, right? Doesn't need to be fun though. Anyway, let's put the Kale stuff on hold and focus on what's actually going on in Tetra first. You said a disaster, but what kind exactly? I fell silent for a moment, then answered. An earthquake. The Tetra territory had, in fact, long suffered from frequent earthquakes. However, the earthquake that occurred around this time before the regression was on a completely different scale from those of the past. It was a massive quake that not only brought down civilian homes, but even toppled sturdy fortress walls, split the earth, and collapsed mountains. 10% of the territory's population lost their lives, and the number of injured and the property damage were beyond measure. It was a disaster so devastating that people said the Tetra territory had been set back 20 years. Are you saying you're going to stop that? No matter how much of a hero you are, how do you plan to do that? I never said I'd stop it. It's not a man-made earthquake caused by magic. How can humans stop a natural disaster? Then, I plan to give a warning. The role of prophet, you could say. I intend to make a grand public declaration in my name that an earthquake is coming and encourage evacuation. At first, it'll earn me resentment, but once the real quake hits, that resentment will turn straight into fame. And if we can reduce damage with Narrow's magic or Xenia's sorcery, even better. The only problem is, after a moment of silence, I spoke. Anyone here know anything about spirit summoners? At that, everyone looked around at each other. Edwin spoke up. Ho, a spirit summoner, now that's a nostalgic name. You must be talking about Magna Neros, one of the members of the first heroes party, right? Yeah, that's right, but what's with your tone all of a sudden? Memories always call us back to the past. Sentiment the ignorant could never. Why, what is it? By the time he realized that Xenia was gripping Edwin's shoulder, she pulled him toward the back of the carriage and said, "You held it in well these past few days. Let's have a quick chat in the back, just the two of us." "Haha, let go. I never gave permission to touch me. Hey, that hurts, you know." While Xenia pulled Edwin away for talk, Neryl opened her mouth. Summoner isn't something you can really call a profession. Aside from Magnaneros, the hero from the first Heroes Party, there's never been another one. She was right. Unlike priests, clerics, necromancers, or mercenaries, a spirit summoner isn't a profession. The only person in history who revealed the existence of spirits to the world and manipulated them in wondrous harmony was Magnaneros, the hero of the first hero party. But soon the world would know. The name of the sand spirit summoner, Lizzle Vint. The first companion Kale recruited, someone who only ever looked at Kale. She was such an exceptional spirit summoner that people called her the reincarnation of Magnaneros. I slowly spoke. There's a spirit summoner in Kale's party. And a spirit summoner is someone who can command the beings known as spirits that dwell in nature. There's no record of how it's possible, though. If it's Lizzle, she could probably stop the earthquake in her territory. Neryl, as well as Xenia and Edwin, who had just finished their chat, all looked grim at that. Stopping an earthquake, is that even possible with human power? Spirit summoners are extremely specialized in preventing or altering natural phenomena. If that's true, then we're in trouble. Of the sorcery I know, and none of Neryl's magic either could manage that. Neryl frowned. My elemental razor magic might offer a bit of hope. Iori originally developed it to prevent floods, another type of natural disaster. That's literally a magic that deletes things. What if you delete the ground trying to stop an earthquake? Where are the people going to live after that? HMPH. Suddenly got smart. I've always been smart, thank you very much. Indeed, Xenia had a point. If we only compared raw combat power, our side was basically ahead, even considering offense was practically on our side too. But this time the battlefield favored them far too much. What are we supposed to do about this? I held my aching head. But then a good idea struck me. Right. Among the four of us, none of us are spirit summoners. We do have someone who can summon a spirit summoner's soul. Edwin, yes. Can you summon the soul of the first spirit summoner, Magnaneros? Everyone's face brightened at my question. Xenia clapped her hands. That's it. If it's Magna's soul, it could stop the earthquake, even more reliably than that little person. More reliably, I'm not sure about that, but it should be possible. Oh, you seem to think very highly of Lizzle, Mr. Mide, even though you've never met her. Well, anyway, what do you think, Edwin? Edwin didn't answer. He was already chanting, opening the gates of the underworld, so impatient. I smirked and waited leisurely for his response. Whoosh. A breeze stirred inside the carriage. Edwin's sleeves rolled, the runes etched on his body glowing. Then, after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and said, there's no soul. Edwin searched every corner of the underworld until we arrived in the territory. By the end, he was so exhausted Xenia had to nurse him. Ha ha, that's enough. You've done what you could. But this could have been my first real contribution to the party. He slumped his shoulder, disheartened. Xenia patted his back and said, first time. You've forgotten already when you separated Lepia's soul. But that was. If it weren't for you back then, we would have lost everything. We're all incredibly grateful to you. As she said that, she looked to Neryl and me. We each responded, of course. I'll say thank you for now. Edwin's face brightened a little. Sniffling, he said, but this really is the first time something like this had happened. I can understand if a soul doesn't respond to my summon. Not being able to find the soul at all. One possibility is that the soul itself was destroyed. I nodded. The first Demon King was the Demon King of Destruction after all. There's still no record of even him being able to destroy souls, though, and Magna survived after killing the Demon King. He must have lived for quite a while afterward. It's a mistake to think every detail made it into the records. A lot wasn't written down or was recorded incorrectly. Phew, anyway, I'm sorry again. I smiled wryly and reassured him. It's not your fault, so don't apologize. We'll find another way. Neryl asked, to counter Spirit Summoner Lizzle, don't we need a Spirit Summoner too? What other way is there? As if in response to her words, Trail suddenly jumped. Did someone call me? No. Well, if you called, I guess I have no choice but to help. I let out a deep sigh. Hated how smug he was getting, but at this point, there really was no other option. If we couldn't borrow Magna's power, then we'd have to stop Lizzle from using spirit magic, which meant we needed to uncover her secrets. I tried to recall the blood script name of Lizzle's head from before the regression. You remember it? I might not remember every blood script, but at least the ones who were at the top of the list. Lizzle had only sinned against 5 or 6 people. She was a good person, huh? Yeah, truly. So what was the top name on her blood script? Dermot O'Neill. Show me the secret between Dermot O'Neill and Lizzle Vint. Got it. You have used the Eye of Omniscience. The current level of the Eye of Omniscience is 3. Crits of up to B rank are viewable. The selected condition is the secret between Dermot O'Neill and Lizzle Vint. The rank of the secret is D rank, displaying now. A screen soon appeared. Now then, since he was registered as a representative, it must be her deepest secret, right? What could it be? On screen, Lizzle was very young. She was barefoot, her body covered in wounds, and her clothes were ragged. Was running, holding something dearly in both arms. Thief, that little brat stole bread from our house. Someone was chasing her from behind. Even without asking, I could tell that man was Dermot O'Neill. That's it. This is her deepest secret. I let out a hollow laugh. A secret like that wouldn't be enough to shake Lizzle. Hey, what? Look at the top right corner. I glanced at the top right of the screen. Timestamp showing when the secret had been created, and my eyes widened. What is this? Flick. At that moment, the screen cut off. No, you don't get to just say, right now, you could tell. The screen tilted just now like you were tilting your head. You really are something else. Anyway, looks like your Eye of Omniscience glitch. Explain. Trail was flustered. Well now, could have happened, I wonder. Drop the polite speech when things get inconvenient. Just use it all the time. But honestly, it was something to blame Trail for. No one would expect a basic error like this to occur in a broken ability like the Eye of Omniscience. It just doesn't make sense logically. I scratched my head. Neryl frowned. Dandruff is falling. Thanks for the advice. What's with you all of a sudden? Weren't you going to look for another way? You find one? I stared off at the distant mountains and chuckled weakly. HM, nice view. We arrived at the territory. While looking for a decent inn, I sank deep into thought. What exactly are spirits? No one knows. No one has seen, heard, or touched one. Even the name spirit was first created by Magnaneros. Narrow poked the key point. Are you sure that person named Lissel is really a spirit summoner? There hasn't been a single spirit summoner in history since Magnaneros. Yeah, no doubt. HM. Well, if you say so with that much certainty, I'll believe it. Honestly, it made sense for Nerl to ask. Even before regression, Lissel's reputation was rock bottom. Even though she was one of those rare spirit summoners. Yeah, never once stepped into the spotlight. This update is available on Novel F. Small Kapayari. Net, you could say she hated being the center of attention. She always worked behind Kale, using her power to raise his name. Many of the feats credited to Kale before the regression were actually Lissel's work. I learned that by chance, and Lissel had asked me to keep it a secret when she noticed I knew. Back then, she said, Mr. Mide, just pretend you didn't see anything. Want it to be known that Kale did it, not me. Lissel was naturally timid and shy. Even with her longtime quest companions, she only exchanged a few words a day. For someone like her, there was quite a long and serious speech. I had no choice but to listen. You're really devoted. Why are you so fixated on Kale? Kale said it. He has to constantly increase his fame. At the time, I didn't understand what that meant. But now, I get it all too well. And back then, Kale must have seen the path to becoming a hero. That's why he was so desperate for fame. If I give him credit for what I've done, he'll be happy, right? He's the only one who will be happy. If Kale's happy, I'm happy too. Ah, is that so? I didn't know what to say after that, just nodded along. Thinking back now, Lissel might have been in love with Kale. There's no might about it. Painfully obvious. How can you say for sure just from that? It's the kind of thing only a lifelong single would say. I let you talk before, but I'm not letting that one slide. Take it back. What? You had a lover? I will. Eventually, so it's not lifelong. Just then, Edwin found a good inn. After parking the carriage and unloading our gear, we gathered in the dining hall on the first floor. While we were having a light dinner, Narrow spoke up. The earthquake going to happen. Why talk like you ordered it? It might happen any time. You don't know. A week from now. She lightly pressed her forehead and continued. If it were anything else, we'd just deal with it before Kale's crew arrived. But this time, that's not possible. It's troubling. Let's go see the Lord tomorrow. Know how effective it'll be, but it's worth giving advance warning about the quake. Do you really think Kale will come? If offensive intel is right, he will. The only question is when. I paused mid-sentence. Step, step. Very familiar footsteps echoed from outside the inn. A smile naturally formed on my face when I heard them. Just like how Edwin could gauge a soul's life from their spirit, I could estimate someone's skill from the sound of their footsteps. Except for one guy, Step. No caution, no habits or quirks either. Step, all I could sense from those steps was confidence. A hero must not fear anything, that's what those footsteps seemed to be proclaiming. Step, clack, creok. Finally the inn door opened. There were familiar faces revealing themselves. Edwin tilted his head and asked, Hi young, what's wrong? They're here. Who are? I didn't answer and just looked toward the inn's entrance. Creak. It was just me, but the door seemed to open extremely slowly. 4 people appeared, a fence. Till has that utterly featureless face. Our eyes met, but both of us pretended not to know each other. Serene, still acting cutesy and innocent. For priest, she's got a pitch-black heart. I thought the same back with Xenia. The celestial god really has no eye for people. Lissel, you're still hiding behind Kale like a chick trailing its mother hen. Then Kale, his slightly coarse red hair was tied tightly behind him, an innocent face with big eyes. Behind that mask of a perfectly kind young man, just how many sins have you committed? I swallowed hard and whispered very quietly, Don't turn your head, just listen. Kale and his group are here. A fence probably described what we look like. If he hides that, Kale might get suspicious. Right, should we go say hi first? Sure. At my vague response, Xenia spoke up. For now, it's best we observe. Seems like they haven't recognized us yet. They'll probably notice soon. Should I use magic? Nerl's mana's too unique. It'll stand out immediately. I should do it. One of them's a priest, that little girl. You stand out even more. Then Edwin said, then I'll use necromancy to hide us a bit. Look like they have a necromancer so they won't notice. Edwin began to chant a spell. Soon our presence began to fade, almost like top-tier assassin going into stealth mode. Still fascinating to see. I asked for that spell pretty often before the regression too. Just by slightly changing the soul's color, it could fool the eyes of the living. However, step. Edwin, seemingly unaware of the approaching footsteps, spoke with full confidence. Behold. I set my mind to it. A friend of the dead like me can easily. This is our first meeting, Mide Mohan. Who dares interrupt while I'm speaking? HM? Amusing kid. I'm Kale Wake. Pleased to meet you. Kale gave a cheerful smile and winked at Edwin. Edwin and also Nerl and Xenia all stared at Kale, dumbfounded. Edwin's necromancy had clearly worked. Yet Kale had found us with pinpoint accuracy as if nothing unusual had happened. For me, it was sight I was sick of from before the regression, but it must have been a first for the others. Tap. Kale placed his hand on Edwin's head and ruffled it. Necromancy, right? That's impressive skill for your age. Mide Mohan, I'm sorry. Edwin looked on the verge of tears as he apologized to me. I shook my head and looked up at Kale. I said quietly, this text is hosted Novel Fire. Smolkipin et hey. Who said you could touch my comrade's head? Take your hand off unless you want to die. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The first to react was Serene. She gave an awkward laugh and brought out her natural charm. Why don't we not fight and just have dinner together? The table's big, what if we share? We should introduce ourselves first, right? Serene, a priest, the plain-faced guy here's offense. This pretty lady's Lissel, and then, when it was Kale's turn, he cut her off and introduced himself. I said my name earlier, but I'll say it again. Kale Wake, hero. Nerl twisted her lips into a sneer. Kale calmly crossed his arms and asked, Can I ask what that sneer means, Witch of Carnage? You know me. My intel network's fairly broad. I thought it was ridiculous that someone called the Northern Hero like Mide would be traveling with someone as notorious as you. Mide, I know that might sound condescending since we just met, but I have to say it. He sat down on a chair no one had offered and crossed his legs. I admit it. You probably have some strange abilities. Heard your personal skills are impressive. But hearing that you travel with the Witch of Carnage, I was sure you weren't a true hero. Neryl trembled slightly. Being with a woman like her only damages your reputation. You're an amateur in every way. How laughable. He traveled with Neryl before the regression too. Clink. Just then, the glass of water in front of Kale shattered. Wasn't any special magic. Neryl had simply released her killing intent without restraint. Hey, you say that again. I don't make a habit of repeating myself. And sitting beside you, Xenia said, the god's agent, laughing and chatting with a witch who should be locked up immediately. You think being a hero is child's play. Now Xenia's face hardened menacingly. Kale, unfazed as ever, continued speaking. Oops, my bad. Apologize. If you go back and tell your father, I'll be in trouble too. You. This time, Kale turned his gaze to Edwin. Did you get proper permission from your parents? SSHHK. I slowly raised my clenched fist, and then boom, I slammed the table. The thick, sturdy wooden table split perfectly in two. Everyone fell silent. In that silence, I spoke. I choose my own comrades. Neryl, Xenia, Edwin, choosing them as my companions was the best decision of my life. Mide, Hyung. As if they hadn't expected me to say that, everyone stared at me in surprise. I continued speaking to Kale. But that's odd. What is? From your past behavior, I assumed you were a cautious type. Rather than picking a fight right away, I thought you'd assess the situation and carefully plan how to spread my reputation and raise your own. At the mention of reputation, Kale gulped. So you do know, but the fact that you're provoking me instead. I see. You wanted to fight me from the beginning, didn't you? This time, Kale's eyes widened. Genuinely shocked that I had seen through him so clearly, I grinned and said, looks like you're trying to start a fight and then during that fight accidentally kill me. What nonsense. But your provocation is low quality. None of my comrades would fall for something like that. At that, my party members awkwardly avoided my gaze. Kale leaned in closer to me. Then he smiled gently and spoke. Don't slander me in front of my comrades. I was trying to start a fight, I was giving advice. But since you don't seem to get it, I'll be more direct. Stop chasing foolish dreams about being a hero and just go home. If you don't have a home because you're a wandering mercenary, I'll build you one. My comrades and I are adventuring to kill the Demon King. We didn't start this to get famous or rich. Each of us has a story and a noble cause, that's why we rose up. I had tried pretty hard to suppress the laughter bubbling up inside me. Heroes, true heroes, should be people like this. If you really want to make a name for yourself, fine. Come with us and defeat the Demon King. But don't go around calling yourself a hero. With a continent on the brink of crisis, we can't tolerate infighting among humanity. Couldn't hold it in. In the end, I burst out laughing. Puha. Did I say something that funny? Hey, I was trying to let it go, but I stopped laughing and continued. You're pretty full of yourself. You're the only hero, and who decided that? Did a divine revelation come down without me knowing? I hate guys like you who bewitch people with silver tongues. Your earlier provocations were still low quality, but fine, I'll play along for now. Clink. Grabbed the sword I'd left leaning nearby. Both our party and his party stared with wide eyes. Only Kale was watching me carefully. I slowly stood up. Let's have a round, self-proclaimed hero. Step, step. We were walking, looking for a place to fight. Kale's group walked about 20 steps ahead of us. Neryl whispered, why did you take the bait on purpose? There's a personal reason and an official reason. Which one do you want first? The official one, I shrugged. As long as Kale is conscious of me, I won't get a chance to talk with his party members. He'll manage them tightly. Yeah, that makes sense. But there's someone I have to talk to, the core of this whole thing, Little Vin. I'll draw Kale's attention while fighting him, so try to talk a little during that time. Xenia tilted her head. What should I say? Can't exactly greet her with lovely evening, isn't it? Ask her to come to our inn at midnight. Mr. Mide, I mean, of course you're very charming and all, but, she's not going to come just from that. She's clearly head over heels for Kale, look. She pointed with her chin. Even in the dark, you could see Little scurrying along just behind Kale. I gave a soft laugh and said, then add this. I know you're hiding something from your party. Hiding something? I didn't get that impression. It's just a hunch. Xenia replied, well, okay, if you say so, I trust there a reason. Thanks. Just then Edwin raised his hand. Hyung, so what's the personal reason? Oh, it's nothing big. I shrugged again. That bastard made fun of my companions. Neryl, you've never been a burden to me. If you've even had that thought, drop it immediately. Xenia, same goes for you. Trusted your own eyes and chose to stand beside Neryl, and there's nothing wrong with respecting your father. Edwin, you may be young, but you're more composed and thoughtful than most adults. I continued slowly. Sure, maybe it was just to provoke me, but regardless, he said awful things to you all without knowing anything, so I figured I'd teach him a little lesson. Everyone's faces turned red. After a while, Neryl finally spoke in a low voice. I ever tell you, Itcha, maybe I didn't. Why didn't I? I should have. Just say it. I'll just say it once. Meeting you was the greatest fortune of my life. Now it felt like my face was turning red. Xenia opened her mouth. I was going to say that first. Life's all about timing, kid. Mr. Mide, I also think meeting you was, just then, and when cut in loudly, a huge stroke of luck for me too. Hey, life's all about timing. Neryl Nuna said. Wham! Xenia smacked Edwin on the head. What are you doing? There was a wide open field just outside the Tetra estate, probably used as a training ground for soldiers in the past, though it seemed to have been relocated now. Clang. Kale unsheathed his sword and swung it once to loosen up. You should draw yours too. Sure. I drew my own sword and took my stance. From behind I heard Sareen whispering. Everyone, don't worry too much, mister. But isn't the kind of person who kills indiscriminately. Offense, say something. I agree. Ugh, you're so uncooperative. Neryl responded with a smirk. We know someone who doesn't just avoid killing indiscriminately, he never kills. The sword master of no killing. At first I thought that was stupid restriction, but now I respect that rule and follow it too. You must really like Mr. Mide. What? Why are you pretending not to hear? Hatilda just then Kale quietly warned Sareen, don't talk to them. What? I was just, step back, Mide, maybe you should ask your companions to do the same. I shrugged. Worry will charm them over, don't trust your own party. I just want to be thorough, it shows how much I care about them. Nah, it's just to put your own mind at ease. You've got a sharp tongue. Whatever the case, make them sit back. But there's no duel. Not like I'm desperate to duel you or anything, but fine. I figured this would happen anyway. I signaled with my eyes to Narrow and the others. They backed away until they stood nearly opposite Kale's party. Once they were far enough, Kale spoke up. I'll give you the first move. How arrogant, you don't even know how strong I am. Mide Mohan, let me tell you one thing. He raised his sword with a soft smile. Never lose to anyone. Heroes don't lose. I had never once fought Kale head on with everything I had. But before my regression, I had watched his swordplay hundreds, no, thousands of times. Over and over again, I had pictured it in my head. The image of me defeating him and standing tall in front of him. And surprisingly, not once had I been able to complete that image. That's why I used his skill from the very beginning. Quick sprint. Leg muscles swelled grotesquely. And then taut. The dirt of the training ground couldn't withstand my stomp and exploded several meters into the air. I closed the distance between me and Kale at speed many times faster than an arrow. Huh. Kale, clearly flustered, quickly raised his sword in defense. Kagagakang. Sparks flew from our swords, accompanied by a screeching metallic shriek. I had aimed for a surprise blow, but my sword was blocked far more easily than I expected. You're not a top-grade mercenary, because there's nothing above that. I suppose your arrogance makes a bit more sense now, but Kale tilted his sword ever so slightly. What? Tilting his sword in that position? That leaves your neck exposed. Though confused, I thrust my sword straight at his neck. Like some kind of phantom, Kale twisted his body and lifted his angled sword upright at a perfect 90 degrees. How the hell is he able to change his stand like that? TCH. Whoosh. His sword narrowly grazed my hair and missed. Relief only lasted a moment. Soon, a storm-like flurry of slashes came crashing down from Kale. I admit it, giving you the first move, that was my arrogance. So now I'll get serious. Kugwang Kwang. It was merely a clash of blades. It felt like my whole body had been pummeled by a giant hammer. Tut, tat. I repeatedly used quick sprint to charge at him and then widened the distance again. But with his incredible reflexes and speed, he either dodged or caught up with me every time. Hey, what's wrong with you? Try a little harder. I am trying. This is why disc jockeys can't talk. Asterisk desk jockeys meaning office workers. Didn't know I was a disc jockey. Fascinating. Spin. I ducked under his final slash. Then I sprang upward from below. Die. Wait, no, don't die. You still have the strength to joke around. Thunk. W. What the hell? Before I knew it, my sword had stopped moving. He had grabbed it, blade and all, with his bare hand. Drip. His skin tore and muscle split open on the blade, his hand bones grinding audibly, but I couldn't cut all the way through. That's insane. Only the whole hand would have been lopped off clean. Strangely enough, Kale muttered something similar just then. Amazing. Normally I wouldn't have even been scratched. Let's end this. He yanked the sword he was gripping toward himself. At the same time, he raised his opposite fist, drawing it back like a bowstring aimed at me. That's dangerous. If that hits, your head's gonna fly off. I know. That's why I prepared this. Under my tongue, I took what I had hidden, an essence gem of desolation, and bit down on it. I drew some of its energy into my left hand. This is what real combat looks like, dirty and wild. My arm muscles, now brimming with energy, swelled to the point of bursting. Huh. A flicker of shock passed through Kale's eyes for the first time. But it was too late. He couldn't take back the punch he had already launched. And neither could I. Met his flying punch with all the strength I could muster. Pooh. Fist met fist in midair, that was all. But the sand and gravel around us flew up into the air and rained down like a shower. Crunch. An awful sound came from one of our arms. Was it mine or his? The answer came quickly. Crack. Kale's arm was utterly shattered. Not just broken. Hundreds of bone fragments must now be floating freely beneath his skin. Gook. Pain enough to make someone pass out several times over, but he neither screamed nor cried out. Instead, he staggered back, clutching his ruined arm. His pupils shook. Seems the psychological blow hit him harder than the physical one. This can't be happening. How did this happen? What trick did you use? I ignored him and looked down at my own left arm. Veins beneath the skin had burst and it was swollen, but compared to Kale's pulverized bones, I was in much better shape. Sometimes the most complicated problems have simple answers. I'm just stronger than you. Grind. He clenched his teeth and said, no matter how I think about it, you winning doesn't make any sense. Why not? You said it yourself. What? You said a hero doesn't lose, so I didn't lose. Kale's expression twisted. Suddenly threw his sword to the ground. At first I thought it was a gesture of surrender, but no, slide. He reached for the sword on his other hip. That sword, just the pat on the hilt, was enough to tell me. The hero sword. No, it must be the fake hero sword he recovered from Padania Brooks' grave. A cold sweat rolled down my back. What, are you scared just because he switched weapons? I'm not scared. That's not just any weapon. Sure, but it's still fake, right? Before the regression, Kale carried that fake hero sword around for a while. I witnessed what he could do with it closer than anyone. Is he really going to take this to the death? I corrected my stance. And then, Hugh. A bizarre laugh slipped from Kale's mouth, so strange it was hard to imitate. Always tried to act like the kind and noble type, but every now and then he made that freakish sound. Usually when he had some scheme in mind. Let's stop, I lost. He let go of the fake hero sword. Trail murmured in my mind, that's unexpected. Not at all. He's already figured it out. Figured what out? That swinging the hero sword at another human, not a monster, would affect how his comrades see him. He's already thinking ahead to the next move. Even with a shattered arm, he can think that far ahead. It's him, absolutely. I stayed quiet for a moment, then lowered my stance. If I corner him any further, he really might bring out that sword, and that would be bad for me. Fine, let's leave it at that. Thanks for accepting. Skill was truly impressive. Yes, sure. Come to think of it, there's no reason for us to be fighting like this. Kale had already returned to his usual warm smile. Let's get along from now on, Mide. What? The oracle hasn't been delivered yet. No need for us to devour each other early. Once it does come, the true hero will be chosen anyway. Until then, let's build up our reputation. Handle the South and you the North. And Lair 1 these 7W novel chapters are PUBL small cap ISHED on NOVEL. Net, I hadn't expected him to rotate like this, and I frowned slightly. He continued. And once the oracle descends, the one who isn't chosen will join the other as a subordinate. So the hero can absorb the reputation of the other. Smart one, aren't you? Exactly. We both hid our true intentions behind pretty words. No one here who could criticize us for shaking hands right now, so I said, basically, I agree. Just leave out the part about being friendly. Honestly, I only said that to be polite. How about stopping here and getting treated? You look pretty bad. HM. Kale looked down at his arm with a thoroughly displeased expression. What a fragile arm. An arm like that doesn't suit a hero. Well, I'll make do with what I've got. He turned to look behind him. Serene. At that, Serene, who had been standing dazed off to the side, responded as if snapping to attention. Why, yes. Sorry for showing you something so disgraceful. And no, not at all. Would you mind healing me? Of course I should, just give me a moment. Serene, and with her Liesel and offense a companion at least by position, rushed toward Kale. To be outdone, Neril, Xenia, and Edwin came running to my side. We each received treatment from a priest and a paladin. O divine one above, please let your merciful touch descend here. As expected, when it came to healing alone, Serene was leagues ahead. Kale's treatment, which should have taken far longer than mine, ended at nearly the same time. Xenia bit her lip and spoke. I'm sorry, Mide. Don't be. Each have our own specialties. I patted her lightly on the shoulder and looked toward Kale. He spoke. That unpleasant display I showed at the beginning, I'd like to apologize for it here and now. Kale bowed deeply. As always, he knows exactly what kind of scene lays well in every situation. If I don't accept his apology now, we just look like the bad guys. But I had absolutely zero interest in getting buddy-buddy with him, so I just waved it off. Forget it. Say heroes grow through fighting, right? Let's just call it that. Hoo-hoo, you're a funny one. Anyway, what now? As if he had been waiting for that question, Kale's eyes lit up. Do you know what's going to happen in the territory? I'm sensing an earthquake, hero's intuition. So you sense it too? He started to say something, then shook his head. I think so too. We're here to stop that earthquake. You came here for the same reason, didn't you? No, at first I hadn't even thought about stopping the quake. I'd only planned to warn them ahead of time to minimize the damage and use that to boost my reputation. But now that Liesel's here, that won't be enough. I straightened my back and replied, yeah, that's the plan. HM. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Slowly, he said, according to our earlier agreement, it actually doesn't matter much who stopped the earthquake. Whichever one of us gains fame, it'll eventually be absorbed by the one chosen as the hero through the oracle. But this time, I'd like a bit of competition. Then he proposed this. Tomorrow, let's go together to the Lord Manor. Huh. There, let's declare to the Lord that one of us will stop the quake. Wouldn't be a bad idea to ask him to spread the word either. It'll help with our reputation. After that, we each do what we can in our own way. And if I win this time, he looked me in the eye, deadly serious. How about joining me in advance? No thanks. Knew you'd say that. He gave a casual shrug. Let's both give it our all then. You said heroes grow through fighting, right? That duel today made me warm up to you a little. Cut the crap. Me the drama, you still kill me in a heartbeat if the chance came up. I stifled a sigh and got to my feet. Caleb was already reaching out his hand to me. All right then, let's do this fair and square. Of course. We shook hands, each hiding our own schemes. If there's such a thing as the fakest handshake in the world, this was it. As Trail would say, Idria would absolutely love a handshake like this. We returned to the inn and gathered in a room. Errol looked worriedly at my arm, which had been not just healed, but overhealed, and said, Are you really okay now? Xenia, heal him one more time. Geez, how many times do I have to say it? Not even the celestial god himself could do more at that point. But you know, just in case. I said, I'm fine. Grandma, you've been acting weird since earlier. I'm sorry. Wow, you really are off. You didn't even catch me calling you Grandma. Exactly. Deliberately spun my arm in circles and opened my mouth. Really, I'm fine, don't worry. I wasn't worried, okay? I was just a little concerned. What's even the difference between the two? That's when Edwin spoke up. Hey, back when your fists clashed at the end. Yeah, you used that gem of desolation, right? The one you showed me before. Sharp of you. I moved my tongue and spat out the jewel. Xenia clicked her tongue. You have to store it like that. What if we need to use it later? It was the only way not to let that guy notice. I'll clean it thoroughly. Phew, anyway, if you hadn't had it. Yeah, I probably couldn't have guaranteed a win. When I admitted that plainly, Narrow raised her eyebrows. Let me just say it's not because you're weak. That kill guy, what the hell is he? It's not just that he's strong. Never seen anyone stay that composed with a mangled arm like that. Yeah, you, me, and Xenia, we were all somewhat famous to begin with. And Edwin might not be famous yet, but he's got the background. He's the son of the Mariana, after all. But Kaled, he's a total no-name. Before he called himself a hero, no one had heard anything about him. True. Even before my regression, I'd never heard anything about Kale's childhood or youth. Could only give her an awkward smile. Narrow sighed when she saw it. That guy is seriously annoying. He pisses me off too, that's why I'm going to flip the script on his reputation this time. Narrow about that favor I asked. She gave a sly smile and replied, You mean Lissel, I managed to leave a message. If everything goes according to plan, she'll be here at midnight. Good. Time to bring Lissel over to our side. According to Narrow, during my fight with Kaled, Offense quietly warned her when she tried to sneak closer. He said this, what got business or something? Seriously, go away, I'm busy right now. Your presence is way too loud. If you move around like that, Kaled will notice. I didn't even make a sound with my steps, and they're fighting like that over there. He'll definitely notice. Don't know what you're planning, but you'd better leave it to me. Well, Narrow never learned how to hide her presence in the first place, and Xenia, being specialized in head-on combat, wasn't exactly great at it either. So the two quickly scribbled down my message on a note and handed it to Fence. If everything went well, Liss should come by around midnight. But do you think Lissel can sneak out? That Kaled guy seemed really sharp. A valid concern, but unnecessary. So could vanish like she was some kind of top-class assassin, not a spirit mage. Even before regression, both Kaled and I had lost track of her more than once. Was that because she used spirits too? Anyway, she'll be fine. More importantly, giving the note to Fence was a smart move. Good job. Thanks. But do you really think we would have been caught if Fence hadn't helped? If he said so, then he's right. I would have still won the fight completely. That would have been fun in its own way, but in the bigger picture, talking to Lissel was more important than some one-time victory. It was 11 o'clock when I checked the time. I definitely told her to come at midnight, right? 1 hour left, kind of an awkward stretch. Yeah, it's not real enough to sleep, so should we eat something? Didn't think you'd actually suggest food. Then Edwin hurriedly dug through his bag, pulled out a small pouch. How about a card game while we wait? It was a game that had become quite popular across the continent. Xenia, Edwin, and I knew the rules. First time I'm seeing this. Exactly the reaction I expected. Xenia, calling me Granny earlier really annoyed me. Why, you noticed? So we explained the rules to Neryl and played a few rounds. For the record, we played 12 rounds in total, and Neryl won every single one. A boring game. I guess you just can't beat experience. Knock, knock, a polite knock at the door. Xenia carefully opened it. Lissel stood there. The blonde beauty looked a little hesitant, her eyes darting around as she hesitated to enter. Come in, Lissel. No. She took a deep breath and looked us straight in the eye. Then she deliberately placed both hands on her hips, desperately trying to project an I'm mad kind of look, with the scariest face that the usually shy and reserved Lissel could manage. I might laugh if it gets any scarier. How rude of you, Lissel said. Everyone, when I got back to my room I found this note in my pocket. This from you, right? Yeah, didn't we write our names on it? Why would you send something like this, accusing me of deceiving my party? I'm really upset. That's why I came to confront you. Don't try anything like that again. Neryl grabbed her by the collar and yanked her inside. Good job, Neryl. The room wasn't that big, so once 5 of us sat around, it felt packed. Somehow, Lissel ended up surrounded by the 4 of us. She trembled pitifully and said, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. I mean it. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. I forced a serious expression onto my face and said, please have a seat. Something I need to tell you. She glanced at me and barely sat on the edge of a chair. If someone pulled the chair out, she'd topple over for sure. What is it you want to tell me? As we said in the letter, you've been hiding something from your party, haven't you? That's not true. Then why did you come? I already told you. I came to protest. I'm not hiding anything. If you start spreading weird rumors to my party, it'll put me in a tough spot. I came to warn you not to. She still wouldn't open up. New small cap and layer 1D0F, layer 1D20, layer 1D07 small cap L, layer 1D04 hapters are published on layer 4DDOVEL fire. Net no choice then. I recalled the secret I saw through the eye of omniscience. The one about a barefoot little girl in tattered clothes stealing bread and running away. But the secret itself wasn't important. What mattered was the time when the secret took place. It was an unbelievable idea, but my gut told me it was right. You're hiding your age, aren't you, from your party? What are you talking about? No, I'm not. Then how old are you? I'm 22. I shook my head and asked in a firm tone on purpose. 22, that's a lie, isn't it? What? You're older than that. In no way I'm not. Neryl asked in an amused voice, kiddo, age is just a number, no need to lie. Right. Look at Neryl here. You be quiet, so? How much did you lie? 5 years? I shook my head. About 500 years. Remember that soul Edwin couldn't find not long ago, even though he was exhausted from searching. We thought the Demon King of Destruction had destroyed it, but that wasn't it. The person didn't die. There's only ever been one spirit mage in history. I had thought Lissel was the second, but I was wrong. Everyone's expression changed. None more than Lissel's. Her lips had gone almost completely pale. I spoke clearly, one word at a time. A hero of the Empire's first hero party. A spirit mage also called the Emperor's Companion. Magna Nero, it's an honor to meet you. Trail as dramatic as ever shouted. Magna Nero's, the spirit mage from the first hero party. Why are you surprised? You saw that yourself through the eye of omniscience. Everyone got so quiet. Felt like someone had to be shocked. The timeline showing the vision pointed to 500 years ago. That's when the first spirit mage appeared. It'd be strange not to connect the dots and realize Lissel was Magna, even if it defied all common sense. Wait, don't tell me Lissel is her real name, and Magna's the alias. Regardless, Lissel's eyes were trembling violently. Felt like the earthquake that would later shake the territory had already started in her pupils. Said, first of all, our meeting here must not be revealed to Kale, though I suppose that goes without saying. Why you? I'm really sorry this comes off like a threat, but if you tell to Kale, I'll tell your entire party that you're Magna Nero's. That's what you're hiding because you don't want them to know, right? All right then, let's go through this step by step. It was at that moment. Lissel had a truly unexpected reaction. It opened and closed her mouth like a goldfish, then suddenly shot up from her seat. And she shouted, I'm leaving, everyone have a good night. She's wishing us a good night in the middle of this before I could even react. Whoosh. It wouldn't let out a dazed sound. Lissel had vanished, and that's not a metaphor. She literally disappeared right before our very eyes. Neryl jumped up from her seat. Magic? No, that can't be. If it were magic, I'd know. There wasn't even the slightest stir of mana. Mide, what on earth just happened? She looked at me with a kind of certainty that said you must know the answer. Xenia looked the same. Cold sweat ran down her face as she spoke. Could it be black magic? Was Lissel actually an assassin? No, it doesn't feel anything like offensive shadow sorcery. Then what is it? Could she disappear so completely right in front of all of us? Truthfully, I had no idea either. Sure, even before the regression, we often lost track of Lissel's presence, but I'd never seen her vanish into thin air like that. For now, let's set that aside. Anyway, the fact that she disappeared like lightning must mean I hit the mark. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask too. You said Lissel is Magna Nero's. You mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. Neryl shook her head. Phew, humans can't live for 500 years. Do I really need to say that out loud? Well, the average human lifespan is about 200 years. It's not even 200. You said that just to get at me, didn't you? Got me. Hey, I just lived long because I take care of myself, that's all. Now Xenia twitched an eyebrow. Was that aimed at me? Got me. Cut it out. This'll never end at this rate. Xenia turned to me. Anyway, I get why you'd suspect something, mister. Mide, you said Magna's soul wasn't in the underworld, and there hasn't been another spirit mage since Magna in 500 years. So rather than thinking a new spirit mage just appeared out of nowhere, it makes more sense that Lissel is Magna. Jumping straight to that conclusion feels like a bit of a leap. Honestly, from a common sense perspective, Xenia was completely right. To explain that properly, I need to understand the full story myself. That's when Xenia carefully added, that said, since it's you saying it, Mide, I can't completely dismiss the idea. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Still, we should confirm it more definitively. How? Instead of answering, I looked at Edwin. Me. What do you need? Grade Van Hanman. Could you summon his soul? the first hero of the continent, the one who slew the first demon king of destruction, also the founding emperor of this empire, a famous figure to say the least. Narrow clapped lightly. Oh, I see. So really is Magna, there's no more definitive way to confirm it than by asking the first hero. Yeah, just the fact that he responds to the summons would confirm Lissel is Magna. If he brushes it off like it's nonsense, then we'll know she's not. Exactly. Plus, there are some things I want to ask him, like how Lissel managed to live so long. Are you close with the first hero or something? That's when Edwin spoke. All right, begin. Edwin closed his eyes. Soon his sleeves fluttered and the spell began to glow a bright white. We waited half curious, half nervous. Eventually Edwin opened his eyes. No, that wasn't Edwin anymore. Yeah. The man stretching like he'd had a long nap was none other than Great Van Hamman, hero and founding emperor. The body he was possessing was clearly Edwin's, yet we could hear bones popping as if he were too big for it. Air here really tastes different from the underworld. That place is so damn boring. Hey, you, me. Yeah, you the one pretending to be a hero. You think you can just throw that title around? Grade jerked his chin at me. I straightened up and said, I'm Mide Mohan. For record, I've never pretended to be anything. Ha, be grateful I've manifested in my hero persona right now. If this were me in my emperor days, you'd be dead already for that answer. Why's that? Because I said you were lying. And if you deny it, that makes me wrong, doesn't it? He crossed his arms and continued with a bored tone. An emperor can't afford to be wrong. There are records in unofficial histories claiming the first emperor was arrogant and egotistical. Royal family keeps trying to deny that, but I guess that was actually spot on. Even though they were both heroes, his personality was completely different from the second hero, Lepia. Then again, Lepia was calmer while Grade became emperor through his own effort. It's almost like their roles were reversed in terms of manners. Grade scratched his head and clicked his tongue. Smack, too honest for your own good. Anyway, you called for me earlier. Something to say? Yeah, I heard a bit from the necromancer here. You're planning to mess with Lissel. Not at all, I just want to ask for her cooperation. Don't even ask, it's better if she doesn't get involved in the affairs of the world anymore. I tilted my head at Grade's cryptic words, but I couldn't just back off here. Sorry, but I can't do that given my position. But I promise you one thing. As you once did, I'll treat Lissel with the respect a comrade deserves. That's something I'm actually good at. At that, Neril and the others all smiled slightly. Grade glanced over our faces and smirked. Seems like you've earned yourself some loyal companions. I smiled awkwardly and said, you hardly want to talk, Grade Nim. No, I wasn't much of a good leader. Grade let out a sigh. Of course, I don't mean to discredit the me who once played the role of hero. Back then, our party was united in one heart and mind, and I was at the center of it. That's why I made the mistake of thinking I was a man of great capacity. We had 6 in the party, just 6. I tried to hold the whole continent in a bowl only big enough for those 6. It was bound to shatter. His words carried weight, and I unconsciously leaned toward him. Shattered? There were many events from when I became king and founded an empire, all the way to when I finally ascended to the throne as emperor. That journey was far longer and more grueling than our campaign to slay the Demon King. The comrades who once supported me began to change. Some left me, disappointed. Others changed for the worse, becoming greedy for wealth and power. He wore an expression as though he were chewing a bitter herb. Only one who remained as she was till the very end was Magna Nero's. You mean Lisselvent? I meant to ask from the beginning, but you really do know everything, don't you? There's no record anywhere that Magna is Lissel. I have my own ways. Ha! I suppose without that, you wouldn't have even thought to become a hero. He nodded with a satisfied expression. For briefly gauging the mood, I carefully asked, how's Lil still alive after over 500 years? And what happened to her in the end? Why did the two of you part ways? And why does she now follow Kale so loyally? Grade let out a deep sigh. Then slowly he began to speak. It's all my fault. Grade was a warrior among warriors, with jet black hair and a body that seemed like a weapon itself. Stood at the edge of a cliff, the hero's sword planted in the ground beneath his feet. They had just finished their grueling battle against the dreaded Demon King of Destruction. Tears welled in Grade's eyes, part joy at having protected everything in sight, and part sorrow for the comrades they'd lost along the way. Then a voice called out from behind him. Hero, Magna Nero's. When it's just us, please call me Lissel, for the name you gave me. Lissel had her hood drawn all the way over her head, hiding her face. From the moment Magna Nero's joined Grade's party until her eventual disappearance from history, she had never once shown her face. Grade chuckled softly. Isn't Magna a cooler name? The spirits call you that, don't they? The spirits say Magna Nero's means king. That's the last thing I am. I'm always sorry, you know, making you keep your face hidden like that. I understand, I'm a slave. You always said it, didn't you? That hero needs fame, and that taking a slave along in your party would do nothing to help that fame. Fame. It wasn't something as clearly quantified as in Mide's case, but all heroes blessed by prophecy instinctively understood fame was what made them true heroes. No one had to teach them, they just knew. Grade spoke again. That was only temporary. As you know, we've defeated the Demon King of Destruction. My homeland lost its king in the war. With the strong support of nobles and citizens alike, I'll take his place. He continued, face set with determination. When that happens, I'll abolish slavery altogether. You'll be able to stand proudly by my side with your face uncovered. Ha! That may be easier said than done. Even if I'm no longer a slave, you're going to be king. Just a king. It's underselling it. I'll found an empire. I'll become an emperor. The empire began in the small southern kingdom, Grade's homeland. Starting with Great Von Hanman, the first emperor, it expanded its territory over time until the entire continent was unified. The epic saga began with this very declaration. Lissel powed lightly. Then it'll only get harder, won't it? For original chapters, Golden Novel Fire. Net Lissel. As emperor, I decide who stands by my side. Maybe so. She smiled playfully, but Grade was serious. In the continent, it's considered common sense that slaves aren't human. I'm going to break that nonsense. I'm going to make you, Lissel, into human. Hero, they embraced. Decades later, Lissel was still a slave, but she was also the Spirit King. She first began to notice something strange after they defeated the Demon King and started helping Grade lay the foundation of his empire. She wasn't aging, never got sick, While her beloved Grade vividly bore more and more traces of time with each passing day, she remained the same. Eventually, one day, Grade spoke up. Listen, are you really okay with this? At the time, Grade was nearly 50. The difference between his aging face and Lissel's youthful one, still that of a girl in her early 20s, was beyond what could be passed off as lovers. You mean, are you really okay staying with an old man like me? I don't understand what you're saying. Thanks to your help, I rose to the throne and abolished slavery. I thought maybe it was finally time to give you this ring, but then I looked in the mirror. Grade continued with a bitter smile, and saw an old, withered man staring back. Don't say that to me, you'll always. I'm saying this for your sake. I'm lucky I've got maybe 30 years left. What will you do after that? Hero, haven't heard that in a while. His once mighty muscles had long since shrunk and shriveled. Grade looked out the window and spoke. Keeping you by my side might just be selfishness on my part. You're lying. Listen, don't lie to me. I have ears and eyes too. What are you talking about? I know all too well how your ministers keep nagging about why, even in your 50s, you've never taken an empress or produced an heir, and the reason you can't introduce me to them. You keep rejecting their demands, and if you suddenly present someone whose face has never been seen before as your empress, you're afraid it will destabilize your rule, aren't you? A flash of unease crossed Grade's face. It was a response to hearing something utterly absurd, but to Lissel it didn't look that way. So, am I right? Of course not, I'm the emperor. I can do whatever I want. Can you really? Do you really still believe that even after all these decades? Grade couldn't answer. Decades ago, back in those days, when he had just defeated the Demon King and his fame soared sky high, he could speak those words with ease. Now, after countless wounds from crashing against the harsh wall of reality, he could no longer say them. He had grown small. This cruel world had weakened even a hero. Grade finally forced the words out with difficulty. I was thinking of you, of how you'd be left alone after I was gone. I'm not saying that sentiment was a lie, but was there really not a single part of you that thought this? How long could she keep rejecting the council's demands for marriage? I waited all this time, 30 years, for the day you'd give me a ring. Lissel, that's enough. She stood up, tears welling in her eyes. She glared at Grade fiercely and said, you think I wanted to be chosen by the spirits, that I wanted to be their queen? Look at me. I'm a slave. I can't choose anything on my own. Didn't even get to choose whether I became the spirit queen or not. So just one thing, just the man I love. I wanted to choose that for myself. Lissel, wait. You promised to make me human. That was what he'd said after defeating the Demon King of Destruction. He promised to make her human by destroying the slave system that treated people like livestock. Grade had indeed kept that promise, but Lissel had not become human, because she was the spirit queen. I'm sorry I couldn't become human. Lissel, please wait. I hope you find a good partner, and I hope you'll be happy enough for the both of us. Like a ghost, she began to fade away. As someone chosen by the spirits, she could turn herself into spirit form at will, and humans had no way to track spirits. Like how Mide's party failed to find Lissel after she suddenly disappeared from the in-room 500 years later. While Mide's group was listening to Grade's story, Lissel was tossing and turning in bed. How did he figure it out? That man, was it because he was trained to be a hero? Well, Caleb was the same. She remembered when she first met Caleb. She had kept herself in spirit form for 500 years, cutting off all contact with the world. That time, 3 more demon kings had risen and 3 more heroes had emerged to defeat them. None of it had concerned her. After all, she wasn't human. She had no reason to care what happened to the world of humans. As she began to sink back into unconscious thought, a voice called out to her. Magna Nero, or should I call you Lissel Vint? Caleb Wake, a red-haired man with a kind face. He spoke again to her, blinking in surprise. Before I tell you my name, let me say this first. I'm going to become a hero. I'd like your help, just like you did 500 years ago. What? In return, when I defeat the Demon King, I'll make you human. I'll make you human. That sentence which she had heard 500 years ago came from the mouth of a man she had just met, and unbelievably it shook Lissel's heart to its core. Yes, maybe this time it's possible. If it's Caled, but Lissel didn't know. The only reason Caled said those words was because a quest window had popped up before his eyes. Next quest. In the center of Sentin Island, the southernmost region of the Empire, there's a massive tree. At the tree, call out for Magna Nero's or Lissel Vint. Hint, she's vulnerable to the phrase, I'll make you human. Grade's reminiscing and lamentation came to an end. My mind was racing. Lissel had loved Grade. 500 years later, she fell in love with Caled. But a bastard like Caled, how could he ever be compared to someone like Grade? What are you thinking? She must have overlapped them in her mind. She saw traces of Grade and Caled. If I could just figure out what exactly that was, maybe. I gathered my thoughts and spoke. I understand. You for your time, Sir Grade. That sounds like you're telling me to get lost. No, I meant it. Please take care on your way back. Ha! Grade let out a low chuckle. You really remind me of myself when I was younger. Well, I'll be off then. Seems like the second hero is still worrying about the whole continent, but I'm no saint. He stretched once more and said, I've done all I can. Rest is for those who live in the present to deal with, using whatever skills they've got. Clinging to the dead's coattails doesn't get you far. I agree. Well then, I wish you the best of luck. A spell on Edwin's arm lit up. Would this first hero respond the next time Edwin called on him? The thought made me speak quickly. Sir Grade, HM, would you like to see Lissel again, through Edwin's necromancy? He gave a small laugh. Me who died 500 years ago for what? It's over between me and Lissel. I don't want that, and I'm sure she doesn't either. More than anything, who the hell do you think you are, pitying me, damn rookie? And with that he left. I scratched my head. The group remained silent for a while. Then Xenia finally spoke. That was really sad but also beautiful. We can use this. Wow, cold. Listen up, everyone. All eyes turned to me. I think I know the line that'll shake Lissel's heart. The next day, we headed to the Lord's residence. We met Caled in front of the house. Good morning. Sure is, handshake. We did plenty of that yesterday. Good. I was nervous you'd actually insist. We smiled at each other with overly bright grins. Behind me, my party whispered among themselves. This feels like it'd be simpler if they just fought outright. I've never seen Mide go this far to get under someone's skin. Ha! Their killing intent is shaking me to my core. It's been 2,000 years since I felt something this intense. Kid, sounds like yesterday's 500 years talk really fired you up. Anyway, I wiped the smirk off my face and said, shall we go in? Then Neryl tilted her head and asked, by the way, where's the rest of your group? HM, you came alone. Where are the other 3? Why does it matter which of Carnage? I'm just asking because I don't see them. Sigh. What if they're not here? Now that I think about it, Cale used to speak politely to Neryl before the regression. Guess he doesn't feel the need to be courteous now that we're not on the same side. This time, Xenia answered instead of Neryl. Mr. Mide has never once left it behind, not even when meeting with lords or anyone else. Ah, Cale casually snapped his fingers. Must have been too much for him to handle alone. He relied on you all for everything. Watch your mouth. Oh, I am. Like I said yesterday, we gathered to defeat the Demon King, and no one better suited to the task than a hero. Cale let out a yawn like he was tired of having to explain something so obvious. So everything about how we proceed is decided by the hero. My party has already agreed to that. But don't get the wrong idea. It's not out of disregard for them, it's just more efficient this way. HMPH, if you're aiming for the hero seat, Mide, you do well to follow my example. I'm not trying to lecture you. I let out a small laugh and replied, if I were aiming for it, I'd do exactly the opposite of what you're doing. Chapters first released on Novel Fire. Net the Lord of Territory was Count Graham de Flynn, a young man in his 30s who had inherited the title rather early. He greeted us with a humble attitude. Mr. Mide and Mr. Cale, it's an honor to meet you both. You know who we are? Yes, hero of the North. Mide, hero of the South, Cale. If I didn't know your names, I'd have no business holding the position. My mouth opened slightly in surprise. Given the central location of this territory, it made sense that he was keeping tabs on both sides. Cale glanced at me before speaking. The honor is ours. We're merely doing what must be done. Haha, how modest of you. In any case, having 2 heroes in one era is a blessing for the Empire. Of course, his expression darkened slightly. It likely also means the Demon King's arrival is close at hand. But it is strange. In all of history, there have never been 2 heroes at once. Though no divine oracle has been issued yet still, he was asking with his eyes alone. Which one of you is the real hero? I just shrugged and changed the subject. More importantly, we've come today because there's something urgent we need to discuss. I'm listening. Something big is going to happen in the territory soon. The Count's face stiffened. Something specific. A natural disaster, an earthquake. We've had frequent earthquakes in the past, likely due to my own shortcomings. This won't be like those. The castle and the manor will collapse and a mountain will flip over. A massive earthquake. Must I do? Good, he moves fast. Cale and I answered at the same time. Evacuate everyone. Stay right where you are. I asked, an earthquake's coming and you say they should stay. What do you mean by that? That's what I'd like to ask you. He stepped close and whispered in a low voice. If we evacuate everyone, who'll witness our deeds? Hearing about a miracle doesn't compare to seeing one with your own eyes. What you're proposing sounds like you're tossing away a golden chance to gain recognition. Could you really become a hero that way, Mide Mohan? I sighed. And if something goes wrong, people are helpless against a major quake. You're not going to run around rescuing everyone one by one. Nothing will go wrong, and if it does, that's their fate. Huh. I sighed deeply. I really didn't want to argue with the guy. I turned to the Lord and said, you should evacuate the people, but there's no need to leave the territory. If you divide Tetra into 5 sections, the far eastern zone should experience only minor effects. Pardon. At worst, a few things will topple over and people will feel shaken. Isn't there a disused train ground in that area? Just have everyone stay there for a day or 2. The old train ground. The place where I fought Cale yesterday. Looked like they also use it for cavalry drills, so while no one could live there, if it's just for packing people in for a short time, it should be doable. Cale suddenly grabbed my shoulder. Who told you to speak for us? Let go while I'm still being nice. What about what I said earlier? I don't remember. Want to say it again louder? Cale's face hardened. Oh, there's no way he could say in front of the Count. Let them stay and risk death so they can witness my glory. So he said something else instead. How can you be sure the eastern area will be safe? How do you even know where the quake will hit? I know because I remember from before regression. The epicenter was in the western part of the territory. Tetra suffered so much damage because the castle, the manor, and most residential areas were all located in the west. Of course, I couldn't say all that, so I gave him a convenient answer. A hero should know that kind of thing, shouldn't they? Annoying answer. I get what you're worried about, but relax. I've got a plan. I leaned in close and whispered, I don't intend to pass up the fame. I'll make sure your glory gets handled properly too. You don't have to trust me on anything else, but on this point you can. One aiming to become a hero would ever throw away a chance at fame. Cale stared at me for a moment, then gave a small nod. Fine, let's see what you've got. Thanks. Anyway, that's how it is, Count. The Count, who had been blankly watching us, suddenly snapped to attention. Pardon, just evacuate everyone to the old train grounds, as that man said. Let's see, 6 days left. What should I do after that? Cale answered gently. Watch. A mass migration began in Tetra. Though they only had to take shelter for a day or 2, fearing the loss of their homes, the citizens packed their belongings in a way that resembled a full-blown evacuation. Well, it basically is one. You're not wrong. In any case, we blended in with the struggling townspeople, and while helping their exhausted bodies and spirits, we gradually refined our plan. Then 6 days passed. The day of the earthquake. The day of my showdown with Cale. Cale stood in the very heart of the cataclysm. Physically, he was positioned atop the castle. From there, the entire territory stretched out beneath him, a breathtaking view he might have leisurely admired if not for the situation. Crunch, boom, trees that had withstood the passage of over 100 years toppled, and roads and bridges collapsed. Houses crumbled and the ground caved in. But the fortress where they stood remained firm. Divine of the heavens, the holy power summoned by Saren's prayer surrounded the entire castle. Just then Little spoke. Mr. Cale, shouldn't we get started? Little didn't like talking to anyone, including her party members, but Cale was one of the few exceptions she spoke to somewhat comfortably. From behind, Saren chirped up. She's right. I'm starting to struggle here too. Like someone, I don't have a holy sword. I'm pretty sure that Holy Knight is carrying the Holy Sword Caesar. Ah, I wish our leader would give me something like that too. Kale slow turned his head and looked at Serene. She flinched under his indifferent gaze and hurriedly waved her hands. I was joking, just a joke. Jokes usually make people laugh, you know. Ugh, sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. No, I'm the one who was too indifferent. Didn't mean to make things hard for you. He raised his hand and pointed toward the territory. I simply judged it best to let a little more danger occur first. What? That way, Kale trailed off. That way the destructive power of the earthquake would be more vividly conveyed, and that in turn would make the fame of the one who stopped him all the greater. But Kale didn't expect his party members to understand such a heroic line of thought. Mide and I would understand this. The only person who understood him was his rival. The irony of that made him smile. Anyway, let's begin. Lissel, I'm counting on you. I just need to stay behind as usual, right? Yeah, just like always. Got it. The usual positions were taken. Standing at the edge of the castle ruins, Kale raised both arms high. Anyone unfamiliar with the details would naturally assume he was about to perform some great act to stop the earthquake. Serene quietly watched the scene, then whispered defense. I know I've said that before, but isn't this kind of shady? What? You don't like Kale getting credit for what Lissel's doing? Not exactly, but this time there's no need, is there? Not like the townspeople are watching. Mide told Kale he'd make sure to raise his reputation no matter what, so it's only natural that Kale would take all precautions, even if no one's watching, to make sure he's not outplayed. Hey, if you don't like it, complain to Kale, not me. Serene just pouted in response, but what could she do? This was something Kale enforced in the name of being a hero. More importantly, Lissel, the one actually doing the work, did seem to mind at all. There was no place for her to interfere. Behind Kale, Lissel closed her eyes and whispered softly, Actar bon opal Sirium. Serene leaned closer to a fence and whispered again, I've always been curious, what kind of spell is that? It's probably not a spell. Huh, think about Magna Nero's precedent. She didn't summon spirits with spell, just spoke to them. So those weird-sounding words, they're probably a language meant to command spirits. Spirit language, you might say. You're surprisingly scholarly today, Mr. Offense, and you're just as annoyingly talkative as always. While the two exchanged light jabs, Dekrani, Malfire, Adam, Tom, Lissel's voice rang louder, and moments later the trembling of the earth gradually began to settle. Command was taking effect on the spirits of the land. Serene nearly whistled without thinking, but decided to hold back, thinking that wasn't something a delicate little priestess should do. A short while later, phew, it's done. Lissel smiled brightly. Kale lowered the arms he'd raised for dramatic effect and looked down. Much of the territory had been devastated due to his intentionally delayed intervention, but overall, the damage wasn't too severe. Balanced, it was surely the best way to maximize his reputation. Finn spoke. Good work, Ms. Lissel. Oh no, Mr. Kale, what do we do now? The Mide guy didn't interfere at all. Originally, Kale had asked Defense to block any possible sabotage from Mide, but Mide hadn't shown up at all, not even when the quake subsided. Kale turned and replied, whatever he's scheming, we just need to focus on our part. And that is. What else? Visiting the evacuation sites. We announced that we've successfully stopped the earthquake and bask in the praise. That's our job. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then a voice pierced through the group. Got a minute? F whoosh, everyone whirled around. Eat. Serene made a strange squeal. It's a monster. That's a divine carriage, actually. Huh, is that the Holy Knight's voice? Appearing at the top of the fortress was a beast shaped like a dragon. Atop its back was Mide's group, 6 days ago. After hearing a long-held secret from Grade, I immediately came up with a great plan. I explained it slowly to the others. Nero, listening closely, tilted her head. You're going to ask Lissel to stop the earthquake. Edwin followed up. But Lissel is. Why are you calling her that? She's like 500 years old. I call Nero Big Sis too, you know. Yeah, and nothing. Anyway, I'm just saying Lissel seems especially loyal to Kale. No way she'll agree to help you. There's only one quake. It's not like she'd give that opportunity away. I chuckled. Who said there's only one? Everyone's mouths fell open. Right before the regression, Tetra's territory had suffered 2 earthquakes, 8 hours apart. But more important than the number was the difference in scale. The first one's just a small quake. Happens once every 10 years or so. But the second is a major quake, the kind that happens once every 100 years. Oh, like I said, Tetra gets a lot of quakes, so the residents are used to it. Sure, the first one will scare them, but it won't feel completely unfamiliar. And that difference was the key to my plan. If Lissel stopped the first small quake, Kale will believe he succeeded and let his guard down. If I lay the groundwork well and stop the second, much larger quake, then I can flip the tables. Yeah, I guess if both sides stop a quake, the one who handles the bigger one gets more credit. No, absolutely not. Huh, I'm going to plant a bomb in that first small quake. Well, you'll see what I mean soon enough. One thing I can say for sure is, I grinned as I continued. There's no way I'll let that guy walk away from the territory with even a shred of fame. The day of the earthquake. As planned, the first minor quake was safely stopped by Lissel. But could it really be called safe? The sight of the territory below from Agrel's back was disastrous, truly a spectacle in the worst sense. That bastard Kale let some of the damage happen on purpose. Huh, if Lissel had acted right away, the earthquake could have been stopped the moment it started. Why do you think he just stood by? So he left the damage on purpose to show how serious the quake was. Yeah, more accurately, he wanted to show that he, the one who stopped such a massive earthquake, is the real hero. Nero's face twisted in disgust. Then Xenia spoke. There he is. Agrel, let's go. Agrel flew higher and headed toward the top floor of the castle. Kale looked like he was about to start moving, so I quickly called out to him. Got a minute? Eek, a monster. Serene, I've wanted to ask this since before the regression. Are you really a priest? Sure enough, Xenia muttered under her breath. It's a divine carriage, you know. Huh, that Holy Knight's voice. I soothed Xenia and spoke to Kale. Impressive. Really did stop the quake. MMH, and you didn't show up. I spent 6 days tearing my hair out trying to find a way, but it's no use if there's no method. I'm not the type to force the impossible. Really? You're telling me you just handed over this rare opportunity? Yup, I completely give up. I casually raised both hands in surrender. Kale narrowed his eyes. I continued. This time I'll gracefully yield the glory to you. And I'll keep my promise too. Remember what I said? I'd evacuate the people of the territory and you wouldn't have to worry about earning fame from them. I do recall that. I've got a specific plan, Narrow. We discussed it in advance, so Narrow nodded and formed a hand seal. Pen view. A magic that displays a pre-recorded video to a specific target's perspective. Used it several times before the regression. They said it cleverly combines illusion magic and the principles of Iori Ortz's communication orbs, but I still don't know how that's even possible. Anyway, I looked at Kale's group, especially Kale's face. He was smiling with satisfaction. Sure enough, the foot showed Kale stopping the earthquake. Anyone watching would believe that. As the magic ended, Kale spoke. Is there something you want? What are you talking about? You not only handed over the fame, but even supported me like this. Doesn't suit you, that's all. Glad you know. Believe me, I'm dying of jealousy here. I replied with a smirk, but then my face turned serious. I'm going to show that footage to the people of the territory. I'd appreciate it if you left quietly. What are you saying? This whole affair is going to completely shift public sentiment in territory toward you. I've given up on turning things around, but I don't want to be left looking completely useless. We're planning to stay a week or so to help with the restoration efforts. And you're saying I shouldn't be around during that time. I nodded. Of course, what I said was just an excuse. I had a different goal in mind, the second major earthquake. I had no choice but to give Caleb the credit for the first minor one, but I cannot miss the second. But for that, Caleb needs to be gone from here. Fine, that makes sense, I'll do it. Great. But on one condition. I want to confirm that what you showed with that pen view magic was really the truth. Thorough, aren't you? You might have used illusion magic to fake something. Got quite the skilled mage in your group, it wouldn't be hard. Nara let out a small chuckle. We don't stoop that low, but it is not like you after all. Of course, Caleb didn't even respond. He just stared at me, demanding an answer with his eyes. I shrugged. Fine, whatever. I turned to Lissel. She flinched and looked away, so she didn't snitch to Caleb after all. Did she really hate the idea of revealing she was Magna Nero that much? Anyway, all the pieces are in place. I turned to Caleb. All right, let's go. Caleb, Hero Caleb, please look this way. Wasn't the hero supposed to be Mide? Who's Mide? Oh, I've heard of him. Some guy they call a hero up north, the sword master of no-killing. Ha, what nonsense. This here is the real hero. Don't go saying stupid stuff like that. Well, Mide did stop the quake this time after all. Ugh, my stomach hurts. I rubbed my belly. What's funny is that my party members were all doing the same. This stings. Yeah, it's annoying too. Foolish souls, eyes that cannot see, ears that cannot hear. Truly the masses are blind. Xenia, yes. Hold on, just give me a moment to catch my breath, please. I chuckled and joined the conversation. This is just temporary, let's endure it a bit. Think it'll be that easy. He'll really keep his promise. From his perspective, this territory's already given him all it can. Letting me take over some boring restoration work won't threaten his glory. Nero let out her usual thoughtful hum and nodded. I turned to Xenia. You're key to the next part. Don't worry. We need to get Caled as far from territory as possible before the second major quake. Far enough that even if he changes his mind and turns back, he won't make it in time. And for that, nothing's better than Agril. If Agril goes all out, he can reach a neighboring territory in 2 hours. And he's put on some weight lately, so let's just call it exercise. He's a well-bonded beast, that's for sure. Truly a divine carriage. I'm not the one who got fat, okay? I only said the bond was strong. That's not how it sounded. Then it went asked, but hey bro, even if we successfully kidnap her as planned, will Lissel really be persuaded by something like I'll make you human? Exactly. That's the hidden card I have to convince Lissel. That one sentence. You heard from Grade, right? He said I'm sorry I couldn't be human. Now that you mention it, but how is Mide supposed to turn a spirit into a human? That part I've got to lead on. When the Demon King of Lies dies, it'll drop a core, right? Nero replied, based on history, yeah. Like the Gem of Desolation we carry, it's the core of the Demon King of Ruin. Right. The Gem of Desolation used to drain people's vitality. It's like the Demon King of Desolation's authority. And if the core of the Demon King of Lies specialized in deception, couldn't we research it and figure out a way to deceive the spirits? Like convince them Lissel isn't their queen anymore. That's basically wild guesswork, and who's gonna do the research? I just shrugged. They're a legendary mage, I know. Don't tell me you mean me. Yeah. I never said I'd help, you know. Even if I did, I couldn't do it alone. Then we'll just mobilize every mage from the past. This time Edwin spoke. Are you talking about me? Yeah, but even if we call on all the past heroes, there's no guarantee it'll actually solve anything, is there? Then we'll just borrow wisdom from the heavens. Xenia fell silent. This is the perfect timing for you to jump in, Xenia. I'd rather not get dragged into this. Anyway, here's the point. After I kill the Demon King of Lies and Deception, I'm going to do everything I can to use his core to turn Little back into a human. Nero spoke. So in the end, you're not even sure it'll work. Yeah, but Kill won't even try this much. From her point of view, joining hands with me is the best option. It's my job to convince her. You all just focus on the operation. Don't worry about anything else. I hardened my expression and continued. This kidnapping Lissel right in front of Kale won't be an easy task. I checked the time. 2 hours to the neighboring territory on Agril. 2 hours to get back. The great earthquake will hit in about 5 hours. It's almost time to depart. I approached Caled, who was waving like some triumphant general. Let's go, Caled. You're in such a hurry. We stay here for a day or two. Follow current novels on Novel FI Ardep ENET promises are meant to be kept. Our promise was that I wouldn't interfere with your disaster recovery efforts, and from the looks of it, the recovery isn't even starting today. So that's how he wants to play it. He's not wrong from his point of view, and I'm at a loss for a good retort. But soon he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Pat pat. Like a friendly older brother, he patted my shoulder. Relax, I was joking. You probably don't like me sticking around here and soaking up the fame, right? Even though we're on opposite sides, I get that much. Is that so? Let's go. You said you'd give me a ride on Agril, right? It's an honor to ride the chariot of the gods. And just like that, we disappeared into the crowd. Moments later, Agril soared above the clouds. Beast's back was wide enough that even with 8 people facing each other, there was still plenty of room. Xenia whispered to Agril. Agril, full speed. Swoosh. The wind whipped past our ears, vibrating our eardrums. All right, let's fly far away. Once we're there, let's drop everyone except for Lissel. It was the most awkward flight in the world. If the wind were louder, at least I could use that as an excuse to avoid conversation. Whether due to some kind of magic, Agrel's flight was oddly silent despite the high speed. That's when Caled opened his mouth. Our last meeting was a bit rough and stiff, wasn't it? How about we reintroduce ourselves? Oh, sounds good. We hadn't even replied yet, but Serene shot her hand up. She's so consistent. Like I said before, I'm Serene. I've actually been wanting to ask you something for a while, Mr. Holy Knight. Me? Yes. That sword you're carrying, is it the Holy Sword, Caesar? Could I see it? No. Think why wait? Serene's expression turned blank. Unexpectedly, Xenia chuckled and drew the sword. Just kidding. Here, take a look. Oh, thanks. My old friend had a similar personality, so I felt like messing with you a little. Sorry. No, it's fine, thank you. An old friend, Ophelia, maybe? No wonder. For the regression, Xenia and Serene were unusually close. I used to think it was just a typical knight-priest relationship, but clearly there was more going on behind the scenes. While the two chatted off to the side, Neryl spoke up. Caled, I want to ask you something. HM, why do you think of yourself as a hero? At her words, everyone, including Caled, turned to her. With his arms crossed, Caled gave a wry smile. The intent behind that question. I'm asking why you consider yourself a hero, even though this era hasn't received a divine revelation yet. Did you ask the same thing to Mide? No, I didn't need to. And why not? Neryl replied as if it were obvious. Because Mide looks like a hero at a glance, so I've never even been curious why he thinks so. Caled stroked his chin. You believe in destiny? Huh, everything in the world is predetermined from birth. Heroes, warriors, emperors, nobles, even commoners. Everyone is destined to live as they do. And I was destined to become a hero. It's a fate no one can change. Haha, I'm not very good with words. I can't explain it in a fancy way. Just take it as it is. Neryl opened and closed her mouth in disbelief. For a moment, the mood became subdued. When sensing the atmosphere, cautiously spoke to Lissel. Excuse me, pretty lady. Me? Yes, you. Could you show us a spirit? They're such mysterious beings, and I'm really curious. You, no, they don't like showing themselves to humans. Really? That's a shame. If I ever manage to convince the children later, I'll show you. Really? Thank you, and feel free to speak comfortably with me. Oh, no. Fine like this. A rather heartwarming exchange, wasn't it? Caled, however, frowned as if something displeased him. I glanced at a fence sitting across from me. With the way the mood is going, shouldn't we be talking too? No. GOOGL letter 1D07 search Nova till the fire. Ned didn't think so. All right, let not. And just like that, 2 hours passed. We're almost there. With Xenia's words, Agrel began to slow down. Good. This is where it really begins. Our thorough plan, Lissel will be smoothly abducted. Thorough plan, my ass. You're just gonna kick the 3 of them away. Simple plans are the best kind. There's a limit to that, you know. I ignored trail and subtly placed my hand on my sword hilt. That was when it happened. Phew, crack. Caled suddenly stood and stretched. The sound of his joints was ominous for some reason. When are we starting, Mide? Starting what? The plan to abduct Lissel. The next moment I managed to maintain my expression only thanks to a lifetime worth of patience and experience. Feigning naturalness, I tilted my head. Abduct Lissel, me? Who? Impressive. Well, I am impressive in many ways, but what exactly do you mean this time? That's shamelessness. I threw that question at you out of nowhere, yet your face didn't even twitch. Fascinating. At the point, I had to admit we'd been found out. My companions slowly stood and gathered around me. Naturally, offense and Serene moved to Caled's side. Serene asked, Caled, what do you mean by that? Abduction. Exactly what you heard. Mide's group plans to abduct Lissel and return to the Tetra domain. What, why? Because that's where the second earthquake will happen. This time it was hard to hide my expression. Twitch. My lips quivered. What the hell is going on? I was about to ask you that. What is this? I don't know. I think I do. Then what you ask, the hero's path. Caled apparently sees a path to becoming a hero. I still don't know what that means exactly, what he sees or how, but one thing's clear, that's how he noticed, that another earthquake's coming, and maybe that it'll be even worse than the first. Hero's path, huh? Not exactly straightforward. In any case, things had come to this. All that was left now was force. I said, you predicted the second earthquake, so why come along so obediently? When you said you'd escort us on Agrel, I got a good idea. I thought, how about we dump you all here and hijack Agrel? Serene gasped and shouted. Wait, Agrel can't be operated by anyone except those it accepts as masters. Exactly. Why you need to get its approval now. What? Agrel feeds on holy power according to records, and in terms of pure divine power, you surpass even that holy knight over there. I'm sure you can handle it. Xenia's face twisted. Serene shouted, flustered. Wait a second, Miss Xenia, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea about this. Caled replied indifferently. I'm telling you now. No, why are you bringing up something like this now? Are you always like this? Serene. Caled looked at her calmly. That cold, sharp gaze made Serene fall silent immediately. In this situation, you really want to nip like that. I felt that for a while now, you lack the awareness of being part of the hero party. Ugh, that's when it happened. Can everyone hear me? It was Edwin's voice. Huh, Edwin, I can hear you. How are you speaking to us? Through your souls. Succeeded with the spell a while ago. I couldn't help but click my tongue in amazement. He's already mastered this technique to such a degree. Secret party communication via the soul was something only achievable just before the Demon King quest, but he's already capable of multiple person simultaneous telepathy. Truly impressive. Thank you. Anyway, what should we do now? I thought for a moment, then answered. Got no choice but to go all out. Neryl, you take offense. Restrain him and make it look like he couldn't join the fight due to superior force. Neryl gave a small nod. I continued. Xenia, take on Serene. She's not good at offense, so she'll try to overpower you with divine strength. It won't be easy, but I'm counting on you. Xenia nodded as well. And when asked, hi young, what about me? Connect with offense's soul too. My companion's expressions changed. With the urgency of the situation, Edwin followed through. I spoke to offense. Don't react, just listen. Come with us from now on. What are you talking about? I swallowed hard. I don't know exactly what this hero's path of Cal's is, but he predicted a second earthquake. That means it's probably legit. Still, it didn't seem too specific. Otherwise, my double agent act would have been exposed long ago. I shook my head. Oh, you're right, it would have been. Then why? Who knows? Maybe there was some penalty involved, or maybe he did think your activities were threatening enough. But if we land a solid hit now, I think even Kale's patience will run out. Your evidence? My intuition. And for your information, my intuition's random, but it's never wrong. Cold sweat ran down Offense's face. I know that well. So, the flashier the betrayal, the better, right? Heh. What do you want me to do? Here's the plan. I explained the operation briefly. Offense gave a tiny nod of understanding. With everything ready, I quickly popped the gem of desolation into my mouth. That's when Kale spoke. Done with your strategy meeting. What strategy meeting? They're a record of a necromancer hero who could hold secret conversations via souls. Didn't think the kid could pull it off already, though. You knew and still waited. Yeah, consider it a parting gift. He slowly unfolded his arms. Mide Mohan, I'm going to kill you here. I don't particularly want to kill the others, but if I kill you, they'll probably throw themselves at me, even if it means death. If that happens, it'll be unfortunate, but I'll kill them too. Stop provoking me already. My original plan was for my hero's party to have 8 members, including me. Look for other talents to fill the spots you 3 leave behind. Chong, he drew his sword. The moonlight gleamed menacingly on the blade. So rest easy and die, I'll be the one to defeat the Demon King. Hey, let me say just one thing before we start. What is it? I smirked and continued. You couldn't beat the Demon King even if the sky split in 2. I know because I've seen it taught. I kicked off Agrel's back and lunged forward. Step. It was a charge similar to our duel at the training ground not long ago, but this time I was going all out from the start. With my muscles swollen to the limit thanks to the Gem of Desolation, I moved at a speed that surprised even me. So this is your true strength? Kang. Kale swung his sword violently. Since I couldn't fully stabilize my posture, a hairline cut appeared on his neck. Didn't you start like the last time? I thought I could still win without it. Looks like you really underestimated me. You did the same to me, so let's call it even. He grinned. Heh, yeah, but this time I won't make that mistake. Thud, guh. The next moment, his kick landed squarely in my abdomen. When did he? I was sure I had my guard up. I staggered back 10 steps, suppressing the nausea rising in my throat. That's not nausea. Coughing up blood. Your internal organs are damaged. Shut up. It's embarrassing. In the meantime, Kale had sheathed his previous sword and drawn the fake hero sword. That's bad. HM, first time using it in combat. Hey, that's cheating. I happen to like cheating. This time, Kale charged in. Whether it was due to the hero's sword or his original skill, his movements were on a completely different level than when I'd seen him before. Whoosh. Whoosh. The of his sword was strange. Sometimes it was textbook knight-like precision, and at other times it was bizarre, more cunning than a battle-hardened mercenary. What all those strikes had in common was that they were nearly impossible to block or dodge. Clang, Kong, I twisted my body like a contortionist and darted around on Arrow's back. I need to create more distance. I jumped back and landed on Arrow's wing. Mr. Mide and GH. Sorry. It's a bad idea to let your guard down against me. With a brief opening, I glanced around. Xenia and Serene were locked in a power struggle with pure divine power. She's not even giving her time to activate the magic in the holy sword. Serene's sharp. How's Narrow doing? I'll keep an eye on the others. You folks on Kale, right? Thanks. Kale was swinging his sword up and down in a loose, casual motion. Coming? Just taking a breather. I don't have time to wait. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to test. He placed his index and middle finger against the fake hero's sword. What's he doing? Huh? Slowly, very slowly, Kale drew the sword down from above. In that instant, I felt the hair on my entire body stand on end and quickly let back. SHH rah. But I was a little too late. His slash traced a clean line across my chest. Sprayed into the air. Mide? I'm fine. It's shallow. Focus on your fight. Gah. I hurriedly rummaged through my bag and pulled out a potion. And I slathered it roughly on the wound. I thought, what the hell was that move? I'd never seen anything like it even before my regression. It was like he cut through space with his sword to cut through space. A chill ran down my spine. Space manipulation, that was the domain of Idria's authority. Kale's weapon was the fake hero sword. So that's it. That fake hero sword was prepared by Idria. And if reading my thoughts, Kale spoke up. This hero sword contains a number of very useful techniques. Right. He slashed barely a foot in front of himself. Yet I, standing dozens of meters away, was wounded. That must be a technique based on spatial cutting, similar to my own spatial rend. But unlike my version, which requires massive preparation and mental power, his technique seems to be freely usable without any cost. With this, I don't even have to run around like an idiot like this. Kale lightly slashed downward again. Ankle, I jumped. I caught a faint shimmer passing through where I'd just been standing. How are you dodging this? You really are something. He raised his sword and went for a simple thrust. Felt like his sword was right in front of my nose. TCH, quick step. Using my sheath as a springboard, I twisted my body and tried to land back on the wing. But Kale's space-cutting sword came again as if he had been waiting. Damn it, I can't rely on instinct alone forever. Hey, do something. Got any cool new techniques? I do, but I can't get into the right stance for them. And then it's been a while, you seem busy. A familiar voice. The second hero. Known as the incarnation of the sword. Lady Lepia? Lepia spoke. Edwin called me. Seems like you're in danger, so let's skip the greetings for now. Ah, okay. Right side. At Lepia's sudden shout, I twisted my body. Kale's sword barely grazed past the spot I had just been. I could see his expression hardening more and more. Don't just rely on your instincts to dodge. Watch Kale's hand movements carefully. Can predict the direction of his spatial sword that way. Easier said than done, I'll help you. If you keep dodging like this, you'll definitely find a good posture to use that special technique of yours. She was right. I fixed my eyes on Kale's hands. I must have been irritating him by dodging constantly because now he was launching dozens of strikes at once. Left, down, up, right, up, no. Fourth one is middle low. Thanks to Lepia's support, I had to run around aggro like a man possessed. What is this? Midnight aerobics. But I was definitely getting used to it. Whenever I missed an attack, Lepia corrected me without fail. Last 3 attacks. Once that ends, you'll have a bit of breathing room. Got it. That's my chance. By the way, Mr. Mide, want to properly learn swordsmanship from me later. Feel like it would be really rewarding to teach you. If I have the time, the 3 attacks Lepia mentioned came flying at me. I dodged all of them perfectly and landed on the ground. Kale's face twisted with frustration. I don't like how you're getting more composed by the second. I can't let the drag on any longer. Let's end it. He assumed a different stance than before. Ah, I know that stance. His signature rapid sword. And if the blade itself didn't hit, the sheer pressure from the swing was enough to tear through flesh and bone. I've always wondered whether the technique or this one of mine would win. This is the perfect stage to find out. I bit down hard on the gem of desolation and poured all my energy into my arm. Let go. Does your technique have a name, of course? Sword throw. Excuse me? Trail shouted in exasperation. You see what I'm dealing with, Lepia? Who are you? Before the regression, I had a mission where I had to deal with a rebel commander covered head to toe in steel armor holding a fortress on a hilltop. There was a river in between us, so a full charge would have resulted in massive losses. We couldn't reach them with arrows either, so I wondered, how do I get that ironclad bastard? And I came up with the answer. Why not just throw the sword? Overwhelming sword that no one could dodge, that could pierce through and destroy anything. The fastest sword throw in the world. I poured all my energy into the blade. Crack, crack. Meanwhile, Keld activated his technique. Rapid sword. I don't shout out my technique names, idiot. A raging gust of wind. It was like the wind itself had turned into a sharpened blade, flying straight at me. Will my sword throw be able to break through that and reach him? Low current small cap and layer 1d0 f layer 1d 0 layer 1d 0 small cap less on inum crumble fire. Net looks like I'm about to find out what I was curious about before I regressed. There's a massive sword wind, but there's definitely a weak spot. From your current viewpoint, 2 centimeters to the right of Kale. Why, you're right. Throw it at that spot. Anywhere else and its power will be reduced. Perfect advice, O avatar of the sword. Sword throw, crackle, smash. Like a salmon swimming upstream, my sword pierced through the pressure and flew straight at Kale. His technique was certainly powerful, but backed by the gem of desolation and Lepia's guidance, my technique won. Thunk. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. When I came to, my sword was buried deep in his abdomen. Kale stared down at his belly in a daze. How? Why? He reached for the sword lodged in his stomach. You think I'm going to let you pull that out? Rushed in like lightning. Wham, his head snapped to the left. Time to go down, I mean not to die or anything. Mide Mohan, back off. I leaned my whole body backward and kicked the sword stuck in his stomach. The blade tore straight through his body. Staggering from the impact, Kale finally fell over the edge of Agril. As he dropped, he shouted loudly. Serene, Lissel, fence. Fall after me immediately, in order as if it were the most natural thing. We had discussed beforehand. The fence jumped off after Kale. Huh, hey mister, aren't you going to? Ugh, I don't want to though. Then stay with us, MS, Serene. Xenia said, retracting her holy power. Her breath was a little labored. Serene, on the other hand, looked completely fine, like she just finished a light warm-up. Yeah, when it comes to divine power, Serene wins hands down. After hesitating a moment, Serene smiled and spoke. Oh, I think I'll be more useful on that side. Useful? I can't live off dirt, you know, a favor for favor. I smirked and said, if you tell me what you want, I could help too. Forget it, it's too late now. Lissel, let's go. Serene grabbed Lissel's hand and jumped off. Lissel fumbled and got pulled along. Oops. Xenia quick caught her. We'll be kidnapping this one for a bit. Wah, Kaled's gonna scold me. Serene's voice faded into the distance. As if to respond, Lissel shouted back. Serene, Kaled, you're not calling a fence, huh? A fence? Too late. It's dangerous. From the height they could die. Then why would they jump on their own? That's when flying. Narrow cast a spell on the falling group. Serene and the fence's falling speed drastically slowed until they drifted down like feathers. You're planning to recruit them later, right? So do us a favor for that. HM. By the way, I didn't cast it on Kale. Well done. More importantly, look at your injuries. It's just blood. I already took care of it with a potion mid-fight. Xenia, never mind her check on Mide's injuries. Lissel was still squirming in Xenia's arms. He looks perfectly fine to me. You never know. You realize this is the same time, right? Ugh, whoosh. Xenia lifted Lissel up and mounted her on Arrow's back. She came over to check on my wounds. I waved her off and said, I'm fine. More importantly, let's move fast. If it's Kaled, he can probably still attack us from the height. True, considering he even used a dagger against you before. She shouted loudly, Agril, full speed to the territory. Thud. Kale didn't bother with a breakful stance. The spot where he crashed into was sunken, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once later, Offense and Serene landed lightly with the help of narrow magic and approached him. They cast a flying spell on an enemy they were just fighting. How generous. Oh, Offense, I don't think that's something you should say right now. Serene pointed to Kale, who had been excluded from that generosity. Kale lay on the ground, staring up at the sky. Why hasn't Lissel shown up? So about that. Forget it. Mide succeeded in the abduction. He got to his feet, brushing himself off. Falling from several hundred meters hadn't left so much as a scratch on him, but that was only true for his body. Though he spoke calmly, something was bubbling up inside Kale. Serene shrank back, lowering her head. I'm sorry. I tried to grab her and jump down too, but that holy knight grabbed Lissel. Yeah, in terms of divine power, maybe it'd be a match, but when it comes to speed and reflexes, they definitely had the edge. It's fine. He rolled his shoulder with a crack. Only then did he realize. The wound on his abdomen, the one Mide's sword had pierced clean through, was still wide open. Serene flinched and quickly reached toward it. Oh, heavenly God, please lay your merciful hands upon him. In just about 5 seconds, the wound in his organ began to heal. Injury disappeared, but the seething emotion inside only grew stronger. Kel tried hard to calm himself down. Completely got played in every way. He lifted his gaze to the quest scroll. Emergency quest, prevent the earthquake in the territory. Even after stopping the first earthquake and gaining all that fame from the people, the quest hadn't disappeared. That was how he realized. There was going to be a second quake. Kel had thought it through. If I were Mide, what would I do? Mide would have predicted the second quake. That's why he'd so easily given up the first one. So I figured he'd kidnap Lissel and use her as a hostage to stop the next one. Up to that point, he'd read the situation correctly. He'd even pretended to fall for it, thinking he might grab Agro while he was at it. But the most important part I lost in terms of skill. Grit. Motion that had been simmering now rose to the edge of his throat. No, he couldn't let Offense and Serene see him like this. He clenched his teeth, forcing it down. Then Serene, having finished healing him, asked carefully, so we should head back now to territory. Yeah, even if we can't stop them from using Lissel to halt the second quake, we still have to get her back. Then let's hurry. Even if we run non-stop, it'll take days. MHM. Just then, line was drawn through the emergency quest displayed moments ago. Emergency quest failed. A new quest is being prepared. Damn it. He spat bloodied spit and moved his eyes side to side. The quest scroll flipped to a new page. It was the second page of the scroll. The first page always showed periodically updated quests. These were the mandatory ones. The second page, optional quest. Eliminate the spy within your party. Info. The party's spy is relaying your future plans to Mide Mohan. Note. The information shared so far is harmless to your path toward becoming a hero. Warning. Depending on the party's unity at the time of the spy's elimination, the party may fall apart. Choose wisely. It had only shown up once before. When he got the fake hero's sword in the Tomb of Padania, a list of optional quests. Time 2, he instantly realized who the traitor the quest mentioned was. I've been keeping quiet to avoid destabilizing the party, but I don't think I can look past it anymore. It's definitely not because I want to vent my frustration. Caleb muttered that to himself. He was about to speak to Fence. When it happened, CHZZK, ZZZT. That was when the quest scroll suddenly glowed. From experience, that meant a new quest had appeared. As old Caleb flipped the scroll back to the front, and the new quest he saw shocked him. Emergency Quest 1, Retrieve Lisselvent. Emergency Quest 2, Heal the Lord of Draenor. Mide Mohan's fame is about to surpass yours. Catch up to Mide's fame by healing the Lord of Draenor. Note, the fake hero's sword is about to fall into Mide Mohan's hands. What's with this last line? Fake hero's sword is going to end up in Mide's hands. What the hell does that mean? He instinctively reached toward his waist. The hero's sword should be gone. A lightning bolt struck his mind. He hurriedly flipped back to the second page of the scroll. Failureless. Optional quest, eliminate the spy within your party. Tremble, Caleb's fist shook. Sarene asked timidly, WH was wrong, aren't we going? Where's Offense? Do you mean he's been right? She looked around. Gone, nowhere to be seen. He'd vanished. Just like a ghost. And no, he's an assassin, so I guess it makes sense. Come to think of it, assassins are like ghosts. Ghosts and assassins, they do kind of go together. Is that why so many assassin aliases are ghost-themed? Sarene, now panicking, let her thoughts spiral off track. But unlike her, Caleb understood everything. Ugh, Mide, you one step ahead of me even in this. Ghost, assassin, get it together, hand me that. Huh, oh sure, there's a note here. Still not grasping the situation, Sarene picked up the note from where Offense had been just moments before. But once she read it, she too began to understand. Caleb, I don't think you should read this. Give it here. Snatch. Caleb yanked the note from her hand. It read, I'm going to work for a more capable boss. The hero's sword payment for my wages. That line was the final straw. Caleb's rage, which had been teetering on the edge, exploded out of him. Grrrrrrr, Mide, you bastard. He defeated him in strength, outwitted him with intelligence, and now he'd even won over his party members. Long ago, Caleb had felt the exact same emotion, a miserable, shrinking, self-loathing feeling he always got from that person. Caleb forgot all about Sarene watching him and shouted toward the sky. I'll never forgive you. I will kill you. Slide. Sarene quietly stepped back. With her sharp mind, she figured out why Caleb was acting this way. Wow, he's feeling inferior. We flew for 2 hours on Agra and returned to the Tetra territory. Then, after waiting about another 3 hours, Offense appeared. Instead of greeting us, he tossed something our way. Here. You actually managed to steal it, and how did you catch up so fast? Well, you know all about my sorcery. The bright death, huh? Terrifying. Shing. I drew the sword and let the sunset light reflect off it once. Oh, this is the famous hero's sword. It's fake. Don't ruin the moment, Narrow. I thought you might have forgotten. Well, I guess it's my job to make it real from now on. I fastened the sword to my waist. Meanwhile, Lissel's eyes had gone completely wide as she looked back and forth between me and Offense. Just a moment, please. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Offense again. He's still here. Please wait just a little longer. No need. Really, Offense? No, mister. Offense just fell and died a moment ago. That comment told me what you really thought of me. Why are you even here? Lissel's expression suddenly sharpened. She wasn't someone who naturally got angry, but even so, that was enough to send chills. Xenia asked, can we tell her now, Mide? Yeah. Mister, Offense had joined hands with us a while ago. She explained the situation briefly. Lissel's face went through a range of emotion before finally turning pale. So we were completely dancing in the palm of Mide's hand then. Offense shook his head. That's too much of a stretch. The intel I passed along was barely anything. And it's not like Mide actually got in your way. You got the hero's sword properly, didn't you? Yes, we did. And somehow that sword is now in Mide's hands. Yeah, sorry about that. Offense gave an awkward shrug. Pressed her forehead, looking dizzy. Caleb will never forgive you. I'm scared of that guy too, honestly, but my new leader will protect me, right? I just chuckled softly. Lissel asked quietly, you really think he can protect you? I answered that one. You saw it just now, didn't you? My battle with Caleb. Let's put any pointless arguments aside and focus on resolving this matter. You're going to ask me to stop the second earthquake, aren't you? I listened to that. I'll turn you into a human. At first, Lissel looked baffled by my offhand statement. The words had reached her ears but hadn't quite made it to her brain yet. But soon enough, what? How could you? Nell spoke up. We already know everything. Huh, you're the queen of spirits, aren't you? We have an excellent necromancer. We summoned a soul who knew your circumstances and had them explain. Lissel's eyes shook violently. Seemed she realized we had heard it from Gray directly. I spoke again. If you help us kill the Demon King, I'll turn you into a human, so please help us. I'm not even asking you to join my party right away. You can decide that for yourself after this is over. And don't worry about what excuse to give Caleb. Just say I captured you and threatened you. Lissel gave a faint nod before quickly looking away, seemingly surprised by her own reaction. Good. Just a bit more. I swallowed hard and said, putting everything else aside. If you don't help us, the people of this territory will lose everything. Is that what you want? Lissel finally opened her mouth after a long pause. Caleb only had me step in after the earthquake had already caused some damage. I guess there were no casualties, not that he'd have cared even if there were. That can't be. Let's say you're right. This time I want to stop it before there's any damage at all. Is that okay? I smiled and answered, of course, do it. Lissel looked me straight in the eye and asked again, then you won't gain much fame from it, will you? Having spent the longest time at the side of the original hero, Lizzle clearly understood how important fame was for becoming one. After all, she was the very person who'd helped him by keeping her face hidden to protect that fame. I answered without hesitation. What's more important, my fame or the happiness of the people in this territory? For me, it's obviously the latter. I think that the only natural choice for a hero. In other words, Kaled, who chose the former, was no true hero. That implication was embedded in my words. And that implication was the final blow for Lizzle. She responded as if trying to justify herself. Fine. Both of you have stopped an earthquake once, then helping you won't tip the scales in your favor too much anyway. HM. Well, we'll see about that. Kaled's so-called path to becoming a hero clearly didn't teach him the part. That the essence of fame is maximizing happiness for the greatest number of people. Let's rewind 6 days. I was just finishing up explaining my plan. Flying Kaled's party far away from the territory on Agril. Kidnapping Lizzle, convincing her to stop the second earthquake, and lastly, you're not going to use a pen view. Nero blinked, that look was kind of cute. Wait, am I going crazy? Yeah. Why? You used a pen view on Kaled, right? Shouldn't it be the opposite? I used a pen view on Kaled and I won't use it now. If things go the way I've planned, this simple tactic will become an effective bomb. What are you even talking about? Just try thinking from the viewpoint of the territory's people. That's when it happened. Edwin suddenly shot to his feet. I think I get it. Oh, go ahead, let's hear it. Edwin calmly laid out his theory, and I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. A 14-year-old boy had grasped my plan completely. This kid has a bright future. Did he take after, I wonder? Correct. Heh. How do you figure all that out? Edwin answered like it was obvious. I thought about your personality. My personality? Yeah, you've got a bit of a devious streak. This kid's future worries me. Who did he take after seriously? Temporary shelter. Many of the territory's citizens whispered among themselves about the earthquake earlier in the day or the hero kill. Not everyone was in the mood to chat so freely. Those who weren't among the majority nor among the happiest. One of those people, a carpenter named Brahman from the territory, felt rather sullen. The earthquake from earlier today. For someone born and raised in territory, it wasn't exactly earth-shattering, figuratively speaking. He himself had experienced quakes of that magnitude 4 or 5 times before. He went back to his father's generation, you wouldn't be able to count them all on both hands. Still, my lumber mill was totally wrecked. Damn it. He had survived with his life, but he ended up witnessing the complete destruction of his workshop. Of course, he hadn't seen it with his own 2 eyes. Whatever trickery it was, at some point the scenery had shifted, and the moment of the earthquake had flashed before his eyes. That must be the magic people talk about, huh? The hero used it. He tilted his head at the thought. But why show that to us? It's not like a normal person could pull off the feat of stopping an earthquake. Even without magic, anyone would have acknowledged it as the hero's accomplishment. So then why show it off? As if he was boasting, huh? He quickly shook his head. This was the hero's doing. Someone like him shouldn't be casting doubt so carelessly. Fortunately for Brahman, there were others who shared his sentiments. Hey, about that weird experience earlier today. You mean when they showed us the scene of the hero stopping the quake? Yeah. Honestly, wasn't that kind of off-putting? Brahman perked up his ears. I saw Lord Kaled stretch his hand toward the sky like he was trying to look cool. Well, to be fair, he did look cool. No, what I'm saying is, why did he even show that scene to us in the first place? I mean, it's not like this is the first time we've had an earthquake. Sure, we're not exactly used to them, but living in this cursed land, we're kind of accepted to it, aren't we? Yet he made it look like he saved the whole world. The man kicked a small rock by his foot and continued. He even used magic to show it to us. Thanks to that, I saw my restaurant get completely trashed. What the hell? Our misfortune is just the material for showing off now. Hey now, come on, I'm already miserable, and then he rubs it in like that. You're always so damn twisted, that's your problem. Shut up. That was the kind of talk going around, and hurried over to join them. So you all feel the same way. Huh, what? I mean, I kind of thought the same. Named Brahman, I run a lumber mill. Nice to meet you, I'm Vane. About what you were saying earlier. Brahman didn't know this, but conversations like these were spreading throughout the shelter, especially among those who had lost everything except their lives. These people were raising their voices the loudest. Strangely enough, their words started to catch on, even among those who were part of the majority. I mean, I'm not saying it was offensive or anything, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah, I get it. Honestly, for us, there was a life for that matter. Exactly, but it kind of felt like he used that to brag. Come on, still, Kaled did stop the earthquake. You can't just say that stuff. Hey, don't make me out to be ungrateful. Of course, I'm thankful, but still. Once the murmurs among the territory's people had ripened enough, a loud voice suddenly boomed across the sky. Everyone, please be careful. WH, what was that? Xenia was standing atop Agril. With all her might, she cried out again, feigning urgency. A sand earthquake's coming. The people of the territory murmured in confusion. What's she saying? She said an earthquake. The one's coming? But Lord Kaled stopped it earlier, didn't he? Oh, she one of Lord Mide's companions. She helped me during the evacuation. Xenia took a deep breath, and just as Mide had instructed, she spoke her line. This time, it's going to be on a whole different scale from earlier. It sounded desperate, completely unembellished and unexaggerated, as though she were sincerely concerned for the citizens' safety. I was standing about 5 or 6 steps away from Lizzle. She had her eyes closed, focusing her mind. Nero whispered beside me. Think Xenia is delivering the message properly by now? She is. Thanks to your sound amplification magic too, I'm always grateful. It was nothing. Nero turned her head slightly. In that moment, a fence opened his mouth. Still, you've got quite the knack for manipulation. You should learn to have some reverence for the hero. Then teach me. Reverence aside, I'll admit I was impressed. Kaled definitely missed something. Exactly. That guy doesn't really understand how ordinary people feel. Stopping an earthquake. Of course, it's an amazing feat. But Kaled didn't notice the despair of those who lost their livelihood because of that earthquake, which is precisely why he waited until after some damage had been done. Honestly, if it hadn't been for that misstep, I wouldn't have expected our plan to have more than a 50% chance of success. But I had a hunch. I'd seen the pattern plenty of times before, back when Kaled was still pretending to be a hero. I said, earlier today, he was probably welcomed with open arms. After all, you have to be alive before you can start worrying about your livelihood. That moment they were probably just grateful to have been saved. Yeah, there was a lot of excitement about Kale then. But a few hours pass, the adrenaline cools, and reality sits in. What do I do for work now? How much debt am I in already? My kids eat like horses these days, and so on. So then people start looking for something to chew on. That's when the thought hits them. Kale wake, or rather his performance, as if the disaster that threatened their lives and futures was nothing more than a stage for him to show off. Trail chimed in. If he had just quietly dealt with the quake without using a pen view, it might have been different. Yeah, one of his biggest mistakes was using magic for the sake of showing off. Well, technically I bait him into it, but let's let that slide. Fool who blindly accepts an enemy's mysterious kindness deserves what he gets. Anyone could see he used a pen view intentionally. That's why I made sure to seal it off and had Xenia spread the message verbally instead. Then Offense spoke. This update is available on Velfire. Net, but didn't you also do a flashy entrance in Av's territory, descending on aggro like some divine being? And you said I looked more refined than Kale when you saw that. Right, I remember. Why do you think you felt that way? Back then, there wasn't an actual war happening. Most people were still in a state of peace and happiness. But now, thanks to Kale's blunder, there are quite a few who've ended up miserable. What are you talking about? Never mind, it's just one of those things. Offense tilted his head. Now then, I rubbed my palms together. Kale, who used magic to boast about stopping a minor quake. Who stopped a massive quake but didn't even think of using magic to boast. Let's see which one the people end up preferring. At that moment, Lissel's voice could be heard. Revora Tile goes our fame. Nerl tilted her head in confusion. What is she saying? It's spirit language. You can understand that? Magna Nero used to command spirits in their language too. Since Lissel is Magna herself, it makes sense. Then it happened. Lissel's voice suddenly started to sound a bit urgent. Dream, become. Asherar Boyum Kermani, something was off. Before the regression, Lissel's voice had been relatively calm when commanding spirits. Sometimes it even sounded gentle. But now her tone was completely different. Adian must have sensed the same as his eyes darted around nervously. That person's soul. Extremely flustered right now. You don't even have to see her soul to tell that. Nerl Nuna only hates me. It's not that, don't misunderstand, I hate everyone. That's a very unique way to comfort someone. Finn spoke up. Mide, this is, yeah. There was no doubt she had lost control, and sure enough, just as expected crack, Kuum, a tremor strong enough to rattle our very bones, shook the ground. And after all the rolling and tumbling I'd done before, and after regression, I had never felt anything quite like it. Ugh, watch out. The ground split open and trees collapsed helplessly. It felt like the sky and earth had flipped upside down. Even I lost my balance. Imagine how the others must be doing. Damn it. Nero quickly moved her hands and cast a defensive spell. Weeing. A wall of mana formed on all sides around us. Let out a sigh of relief and shouted at Lissel. Hey, get a grip, will you? Shut your mouth. For Lissel to use such harsh word that meant something had really gone wrong. Compared to Xenia's spell work, Neryl's magic was rather shabby, and while it did block the physical force coming at us, it didn't provide any of the warmth Xenia's spells did. Sorry, Mide, I'm not that great with defense magic. It's fine. Doing well enough. Was she suddenly acting like that? She held it together just fine during the day. I tried to calm her down. Don't worry, Xenia will be back soon, then we'll ride Agrelin. She's not coming back. What? This quake is way stronger than the one earlier. It's powerful enough to reach the shelters. If it's Xenia, she'll trust us to handle the quake. She'll focus entirely on protecting the people in the territory with her spell work. Now that she mentioned it, I had no doubt that's exactly what Xenia would do. Nerl understood Xenia's personality better than I did. I said almost in surprise, you two have gotten a lot closer than I thought. And that's what you come up with in a situation like this. Anyway, can I ask you for flying spell at least? If I take down the mana barrier, we'll all be smashed to bits. Fair point. A wind covered his mouth and spoke weakly. Whatever happens, I think we need to get off the ground. I mean, it's dangerous, but also I think I'm gonna puke. If you're gonna puke, aim it at a fence. Fence spoke with an incredulous tone. Why me? I can't just let him puke on me or Mide and I. There's the ground, you know well, forget it. Anyway, yeah, we definitely need to move. What? Suddenly our bodies started sinking into the ground. To be precise, into our own shadows. When our vision returned, we were at the top of the spire. Very place where Kale once posed dramatically to stop an earthquake. I stood there, mouth agape. Are you even allowed to use that on us? You already know everything, don't you? Let's just hope Lissel doesn't rat me out to Kale. Fortunately for offense, Lissel wasn't in any state to pay attention to that right now. Why, guys, what's wrong? Why won't you listen to me? This has never happened before. Was she pretending to fail just to mess with me? Oh, that can't be it. Lissel wasn't that malicious. That hadn't changed even after the regression. I hurriedly asked her, was there anything different than usual? No, of course not. I'm not asking about the spirits. I'm asking if you, Lissel, were different from usual. She bit her lip tightly. She looked like something had clicked. Offense, always good at reading faces, saw right through her. I doubt you messed up the spirit language. You must have lost your focus. Offense, were you always this annoying? Why does it feel like everyone been saying awful things to me lately? Well, it was true. I quickly spoke. Please be honest. This is not the time to play coy. I got distracted for just a moment. What kind of thought distracted you? I wonder what it would have been like if I had never met the spirits. That unexpected answer made me tilt my head. Tears were welling in Lissel's eyes. She continued, nearly shouting. I wouldn't have become a hero. I wouldn't have been able to help Lord Grade. But instead, I could have lived and died in the same era as him. Instead of standing here 500 years later torn between two heroes, she quickly covered her mouth. So she was wondering if I might be the other hero. Two heroes meeting again after many generations had passed. Both Kale and I had promised to turn her human. Who should she trust? Who is the true hero? Those doubts and confusion had led her to that thought. If only I had never known the spirits. I clicked my tongue. There was a record left by Magna. Said the spirits are incredibly jealous beings. That's true, this is entirely my fault. Perhaps having calmed down, Little quickly wiped her tears away, then she turned her back to us. I'll try to appease them somehow. She began reciting the spirit language again. Older and Gabra Briss, Tick. Suddenly, a popping sound echoed. I could smell a faint trace of blood in the air. I rushed over to check her face. Thick tears of blood were streaming from her eyes. What's wrong with her? I don't know exactly, but I think the spirits are doing something to her. But she's their queen, right? You can't think of spirits using human logic. They aren't truly sentient. So are you just going to let her be? She's going to go blind at this rate. I had no answer to that. Quoom. Crackle. Even now, the quake showed no signs of stopping. I was starting to feel seriously anxious when suddenly Edwin's voice called out. And wait a second. Huh, just a moment. He glanced at Lissel, then signaled me over and whispered in my ear. Lord Grade says to call him one more time. What, how do you know that? I heard his voice faint and broken, but definitely there. Wait, isn't he in the underworld right now? The soul of someone from the underworld called a necromancer first, not the other way around. Edwin nodded as if he already knew what was about to be said. It's exactly what I mean. This is a first for me too. Even Lady Leppy wouldn't be able to do this. So it really is the soul of the first hero. So what should we do? Call him. We've got to try something. All right. Oh, by the way, I told him to possess your body. I'll start now. What? Hey, wait a sec. But Edwin was already chanting the spell. His arm lit up brightly, and soon after a voice echoed in my mind. Hey, from now on, repeat everything I say to Lissel. Whoa, what the hell? And who are you? What the hell? This guy is hilarious. You're not even a necromancer. Why the hell are you dragging around some weird spirit? Ah, well, I'll leave you two to it. I'll be stepping out now. I could practically picture Trails scampering away in a flustered panic. I spoke. What brings you here? As you can see, I'm a little busy right now. That's why I came, Dumbus. Forgive me for saying that, but I'm not sure how much a message from a 500-year-old connection will help Lissel. If you were my subject, I'd have chopped your head off by now. Suddenly, his voice deepened. If the woman I love has become a spirit king, then I need to do my research too. Excuse me, spirits magna before Lissel, they were completely unknown to mankind. At least that's what history will say now, but that's not true. He continued slowly. Before the empire existed, there was a time when small kingdoms filled the land. And before even that era, there was a time when spirits were familiar to humanity. That's the first I've heard of it. I only discovered it after extensive research, wielding my reputation as the hero who defeated the Demon King. Back then, spirits were closer to humans than even the lofty celestial gods. Rather, I swallowed hard without meaning to. The celestial gods weren't known to humanity at all back then. In those days, people who communed with spirits were called naturalists. They did the same as spirit mages. But once the celestial gods became known, naturalists vanished and the spirits too disappeared from the world. I forgot the current situation, entirely drawn into his tale. In fact, I figured it out even before Lissel did. The spirits had already chosen her long ago and that she was no longer human. So, after defeating the Demon King, I searched the continent in secret. I didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. And in the end, I found the language that could soothe the spirits. He let out a quiet sigh. I was afraid that one day, as a half-spirit, Lissel would suddenly leave me. Or cases where naturalists just vanish without a trace. The spirit tongue I found is like a spell. It prevents spirits from harming their mage and strengthens the mage voice when dealing with spirits. That spell should be able to stop the earthquake too. I swallowed again and asked Sir Grade. You once said you'd make Lissel human again. That's right. What did you mean by that? Heh. He laughed, half in self-mockery. It was a double meaning. I meant freeing her from slavery and also making her not a spirit. Yeah, but I only succeeded halfway, and now she's suffering because of it. No, who else could have done what Grade did? Who else would dig through a forgotten era's knowledge and uncover a lost spirit tongue for the woman he loved? He gave Lissel everything. If he did anything wrong, it was this. He gave up. He had spent too many years trying to make her human again. Grew old, and in the end, Grade gave up. He decided to let Lissel go, enough gloomy reminiscing. Hurry up and tell Lissel this. Koadar, Gabria, Osa, Jr, Barrett, Giriarch. Why not say it yourself? Use my body, I'll lend it to you. No thanks. What am I going to do? Take over some dark-haired dude's body? You're afraid of how Lissel will react. Watch your mouth. Reminder, since you seem to forget, I'm the first hero and emperor. Got it? Understood. As you command, your majesty. At my slightly cheeky tone, Grade burst out laughing. All right then. Get to it. That's an imperial order. Lissel was barely herself. Why, guys, please listen to me. The spirit language slipped from her lips as if by reflex. Her mind was exhausted and fading. Sir Grade, I knew it. I can't do it. She was neither a slave nor a human. Wasn't even a spirit king. How could someone struggling to manage such unruly children be called a king? Maybe I should just give up, forget about being human. What if I just let myself become a spirit too? At first it was just a passing thought, but soon it consumed her. Yeah, I wasn't human to begin with. I was a slave. Wishing to be human now was meaningless. Swish. Then someone appeared beside her. Opened her eyes, but the blood vessels burst by the spirits left her vision dyed red. Repeat after me. Koadar, Gabria, Osa. WH, who are you? Jar, Barrett, Giriarch. Lissel immediately recognized the language and the meaning and power behind it. How do you know a language I didn't even know? Don't tell me. Sir Grade, is it you? No, it's Mide, but it's true. Sir Grade just borrowed my body. Sir Grade, he taught me the chant too. He's trust me and calm the spirits. Google SC is small cap letter 1D04H Novia fire. Net Lissel nodded. Yes, of course. I'm sorry for losing control. She began chanting the spirit tongue again. Koadar, Gabria, Osa, Woom. The earthquake that had overturned the land and brought buildings down began to subside. Jr, Barrett, Giriarch. No, it didn't just stop. The land began to revert. It wasn't just that the earthquake ended. It was as if it had never happened. Just 5 minutes was all it took for all the devastation to vanish. And two things remained. One, the domain now so peaceful it was hard to believe there had ever been an earthquake. The other, Lissel holding the necklace in both hands, gazing up at the sky. 500 years have passed and still, I'm only ever on the receiving end of your help. She missed him. She had thought the chapter of her life was over. But this reunion, however indirect, proved otherwise. Could never place Sir Grade. No one can. She turned her head, and through her blurred, injured vision, she looked toward Mide. Thank you truly for everything you've done, huh? What is it? She could just barely make out Mide's face, and on it was an expression she knew very well. the satisfaction of having protected someone, the relief that everyone had made it through safely, that unmistakable sense of duty, the kind only a hero carrying the fate of the continent could wear. It was the exact same expression Grade used to have after completing a quest. Swish. Without thinking, Lissel rubbed her eyes, then shouted, "Oh!" Xenia greeted us at the entrance to the shelter. "Welcome." It looked like it wasn't easy. It seemed the signs of barely holding back the earthquake still lingered on our faces. It was a bit dangerous, but everything turned out fine in the end. "You've done well." We didn't really do much this time. Miss Lissel handled everything. I turned to look at Lissel. Her eyes were hastily wrapped in bandages. Oh, her eyes. "I'll explain later. For now, could you treat her?" Lissel looked surprised at my words. "No, I'm fine. She hasn't officially joined our party yet, but surely we can at least do this much for a future companion, can't we?" "Xenia, please." Xenia treated Lissel without a word. The eyes are a complex organ, so it looked like it would take some time. Meantime, Nerl asked, "By the way, how are things over here? You know, generally speaking, it's common sense not to talk to a priest or holy knight while they're healing someone, right? The most updated Zero Vels are published on Nova IFire. Net, and yet here you are answering just fine." "Huh, anyway, it's really good. You'll understand once you see it yourself." Not long after, we got to see for ourselves. The second earthquake must have been big enough to be felt even from the shelter. When we arrived, the cheers we heard confirmed it. "It's Lord Mide. Lord Mide, thank you so much." Sniff, "I really thought we were doomed this time. And you even sent the Holy Knight to protect us from harm." People from the territory, eyes brimming with tears, rushed up to us from every direction, clasped their hands one by one and said, "I'm glad you're all safe." "Is the earthquake really over for good?" "Yes, there won't be any more." At least there hadn't been any news of earthquakes in the territory up to the point in time I'd regressed from. Relief washed over everyone's faces. Then someone asked, "Hero, how did you know a second quake was coming, and such a massive one at that?" I quickly licked my lips and replied, "Time to wrap this up nicely. I didn't know." "What?" "I didn't stay behind to stop a second earthquake. I was just checking the scale of the damage in residential areas and making sure no one had been left behind." The crowd fell silent at those words. "You did that for us?" "Yes. But that's not something anyone would really notice or thank you for. That's not why we do it. Lives isn't something done for recognition." That answer was the complete opposite of when Kale had asked people to acknowledge his use of a pen view to stop the quake, and it brought tears to everyone's eyes. Sniff. "Yes, this is what a true hero looks like." "Where is Lord Kale anyway? Did he vanish after stopping that little quake of his?" "Probably. A hero like him must be so busy." Honestly, it never felt like he was doing it for us anyway. It was more like he just showed off and then left. Hearing all that, Lil looked flustered. From her perspective, both of them had stopped quakes, so the wildly different reaction must have been quite a shock. Sniff. Just as she tried to say something, Narrow covered her mouth. Then she whispered, "Stay quiet. When Kale was reaping all that praise earlier, we held our tongues, didn't we? MMF. So don't go whining now that the situation's reversed. Let go now, Peewa." But Kale didn't even try to insult Mide back then. "You guys are insulting him right now." "Well, that's because Kale was so obsessed with bragging despite the mood. He brought that on himself." Lissa looked like she'd just been hit over the head with a hammer. "So you predicted this too and showed Kale's performance through a pen view?" Who knows?" Narrow shrugged, but to Lissel it probably looked like a definitive yes. So turned sharply to me. "You totally played me. This would be what mercenaries call tripping over your own power, wouldn't it? You tripped me. I was a fool to compare you to Lord Grade." "Oh, you compared me to him." I mean just for a second. Even if it was brief, knowing how much Grade meant to her, I couldn't help but smile. When Lissel saw that, her face puffed into a pout, and then it happened. "She compared me to you? That feels unpleasant." Trail. Her voice got deeper since last time. "Whose trail?" "Ah, Lord Grade, you're still here. You keep talking like you want me gone. Not at all. It's just, you were giving off such a clear, I'm leaving now, or earlier." No wonder Wynn had gone silent. He was still maintaining the necromancy. "Anyway, what's there to be upset about?" Said you and Lissel were over. "So you do still have feelings for her?" Silence. Grade sighed lightly and changed the topic. "Did you say Lissel's traveling with a man named Kale now?" "Yes. Kale, the so-called hero of the South, is currently in Lissel's party. I'm pretty sure she saw some resemblance to you and him." HMPH. He clicked his tongue, clearly unimpressed. "Her taste in people has gone downhill. It wasn't like this one 500 years ago. That's rich considering you haven't even met Kale. Everyone in this world is an idiot except me. If someone doesn't choose me, it just proves they lack judgment." I was at a loss for words, so I decided to defend Lissel a bit. "Can you blame her? You're not around anymore. All she can do is find someone who reminds her of you." "Heh, not bad with Flarry. Right, I'll give you a tip." "A tip? You're still better than this Kale guy I haven't even seen." He continued slowly. "Go say this to the townsfolk. Tonight, let's eat and drink together. Let's celebrate surviving the great disaster and bless the future ahead." That was one of my favorite lines when I was the hero. Lissel will love it. "Oh." I quickly turned to the townspeople and called out boldly, "Truly glad you're all safe. It's all thanks to you, hero. Tonight, let's eat and drink together to celebrate overcoming the great disaster and to bless the future ahead. Woo, long live the hero." In that moment, Lil gaze changed. I quickly crossed my arms and struck the best pose I could. Perfect. That should have sealed it. After a brief pause, Lil spoke up. "That was so obviously a line from Lord Grade. You really thought I wouldn't notice. Necromancer's spell is still glowing, you know." Normally, Lissel seemed airheaded, but even before the regression, she'd occasionally become sharp like this. I glanced up at the sky, desperate for a response. "What do I do now?" "Well then, I'll be off." "Wait, no, take good care of Lissel. See you again, my vassal." I raised my fist to the sky. "Vassal, my foot." Then Trail's voice piped up. "Is he gone?" "Gone, right? Why do you vanish every time a hero shows up? What did you do?" "Anyway, now that he's gone, look at this. Ding. You've gained 10,000 fame points. Fame needed for next level, 40,760/100,000. Your name will now echo across the territory. Total fame points to be gained from the event, 15,000. Your name is echoing through the Drucker territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing through the Quelk territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing through the Lior territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing through the Avis territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing through the Rhaenys territory. All points collected. Narrow Slane sees you as the greatest stroke of luck in her life. Xenia Side sees you as a person with the warmest heart. Edwin Ein sees you as a brother-like figure. Authentic sees you as a guy with hero-level cunning. Little Vince sees you as a man very similar to Grade. Oho, sees me as someone very similar to Grade, huh? You said you briefly compared me to Grade earlier. That must have been the highest possible valuation Lissel could give. This was a huge development. If things go well, we might be able to recruit her into our party this time. If not, at least get her to withdraw from Kale's party. Shall I check right away? I made my way through the noisy crowd and approached Lissel. She had a sulky look on her face, but was startled when she noticed me standing right in front of her. Is something wrong? On a day as good as this, you shouldn't be making that kind of face. Good for who? For all of us, of course. Not particularly for me. I shrugged. Wouldn't you say it's a good day for you too, Miss Lissel? After all, now there are two people who have offered to make you human. Sure, Kale told you the same thing, didn't he? Think of it as your chances having increased. Staying positive is the key to a long life. Nara let out a soft chuckle. And just how much longer do you plan to live? Wow, what's that supposed to mean, Xenia? Just an exclamation. Then Lissel finally spoke. But in the end, there's only one hero, isn't there? Yes, meaning either Kaled or I lied. You think it was, Miss Lissel? You mentioned earlier that you compared me and Sir Grade. Have you ever compared Kaled and Sir Grade? Lissel didn't answer, but that silence was more decisive than any words. Join our party. You've been watching Kaled so far, now it's time you start watching me. Lissel hesitated for a while. I waited patiently, and that patience was rewarded. But then, Sarene would be left alone. I was thoroughly pleased with her answer. She was worried about Sarene being left alone, then unconsciously she had already accepted my offer. If I leave the party too, Sarene will be stuck with Kaled alone, and I don't think she particularly likes him. I widened my eyes. You noticed that? Huh, you noticed too. From Lissel's perspective, I must have been the more surprising one, but she was right. Even before and after regression, Sarene had never openly gone against Kaled. Times I had sensed sharp edges hidden in her expressions and tone. I took a moment to think. Wait, a very good idea occurred to me. Ah, but no, that won't work. Why, what is it? I was going to ask Lil to persuade Sarene and bring her over, but it's too dangerous. I had a gut feeling. Keeping a fence in Kaled's party in longer was dangerous, and sending Lil back there now might be just as risky. Lissel's heart had already tilted clearly in my direction. The path to becoming a hero could be a warning in itself. It'll be fine. No, it won't. Can't you tell? In my hand right now was the false hero's sword. Kaled had realized it was fake through the path to becoming a hero. And that sword didn't contain Idria's authority over space like the real one did. Which meant that path to becoming a hero might be something Idria shows people. Kaled is probably being supported by the Demon King. Why sending Lil back is dangerous. It'll be fine, I said. Huh, Lissel can spirit transform, remember. If she does that, even the Demon King wouldn't be able to find her. I tilted my head. And how do you know that? You must have forgotten. I've devoted my life to killing Idria. You think I haven't researched her? Now that I thought about it, that made sense. If my theory is right, Trail's true identity is that man. Ignoring him, I turned to Lissel. In that case, how about you persuade Sarene to join our party with you? Huh? You two seem close enough that Sarene might listen if it's you talking. I'm counting on you. Wait, I haven't agreed to anything yet. There's just one condition. Don't go back to Kaled. I said firmly. Don't go back to Kaled. Instead, spirit transform and hide. In that state, neither Kaled nor I can find you. In the meantime, assign a spirit to Sarene. You can share your senses through them, can't you? Even if you're far away. How do you know that? Because Magna Neros did the same. Anyway, with that ability, you can wait for a moment when Sarene and Kaled are separated and approach her then. I'm counting on you. I keep telling you I haven't said I'd do it yet. Sir Grade turned down the chance to meet you again. At my sudden remark, Lissel's expression faltered. I kept going. But I'm sure of it. He still hadn't forgotten you, and I bet it's the same for you, Miss Lissel. What are you even talking about? The conversation's gone completely off track. If you can persuade Sarene to join our party within a month, I'll try to persuade Sir Grade for you. Of course, as one of the living and one of the dead, being together forever is impossible, but if it's a win, at least you two might be able to talk. Lissel stayed silent. Then after a moment, she spoke. I'll think about it. Yes, that's good enough for now. But, go ahead. Lissel hesitated before speaking. A month's too short, give me 5. I had suppressed a grin. If she were going to turn me down, she wouldn't be trying to negotiate the time limit. How about 2 months? 4, 3. Fine, 3. Xenia whispered to Nerl. This feels familiar somehow. You shouldn't be the one saying that. Huh, this is the same pattern from when you gave in to pheasant meat back in the Avs territory, you little pheasant brat. The damn pheasant, and just like that, I managed to bring even Lissel into our party. And if she really could convince Sarene as well, then it won't be long now. The day that Guy ends up completely alone. Mide's group stayed in the territory for 5 days. Full story at N-O-L-1-D-20-E-L-F-I-R-E. Net, of course, that doesn't mean they spent the whole time idling. They used every skill at their disposal to help with the reconstruction of the territory. They rebuilt destroyed homes and shops, healed the wounded, and encouraged the weary and struggling. Mr. Kaled never really did this sort of thing. Mide's a strange one, or rather, maybe this is what a true hero looks like. Come to think of it, Grade and him acted like Mide too. Mide and Grade really are alike, but she never once thought that Kaled resembled Grade. Though she hadn't openly said she'd joined Mide's party, the truth was that Lissel had already made up her mind. 5 days later, Mide left first, simply saying he was counting on them. He reminded her several times to stay hidden in spirit form. So didn't really understand why she had to be so cautious around Kaled, but for now, she decided to follow the word of her new leader. After that, she waited in territory for 2 more days. 2 days later, Kaled and Sarene appeared at the entrance of the territory. Lissel immediately sent a wind spirit to Sarene. Then she disappeared from the world in spirit form and eavesdropped on them. Sarene called out loudly. Lissel CEI, Lissel. Are you? That's enough, stop. Huh, Lissel left us. Wad. Saren's mouth fell open. Why are you so sure? At that moment, Lissel, observing Caleb through her spirit, got the feeling something was off. Caleb wasn't looking at Saren, who was speaking to him. He was gazing into empty space. He slowly scanned the air and then spoke. It's a hero's intuition. I can't trust that anymore. Care to repeat that? Aha, was I too loud? Ari, shouldn't you apologize for saying it at all? Saren brushed it off with a laugh. Caleb stared at her for a moment, then said, let's go. There's nothing left for us in this territory. Oh, so now it's just the two of us, huh? And, please don't get mad at me for saying this. I'll decide after I hear it. Caleb, can you really grant my wish? Caleb's eyebrows rose. Why? Think I can't? It's just I mean in a lot of ways Mide's beat. Then why don't you go join Mide? Like you said, it's just you and me left in the party. Saren made a troubled face. Scratching her head, she mumbled, he just seems too nice. I don't think we get along. I figured that's what you'd say, which means I'm your only option, right? Unlike Lissel, I never expected deep loyalty or a sense of belonging from you. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, but be more careful from now on. Yes, I'm sorry. Caleb nodded and checked the page in front of him. Lissel Vin has joined Mide's party. Hint, make sure to secure Saren Magnus. Lissel's planning to convince her to defect to Mide's party. Caleb rubbed his forehead. I really thought Lissel was on my side. How the hell did he manage to recruit her? Could it be that guy with a true destined hero? Grit clenched his teeth without realizing it. No, that's impossible. That can't be. The hero is supposed to be in Kunz, isn't he? Caleb pulled himself together and spoke. I've decided on our next destination. We're chasing Mide? Saren asked, but Caleb shook his head. No, I hate to admit it, but going after him now would be too dangerous. Then where? Let's head to the Drawnor territory. The Lord there should be sick. I can heal him. Got it? They started walking. Just before leaving the territory, Saren looked back. Still, it's a little sad. I didn't even get to say goodbye to Lissel. 3 days after leaving the territory, while traveling in a carriage, I spoke to Trail. Did you finish collecting the data? Yeah. Show me the numbers. Let's see the gap between me and Caleb. You got it. Soon, the screen appeared. Mohan accumulated fame. 55,760 Caleb Wake accumulated fame. 27,980. My eyes widened. Sure, my fame had surpassed 55,000, but that wasn't what surprised me. Caleb's fame dropped. Last time I checked, his fame was definitely a bit over 35,000. Looks like your plan worked a little too well. Huh, pretty satisfying, honestly. You went through hell and got less famous for it. Were me, I'd cry into my pillow at night. Yeah, that does sound like you. Hey, I didn't mean that literally. Why do you only take the weird parts seriously? Anyway, I can't just be happy about this. I sighed lightly and said, since I met you, I've never once seen my fame drop. Same goes for Caleb. I wanted the result, but seeing Caleb's fame fall with my own eyes is still shocking. I better be careful. Trail scoffed. Good to be cautious, but aren't you being a bit too careful? I can't even imagine you doing anything to lower your fame. Of course I wouldn't, but still, I trailed off and looked at Nerl. Trail seemed to understand what I meant. Ah, right. The infamy of the Witch of Carnage is definitely a minus for your reputation. So that's why you're working so hard to stop any more tragedies. It's not me stopping them, it's Nerl holding back. As an incredibly cooperative party member, I can't keep hiding Nerl's identity from the public forever. Once it's revealed, my fame might take a hit too. That's why I need to time it right. But timing is tricky because of Xenia, her secret pact with Dame. The weakness Dame holds over Nerl. Xenia's deep respect for her father. How do I untangle this mess? Just then, Xenia suddenly spoke. Now that Mr. Fence is officially part of the party, how about we throw a welcome party or something? I don't really need that. Ah, I knew Mr. Fence would agree. That's strange. Did I say something wrong? Nerl chuckled and interjected. She just wants an excuse to eat meat. That makes sense. I could tell from the first time I met her. You're pretty sharp. I get that a lot. As Xenia pouted, Edwin quickly spoke. I'd be up for it too. If we're going to have a proper welcome party, we'll need to find an inn or a restaurant. He glanced at me. So did the rest of the party. That's not the kind of look you give when wondering if we'll have a place to sleep tonight, is it? I chuckled softly. You want me to tell you where we're heading next, right, Edwin? Ha! Precisely. You ordinary humans need at least some kind of marker to follow, after all. Offense tilted his head in confusion. This now? Don't go saying this or that to our Edwin. He's been hurt a lot emotionally. You're the one saying worse things. Anyway, next destination. To be honest, it's already decided, just like always. We're going to, it was at that moment. BZZZZ. Suddenly, a blue light glowed from inside Xenia's robe. She looked puzzled, pulled out a crystal orb, and then her face turned to shock. Sir Tiver? Who's Tiver? Wow, Nerl, you really have no interest in me, huh? Better late than never. You seriously don't know? Seeing her unexpectedly hurt expression, Nerl flailed her hands in panic. Hey, I was just messing with you. He's the guy you sent to investigate the incident with the Ophelia kid. PFFT. Wait, were you making fun of me just now? Better late than never. As Nerl scowled, Xenia activated the orb. Tiver? Lay Xenia. It's been a while. Yes. What's the progress on what I requested? You asked that before even saying hello? Hello. Tiver let out a deep sigh. Ophelia's last mission site has been safely reached, and the investigation is complete. Investigation. The investigation Xenia had asked of him was to identify the mage from the Holy Knights who had initially reported Ophelia's disappearance as the work of the Witch of Carnage. If it was Dame, she couldn't just accuse Nerl without any ground. It was a procedural formality, but someone had to carry out a proper investigation and secure the evidence. In other words, that mage and Dame are in on it together. Looks like Tiver really went all in on finding this. Yeah, the identities of dispatched mages are top secret. If the Lord finds out, it becomes a real mess. Tiver spoke again. The mage name is Jurgen. Is he now? He's hiding under the guise of a common gardener in this territory. I'll go there, right? Xenia raised her voice in excitement, then shut her mouth tightly. She quickly changed her tone. No, thank you for your cooperation. And what happens to me now? Don't worry. I'll make sure to mention your name to my father. You'll receive a message soon enough. Then I'll wait for that moment. Even if I return to the Holy Knights, I don't want to see you again. Thanks for saying what I wanted to hear. HMPH. Tiver grumbled like a child and shut off the communication ore. As the light faded, Xenia tucked it back into her robes. She quietly looked out the carriage window. I sighed and said, just say it. Say what? What you're thinking right now. She cautiously turned to me. Is it okay? It's okay. B, but that has nothing to do with your path as a hero, Mide. That's when Nerl spoke. This guy isn't killed. Nerl, if it's Mide, of course he'll prioritize his companions. Worry about yourself instead. You might end up learning something pretty shocking from this. Xenia smiled as if to say she wasn't worried. I'm not kidding. If people gather, they're bound to be scheming. Even the holy knights of light who serve the celestial god aren't any different. I'm only worried about how deep the rot goes. Still, thank you for worrying. Which if carnage really doesn't suit you, Nerl, you're a good person. Nerl muttered in a low voice. You're a good kid too. Xenia didn't seem to hear her. Anyway, what should I do? The issue I'd been turning over in my mind just earlier. Yeah, reputation is one thing, but it's hard to keep the party together while hiding Dame and Nerl's covert pact. No, to be precise, we could keep going like this. But if we want the party's bond to grow even stronger, we need to resolve this properly. After a short while, I made up my mind. Let's untangle this mess once and for all. Zophilia's last mission site. The Toth territory. Map, please. That's what I was waiting for. Here it is. I looked over the map Xenia handed me. Trail looked sulky. Why are you sulking over that? I'm the only one who can see your map anyway. Who said I was sulking? There's no one more open-minded than me. Sure, if you say so. To be honest, I didn't even need to look. I already knew where Toth territory was. Tinga location, I said. Southern end of the continent. Yeah, pretty far from here. Xenia glanced at me for reaction. I gave a small smile and continued. Think we could load the carriage on Agril? Oh, with Agril speed that won't get in the way of your hero journey at all. Yeah, but don't you think it's kind of blasphemous to load a human carriage onto a divine chariot? Who says nonsense like that? Or we'll totally understand. Nerl gave her a skeptical look. Didn't you act all high and mighty about giving us rides at first? That's because when Agril carries people without divine power, it slowly weakens him. But if I feed him enough divine energy, it'll be fine. Still, shouldn't you ask him first and get his consent? Fine, I'll go ask. Xenia leapt onto the roof of the carriage. Then, summoning Agril, she soared into the sky in an instant. We waited for quite a while, so long in fact that by the time we reached the village, night had fully fallen. While we were waiting for food at the inn, Xenia returned. You didn't order without me, right? Did it go well? She trudged to a chair and slumped into it, then collapsed onto the table. I nearly died. Divine energy got completely drained. Oh, and I'd like my meal with meat, please. So meat with the sword of your divine power, Agril, in exchange for expensive meat. No, divine power carried our carriage on its back. The Toth territory was quite far from our current location, so it took a full 3 days of non-stop flight to get there. Even before the regression, I had ridden Agril several times, but this was the first time for such an extended flight. But finally arrived at our destination just as Nerl scored her 25th consecutive win in the card game Midwin had suggested. Thanks for everything, Agril. GRRR. We'll eat later, okay? As Xenia soothed Agril and sent it back, Nerl spoke up. So, how are we supposed to find the Jurjin guy? The one who answered was surprisingly offense. I'll take care of it. Xenia looked shocked. You, Mr. Offense. Is there anyone better than me at snatching someone away? Google SE a small cap parlor 1D04H novel fire. Neb, but you're not even involved in this, are you? This clearly isn't part of the hero's party duties, it's personal. Then why do your party members all have their sleeves rolled up for their personal matter? Xenia was at a loss for words. Offense chuckled and continued. Very different from my last party, and surprisingly. I rather like this kind of vibe, Mr. Fence, so that's why I'm helping. All the requests I accepted as an assassin were based on whether I felt like doing them, not the reward. Same principle applies. Got it, thank you. It was a heartwarming sight. Our party moved like a single organism, functioning smoothly without my needing to command it. Even though it was the same roster, it hadn't felt disconnected in the pre-aggression Kale's party. I said, then I'll shamelessly take you up on that. Wait at the inn. If possible, not an inn room, some warehouse would be better. Why? Well, his gaze darkened. He's not going to talk easily. If it gets noisy, it'll disturb the neighbors. 2 hours later, we were face to face with a mage named Jurd in an inn room. Fitz grumbled, I told you an empty warehouse would be better. Nero replied, I want to rest on a bed. Now of old times, problem. I cast a soundproofing spell, so don't worry. He's a mage too, though, huh? At Nero's short snort, Fence nodded as if that were answer enough. Clack. He removed the gag and Jurd immediately shouted, You bastards, do you have any idea who I am? A gardener, right? Why, yes, a gardener. Dare you lay a hand on a gardener? Sigh. Enough, Xenia, what now? At the mention of her name, Jurd's expression shifted. After all, within the Order of Holy Knights of Light, Xenia was a well-known figure. He couldn't possibly not recognize her. Xenia pulled up a chair and sat down, meeting Jurd eye to eye. You know who I am, right? Could it be a member of the Order of Light? Yes. I'm Xenia Sade, Vice Captain. I can't make sense of this situation. Was I kidnapped? I'm a dispatch mage from the Order of Light, too. Because you submitted a false report. Drip. Cold sweat streamed down Jurd's forehead. Xenia continued, her face expressionless and cold. This is where Ophelia Mace, my friend, carried out her final mission. She disappeared in the domain. And the incident was reported as the work of the Witch of Carnage, Nerl Slain. We're the one who reported the lingering trace of her mana, weren't you? Why did you lie? Jurd burst out. I didn't lie. Phew. I checked the name written in Bloodscript. Sure enough, it included this name. Nerl Slain. No need for the Eye of Omniscience. By filing a false report, Jurd had added to Nerl's infamy. Trail. Can I show the Eye of Omniscience to others? Want to expose the guy's secret publicly. Say something reasonable. So many things I can't do. There are more you can do. Anyway, it looked like we were down to torture. I was the one who tortured that assassin guild member disguised as a coachman back in Av's domain too. Xenia. I'll handle this stab. Just then, without warning, Xenia drove a dagger into Jurd's knee. We know all of us could only stare in shock. Edwin spoke first. Sis, are you okay? Yeah, totally fine. But I think this is the first time I've seen you do something like this. Xenia shook her head. Right now, I'm neither a knight of the order nor a servant of the celestial god. She turned to me and continued. If this man hadn't blamed the Witch of Carnage, the investigation to find Ophelia would have continued. Maybe, just maybe, we would have found her. Ophelia was my comrade, my friend, and someone I trusted more than anyone. So even if I seem a little vicious right now, please don't hate me, Mr. Mide. I nodded without hesitation. Not a little. Sorry, not a little vicious. You can go all out, I still won't hate you. She smiled softly, but that smile vanished the moment she turned back to Jerd. And let's begin again, shall we? Ugh, Sea Captain Dame will never stand for the grag. Stab. Xenia drove a dagger into his other knee. Her voice turned icy. You're really asking for it, aren't you? Whether Xenia's torture was especially harsh or Jerd was just weak-willed, he confessed everything within 20 minutes. Ugh, please forgive me. I only did what I was told. My question was who gave the order. Should I stab somewhere else this time? It was Dame Sade. Xenia froze. Then grinding her teeth, she shouted, have you gone mad? Did you think blaming my father would get you out of this? Sob, I'm telling the truth. You. When I was dispatched to investigate, Dame summoned me privately. Told me to just pretend to investigate and report that I detected the Witch of Carnage Mana. Clang. Xenia dropped her dagger. She stared at Neril in disbelief. Is this really true? I have no idea what Dame told him to do. But at the very least, you were never here in the domain, right? That's right. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I did. I told you I didn't kill Ophelia. That's not the same as, she tried to say something but couldn't. Sharp Mind had already reached a conclusion. Don't tell me not just this incident, but all the countless evil deeds you've been accused of. Neril, please tell me. Neril sighed deeply and glanced at me. I gave a small, silent nod, and then she finally spoke. That's right, I made a secret pact with Dame. 30 years ago, Dame found me. The world thinks I lost that battle, but in truth, we never even fought. Neril, we just made a deal. Then on, all unresolved cases or atrocities that must never come to light would be attributed to me. I agreed to that offer in exchange for compensation. Xenia was looking down at the floor. I wanted to say something, but I held back, thinking that Neril was the right one to speak now, not me. After a long pause, Neril cautiously opened her mouth. You're disappointed in me, aren't you, for hiding it all this time? Disappointed. Yes, I'm disappointed. I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that you thought I would be disappointed in you. Neril slightly parted her lips. Xenia was crying, but she was smiling at Neril. I had never seen such a sorrowful smile before. I told you before, didn't I? I'm not a child. You were about to say compensation and something else, weren't you? But then you changed your words. You were blackmailed, weren't you, Neril? Odd enough, it was Neril, not Xenia, who looked more physically unsteady despite everything. I quickly supported her back. Xenia continued speaking. I've seen enough to know you're not someone who cares about jewels or money, and you're not the type to deliberately keep secrets from your comrades. There must have been a reason. My father found some kind of weakness in you. Am I right? Neril nodded faintly with great effort. Xenia wiped her tears with her arm and kept talking. The one I'm really disappointed in isn't you, Neril, it's my father, Xenia. I've admired him my entire life. He was always strong, always great, second only to the gods above. And yet he tried to elevate the name of the Holy Knights of Light by staging a ridiculous scheme and using you, even dragging in the case of my missing friend. She took a deep breath, then slowly began walking. I'm sorry. Just want to rest a bit. Okay. Can I leave the rest to you? Offense nodded. I'll handle it. Thank you. Click. She opened the door. Then Neril, who had been half leaning against me, suddenly shouted as if by reflex. Xenia, yes. Can I stay by your side? I'm sorry, but tonight I'd rather be alone, please. We all looked at Neril in surprise. The dreaded Witch of Carnage wore a look of desperation on her face. It was the first time I'd ever seen her open her heart to someone like that. I did think they'd gotten impossibly close, but still to step forward like that, for the sake of a comrade engulfed in sadness and sorrow. After a moment, Xenia responded with a calm smile. I don't think you're particularly suited to comforting people, Neril. I can try. All right then, do your best. Do you want to be comforted? Don't expect too much. Hurry up and come along. Neril gave me a small nod and walked out the door. That was when Jerd suddenly burst out. Lady Xenia, you can't just leave like that. I've done nothing wrong, please spare me. Thud, the door shut completely. Jerd screamed as if his throat were being slit. Alog, this is insane. What did I ever do wrong? Hey, eek. Crash. I kicked over the chair he was tied to. Tumbled backwards, flailing. I'll let the fall report slide. It's not like you could go against the captain's secret order. But aside from that, you're a real piece of work. I glanced at the blood script on his body. Sin against 120 people. Forget the fake report. Start confessing everything else you did. I swear I've lived a righteous life. Oh, my bad. I should have started with this. I leaned in close and whispered into his face. Even think about hiding your sins from me. That night, I couldn't sleep, so I slept outside the inn. I heard a door open from behind. I turned around. It was Neril. She was holding 2 teacups in her hands. Have a cup, it's black tea. Of course it is. What else would you ever bring? You talk too much. Thanks, I'll drink it. I accepted the cup she offered. Tonight the sky was outrageously bright. The stars were bloomy and full. Xenia, she's asleep. She sobbed and wailed and made a huge fuss, but calmed down somewhat in the end. She'll be okay. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just wondering who did more of the crying. Your eyes are red. Neril turned her head slightly. She let out a small sigh. I don't know why I stepped in either. Doesn't feel like me. I think it does suit you. What are you talking about? All those atrocities committed by the Witch of Carnage were lies, right? Remove those lies and your true self comes out, just like now. Heh, sorry to break it to you, but I'm still a terrible person. You'd be shocked if you knew everything. I know. This time, instead of looking into her eyes, I looked at her blood script. The crimes attributed to the Witch of Carnage were lies, but the ones written there were real. Neril had committed far more than the average number of sins, but I had neither the reason nor the right to dig them up. That's so. Well, I'm no saint either. That's not really the kind of line you use here, you know. Anyway, if you're feeling better, you should get some sleep. I'll share a room with Xenia. Why would I sleep in the same bed when I've got my own room? That's when a new voice came from behind us. Thank goodness. I was worried you'd actually say yes to that. Xenia, her eyes were so puffy she looked like a fish. Neril looked flustered. Did I wake you? No, I got hungry. You're joking, right? Yeah. She scratched her head and gave me a small bow. Sorry for showing such a pathetic side earlier. I don't know what part was so pathetic, but I guess it wasn't a big deal if I don't remember it. Heh. She gave a soft laugh, but soon erased the smile and asked seriously, "Can I make one unreasonable request? You can say no, really. Go ahead. Would it be okay if I went to the capital for a bit?" She looked up at me cautiously. When I stayed silent for a moment, Xenia quickly added, perhaps interpreting it in her own way, "I'll finish my business quickly and rejoin you. Just let me know where you're headed through the communication orb." I delayed my response briefly. In the meantime, Neril asked, "Are you going to meet Dame?" "Yes. No matter how I think about it, I need to sell this. Don't worry. Don't know what your weakness is, but you said Dame threatened to burn it if you ever mentioned the secret pact to me, right? I'll just say I found out about it on my own. If my father tries to touch on your weakness, I'll stop him at all costs." Neril didn't respond for a while. Judging by the shimmer in her eyes, she seemed deeply moved. "What exactly do you plan to do?" "I'm not sure. Honest, I won't know until I meet him." A worried look spread across Neril's face. Xenia, with a slightly mischievous expression, teased her. "Grandma, that expression really doesn't suit you, you know. Huh, you got a death wish? Yeah, that expression is way better." "Mr. Mide, can I go? Come on, we were heading to the capital anyway. What's happening in the capital? Something incredibly massive." I let out a small laugh and spoke. "All right, go together." "Huh, my next destination is the capital too. Looks like there's a chance for me to gain some fame there." "Mr. Mide, you don't have to lie for my sake." "No, it's true." Neril and Xenia stared at me for a moment. Then, seeing that my expression didn't waver at all, they nodded. "So it's true, what a coincidence." "It's not coincidence, it's fortunate, a happy accident." I said, "Of course I need to focus on gaining fame there. But you can move separately if needed." "Thank you. I'll finish my task quickly and come help right away." "That'd be great." "No, I'm the one who should thank you, but Mr. Mide," she quietly looked up at me. "You said the capital was your next destination, right?" "Yeah." "Wouldn't it have been better not to tell me that?" "Huh, do you mean?" "Instead of saying the capital was already your destination, wouldn't it have been nicer if you just said, 'I'll give up my fame for you,' and chose to accompany me like that?" "Still not following. Come on." She got a point. "Wouldn't that have touched her deeply if you said it like that?" "Huh, say you're going for her, and then later it coincidentally lines up with your own goal. It has way better dramatic flair." "Oh, I guess that makes sense. Thinking back, it does. I hadn't even considered it that way." Seeing my blank expression, Neril and Xenia giggled. "You could have fooled me, what a shame." "Seriously, he lies to everyone else but never bothers with us. He can't fool us because we're comrades. So oddly innocent in all the wrong places." "Right, but," Xenia turned to me with the warmest smile, "like you much better this way." The next day, we set off on our journey to the capital. The carriage was filled with energy. It was hard to believe that yesterday's heavy atmosphere had ever existed. "By the way, what did you do with Jerd?" "Didn't kill him, at least." "That's a scary answer." "Don't worry, with Edwin around, I couldn't exactly go rough on him." At my words, Xenia glanced at Edwin. He was hugging his knees with his arms. Who? Someone who's lived through eternity, that is barely anything." Xenia remarked, "Pretty sure it was more than enough of a shock. Half that shock came from your torture, to be honest." "Ugh." That's when Finn spoke up. "Anyway, what's happening in the capital? I mean, aside from Xenia matter." "HM. I know you're someone who never misses a chance to gain reputation like Kale. Tell us comfortably." "Yeah, I want to hear too. Sounded like I heard a hallucination somewhere. Around this time before the regression, a strange phenomenon occurred in the capital. Strange might be too mild a word. It was earth-shattering, literally. Oh, if it was that big, Caleb must have gotten involved. What did he do to stop it?" "He didn't." "What?" "At the time, Caleb was in the Reigns territory, still deciding whether to recruit Edwin. Since it happened at the same time, I imagine Caleb must have agonized a lot over his path to becoming a hero. Whether to recruit Edwin or handle the capital's anomaly, which to prioritize. It was that big of a deal, as big as recruiting a party-level hero, of course. I finally opened my mouth to those waiting. Soon, a black sun will rise over the capital. It was the oracle that made the demon king of lies descent confirmed reality across the continent. Even before that, the people of the capital had already begun to sense it, thanks to the black sun that lit the skies around this time. The black sun. No one knows what it is. Before my regression, it rose over the capital for a week, then vanished. It wasn't resolved, it just disappeared. So its true nature was never discovered. All that remained were countless rumors suggesting it was a harbinger of the Demon King's return. You don't know how to resolve it either, right? That's why I'm heading to the capital a bit early, to gather information beforehand. Seems like you still have time then. I nodded and told everyone, let's see if we ride aggro, we'll reach the capital in 2 days. Then starting from the day we arrive, the black sun will rise 2 weeks later. It's a bit late to ask, but can you really see the future? More or less. More or less, he said. FFT, Nair let out a light sigh and changed the subject. Well, with that more or less ability, tell me this, what exactly is the black sun? Exactly what it sounds like, 2 suns in the sky. One is the usual sun and the other looks like it's diseased, black and twisted. That must be a sight. The real sight happened on the ground. Huh, the black sun doesn't just mess with the scenery. I unconsciously gulped at the point. In my expression, the others straightened up as well. Those exposed to the black sun's light will begin to change little by little. And in the end, they'll transform into monsters. A silence fell over the carriage in an instant. Yes, the true wickedness of the black sun lies right here. Its light turns ordinary, kind-hearted people into monsters. Edwin, trembling, finally spoke. Hi. I think I've seen a similar ability in a history book before. You're probably right. The third Demon King, the power of the Demon King of Corruption. Neril twitched her eyebrows and responded to my words. Indeed, the Demon King of Corruption turned humans into monsters and added them to his army. There were testimonies all over the continent of people having to strike down friends they had just been drinking and laughing with the day before. Yeah, this is just a guess, but the Black Sun might actually be the core of the Demon King of Corruption. Ah, that actually makes sense. Unlike the other Demon King cores, the core of the Demon King of Corruption supposedly had no fixed form. It could transform into rocks, trees, paintings, buildings, and even humans or monsters. Even the third-generation hero party had a hard time locating and destroying that core. The core of the third Demon King, in other words, the gem of corruption, is a material that can transform in anything. With a bit of imagination, you could even consider the possibility of it turning into a sun. A brief silence followed. Then Xenia asked Mr. Mide, the Demon King of Lies, Idria definitely implanted the Gem of Desolation into the Martial King, right? Yeah. Then maybe. Not maybe. Definitely. Convinced Idria had a hand in the incident that's about to unfold in the capital. And considering the cases of the Martial King and MS Mariana, Idria must have made contact with whoever is going to be the vessel in the capital. Our job is to quickly find that person. Neril asked, and won't we find them? Play it by ear. Huh. I've thought this for a while now, but I can't tell if you're meticulous or just reckless. Meticulously reckless. Well, no need to rush things yet. The strategy will change completely depending on who the opponent is. Lately, Neril seems to be interpreting my words more favorably. Well, the others are pretty much the same. I turned to Xenia. I said briefly earlier the black sun will rise in 2 weeks. You mean you want me to be done with my business within that time, right? Yeah. There's an order to how the black sun turns people into monsters. It'll start with those who are mentally and physically weak. Our party won't be affected, but the people will suffer the most. Huh, got it. No matter what happens, even if I'm not completely done with my tasks, I'll rejoin you before the 2 weeks are up. Thanks. Xenia shook her head. No, I should be thanking you for giving me 2 whole weeks. All right, let me know right away if anything comes up. Will do. And so we refined our general plan. Then we rode Agril to the capital. At the gates of the capital, Xenia dropped us off and flew straight to the headquarters of the Holy Knights of Light. I watched the rapidly shrinking figure of Agril and murmured, Mide, what do you think will happen? The Black Sun or Xenia? Ah, I meant the Black Sun, of course. Google SC is small cap parlor 1D04H novel fire. Net, don't worry, Xenia will come back after wrapping things up neatly. Are you even listening to me? Offense chuckled, acting all childish at your age. Right, Mide can be kind of immature. I was talking about you, though. Shut up, plain-looking thing. That's not exactly an insult, is it? And just like that, we entered the capital. This was my first time stepping foot in the capital since returning. Since it's located in the southern part of the continent, Kale's fame probably still far outshines mine here. Which also means, if I handled the case cleanly, it could deliver a critical blow to Kale's reputation. So critical that recovery would be impossible. Passed through the main gate and drove the carriage for a while when the sound of a noisy crowd filtered in from outside. It was loud enough to disturb our conversation, so I eventually opened the window. Is it today? They say Sir Patrick Benjamin is really handsome. My door totally fell for him, not that someone like him would ever be involved with us. Hey, hurry up. It's almost time. That was the gist of the chatter, Patrick Benjamin. Feel like I've heard that name before my regression. Just then, Offense spoke. Now that you mention it, it is about that time. He was preparing for it when Kale and I were staying in the capital. Huh. Patrick Benjamin is the current vice commander of Alcahad. Ah, right. That was the name. I had dismissed it before since he had nothing to do with our demon-slaying quest prior to regression. I think he was around 20 years old. Wow. Hero remembers even the name of Alcahad's next commander. I'm not Neril, you know. Fair point. Neril frowned. Are you saying I'm ignorant lately? No, not lately, but you were like that when we first met, though. Can you not say that with such a serious face? Then let me ask, do you know who Patrick is? Surprisingly, Neril nodded. He's the vice captain of Alcahad. Offense just explained that. Fine, I don't know who Patrick is. I do know the surname Benjamin. Huh, I was about to ask more when Winnie. The coachman brought the carriage to a stop and said, Ladies and gents, I'm afraid we can't go any further. The crowd's too dense. Is there no other route? There's only this path to the inn you are headed, but I know another inn that's better. Would you like me to take you there instead? A well-practiced coachman, clearly. He'll probably get a nice commission from that other innkeeper. Smirked and nodded. Sure, consider our tip your referral bonus. Oh my, you saw right through me, but honestly the food and rooms are better over there. I'll take you right away. I told him to go ahead and turn my head. Then I spotted Edwin. He was pressed so close to the window his face was practically imprinted on the glass. What are you doing? Foo-foo. What is it that they seek to see? What do they yearn for? Collective yearning of these commoners is amusing enough to stir my heart. You want to go check it out? Ah, yes. He quickly returned to his normal self and mumbled, I usually don't go out much, and it's my first time in the capital. To see all these people gathering like this, it's fascinating. I scratched my head. There was something scheduled around this time. Ah, the inauguration ceremony. At my words, Offense nodded. Errol asked, inauguration. The citizens mentioned Patrick Benjamin earlier, right? And with the kind of crowd like a festival, connecting the two leads only to one answer, inauguration. You mean he's being promoted from vice captain to captain? Exactly. I see. That kid's descendant is already becoming a captain. Time really flies. Suddenly, my ears perked up. I asked that kid's descendant. I have a bit of connection to Patrick's bloodline. What are you talking about? You're not even with the Holy Knights of Light. How could you be related to someone from Alcahad? Ah, noticing the look of realization on my face, she nodded. When we first met, didn't you spout off my past like it was nothing? Definitely said you made a backdoor deal with Dame 30 years ago. You also mentioned fighting Krot Benjamin, the vice captain of Alcahad, 50 years ago. I had heard that story directly from Neril before the regression, but I never thought it would connect like this. Neril continued speaking. Maybe his son? No, judging by the age, probably his grandson. I'm kind of curious what he looks like. Wanna go see? One wants to take a look too. Do we have time for that? For the inauguration of the new Alcahad captain, every big name in the capital, including the Emperor, is bound to show up. It'll be a good place to gather information. Neril nodded. We left the carriage to the coachman and headed toward the event on foot. As we walked, Neril told stories from the past. Krotz was different from that Dame guy. He actually knew his place. After a few clashes, he raised both hands and surrendered. It's him. Even so, for someone who was the vice captain of Alcahad, it was funny how thoroughly he prostrated himself, so I let him live. That might be the first time I've seen her talk about her own past like this. Thinking about it, she lived a long life. There must be a lot of memories I don't know about. It's a strange feeling. You know, Neril might be thinking the same thing. You've got a bunch of memories she doesn't know either. Same goes for the other party members. They're precious comrades. Try to get to know them. Don't wall yourself off like you did before the regression. I was a bit taken aback. That's surprisingly mature coming from you. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what I said. Surprisingly mature coming from you. You just repeated yourself, you punk. Did you have comrades or party members too by any chance? Trail replied firmly, no, I never had comrades, and I doubt I ever will. I let out a quiet chuckle. What nonsense, he already has us. The inauguration ceremony was grand. We arrived late and got a bad spot, so from where we stood, the stage was nothing but a dot. But my sharp eyesight let me see it pretty clearly. The Emperor. At my murmuring, the others followed my gaze. That ant with the crown is the Emperor. That's a hell of a way to talk about the ruler of the Empire. I didn't mean it in a bad way. He really looks like an ant. You realize that still sounds bad, right? That's when Edwin spoke up. Riding on Offense's shoulders, he narrowed his eyes toward the stage. My mom said he was quite the handsome man when he took the throne. Don't really see it, though. Offense responded. Your mom, that famous Mariana Ein, right? Yes, sir. You call narrow big sis, but call me sir. That doesn't seem fair. I'm sorry, sir. Get off my shoulders right now. I smiled faintly and looked back toward the stage. Even from this distance, I could see the blood script clearly. Well, the Emperor is quite the monstrous criminal, too. His blood script showed a shocking count of 581 victims. Outside of outliers like Kale, he ranked among the worst I'd ever seen. Before the regression, the Emperor only had a private audience with Kale, so this was the first time I'd seen his blood script. If I had known then, I might have questioned whether the rewards he promised would even be honored. Anyway, that's not what matters right now. I shifted my gaze slightly. Someone was being presented with a captain's seal by the Emperor. That must be Patrick Benjamin. Said he was handsome, but not really feeling it. It's a very subjective judgment. Huh, what's wrong? Noticing the change in my expression, Trail asked. I let out a quiet breath through my nose and examined Patrick's blood script. Has sinned against Dame Sade and 231 others. Dame Sade, head of the Holy Knights of Light and Xenia's father, Alcahad's current rival. Patrick had sinned against him. Considering he was listed as the representative victim, it was probably the one sin he wanted to keep hidden. Trail, tell me the secret between Dame and Patrick. What Dame? I'll explain later, just check the secret first. Oh, okay. Soon a screen appeared. I first checked the date in the upper right corner, last night. A secret that had happened less than 24 hours ago. In the vision, Patrick was facing Dame. Dame sipped his tea before speaking. First of all, congratulations, Vice Captain Patrick Benjamin. You should call me Captain now. The inauguration's not until tomorrow. You're such a stickler. It's less than a day away. Dame frowned at his slick tone. Clack. Deliberately, he set down his teacup with a loud sound and continued. Else is around, so let's speak freely, Vice Captain. A lot of people are curious how you rose so quickly in a giant organization like Alcahad. Must be skill, no? No. Frankly, you're not Captain material. Not even Vice Captain, to be precise. Patrick's face twisted in displeasure, but Dame kept his sharp tone. I'm not saying this because I lead a rival organization. What did you do to the former Alcahad captain to get this far? What do you mean? Just passed the position down to me and retired. That man was still in perfect health. He always used to say he'd only retire the day he entered his coffin. Well, people change their minds. Are you just going to keep dodging the question? Dame raised his voice. And it's not just the former captain. I've heard that many within Alcahad resent or envy your rapid promotions. The same rumors float among the nobility, far too lacking to be the grandson of the legendary Vice Captain Krotz. Watch your mouth. Bang. Patrick suddenly slammed the table, but Dame didn't even flinch. I'd only ever dealt with hero-rank party members, so I'd forgotten. But Dame was still the third-rank powerhouse in the Empire. There's no way someone like him would be intimidated by the fury of some greenhorn. And to be honest, there wasn't a single ounce of dignity he felt from Pat. Opened his mouth, fuming. Grandfather, I'm sick and tired of being compared to that name. Such is the fate of those born into great bloodlines. Vice Captain Krotz was a respectable man. That respectable man couldn't even lay a finger on the Witch of Carnage and had to retreat. Dame's eyebrow twitched. Is that supposed to be a jab at me? Oh, now that you mention it, you went through the same thing, didn't you, Sir Dame? Truly, the Witch of Carnage does give our organization a hard time, in so many ways. Anyway, let's move on to the real reason we're here. Patrick calmed himself and sat back down. Then, with a rather vile-looking smile, he continued, earlier, you said quite a bit, just because it was the two of us here. That's fine. Do something quite excessive too, since it's just the two of us. What are you talking about? Something like this, old man. What? Look into my eyes right now. Huh? Suddenly, Patrick's right eye began to glow red. Even though I was watching through a screen, I got chills all over my body. That light radiated a terribly ominous aura. It slowly faded and then disappeared. I stood there blankly before asking, what on earth did you just do? And here I thought you'd fold quickly, even with your big reputation. You're number 3 in the Empire, huh? I was planning to corrupt you further, but you held on. See corrupt. Why don't you roll up your pants and take a look? Even though Patrick's tone had suddenly changed, so unnaturally, Dame obediently rolled up his pant leg. The fact that he followed the order at all meant he felt it too. Something very bad had happened to his leg. His eyes widened in horror. Whoa, it's almost too gruesome to look at. Just moments ago, Dame's right leg had been perfectly fine. Now it was mangled. It had blackened like rotten mud left standing too long, and was oozing. That black, dripping flesh looked like the face of a demon straight from hell. Sweating coldly, Dame shouted, what did you do to me? I think you've already got a guess. You've heard of the Demon King of Corruption's authority, right? I corrupted part of your body. Originally, I aimed to corrupt it up to your thigh, but it stopped at your knee. Still not bad. Dame bit down on his lip hard. It trickled from his mouth, but he didn't even try to wipe it as he shouted, how the hell are you using the Demon King's authority? I had a stroke of luck a while back. No point in asking, though. I won't answer, so don't waste your breath. Why, you bastard? Stop getting worked up and think carefully. What do you suppose will happen if that partial corruption spreads to your bone marrow? Dame trembled, then spoke in a voice that was practically forced out of him. You think you'll get away with this? This is an abnormal phenomenon. Every last member of the Holy Knights of Light will come after your head. Heh. My former captain said the same thing. Oh, so that's how it is. That guy, he did the same thing to the previous Alcahad captain. Right. One was suspicious of Patrick's abilities. He was far too young to serve as a division captain. Exactly. That's how he took control of Alcahad in the capital using tricks like this. Makes sense. Who could possibly stay calm when their own body is slowly turning into a monster? I won't bend to such threats. Even if my entire body becomes corrupted, I'll see to it that you're punished. Huh. So he's got some spine. And as Dame shouted with burning rage, Patrick didn't look the least bit fazed. Yeah, the former captain said the same thing. W what? He tried to arrest me too, even if it cost him his life. But then I showed him this and he gave up. SHFF, Patrick pulled out a dagger. Then without warning, he lightly sliced his own palm. Drip. As a decent amount of blood spilled across the table, Dame suddenly reacted. He grabbed his leg and groaned in pain. Ridley, he checked and found that the corruption which had reached only his knee earlier had now climbed to his thigh. Do you get it now? If you try to harm me, you'll automatically transform further. You can't arrest me. You can't reveal my crimes. Harming me doesn't just mean physical attacks. If you tarnish my name or accuse me falsely, any action that I interpret as being targeted will trigger more corruption. From now on until the day you die, you'll have to focus solely on praising my name. Nash. Dame ground his teeth. Patrick chuckled and kept going. Oh, and by the way, it's not just Alcahad. What? There are people in the Holy Knights of Light who are already corrupted. Some noble heirs, too. Of course, a few guild heads and guard captains. Everyone who opposed or might oppose me taking the position of captain's probably already walking around with a body part wrapped in heavy bandages. Ha. So, don't you think everyone's going to come together now to celebrate my promotion to commander? I could only click my tongue at the guy's sheer villainy. Patrick's right eye. Of corruption can take many forms. A tree, a rock, a human, a monster, even the Black Sun. And yes, it can become a human eye, which means that right eye of Patrick's is the Black Sun that appeared in the capital before the regression, the gem of corruption itself. The gem of desolation I got from the Martial King has proven incredibly useful. And Layer 1D07W novel chapters are PUBL small cap I SHED on novel fire. Net, I imagine the gem of corruption will be just as versatile. Honestly, when I first came to the capital, all I could think about was how to somehow deal with the Black Sun. Even I hadn't considered the idea of wielding the sun in my hand. Wait, are you saying? I smirked and replied, if it's just an eyeball, I can carry it around, right? But there's a problem with my plan. Rampage. Even when I touched the gem of desolation embedded in the Martial King's stomach, it went into a frenzy. The Black Sun I saw before the regression must also have been the result of the gem of corruption going berserk. Trail spoke in an amazed tone. What kind of hero starts drooling every time he sees a Demon King's core? What if it goes out of control again, like the gem of desolation? I'm thinking of asking Nerl to extract it. Flee without calling a rampage. Of course, no one's going to sit still while someone digs out their eyeball, so I'll probably have to knock Patrick out for a bit. Trail replied, about knocking him out a bit. Yeah, isn't that considered harm? You heard what Patrick said earlier. He even considers slandering his name as harm. If words are enough, then what happens when he gets knocked out physically? I instinctively parted my lips slightly. It was right. Trail had pointed out something I had completely missed, something that rarely happens. What do you mean rarely? You've got a point. Thanks, Trail. I'm asking why you had to say rarely. If we mess with Patrick, Dame will turn into a monster. So with the former commander of Alcahad, the nobles, the guard captain, and the merchant guild head, all the people Patrick has touched. I fell deep into thought. Should I do? Just then Dame spoke up in the screen. What is it you want from me? Step down. What? Like the former commander of Alcahad, I want you to retire too. You're too old and too grumpy to be my partner. Make the person I name the new leader of the Holy Knights of Light. I'll work with them instead. Dame let out a short laugh. You mean you'll threaten them with monstrification just like you're doing with me now? No, don't do that. You expect me to believe that. I mean, I couldn't possibly defile such a beautiful body with a grotesque monster's mark, could I? Freeze. Dame went stiff. A vein popped on my forehead as well. Patrick smirked and nodded. Yeah, the one I want to take over is Xenia Sade. You bastard. I mean, come on, Xenia is quite the beauty, isn't she? Don't you think so, father-in-law? I'll kill you, if you kill me. You'll turn into a monster instantly. Xenia won't have any choice but to follow my orders either for the same reason. She seemed like a dutiful daughter, ha ha. He let out a howl that was somewhere between a laugh and a scream. Dame clenched his teeth so hard they might break, but he didn't dare lunge at him. Click. That was the end of the vision. After watching the inauguration, I returned to the inn and gathered the party. I explained everything I had seen through the eye of omniscience. First, they listened half-heartedly, but their posture gradually changed. By the end, they were so tense they couldn't even lean back in their chairs. So they involved the gem of corruption, Captain Patrick, and even Dame. Nero pressed her fingers to her forehead. I spoke cautiously. That must have been a shock. Shock? Why would I be shocked? Huh, I mean, it's the grandson of Kratz, someone you were connected to. What are you talking about? It makes no sense. She tilted her head, then suddenly made a face like she'd figured it out. A mischievous smile, rare for Nero, played on her lips. Don't tell me you've got the wrong idea. Huh, hey, Kratz was just someone I crossed paths with once. Did you think we were soulmates or something? It's surprising that his grandson actually fell to corruption, but that's all. Don't get the wrong idea. Strangely, I felt happy. Fence and Edwin whispered to each other. Looks like Mide and Nero are kinda like that. Definitely has that sort of vibe. Would be nice if they got more like that soon. Well, not that it matters to me whether it's like that or like this. Snap. Nero flicked her fingers. A simple wind spell shot between them like an arrow. Boom! It punched a hole straight through the sturdy wooden chair. You little brats. You've got something to say, just say it. If that had hit our heads, wouldn't we be dead? Yep, you would've. We're sorry, we'll behave now. Much better. Nero glanced at a fence like she was telling him to speak up. He chuckled and shifted the topic back to me. Anyway, if we extract the eye, the problem's solved, right? Yeah, though Nero's going to have a rough time. Nero let out a sigh. If that's all that happens, we're lucky. Never dealt with a gem of corruption before. Still, it's a Demon King's gem like the one from before. Same principles, right? We'll see. Either way, I'll do my best. No time to complain. I nodded. Then I clasped my hands and spoke seriously. Whether the extraction's possible or not is one thing, but there's something else we have to consider. As I said, if we harm Patrick's body, all the people he's half-corrupted will turn into monsters. That includes Dame. Everyone's faces darkened as they understood the implication, especially Neril, who bit her lip and muttered, "This isn't something we can handle on our own." Fence agreed. Yeah, Dame aside, with the capital's elite under his control, we can't just abduct him and rip the gem out. Should we contact Miss Fenn first? Neril spoke up. I'll do it. Okay, don't mention Dame yet, just ask her to come over. Got it. She tilted her head and asked, even if everything goes well, is it really okay for me to extract it? What do you mean, not just okay, you have to? You said the Black Sun is a phenomenon caused when the gem of corruption runs wild, right? Yeah, that's our guess. Then if I extract it successfully, the Black Sun won't appear. Are you fine with that? I didn't get it. Do you mean am I fine with that? No Black Sun means no massive reputation boost for you, right? I hadn't thought of that back in time during the inauguration. Xenia was in her father's office. Apparently Dame hadn't shown up for work yet. That struck her as strange. Has father ever been late to work even once in his life? Not once, she could swear. Just as she was pondering further, click. The door opened. Inya? Father, she instinctively brightened. It was a reflex. Even if he had committed tremendous corruption, the feeling was unavoidable because he was her father, her own family. Wait, this isn't why I came here. She hurriedly fixed her expression and spoke. Wasn't today the inauguration of the new captain of Alcahad? Even if you dislike him, shouldn't you have attended? Dame stiffened momentarily, then calmly replied. I sent Abel. Oh, well, I suppose Abel would be acceptable to them. He's your assistant after all. Xenia was fairly close with Abel too. Though not particularly strong, he was kind, smart, and trustworthy. She moved on to the main topic. There's something I'd like to ask you. You little rascal, going straight to the point before I've even sat down. I'm sorry. Dame slowly walked over and sat in his chair. He thought he'd played his part well. Xenia's expression hardened instantly as she asked, Are you feeling unwell? Why do you ask? You were limping just now. What are you talking about? You must have seen it wrong. Unconsciously, Dame rubbed his right knee. Xenia wanted to press further, but then remembered that the man before her was the captain of the Holy Knights of Light. A man of his rank wouldn't be in poor health without access to a priest's healing. I really see it wrong. That's when Dame spoke. So what brings you here? You didn't even send word. Like I said, there's something I want to ask you. Go ahead. You made a backdoor contract with Neril, didn't you? At that plain question, Dame's jaw dropped. Thump, thump. His heart was pounding furiously. Neril, how could she give up that thing and go blabbing to her daughter? Wasn't that thing more precious to Neril than her own life? Xenia, I knew it. I could tell just from your face. Xenia lowered her head, a bitter expression on her face. Dame fidgeted, struggling to find words. Listen, Xenia. Father, please step down from your position as captain. What did you say? I don't know what to do with you right now. Should I report you, arrest you? I'm seriously confused. Until I've made up my mind, please step down. Just temporarily. Can delegate to Sir Abel. There was no wavering in Xenia's eyes, at least on the surface. But Dame was her father. He could see what others couldn't. She's crying. Whenever Xenia endured pain or sorrow, her eyes would tremble faintly. She had trembled when undergoing grueling training in the Holy Knights, and again when Ophelia Mace went missing. Now her eyes were trembling more violently than ever. Dame slowly opened his mouth. Know everything, don't you? Yes. You heard it from Neril. No, I figured it out myself, through the dispatch mage juror. Dame easily saw through her lie. She wants to stop me from destroying Neril's weakness. To think the God's agent and the Witch of Carnage had grown so close. Dame turned toward the window, feeling 10 years older. That Mide fellow seems to be quite the capable leader. Do you bring that up? I never imagined, even in my dreams, that you and Neril would get along. That's why I was okay with you being around her. But Mide somehow brought you two who should be natural enemies together. That's no ordinary leadership. Even in the middle of this, Xenia found herself oddly pleased. Yes, you're right. He's an amazing person. Sigh, Xenia. The reason I made that contract is, I'm sorry. Might look calm right now, but inside I'm a mess. I don't want to hear any excuses. I'll say it again. Just until I sort things out, step down from your post, even temporarily. To his surprise, Dame felt a weight lift off his shoulder. It was like suddenly laying down the burdens he had carried for decades. Was it really this easy? No, it couldn't be easy. If anyone else had said those words, Dame would have fiercely denied and resisted. In front of his daughter, he could allow himself some relief. All right, It was at that moment. A bolt of realization struck Dame's mind. That bastard, Patrick Benjamin. Just yesterday, Patrick had told him to sit down, and to appoint Xenia as the next commander. Of course, Dame had no intention of obeying, but if he really did resign, Patrick would approach Xenia, and he'll threaten her to take my place. Say that if she doesn't, Dame's life's forfeit. No. Original chapters go to N0VI. Fi Ardep E net he couldn't let that happen. At the very least, until he eliminated that bastard Patrick, he had to stay in the position. Even mentioning retirement now would be a signal Xenia is in the capital. Patrick would stop at nothing to find and threaten her. Dame clenched his teeth and answered, I can't do that, Xenia. Father, it's not out of ambition for the position. If I sit down now, it will put you in danger. You trust me on that. Xenia looked at him quietly. A long silence passed. Help me believe that. What can I do to help? You're holding something over Neril, right? And just to be clear, she didn't tell me. I figured it out. Yes, I'm holding it. What is it and where is it? Dame sighed deeply. You intend to return it to Neril? Yes. If you do, the Empire will lose its tool to control the Witch of Carnage. Father, Witch of Carnage isn't someone the Empire can or should control. She's not a bad person. PFF. For the first time, a sneer curled at the edge of Dame's lips. Just as Xenia frowned, he continued. It makes sense you'd say that, not knowing her past. What are you? Never mind. At this point, it doesn't matter, but I can't give it back. Father, listen. It's not that I won't give it back, I can't. Weakness is in the underground vault of the Imperial Palace. At that, Xenia was convinced. The underground vault of the Imperial Palace. A place so restricted only the royal family could enter. There, legendary artifacts were stored, like the massive, wide-range scanning spell array said to be developed by Beyond Enerica. The underground vault is immune to all magic and dark arts, and it requires the Emperor's permission. So it was never something you could destroy anyway. That's right. As soon as I got my hands on the weakness, I offered it to His Majesty. He didn't even touch it, just ordered it stored underground. I lied to Nero, but I won't apologize. After a moment's thought, Xenia asked, what exactly is that weakness? It's no. Xenia hastily raised her hand. I don't think you're the one I should hear it from. Errol will tell me when the time comes. You really have grown close. I have one more question. Her expression hardened. Ophelia went missing, and you blamed it on Nero. Did you do something to Ophelia? Dame shouted even before Xenia had finished speaking. That's not true. Though Ophelia was Xenia's best friend, Dame also cared deeply for her. No matter how much it was for the sake of the Empire, he wasn't so corrupted that he'd harm his daughter's friend. And he studied his expression carefully, then nodded. While I was waiting for you, I thought through the worst case, average, and best case scenarios. Thankfully, this isn't the worst case. Then what about Ophelia? I don't know. She disappeared entirely during a mission. She was a high-ranking officer in the Holy Knights of Light. If someone of that level goes missing and the Order can't find her, their reputation must have taken a hit. They borrowed the name of the Witch of Carnage. That's right. Xenia nodded and stood up, then she bowed politely. Since it wasn't the worst case, I'll greet you like this. And if it had been, I would have grabbed you by the collar. Dame let out a short laugh. What was the best case scenario? That you'd accept what I said and sit down as captain. And if I had, how would you have greeted me? Xenia answered with a gentle smile. Would have given you a hug to thank you for listening. That's a shame, truly. She gazed off into the distance. Really. Nero contacted Xenia and she responded immediately that she would return. I was surprised by how she answered without a moment's hesitation, so I cut in. You haven't even finished negotiations yet, right? No, it's done. Huh, PFFT. Why do you sound so shocked? Well, I thought it'd take at least 2 weeks. Figure we'd be lucky to wrap things up just before the black sun rises. Xenia replied in a soft voice. I was hoping it might end sooner than expected. I didn't say anything just in case. Why? Father's always been good at listening to me. Nero twitched her lips. He's that soft on his daughter, huh? Yes, exactly. That's why I couldn't be too harsh either. Anyway, it wasn't a total disaster. I'll explain everything in detail once I'm back. Click. The communication orb went silent. A brief silence settled in. Then Nero spoke up. Dame's got a surprisingly different side to him. Well, that doesn't change the fact he's still a bastard to me. You mean that weakness thing? Yeah, though to be fair, it's not entirely Dame's fault. He didn't steal that weakness from me. Of course not. With his skills, how could he possibly steal anything from you? Heh. She smiled faintly, looking slightly cheered up. And later Xenia returned. Tilda brought some snacks, want some. She was smiling brightly. Maybe things had gone better with Dame than expected, but we couldn't match her cheerfulness. Welcome back, sit down first. Sure, the mood's kind of gloomy though. Don't worry, Mr. Mide and all of us, we've overcome all sorts of crazy obstacles so far. The time will be no different. This time it's about you. What? I let out a sigh and spoke. Time Dame's life is on the line. After hearing everything, Xenia's face turned pale. Her expression was so dark that Edwin, looking nervous, quickly spoke up. Big sis, don't look like that. If we all put our heads together, we'll come up with something. We always do. Right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Should we unpack those snacks you brought? I'm not hungry. Those words felt like the end of the world. Especially to me, I even stuttered. Calm down, don't do anything rash. Nothing's happened yet, don't go doing anything you'll regret. No, I just said I'm not hungry. You're the type to eat 2 full portions even before fighting the Demon King. Xenia showered back. I'm not that bad. No, before the regression she really was. I meant it sincerely, but everyone seemed to think it was a joke to lighten the mood, and they chuckled. The atmosphere did ease up a bit. Then Offense spoke. Oh, removing the cursed gem without harming Patrick and without triggering its rampage, is that even possible? No clue. I'm not exactly an expert in this area. What do you think, Nero? Nero crossed her arms. Like I said before, I won't know until I see it. Then let's go see right now. Huh, let's go to Patrick. If we can't bring him here, we'll have to go to him. And where would that be? Xenia quickly chimed in. I'll use visual link with Agro to locate him. Oh, right, you can do that. Yes, I'm sorry, but can I start right away? She looked quite anxious. Understanding her urgency, we all stood up without protest. Within 5 minutes, Xenia located Patrick's whereabouts. She wrinkled her face in disgust and said, that guy's almost as much of a scumbag as Kale. That bad? Maybe not quite that bad now that I think about it. So what did you see? Xenia answered, he was spitting on a grave. The grave Patrick spat on, shockingly, belonged to Kratz, his grandfather and a man who had a brief connection with Nero. Really emphasizing the brief part. Shut it. We hit as spot Offense had selected, absolutely undetectable, and observed his action. Watching from the underworld, old man, damn bastard. You were always so popular, but in the end, vice captain was your limit. Meanwhile, I became captain. I surpassed you. Nero murmured. Did he have some inferiority complex toward Kratz? Looks like it. Gross. Bastard doesn't deserve to spit on Kratz's grave. Kratz must have been a decent person, especially since Nero, who generally disliked people, was acknowledging him that much. So at this distance, can you analyze him? Yeah, it's close enough. Nero closed her eyes and formed a quick hand seal. Analysis magic, a spell that revealed the causes, mechanics, and possible solutions for any phenomenon affected by mana. After a brief silence, Nero opened her eyes. Drip. A cold bead of sweat slid down her nose. What is it? Difficult. Not just difficult. Impossible. And I think I underestimated it after dealing with the Gem of Desolation. This one is filled with extremely detailed trig conditions. Nero hesitated, then added, if I had to find a silver lining, unlike with the Martial King, this gem is connected to Patra. What does that mean exactly? It means the one who decides whether something's harmful is Patra, not the gem itself. So it would be easier to fool Patrick than to fool the gem. That's the hopeful part. It was a far trickier situation than I'd expected. I suppressed a groan. Now that I think about it, in the previous timeline, the gem had eventually gone berserk. The black sun that rose over the capital, that was evidence that the gem of corruption had rampaged. Then who harmed Patrick back then? Even with the eye of omniscience, I couldn't know it was in the past. But I had one possible lead. I closed my eyes and recalled that moment. One night before the regression. I messed up the schedule and ended up sleeping outdoors. I was deep in dreamland when someone shook me awake. Mide, wake up, it's your turn. It was Xenia. She'd been on watch before me. I yawned loudly and looked at her. Her eyes were completely red and swollen. Did you cry? No. You really think I believe that when you look like that? Sigh. Yes, I cried. She quickly wiped the tear stains with her sleeve. I sat up and spoke. You have a sad dream or something. Small cup R1D07 R1D00 R1D05. Small cup R1D00 R1D1B R1D07 S R1D1B. R1D04 small cup H R1D00 R1D18 R1D1B R1D07 small cup RS R1D00 R1D1B and 0V3L. FIRE. And I was on night watch. I shouldn't be dreaming. Then why were you crying? Weren't you the one who didn't care about your teammates? It was true that before the regression I hadn't paid much attention to my party members' personal lives, but that didn't mean I wouldn't at least ask why someone was crying in the middle of the night. I care now. Sigh. It's got some news from the capital, that's all. The capital. Come to think of it, you don't know anything about that, do you? You were the last one to join. Nope, no idea, so be kind and detailed and explain. Weren't you trying to comfort me? To comfort you, I need to know what's going on. She gave a small smile, but it was so fragile it seemed like crying again would be easier than forcing it and looked sad enough to make that feel true. It's nothing. Really something worth explaining now. Keep watch, okay? I'm just going to step out for a bit. To finish crying. Ugh, seriously, no wonder you're not popular. She threw that jab so suddenly that I was left speechless. Xenia giggled at my dumbfounded expression and vanished into the darkness. As I scratched my head, I suddenly heard someone moving. It was Nerl. Yeah, you're definitely not popular. What do you know? The mercenary guild leaders all lined up for me. They could circle a castle. That's not the kind of popularity she meant. Why are you awake? You guys were too loud. She sat up groggily, then looked in the direction Xenia had gone. Leave her alone for now. She's probably feeling pretty torn up inside. Feels like I'm the only one in the party who doesn't know what's going on. You never tried to find out. Why not pay a little more attention? You did, maybe you'd be the leader by now. I chuckled at her half-joke, half-serious remark. Nerl smiled back, then continued in a more serious tone. She's probably worried about her father. Her father, Dame said, yeah, let's see, it was when we recruited that wing kid. There was a big incident in the capital. You mean the Black Sun? Right. Back then, Xenia asked Kale for something. Asked him to delay the Rain's territory mission and head to the capital instead. She wanted us to take care of the Black Sun there together. Even back then, let alone now, after the regression, I could easily guess what Kale had said. He refused, didn't he? Yep. Said the situation in Rhaenus was more urgent. I mean, we did find it win there, so it was a big deal. The Black Sun turned nearly 3% of the capital citizens into monsters. We had chosen the capital instead, maybe we could have stopped it. I scratched my head. In Rhaenus, the place they'd chosen over the capital, Xenia had used a grand-scale purification ritual, sacrificing some of her lifespan. If she'd done that in the capital, they might have averted the catastrophe. Not that it's a matter of comparing which tragedy was worse, but still, it's only natural for someone to want to save the place where their family lives. But isn't worrying about Dame unnecessary? The Order of the Holy Light is still intact. You know Dame retired, right? I tilted my head at that. He did? Yeah, said he was retiring due to age right after the Black Sun incident. Some guy named Abel is acting as his temporary replacement. Well, the Black Sun was a huge mess. Maybe he pushed himself too hard. Maybe, she whispered softly. I know the Order of the Holy Light pretty well. They're scarily good at covering things up. What are you trying to say? I think it's possible that Dame was taken out by the Black Sun too, that he turned into a monster, and the Order is keeping him restrained somewhere. To cover up the shame of their captain becoming a monster. Isn't that entirely plausible? That's probably why Xenia is crying like that. Nerl added a few more pieces of circumstantial evidence. He had been contacting the capital more frequently since the Black Sun incident. She'd been seen weeping like this several times, and recently she'd been eating only half as much as usual. Does the third one even count as evidence? Of course it does. Anyway, it's all just speculation, so keep it to yourself. Don't tell the others. Why tell me? Wouldn't it make more sense to tell Kale? Nerl stayed quiet for a moment before answering. I would've. Before what? What do you mean? She murmured softly. Before I met someone more reliable. I stopped reminiscing. Thanks to the clarity of my pre-aggression memories, I could now be sure. As I thought, the Black Sun incident happened because Dame killed Patrick. All the evidence points that way. And I think I know why Dame killed Patrick too. That threat I saw through the eye of omniscience, Patrick telling him to step down and let his daughter take his place. It must have been that threat that pushed Dame to act. Which means the same thing might happen again. I need to be careful. One thing about Dame, I have to give him credit for how much he loves his daughter. Asked, you said your party stayed out of the Black Sun incident entirely before the regression, right? Yeah. I only heard about it afterwards since I joined later. Xenia must have been really disappointed. Yeah. After something like that, maybe even back then, Xenia never truly trusted Kale deep down. Just like Offense secretly hadn't. Just like Nerl openly didn't. Maybe every party member had their own reasons. A wave of regret hit me. Maybe I shouldn't have focused so much on that peaceful retirement life. Don't dwell on the past. Is it even correct to call pre-aggression events the past? The fact that you're nitpicking like this means it is bothering you. Even if you had stepped up back then, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. Like I said, the difference in reputation between you and Kale was overwhelming. Then you could have died and come back to life and still not become the hero. I did die and come back, and now I am the hero. TCH. I let out a small laugh. Thanks for the comfort. HM Trail was right. Now's not the time to regret the past, but to move forward, to reach a different ending than before. What should we do first, then? I pondered the question for a moment, then turned to Fence. Flinched slightly before asking, what is it? Try getting closer to Patrick. See if you can get anything out of him, like how he came to possess the Gem of Corruption. There might be a clue. You usually figure everything out on your own. That's because the secrets between Idria and Patrick are too highly classified for me to see. Trail's Eye of Omniscience is an incredibly powerful and useful ability, but it always feels like it's just 90% complete. Context, wouldn't it make more sense to say it's missing 10%? In any case, Offense nodded. Well, I'll do what I can. Xenia said in surprise. What are you planning to do? Like I said, I stayed in the capital for quite a while with Kale, and I had nothing better to do, so I scoured the capital more well-known figures. Old assassin habit. I can't sit still for long, you know. SSSHH. Fence began rubbing different parts of his face lightly. Magic, his appearance began to change, from a completely ordinary look to one of a man with bold, defined features. After gently stroking his throat one last time, Offense spoke. Who do you think I am? Xenia gasped. Rick Bound. Who? He works admin at the Alcahad HQ. He's constantly butting heads with the Holy Knights of Light over jurisdiction, so I've seen him a few times. Absolutely insufferable man. If even Xenia finds him insufferable, he must be a real piece of work. Offense spoke. When I was doing recon, I saw Patrick having deep conversations with the man several times. It should be effective. Good choice, I'm counting on you. Don't expect too much. With that, he slipped away like smoke. In the next moment, Offense appeared behind Patrick. We perked our ears and focused on their conversation. Patrick? It was a voice completely different from Offense's usual one. That spell is always fascinating. Patrick jumped in surprise and turned around. Breck, what the when did you get here? Just now, you seem quite focused. You heard everything. Why hide things between us? I know well that you harbor hatred toward former Vice Captain Krotz. Oh, is he testing how much Patrick is willing to share? Fortunately, Patrick nodded. Yeah, pretend you didn't hear that. The public still reveres my grandfather. I understand. More importantly, he tested Patrick again. How did the talk with Captain Dane go? How could it not? Her life's on the line. I've always been curious, sir. How exactly do you threaten people's lives? That I can't tell you, not even you. I clicked my tongue lightly. Offense took a step back. Of course, I understand. HMPH. Don't take it too hard. Haven't forgotten all you've done to support me. Once I become captain, I'll make sure you're rewarded. Haha. No, really. What do you want? Just so we're clear, Xenia's off limits. She mine. Xenia's jaw dropped. What did that bastard just say? Informal speech. What exactly is he saying? Well, I suppose there's no need to repeat that. I'd intentionally left that part out when explaining the situation to Xenia. Patrick just dug his own grave. Fence let out a faint chuckle and replied, That's unfortunate. Want the Witch of Carnage instead. You're joking, she hasn't even been caught yet. The Witch of Carnage has always been a target of the Holy Knights of Light, so we in Alcahad couldn't make a move, but that ends now. Dame is my puppet. My very first objective after becoming captain is the Witch of Carnage. Why? Why go after her so sickly? Patrick grinned, with a truly repulsive smile. They say she's stunningly beautiful. Even my grandfather supposedly fell for her at first sight. Wait, what? He fell for her. Well, he couldn't exactly go around saying it, admitting love for which would have been madness. They say he pined for her for years. The one who helped cure that heartbreak was my grandmother. Aren't you curious? Just how beautiful she must be for a stiff old man like him to fall for her at a glance. I felt deeply uncomfortable. Nero spoke. Wow, that never even crossed my mind. Mide, what's wrong? Tone down the killing intent. My heart is always like a calm lake as long as no one throws a stone. Question mark seemed to appear on Nero's face. At that moment, Offense spoke up. Regardless, you should be careful. I know you have some secret method, but surely even that has a weakness. It was a subtle and incisive remark. The excitement of becoming captain, the arrogance of having surpassed his grandfather, the delusion that he would soon have Xenia, all of it made Patrick far more loose-lipped than usual. Weakness. Well, that person did say something like that. That person. The one who gave me the secret method. Sure if it's even a person. No one can take this weapon from me, but if anyone could, it might be Beyond Irenica. His voice grew louder with excitement. In other words, it has no weakness. Beyond's long dead, just a name in the history books, and there's no way any mage today is his equal. Oops. Guess I talked too much, just forget it. Offense bowed his head. Patrick once again spat on the grave. I should get going. What about you? I'll stay a little longer. All right, see you later. Whoosh. Patrick waved a hand and turned away. Once he had completely disappeared from sight, we approached Offense, and when asked, did he just say Beyond Irenica? Beyond Irenica, a legendary mage who played a major role during the era of the Third Demon King's descent. Mages, there are endless pointless debates about who was greater, second-generation Iori Odix or third-generation Beyond Irenica. Offense replied, yeah, he's the one who developed the massive area-wide searching magic circle said to be under the Imperial capital. Offense had planned to use that magic circle to find his parents, so there's a bit of connection there, but not as much as Neryl's. I glanced at Neryl. The moment she heard the name Beyond Irenica, her face had gone pale. Sinned against May Irenica and 287 others, the founder and first head of the Irenica family, Beyond Irenica, so it all connects like this. I deliberately ignored Neryl's expression and spoke to Edwin. Can you try something beyond soul? I'll try. Wait, Neryl, are you okay with this? Neryl jolted as if burned. Okay with what? The gravekeeper in the Grey incident, the grave he tended belonged to the Irenica family. I thought it might be somewhat personal for you. I'm not the type to whine about personal stuff at a time like this. I know, it's fine, go ahead. Still, thanks for asking. Don't mention it. I turned back to Edwin. He had already closed his eyes and was focusing his mind. Woo-wash. His sleeves rolled up and the spell began to shine brightly. Then where is this? A voice that did not belong to a boy came out of Edwin's mouth. Beyond Irenica, I spoke, carrying the respect one should show to a hero of the past. It's an honor to meet you, Father of Mana, Sir Beyond Irenica. The title, it's been a long time since I've heard it. They say no one surpassed you in the art of manipulating mana. Not even Sir Iori Odix, if I may say so. Trying to flatter me, are you? I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't deserve to compare to Sir Iori. It's embarrassing to be placed on the same level as him. Unlike Iori, the embodiment of arrogance, Beyond had a rather virtuous personality. Even historical records described him as a man of great character. I'll explain the situation quickly. Starting with the gem of corruption, I recounted every detail of the current crisis. I listened silently, then asked, so what exactly do you want me to do? Patrick spoke your name. He said there's no way to deal with the gem of corruption unless you return. You played a major role during the advent of the Demon King of Corruption, didn't you? If anything comes to mind, please share it. That gem is ever-changing by nature. What form is it in now? It's lodged in Patrick's eye, taking the form of an eyeball. Beyond shook his head. I need to see it for myself. I'll show you. Nero raised her voice and formed a hand seal. Our vision changed immediately. She had activated in a pen view, a spell capable of reproducing a stored memory. Beyond examined the image of the eye carefully before speaking. Amazing. This is a technique so advanced, even I feel overwhelmed. This is what the current Demon King implanted. It's only a hypothesis, but I believe the odds are high. Well, yes, no one short of a Demon King could have done something like this. But there hasn't been an oracle yet. How could a Demon King have descended already? Regardless, do you think you can do it? Quietly extract it without harming him? There may be a way, but his expression hardened. We tensed slightly, watching his lips. This is off topic, but who developed the pen view spell? This didn't exist in my time. I did. Nero raised her hand lightly. Beyond asked, the mana around you is quite unique. Pardon, most of the souls who end up in the realm of nothingness stop caring about the continent. Lady Lepia is a rare exception. I'm another one of those exceptions. I've always watched over the continent, especially seeing how my descendants were flourishing. It brought me great joy. His voice grew heavier. A cold sweat formed on my back. But then they were wiped out in an instant, at the hands of the one called the Witch of Carange. Ah, so it was as I thought. The crime she committed against someone named May Renica was the annihilation of the entire Renica family, including May herself. I clicked my tongue softly. The rest of us turned to look at Nero. Eyes trembled. She clearly hadn't expected Beyond to respond this way. I quickly interjected. Now's not the time to. Don't butt in, hero of the generation. Whatever the records say, I joined the fight against the Demon King of Corruption for only one reason. My beloved wife and children, that was it. My family and my clan were everything to me. And now, standing before me is the very person who destroyed them. Damn it. We not have summoned Beyond? No, he's the only one who can help it now. I gave Xenia a glance. She cautiously unsheathed the holy sword Caesar, which could strike at the soul. Shing. Beyond glanced sideways at Xenia and asked, what's the meaning of drawing that sword? I think what Nero did to your family should be dealt with later. Now shouldn't we extract the gem of corruption? That's not an answer to my question. It means that if you can't recognize what should take priority, we'll make you recognize it. Ha. He burst into hearty laughter. Coming from Edwin's young body, the laughter felt bizarrely out of place. You five are quite the cocky bunch. Snap. Suddenly, Beyond snapped his fingers. Whoosh. The surrounding rocks shattered and rose into the air. An instant they transformed into sharp spears. Startled, I shouted, what do you think you're doing? I'll help you extract the gem of corruption if you kick the Witch of Carange out of your party. That's not even worth answering. You don't need to think it's worth anything, just say yes. Shing. Before we knew it, everyone was in battle stance. Everyone except Nero. What are you doing, lady? Gonna fight? It's been a while since you called me that. That defeated look doesn't suit you. Snort like always, will you? She did snort, but gave a small smile instead. Wouldn't it be better to just catch me out? If you say something that's stupid again, I'll get mad. I can't even imagine the party without you. Mide, if you don't want to fight, just step back. No, step. She stepped forward, then facing Beyond. She spoke clearly and firmly. It was painful enough trying to be polite, so this is perfect. Hey, old man. You say you were watching from the realm of nothingness and now you're blaming me. Your descendants had already abandoned their humanity. Silence. You don't have to understand my side. She grinned. Just say I'll help you. That's all you need to say. Latest content published on Novelfra. That she was repeating the word Beyond had used moments ago. Sent Beyond into rage. So you do wish to die? If that's your wish, then I shall, Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you're going too far. What? How is it possible? I know you were amazing back in your day, Grandpa, but once you cross the Red Bee River, you can't beat me anymore. Edwin, he reached out and clenched his fist. Was he removing Beyond's soul from within himself? Wait, is that even possible? Fully prepared for battle, slowly lowered our weapons and stared dumbfounded. Edwin toyed with something in his hand. I couldn't see the soul, but it looked as though he was molding it like clay. Noticing our blank stares, he gave an embarrassed smile. Guess I should have done this from the start. The so-called clay-like soul of Beyond had become incapable of communicating with us. Because of that, we had no choice but to use Edwin as a sort of interpreter. So in the end, all he really wanted was to get an apology from Nero. Yes, he admits that his descendants were in the wrong, but even so, it seems he couldn't help but care for his own bloodline. Then what was with that creepy atmosphere earlier? Apparently, he was just trying to be intimidating. When you think about it, Beyond was known in the history books as someone who couldn't even bring himself to step on an ant. He did grind up monsters without hesitation. Definitely different from Iori. I turned to Nero. What do you want to do? Are you going to apologize? Phew, if it's for the sake of resolving this, I'll do it as many times as needed. Then get on with it. Sorry, that overly insincere apology made the clay-like soul tremble. He's asking if that even counts as an apology. Do I have to get on my knees or something? Hold on, it's too noisy. He says if you bring that item, he'll consider it a proper apology. That item? I looked back and forth between Nero and the spirit. Nero's expression darkened. Is he talking about that thing Dame used as leverage against you? Nero hesitated, then nodded. Why would that count as proof of an apology? Because that item is the heirloom of the Irenica family. Didn't you annihilate the Irenica family? Why is their heirloom your weakness? Don't ask, it's complicated. I scratched my head. Then Edwin spoke up again. I'll just let him use my body again. He seems calm now, so it should be fine. He let Beyond's soul enter his body once more. Letting a soul so freely and naturally like that, Edwin really is a genius. Soon, Beyond's voice came out. I was rather disgraceful, wasn't I? No, not at all. Disgraceful is a bit much. You just barely scraped by as tolerable. Anyway, do we really need that heirloom? Isn't a spoken apology enough? That's not the only reason I mention it. We needed to extract the gem of corruption. We tilted our heads in confusion, but Nero clapped lightly as if she understood. Oh, that makes sense. After all, that heirloom's the pinnacle of all the Irenica family's knowledge. Have you decided to just keep speaking casually with me? That's the plan. Regardless, the reappearance of the gem that my comrades and I had once dealt with is deeply unpleasant. You bring me the heirloom, I'll personally see to its extraction. The situation was complicated like a tangled ball of string, but the solution was surprisingly simple. Still, Xenia let out a heavy sigh. That's impossible. The heirloom is stored beneath the Imperial Palace. What? My father told me he never kept it as leverage. As soon as he got it, he handed it over to His Majesty, and the Emperor locked it away in the underground vault. Beyond frown. The Emperor seized the heirloom knowing it belonged to our family. I'm sorry to say this, but in this era, there's no one who can claim rightful ownership of that item. HMPH. I'd rather have it in the hands of the Witch of Carnage than the Emperor. Neryl's eyes flickered at his words. Is that guy complimenting her or insulting her? Just then, Offense spoke up. No choice then. Let's infiltrate the Imperial underground. Why do you sound kind of excited? I won't deny it. You all know what my wish is anyway, don't you? Offense wants to use the vast search magic circle beneath the palace to find his parents. That was his wish before the regression, and still is now. But we're talking about the Imperial underground here. Don't think there are just a few guards and a locked door, right? Of course not. He shook his head like the idea was absurd. There was a reason the legendary assassin Offense didn't move directly himself and instead relied on Kale's name. We kept calling it the underground, but it wasn't actually a physical space. It was a separate realm. Beneath the palace lies a small door, and only two types of people can pass through that door, the Imperial family, and those granted access by the Imperial family. Beyond that door lies a separate world where the greatest artifacts of human history are stored. They say it was created not by magic, sorcery, or necromancy, but by something else entirely. To think of it, what is that place really? Didn't even the history books mention it. All they say is that it existed even before the founding of the Empire. Now that I think about it, the first Emperor Grade did say something about it. He mentioned that there was an era before the celestial gods appeared. Maybe that separate realm was created in a forgotten part of history. Offense spoke again. Say that if someone without permission passes through the door, their entire body is torn apart. Though no one's actually tested it, so who knows if it's true. That's too risky. What if it wins someone's grade spit for you? If the first Emperor grants you permission, it might work. I heard that when a member of the Imperial family dies, their access rights to the door are revoked. The living can hold them. Fence clicked his tongue in disappointment. Neryl frowned. Don't make weird requests to Mide. What if he gets ripped apart? It's fine, the bird lady can stitch him back up. Xenia interjected, flabbergasted. I can heal people, not resurrect them. This time Neryl spoke. No, Xenia, I believe in your ability. This has nothing to do with belief. Still, just in case, let's test it on Offense first. Oh, right. Maybe I'll get the hang of it after a trial run. Offense shrugged. I was joking, don't say scary things like that. We were being completely serious though. Note to self, never joke about Mide in front of you guys. I calmed everyone down and turned to Beyond. Lord Beyond, you've been to that place, haven't you? Beyond looked intrigued. You seem to know quite a lot. I tend to be well informed on various topics. Ho ho. Indeed, with the Emperor's permission, I once entered that separate realm. I even carved a super wide-range search magic circle there. Offense squirmed with anticipation. Since we're on the topic, don't you think it's unnecessary to go all the way there when I'm right here, if you could just activate the magic yourself? I don't know why you'd need it, but it's not possible. Just inscribing that magic circle took half a year. Another half year went into other preparations. Do you think this necromancer could hold a hero-class soul that long? Offense let out a deep sigh. After a moment of thought, I asked, why did the Emperor insist on such a tedious task at the time? Because the search magic I developed is too damn versatile. Magic circle that lets you see what anyone's doing anywhere like the back of your hand were to become public knowledge, the system would collapse. Neryl interjected. Not like the Emperor or the royal family could even operate that magic circle themselves. They probably just didn't want it falling in anyone else's hands if they couldn't use it. Well, what now? Are you going to give up here? He asked me, as if testing me. I mulled it over. Should I go see the Emperor right now and ask to be let in? I am a hero, technically, maybe he'll listen. Offense responded immediately. No, the Emperor clearly thinks Kale is the real hero. Most people in the capital probably don't even know your name. And even Kale won't be allowed underground. Neither you nor Kale has the fame needed to gain access by your own definition. Right. Even before my regression, they only agreed to open it after the Demon King had been taken care of. Which means there's only one method left. I looked at Xenia. She flinched and asked, what is it? Now that I think about it, I haven't even properly introduced myself to your father. It was inconsiderate of me. Official sources novel, ire. Now wait, don't tell me. Yeah. I grinned and said, take me to meet Dame. Xenia hesitated briefly but ultimately agreed to my request. Of course, it wasn't under the official pretense of the Northern Hero arranging a meeting. That might make Patrick unnecessarily wary. The meeting took place at night in Dame's home, which also happened to be Xenia's. Errol looked around at the pristine white house with some interest. Not bad, thanks, though honestly I remember spending more time at the Holy Knight's dormitory than here. When did you join? At 15. I enlisted right after my mother passed. The unexpectedly heavy topic left us all silent, but Xenia only shrugged as if it were nothing. No need to make it heavy. It's a tough time, sure, but I had Ophelia to help me through it. Now I really made the mood heavy, sorry. She smiled gently and opened the door. As we followed her in, Edwin whispered, I think I get how Xenia feels. I grew up without a dad too. Come to think of it, what were your parents like? Hi, I stared off into the distance for a moment. Thankfully, I didn't have to answer. We're here. Xenia opened the door to the sitting room. Side sat Dame, his presence filling the room with an unmistakable weight. Neryl glanced around and commented, too dark in here. Are you trying to be dramatic? Witch of Carnage, it's been a while. Don't call me that nickname. Why, you don't like being known for your infamy anymore. Exactly. Our contract's void now. My bad reputation might start to rub off on him. She gestured at me with her chin. A flicker of curiosity crossed Dame's face. You're the Northern Hero, Mide Mohan. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Dame said. My door gave me the gist. You have a request for me? Yes, let's hear it. I sat across from him, brought my hands together, and spoke seriously. I need you to visit the underground section of the Imperial Palace, and bring out the item you pretended to have, Narrow's weakness. Ha ha. Dame let out a hearty laugh. You even know what that item is. I know it's an heirloom of the Urenka family. I'm not sure exactly what it looks like, though. It's a book. Narrow twitched at the eyebrow. Why are you telling them? Was I not supposed to? If I actually bring the book out, they're going to find out anyway, aren't they? That heirloom is something I offered to His Majesty. Its ownership now clearly lies with the Emperor. Just entering the underground palace is nearly impossible, let alone taking something out of it. I leaned back in my chair. I'm sorry, but that's for you to figure out. What? You just said the book belongs to the Emperor, right? That's incorrect. Rightful owner is Narrow. You know about her connection to the Urenka family. I know enough to say she bears some responsibility for their downfall. She doesn't bear some, she bears all of it. Narrow scowled but didn't interrupt. I simply shrugged and continued. In any case, the book was originally hers. You're the one who took it. And above all else, this will benefit you too. Don't you roll up your pants leg and see for yourself. Dame's face stiffened. The others looked at me in confusion. I had only said he'd been struck by the gem of corruption. I never mentioned where or how. Well, go ahead. Dame hesitated, then looked at Xenia. She answered without a hint of hesitation. Father, you trust me, don't you? Of course. Then trust Mr. Mide. I trust him. So you should trust him too. Wow, that's shockingly logical. Dame spoke. Fine. If you believe in him that much, I'll believe in him too. He rolled up his pant leg. A wind instinctively covered his mouth. That's severe. A dark, oozing liquid was steadily dripping from his leg. It wasn't just a matter of being sick. The transformation of part of his body into something inhuman was a more fitting description. Xenia's eyes were glistening with tears before anyone noticed. When do you seem to be limping earlier? I'm not surprised you noticed, Xenia. You must have closely observed my movement back when you were a training knight. But I was sitting still when you came. How did you notice? I answered casually. Heroes are naturally observant. You really don't miss a chance to push the title. Well, I figured you hold Kaled in high regard, so I've got to keep up. The underdog doesn't leave room to slack. If you return the Urenka relic stored beneath the Imperial Palace, we can cure that corrupted leg. Dame swallowed hard. This text is hosted at Novi Fire. Small Cap Net, I may have joked about him being third in the Empire's hierarchy, but the authority of the Holy Knights of Light's captain was no laughing matter. Even the Emperor finds it hard to ignore his requests. If Dame made a reasonable case for accessing the underground vault, it would be granted. Eventually, he nodded with resolve. All right. Honestly, it's not that far-fetched. That relic was made by Beyond Urenica, who played a key role during the era of the Demon King of Corruption. Anything can cure my corruption, it'd be that. Thank you for understanding. I'll give you 2 days. That's plenty. After all, in my previous life, the Black Sun rose 2 weeks later, and that only happened because Dame had killed Patrick at the time. There's no chance of that happening now. Only one thing remains to be careful of. The gem of corruption has taken the form of Patrick Benjamin's eye. If you touch him carelessly, the gem will go berserk. If that happens, no one knows what might unfold. Let's focus on healing your leg first and deal with Patrick afterward. Dame looked at me intently. He made an outrageous demand of me. Did he ask for Xenia? Huh. His jaw dropped. Is there anything you don't know? I was just guessing. Figure there's nothing more precious to you than Xenia. You really do have hero-level observation skills. You didn't need sharp observation to figure that out. Xenia averted her gaze, looking slightly embarrassed, then spoke. Please do as Mide said. Once Father's leg is fully healed, I'll take care of Patrick. You can't just kill him, Xenia. He's still the captain of Alcahad. When I say take care of, I don't mean killing. Picked up a few tricks following someone around. Dame let out a deep, hearty laugh. Ha, the swordmaster of no killing, huh? Ahem. Anyway, let's meet again in 2 days, and it'd be best if you all kept a low profile until then. If word gets out that Xenia's returned to the capital, who knows what Patrick will do. We nodded in unison. I turned to Xenia. You can stay here. I doubt there's much to do for the next 2 days anyway. She glanced between me and Dame, clearly torn, but then she straightened up, her expression resolute. Give me a day off after we wrap up things in the capital. Huh, no, I mean you can take the day off now. We've only found a lead, not solved anything. Until then, I still have a duty as your party member. I felt a sting in my nose. Dame sighed deeply. That's a little disheartening. Father, I didn't mean it's fine. I should be grateful you'll still spend a day with your old man before you leave. Ugh, Mide Mohan. He looked at me directly. Take good care of my daughter. You have my word. We stood and turned to leave. Just before we fully exited the sitting room, Narrow spoke up. Dame, we've been at odds for a long time. You probably don't like that I'm in the hero's party. Might even be confused by it. But I hope you'll believe me, I'll never cause another tragedy. I'll put everything I have into defeating the Demon King. And why are you telling me this? She smiled wryly. Because I don't want you to carry any prejudice toward our party just because of me. We're the real thing, not Kale's bunch. Clack. With that, we left Dame's estate. Honestly, I was pretty moved by what Narrow said. His words were a pure 100% defense spoken solely on my behalf. Today, for some reason, she looked beautiful. I'll have to keep that as a secret until I die. Trail spoke. Too late. I already found out. Somewhere in the night sky, a purple curtain fluttered. It was someone's hair. The woman brushed her hair back and looked up at the sky. The moon was reflected in her empty golden eyes. Yet in person that Mide Mohan is truly something. Where had someone like him come from? No, to be honest, he was a complete unknown. The Demon King of Lies and Deception, Idria. She had wandered the continent for ages, searching for vessels. Naturally, she knew all the major figures by heart. Of course, she knew the Swordmaster of No Killing. By my standards, he didn't make the cut. When she chose vessels, her criteria weren't skill or accomplishment. Far could lies spread through the vessel. Sadly, the Swordmaster of No Killing had scored poorly in that regard. But he was racking up points in an unexpected area. A man competing with Kaled for the title of hero. That one had broken through the illusions of both Terse and Mariana. Idria's lips twisted. It had been a while since something truly irritated her. She turned her gaze toward the inn where Mide's group was staying. Wanted to deal with them right away, but that was impossible. No, maybe it was possible it was quite a distance away. At this range, maybe with a sliver of hope, she slowly raised her hand. Then she pointed toward the inn. Now, with just a single word vanished, that shabby plate would disappear without a trace, including the guests inside. But KH. Suddenly, Idria felt a pain like her flesh was being torn apart. And it wasn't a metaphor. Something was literally tearing her flesh. She hadn't done anything extreme, she merely pointed at the inn. Drip, drip. Idria wiped the black blood dripping from her fingers and arm, so it's no good, even at this distance. She stepped back and flopped onto the ground, lying flat and looking up at the sky. Then she murmured quietly, were you really that resentful? That why you couldn't pass on to the afterlife and remain? As expected, that bastard didn't know how to give up. After being struck down by Kaled and losing the chance to kill her directly, he must have found someone else to do it in his place. If you really did latch on Mide, then I can't touch him myself. It's far too risky. She paused as if waiting for a response. But of course there was no answer. With a faint smile, Idria spoke in. I need to adjust the plan. I'm curious how the agent you chose will handle it. She had planned to head to the capital even if it hadn't been for Mide. Her original plan was to forcibly drive the gem of corruption into a rampage, causing Kaled to drop that black sun in response. But now she had changed her mind. So instead, she'd given Kaled a new quest, to heal Lord Draenor. The reason was simple. Kaled won't be able to do it. So then, will Mide Mohan be able to? It would make for a fine stage. She murmured softly, let's watch together, Ben Kunz. I was dreaming. Was it because Edwin mentioned my parents? In the dream, our family was happy. The dream, he said, Dad, when are you going to teach me how to use a bow? You rascal. My father ruffled my hair with his large hands. Say that again after you can chop some fire. Last time you nearly hit your own foot. I just slipped a little. Your bow could slip too, and next time you might hit someone else, not your foot. I clicked my tongue and kicked a pebble by my foot. My father picked me up, then hoisted me onto his shoulders and said, well then, I guess we'll head out to the hunting grounds together starting tomorrow. Huh, even though I haven't learned to shoot yet. Of course I won't expect you to hit anything right away. You can just walk the mountain trails properly, that's already a success. I'm not a kid anymore. Haha, true, you've gotten a lot heavier. He carried me on his shoulders and walked once round the house. I'd been a little sulky, but that feeling of flying through the sky made me giggle. And then, honey, Mide, dinner time. It was my mother, and just then I heard a voice calling me not from the dream but from reality. Wake up. It was Trail. Shot up and looked around, still sleepy. Didn't mean to wake you there roughly. Was it a nightmare? No, it was actually a really happy dream, Then sorry for waking you. Now you woke me at the right time. It was just about to turn into a nightmare. No idea what you mean. Never mind that. Why'd you wake me? Trail's voice dropped low. Idria's watching. I'm the one who just woke up. Are you talking in your sleep? I'm serious right now. The tone, completely devoid of his usual joking manner, snapped me fully awake. Clack. I quickly grabbed my sword and got into stance. But Trail let out a dry chuckle and said, do you really think you could stop Idria's attack with that? Relax. She left already. Left? Yeah. I think she originally meant to blow up the whole inn. But seems like she changed her mind. I exhaled slowly. Since learning that Idria had descended and was plotting something across the continent, I had always considered the possibility that one day I'd have to face her. But now that possibility had become reality and a chill ran down my spine. Why didn't she do it? Why let us go? Probably because of me. Huh, just a hunch. What hunch? Come on, we're in this together, Billet. If you don't want to say it, should I take a guess? Honestly, I'd suspected it for a while. Trail wants to kill Idria. That's his sole goal, and he's working with me to achieve it. Every person on the continent wanted the Demon King dead, but not one of them could turn back time or use weird powers like the Eye of Omniscience. Idria is on a completely different level from the Demon Kings before. The hero who defeats her would have to be different too. Someone who can manipulate time or wield something like the Eye of Omniscience. And among non-human entities who stand in direct opposition to the Demon King, only one comes to mind, Ben Kunz. Shut up, man, I smirked. Right? You said your name was invisible. It's Trail. Fine, fine. Anyway, this means Idria realizes I'm about to destroy her plans. So now what? Thought it would be enough to just extract the gem and beat Patrick senseless. But suddenly, things were getting complicated. If I were Idria, what would I do? The Demon King loves nothing more than deception, from beginning to end, lies and more lies. And here I am trying to extract the gem without any issues and destroy all her lies. In that case, I better be ready. I turned to Trail and spoke. Trail, what is it? I don't know if this will work or not, but we should try anyway. Why the long pause? What are you about to say? I grinned. Let's create a new technique together. 2 days later, Dame delivered Neryl's weakness and the Aranka family's heirlooms promised. Xenia received it on our behalf. We all gathered in the inn room. As he had said before, Neryl's weakness was a single book. The cover of the book was adorned with all sorts of intricate magic circles. Out of curiosity, I asked, can I take a look? If you can. Here. I took the book from her. Our group leaned in to see. I tried to open the book immediately. Ugh, it won't open. The book wouldn't budge like a heavy iron door. Neryl gave a smile and said, you can't force it open. You have to infuse mana in a specific pattern and sequence. HM. And that pattern and sequence are extremely precise. Ordinary mages couldn't even dream of it. I handed the book back to her and said, so this book will work. If Beyond is right, it should. Shall we begin right away? Before that, wait. There's one precaution. What is it? It's nothing major. Just Idria might interfere in the matter. The others, who had looked relaxed at my words, immediately straightened up. Xenia exclaimed, wait, could there be someone else with the same name? I mean the Demon King Idria. Then you should have at least built up to that. You said it like you were talking about how your eggs were soft-boiled this morning. I shrugged. Already suspected that Idria was the one who planted the gem of corruption before we even started this, and now we're trying to extract it. So of course Idria might get upset. It's a pretty logical progression, I'd say. Huh, mister. Mide, have you ever even faced Idria before? We're about to go up against the Demon King. How can you be so calm? Xenia unintentionally said the correct answer, but I let it slide calmly. Just stay alert. Fenn shook his head with a fed-up look. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you saying we should prepare for a battle with Idria? Do you think we can handle that ourselves? Don't worry, if you can't, I'll make sure we can. Edwin stepped in with a serious expression. Then we should make full preparation before the extraction. Right, let's do everything we can. Understood. After that, we immediately began the operation. First, we asked the innkeeper and the guests for their understanding, and paid 5 times the lodging fee or expected profits for the day to have them vacate the inn. Xenia layered several divine shield spells, and a fence lit fires all round to create shadow barriers. Edwin summoned the soul of beyond Erenica, and as for me, Xing, I took some time to polish my sword for the first time in a while. Neril asked with a disbelieving look, everyone getting ready like it's the end of the world and that's all you're doing. I'm the sword master for a reason. Sure you are. If we're roughly ready, let's get started. I really hope this works. She sighed. To reassure her, beyond, speaking through Edwin's body, opened his mouth. Don't worry too much. Oracle hasn't descended yet, has it? So what? There's no law that says it must be this way, but historically, oracles act like the referee's flag at the start of a duel. No demon king has ever made a move before the oracle. Isn't that because no demon king has ever descended before the oracle? Let's try to think positively. Also, are you really not going to speak politely to me? If you tell me how to bring Patrick here, I'll think about it. Beyond shook his head. Then he spoke in a serious tone. Open to page 47. This magic book can't be opened past page 62. I think you know why that is. Because you sealed it. Right, I created it, but there were too many dangerous spells. I took measures so it wouldn't become a seed of chaos for future generations. I see. I was going to lift that seal for us. He demonstrated with a light motion. Follow these hand signs. Nera waved her hands through the air following him. It looked casual, but on closer inspection, the movements were very precise and controlled. After finishing the signs, Nerl opened her palm and slapped it onto the book. The book floated into the air. Whirr. The pages turned on their own, then stopped on a single page. Beyond spoke. I'll explain briefly. The spell stored on that page is called Dorskine. It completely alters the target's perception. Offense asked Beyond, is it a type of illusion magic? If it were that low grade, we wouldn't need this book. This magic circle creates an alternate reality and implants it directly into the target's mind. Normal illusion magic breaks if the target is harmed, but the illusion of Dorskine is reality. Example, even if you gouged your eye out, you wouldn't perceive it as harm. That's a terrifying spell depending on how you think of it. Beyond continued. The spell's magic circle constantly changes. That's why you can't cast it by memorizing the circle. You can only use it through this book I created. I asked, intrigued, are there other spells in that book? Yes, other spells like Dorskine with ever-changing magic circle. My book, but it's quite a monstrous thing. Then Neril interjected with a slight laugh. Isn't it a bit misleading to say you created? You made the first version, but the heads of the Erenica family have been adding and refining the magic for generations. True. And the book wasn't originally meant to be a spellbook, was it? It was a diary. A diary? Neril stared at it as if reminiscing. It's a diary passed down by the heads of the family. Mostly about magic, but there are quite a few personal things in it too, including entries from May. The others didn't know who May was, but I did. May Renica. She's the one Neril sinned against. At that moment, Beyond spoke again. So you're speaking politely now. You told me, didn't you? I keep my promises. You're a more decent person than I expected. No need for idle chatter. Anyway, Patrick will be here soon, so I'll count on you. All right. Xenia tilted her head and asked, so this Dorskine spell implants a separate reality into the target, I get that. But what kind of reality are you going to implant to make him come here? The kind of reality that would make him drop everything and come running here. What kind of reality is that exactly? I'll decide on something appropriate. It's not that important, so let's just move on, all right? This sounds extremely suspicious. She muttered as if something had clicked. Honestly, I also had a bad feeling. But for now, I pretended not to notice. Patrick Benjamin was in a better mood today than on the day he became captain. When he woke up in the morning, he saw a letter slipped under his door. Sighed, it said, to Patrick Benjamin, first of all, please forgive me for greeting you through a letter like this. I thought my heart would beat too wildly if I tried to say this while looking directly at your beautiful face. I've always thought of you as the most amazing man in the world. But after seeing you yesterday, newly appointed as the captain of Alcahad, I began to think of you not just as an amazing man, but as someone I wanted to be with. My position within the organization, I couldn't say something like this in front of others, so I've reserved an inn. I've cleared out the innkeeper and all the other guests so we can have a deep conversation there in every sense of the word. The inn is called Spring Light. Could you come by before 10 a.m.? I'll be waiting in anticipation. Xenia said he immediately started getting dressed. The fact that he had barely ever had a proper conversation with Xenia, or that she wasn't the type to leave behind such a bashful, girlish letter for a secret meeting, none of that even crossed his mind. There wasn't a shred of doubt, because to Patrick this was reality, even if it was a fake reality created by magic. He ran straight to the Spring Light Inn, Creek. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw Xenia. She was beautiful and greeted him with a soft smile. You came? How could I ignore your call? Please have a seat over here. Patrick did sit. Instead, with a sly smile, he opened his mouth. Rather than the first floor, how about we continue our talk upstairs? Ah, shall we? Ha, I didn't know you were such a forward woman. Like I wrote in the letter, I've admired you for a long time. Patrick beamed and nodded. I've held feelings for you as well. Oh my, that makes me so happy. Xenia clasped her hands together and smiled blissfully. Patrick, huffing excitedly through his nose, spoke again. Then shall we, right now? Yes, let's go. The two of them went upstairs together. Xenia gently sat down on the bed. Patrick spoke in a deliberately casual tone. Have a lot to talk about, don't we? Indeed we do. But I don't think conversation must always be with words, do you? You're quite right. Then a slick. He began unbuttoning his shirt, and then a voice rang out from someone who wasn't even in the room. Extraction complete. Just a little later and we'd have had a mess on our hands. The collaboration between Neril and Beyond was truly a spectacle. No. Reduced the mana by around 12%. Too strong. Gee, Cheech. A little more, no, too much. That's right, just like that. Unlike the time they extracted the gem of desolation from the Martial King's stomach, removing the gem of corruption from Patrick's eye required incredibly delicate focus. Through Doris Kane, Patrick did not perceive the surgery as an attack. But that didn't mean they could relax. You mess up the handling of the gem of corruption, it might go berserk on its own. Nero worked swiftly. Your hands are slowing down, pick up the pace. Hold on, I'm operating 2 spells simultaneously, and on top of that, Pack's fake reality is just ridiculous. Well, you're the one who set it up. Xenia's eyes glinted. Seriously, what kind of reality is this? Don't talk to me, I'm busy. This is super suspicious. I mean, they moved to a bedroom for crying out loud. I said, hurry, is this fast enough? Beyond nodded, smiling with inexplicable satisfaction. Not bad, I didn't think you'd actually pull it off. Is now really the time for that? Only the tone has changed, you're still as sharp as ever. Now, I've removed all the blood vessels stuck to the inner eye, so the last step is to take it out. Guide a bit of mana beneath the gem. Phew. Nero did as instructed. When the gem flowed up into the air on its own, Patrick now had no right eye, only the empty socket remained. Nero snapped her fingers and said, extraction complete. Just a little later and we'd have had a mess on our hands. Soon, light returned to Patrick's one remaining eye. He blinked in confusion, clearly unable to grasp what was happening. But eventually, who the hell are you people? Where's Xenia? Right here. Why are you standing there? You on the bed? Oh fuck, I think I know what was going on. Did Xenia just swear? Come here at once, R. Finally, the pain must have caught up to him. He clutched at his right eye. If he's touching that now, it's going to hurt a lot. Layer 1D1C, Layer 1D18, Layer 1D05, Layer 1D00, Layer 1D1B, Layer 1D07, smoke up a letter Windows or F, letter Windows or the novel ire. Net, hey, stop. Too late? Oh well, not my problem. Nero said coldly. As a courtesy, I added a painter spell too. It was going to hurt anyway, but now it'll be 5 times worse. He's going to die at this rate. So be it. Patrick writhed in agony on the bed. Eventually, he foamed at the mouth and passed out. Honestly, that might be for best. Nero pointed at the gem of corruption still floating in midair and spoke. I expected it has a message inscribed in it. If anyone touches it, it'll go berserk. Beyond, do you think you can modify the message? Take a little research, but it shouldn't be too hard. Then let's do it right now. That's when it happened. In an instant, the world stopped. I'm very familiar with this frozen world. The current level of the Eye of Omniscience is 3. The viewable secret level is grade B. The selected condition is the secret between Mide Mohan and Mide Mohan. When Trail uses the Eye of Omniscience, time comes to a stop. No matter how long I sit and stare at the Eye of Omniscience, no one around me senses anything unusual. But this time, I didn't activate the omniscient window to uncover a secret. I looked beyond the screen, just as I thought. Space split apart, and from within that crack, a slender, beautiful arm emerged. That arm was exactly 1 millimeter away from the gem of corruption. Just about to grasp it, at that very instant, time had frozen. That was close. Cold sweat ran down my back as I nodded. Thanks. You timed it perfectly. After all that practice, missing the mark would have been unacceptable. I gave a faint smile and recalled last night's conversation with Trail. Last night. Want to develop a new technique? Yeah. What, and you think that's something you can do in a single night just because you want to? All my techniques so far were completed in a day. No wonder the names are so dumb. Hey, I spent at least 2 days thinking up those names after the technique's done. Trail sighed. What kind of technique are you trying to develop? Time freezes when I use the Eye of Omniscience, right? Yeah. Then what if I could move my body and attack while in that state? It'd literally be faster than light. An insane technique. Trail burst into a laugh like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Oh, come on. Seriously? That laugh means you think it's possible, don't you? It means it's not. Why not? Because when you use the Eye of Omniscience, the time stop applies to you too. I already knew that. When I peeked in secrets using the Eye of Omniscience, I couldn't move a single part of my body. All I could do was look at the window. But still, you don't know unless you try. That's why I said we should train night. You're crazy. Don't care how skilled you are, you can't defy time. No one can be free from time. I know someone who can stop time and even rewind the past. I'm special. So am I. I will pull this off. Trail tried seriously to dissuade me. Whether it's possible or not isn't even the issue. What it would do to your body is no joke. This is on a completely different level from all your previous techniques. Idria can tear through space and appear anytime, anywhere. What I remember before the regression, she was dozens of times faster and more stealthy than the assassin offense. It all happened in an instant. Even aside from the current situation, that means she can easily abduct or kill me and my companions in the dead of night. Trail went silent. I continued. Even before the regression, I racked my brain to figure out how to stop her. Developing a space-staring technique was part of that. It was also for completing quests, but still. Sounds like you did a lot of research before the regression. Was that all because you were worried about your party members? Partly, yeah. Or you're being shy? Phew, fine, yes. Even back then when I was just a party member I cared. And now I'm the hero and the leader. I have to make this work. Trail fell silent again, then let out a deep sigh. Whatever happens, don't blame me. Don't worry. I've only got one job. When Idria tries something with her spatial powers, activate the Eye of Omniscience automatically. I'm asking you to freeze time for me. You can do it, right? You sensed Idria's presence and woke me up even when we didn't know where she was. Trail is extremely sensitive to Idria's presence for personal reasons. Maybe because he's the real hero. Anyway, with Trail's Eye of Omniscience, his time-stopping ability, we can develop the ultimate combo technique. Fine, let's try it, thanks, yeah. But if you're gonna use the Eye of Omniscience, don't you have to view a secret? Does it matter which one? Use the one about Mide Mohan and Mide Mohan by default whenever we use the technique. Mohan, wait, aren't those my parents? I already know what the secret is, so I don't need to look at it. It's best if I can focus entirely on the technique. Trail tilted his head. I could tell because the screen window tilted about 15 degrees. What's the secret? If you're curious, you take a look. No thanks. Doesn't sound like something I want to know. Then shall we start the training? Trail hesitated briefly, then said, don't die. I smiled faintly and replied, I plan to live a long life. That late night still training with Trail that night, I had to use up all the highest grade potions in my bag, because moving alone in time frozen by the eye of omniscience wreaked havoc on my body. I can't even count how many times I coughed up blood or broke bones. Muscles tore, organs twisted. But I didn't give up. The dawn broke and the morning sun rose. We succeeded in completing a new technique. Don't say we, it's your technique. It wouldn't be possible without you, so it is ours. Let's call it a combo technique. But I'm naming it. You said it's a combo move, you jerk. If you think of a good name, let me know. I rushed this one out, so I still need to think it through. It's going to be my trump card. I can't just slap a name on it. Absolute Sword. PFFT. What a name. I ignored Trail's ranting and slowly shifted my stance. Crack, pop, ugh, the pressure's no joke already. My whole body creaked and groaned unnaturally. Huff, huff, I slowly drew my sword, like a child struggling to lift a sword far too big and heavy for their body. Like that moment I first picked up an axe to chop wood. Grit. Blood suddenly streamed from my nose. My vision went red, my eye vessel must have burst. Hanging there. A little more. I know step by step I advanced. The pain from the twisting of my body intensified, but thanks to last night's training I could endure. I summoned every last ounce of strength and raised the sword high. The sword one given to me by the false hero, almost certainly tampered with by Idria. How does it feel to be cut down by your own creation, Idria? I brought the sword down with all my might. Slice. The blade cleanly sliced through Idria's wrist. Her hand didn't fall or separate. Time was still frozen, that's enough. Any more and you're seriously in danger. Yeah, I felt it go through cleanly, so it's fine. Snap. The screen vanished. Time resumed its flow. Thunk. Idria's wrist fell to the ground. The rift she had opened in space disappeared without a trace. The only sign that something had happened here was her severed wrist, and my own wrecked body, I guess. The gem? I quickly looked toward Nerl. It was frozen in shock, but hovering in front of her with the unmistakable gem of corruption. I grinned and muttered, God, that hurt like hell. Thud. Then I coughed blood and collapsed. Nerl screamed, almost a cry. Xenia. O divine God of the heavens, grant us your merciful hand. Soon, a warm golden light enveloped me. Xenia really is something else. My body, which was practically shredded, started to recover rapidly. Nerl grabbed my face and examined me frantically. What the hell? What happened? What the hell just happened? I feel dizzy. Why do you suddenly look like that? What's with that severed hand? Calm down, this isn't like you to get so. I suddenly gasped. Because I saw it clearly, tears welled up in Nerl's eyes. She let out a tiny gasp and quickly wiped them away. Are you looking at your tears? I wasn't actually asking a question, you know. Either way, don't cry, I'm fine now. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at my words. Hyung, what the hell just happened? Aw, sorry, but beyond Nim, could you step outside for a second? I need to talk. But I'm curious too, Edwin separated beyond soul and said, it felt like time stopped for a moment. I blinked once and suddenly the result was just there without any transition. An accurate way to put it. So whose wrist is that, and why is it over there? I calmly explained. It's Idria's wrist. You know she has authority over space, right? Yeah, of course. She tried to use that to snap the gem of corruption, caught on fast and cut off her wrist. No matter how amazing you are, Hyung, is that kind of speed even possible? I wasn't exactly fine afterward either. That technique puts a lot of strain on the body. Offense interrupted with a deep breath through his nose. So when you fought me, you were holding back quite a bit. Not really. I hadn't developed this technique back then. Haha, I'm not complaining. On the contrary, I like it. Proved my eyes weren't wrong about you. I simply let out a short chuckle, then Xenia spoke up. Looks like your treatment's finished, but are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere? I'm fine, you're amazing as always. No, I've still got a long way to go. If only Serene were here at times like this. But Serene isn't here, you are, that difference is important. She gave a soft smile. Nerl helped me up. You sure you're really okay? Yeah. Than that, you don't need to support me. You can't even handle my weight. You're light as a feather. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to Nerl? Step. We walked toward Idria's severed wrist. As I reached out to pick it up, everyone flinched and stopped me. Xenia quickly grabbed the end of the wrist with a towel as if picking up something dirty. Nerl spoke. Hand it over. I want to analyze it later. Sure. Ugh. Nerl stuffed the wrist into her bag. While she was at it, she wrapped the gem of corruption in mana and placed it in the bag too. With a sigh, she asked, isn't there a chance Idria might come back to get her wrist? Who knows? At that, Trail chimed in as if waiting for the moment. No, if anything, she seems intrigued. Somehow I figured. Insane Demon King. But her curiosity seems to have gotten way deeper. What do you mean you should take a look outside? I tilted my head in confusion. Just then Edwin shouted while looking out the window. Hyung Nuna's Mr. Offense grumbled. Who's a Mr. here? You are Mr. Offense. I even gave you a chance to take that back. Everyone come look, something's weird. We all rushed to the window and looked up at the sky. The bright sun, the pure white sun. Just like always, it was still hanging in the sky, warmly illuminating the land. But next to it, a black sun. The very same black sun we had fought so hard to stop was now rising again, even though the gem of corruption's here. What the hell is going on? Clap, clap, clap. Idria clapped with genuine admiration, which meant, in other words, she had two hands again. Arm that Mide had severed moments ago with that bizarre technique now had a newly grown hand. My, how disgraceful that looks. Despite saying that, a smile formed on Idria's lips. That man's not being Kunz, so how could he use such a divine technique? She'd only thought of him as some stand chosen by being Kunz. But the moment her wrist was cut, Idria knew it instinctively. That man named Mide would be the greatest obstacle she has ever faced, possibly even more than being Kunz himself. Humans have a term for that, don't they? Nemesis. She stroked her chin like an old sage. If it were possible, she would have liked to sit across a table, share a drink, and have a heart-to-heart, but as long as being's attached to him, that'll never happen. So what now? She was far too worked up to just back down. Pacing back and forth in the sky, she finally snapped her finger. Guess I'll just proceed with the original plan. The original idea was to steal the gem of corruption and forcibly trigger its rampage, but Mide had utterly crushed that attempt. Now she had no choice but to pick a different route, though that route wasn't exactly complicated. I'll just make one. She activated her authority. Stretching out her hand, she clenched a fist. A red glow seeped out from between her fingers. Then she flipped her hand over and opened it. Small, round orbit formed, a mass of swirling black smoke. Something like this. The third Demon King's gem doesn't really have a fixed shape, so this tricky one of Idria's powers. She could create fakes of any object, just like how he had once made a fake hero sword. The power will be far weaker than the real thing, but it should be enough to test Mide. She threw the black sphere with a flick. As it flew farther from her body, its size rapidly expanded. Whoosh. Eventually it became a sun in the sky, a black sun. If the Demon King of Corruption saw this, he'd probably be mortified at how sloppy it is. But hey, I did my best, hope he understands. She stretched her arms wide and shouted with all her might. The most updated Zero Veils are published on Novel Fire. Net now, let your authority rain down. Turn every human in the capital into my army. Darkness was pouring down from the black sun. Hurried outside, and some of the more weak people were already being affected. Arg, in my arm. Hey, your face looks weird. Look who's talking. What's wrong with your eyes? What is that thing, a black sun? Why, Mom, I'm scared. As someone help me, I can't move my legs. What a complete mess. I clicked my tongue. So much for developing a new technique. It's all pointless now. What do? If it keeps up, everyone will turn into monsters. First, amplify my voice with magic. Alright, whoosh, tap. I jumped onto the tallest building in the area. My companions hurriedly followed and stood behind me. Seeing Neryl forming hand signs, I shouted with a voice so loud it made my throat tremble. Everyone, stay calm and listen. Neryl must have used her magic seriously, because my voice echoed throughout the entire capital. I could see everyone below looking up at us. That black sun will turn you all into monsters. Gasp, monsters. That's the power of the Demon King. Who's that? Is that Sir Kale? Who just said that last part? Step forward. First I should state my name. I took a deep breath and shouted again. My name is Mide Mohan, a mercenary. Another wave of murmuring rose. Mide Mohan, who's that? Ah, the sword master of no killing. Wait a sec. Heard from a merchant friend that a hero also appeared in the north. Now that you mention it, I did hear something like that. The hero of the north, not Sir Kale. Hope slowly began to appear in the eyes of the citizens. Good. This is bad, idiot. Why are you throwing your name out there like that? Huh. If you can't bring down the black sun, what's the point of announcing your name? Just get eaten after making a grand show. Now that you mention it still, it's a professional reflex. I can't help it. Ugh, I could almost feel Trail pounding his chest. Just then someone shouted, Sir Mide, please save us. If it's turning people into monsters, that's a Demon King's power, right? Isn't Sir Mide a hero? Yes, hero, please save us. Mide. Okay. You all know my name now, so please quiet down for a moment. I'm trying to think. For organizing my thought briefly, I shout again. For now, everyone please get inside the building. Stay out of the light as much as possible. But don't assume you're safe. Direct sunlight is the most dangerous, but that light can still penetrate buildings to a degree. Teach, then what do we do? My companions and I will take care of it. My party members jumped in surprise at those words. Neryl spoke. Hey, you being a bit reckless. Seriously. No, you're not supposed to agree with me. But I already said it. Now I have to turn that bravado into reality. Even if I die, there's no turning back. Neryl rubbed her forehead. I continued. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I do have an idea. What is it? Well, before that, let me wrap this up first. I looked down and shouted again. What are you doing? You all want to turn into monsters. Gasp. Leave it to me and get to safety. Rumble. Chaos erupted throughout the capital. Everyone panicked and rushed into the building. I was sure if the buildings could hold them all, but it'd only be for a short while. It should be fine. A short while, you say. Wait and see. I turned to my party members. I'll explain the plan quickly. First, we need to find a few people. Huh, did you forget? Use the corrupted gem embedded in his eye to turn some of the key figures in the capital into monsters. They're on a different starting line from the rest of the citizens. Xenia's face went pale at my words. So we basically slapped the crying person. Well, not sure if that's the right expression for this moment, but I get what you mean. Even my father, he probably was, yes. Go. What? It's okay, go see your father. She bit her lip. Tears welled up in her eyes, but Xenia soon shook her head. I can't do that. Xenia. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder. I'm telling you to go for my sake. What do you mean? It's been documented when someone turns into a monster, even a regular farmer can mow down multiple trained soldiers, and your father Dame is ranked 3rd in the Empire. Can you imagine how much damage that could cause? If you stop him, it would greatly help my reputation. Xenia was silent for a while, then she wiped her tears and smiled softly. You didn't have to give me an excuse like that. It's the truth. Mr. Mide, thank you sincerely. No, seriously, it's for me. You know, I already plan to do my best to help you as long as I'm in the party. But as of today, she continued clearly and firmly, I'll give my life to help you, Sir Mide. You're a hero of the continent, but you're also my personal hero. She took 2 steps back and bowed deeply, then she spoke to the others. I'll be back as quickly as I can. Neryl chuckled as she replied, It'll probably be over by the time you get back. Hee, I believe you. Thud. Xenia kicked off the roof and jumped down, quickly disappeared into the distance. A fence scratched his head and spoke. I can picture exactly how Caleb would have handled this. The comparison is so clear it's almost embarrassing. Enough. Anyway, I've got a favor for you too. HM. Some of the other officials were already partly monstrified too, right? Yeah. If they're outside, knock them out and stash them inside a building. Not the same ones with the regular citizens. So you're saying they might already be completely transformed? Yeah, I hope not, but still. Let's move quickly, but I don't think I need to use a building. With that, he began to sink into his own shadow. Thanks to Idria, my shadows have multiplied. I've got a ridiculous number of hiding spots now. Be sure to thank Idria later. Ha. With the fence gone, only Neryl, Edwin, and I remain. Wynn looked around and asked, what should we do? We need to bring down that black sun. How? I'm going to throw my sword. You both saw my technique when I fought Kale, right? Back on Agroback, I used this technique to pierce Kale's abdomen. Sword throw. That technique, what are you going to do with it? And you even reached that far in the first place? Just barely. Because it looks like the sun doesn't mean it's actually positioned at the sun's altitude. If it's barely within reach, just use a spatial slash like Kale did. Isn't that technique embedded in the fake hero sword? I gave a slight chuckle and took out the fake hero sword. And just like Kale had done atop Agroback, I brought my index and middle fingers to the blade. There was no response. I had already expected that. I showed the sword to Neryl as I spoke. Fake sword spatial slash function doesn't work for me. Same with all the other techniques embedded in it. Why not? Because it was made by Idria. Idria prepared this sword for Kaeld. There's no way she'd set it up so that just anyone holding it could use the spatial slash. To me, this fake hero sword is nothing more than a slightly sharper and sturdier blade. Neryl bit her lip. I continued, trying to reassure her. Don't worry. My own technique might still work. All I need to do is make contact. Neryl and Edwin blinked simultaneously. Neryl spoke. Small cap, letter wind is if letter wind doing sa. Letter wind it one letter wind is or small cap and letter wind doing by. Letter wind doing but letter wind is or off. Small cap letter wind is or 7 letter wind deserves or letter wind is or fov. Letter wind deserve letter wind is or small cap letter wind is or 7. Letter wind deserve a small cap pitch letter wind deserve or letter wind doing it letter wind doing but letter wind deserves if it's small cap pass. 1D18 small cap letter 1D07 letter 1D00S letter 1D07 letter 1D20 small cap I small cap letter 1D1B NOVEL. Net, what do you mean just make contact? Like you're dropping a bird from the sky or something. Of course, just touching it isn't enough. That's why, Neryl, I want you to cast your disintegration magic on my sword. At those words, Neryl opened and closed her mouth. I kept talking. Disintegration magic doesn't have to be in the form of a spear, right? And no, it doesn't, but that's the most intuitive form. Wait, do you even know what disintegration magic is? I know it well. Then how can you say that? If I cast disintegration on your sword, it'll just disintegrate the sword itself. Wouldn't it be fine if we got Beyond's help? As I said that, the quick-witted wind promptly brought Beyond's spirit into his body. Soon, Beyond's voice echoed. Me in and pulling me out whenever you need. What kind of treatment is this? I was hero, you know. Apologies, the situation is urgent. Sigh, well, I understand. So the disintegration magic, did Neryl develop it herself? Neryl gave a grumpy nod. Yes, truly impressive. Developing a new spell is something only genuine geniuses can do. It's not that big a deal. Show me the hand sign. Activate it, just form them. Neryl hesitated, then said, I'll do it, but this isn't a spell meant for objects. Just try. Have you forgotten who I am? Father of Mana. I may not revel Ioriotics in raw destructive power, but I pride myself on being just as refined in spellcraft. Not just on par, you're leagues ahead. I held back a smirk. Whoosh. Soon Neryl moved her hands. Beyond watched intently, then clapped lightly. The concept is brilliant. Didn't I think of this while I was alive? All right enough with the praise, it doesn't suit you. But there's a little waste in the sequence of the hand signs. How about changing it like this? He demonstrated the modified signs using Edwin's body. Focusing carefully, I could tell the sequence was indeed different from Neryl's. Though I was completely clueless about magic, I still wondered what the difference could be. Soon, Neryl's face lit up in awe. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Ho, that's what I just said. You're a genius on par with me or Iori. Neryl, probably unaccustomed to such praise, blushed slightly. She responded more politely than I'd ever seen her. Thank you. Think nothing of it now, shall we begin? Indeed, I drew my sword and pointed it toward the black sun. Neryl formed the improved hand signs for the disintegration spell. I failed since it's my first time using it without practice. Others might fail, but the genius Neryl won't. Shut up. Don't be shy. You've never been properly recognized for your talent. From now on, make sure you are. Today, I'm going to erase all your infamy. What? Neryl asked that, but did stop forming the signs. Whoosh. VWMMM. Contrary to our worries, the disintegration magic settled smoothly onto my sword. Braced my arm and swung my body backward. Crack, crack. As my muscles swelled up, I spoke. You're no longer the Witch of Carnage. Every citizen in the capital will be your witness. Mide. If anyone dares call you that in front of me, I won't forgive them. And with all my strength, I threw the sword. Sword throw. The sword flew at terrifying speed toward the black sun. Thwack, and pierced straight through it. Neryl's disintegration magic, bound to my sword, returned to its original nature the moment it touched the black sun. As a cheech, flash. Beyond shielded his eyes from the light and murmured, It's disintegrating. Corrupted gem with no fixed form, but form didn't matter. Whether gas, liquid, or solid, it was irrelevant. Disintegration magic turns everything into nothing. Then it happened. I thought I heard someone's spine-chilling laughter. Startled, I looked around. Of course, nothing was visible. Trail, did you hear that? Yeah, that was Idria's laugh, wasn't it? Seems like. Guess she found it hilarious that you brought down her son. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. Just as that laughter suggested, the disintegration magic was steadily reducing the black sun to nothing. Vroom, with a final burst of wind, it vanished without a trace. Silence fell, but only for a moment. The citizens of the capital cautiously emerged from their buildings, and they began to shout. Whoa, what was that just now? What was that? I think the hero threw a spear or something. It wasn't a spear, it was a sword. Yeah, he threw a sword and brought down the sun. The hero dropped the sun. Thinking back, it was a scene worthy of mythology. A hero and his companions. Together they combined their powers to create a single weapon. Hero picked up the sword infused with the hero's magic, and threw it into the sky, destroying the black sun that was corrupting the people into monsters. A perfect picture to raise my fame. I can't miss this timing. I raised my right hand in a clenched fist and lifted it high. Everyone, it's over. The black sun is gone. You are a hero. This wasn't something I did alone. I quickly continued. Our companions have gone to save any people who might still be corrupted. And here, our friend of the dead, Edwin, summoned the soul of a past hero to give us guidance. And more than anything, I suddenly grabbed Neryl's hand. Startled, she asked in confusion, what are you doing? It's now, Neryl. What do you mean now? I told you. As of today, you're no longer the Witch of Carnage. Now that you've achieved the great feat right before the eyes of the capital citizen, this is your chance. Mide, come on. She relaxed her arm. Thanks to that, I was able to lift her hand too. This is Neryl Slane. She's the one who enchanted my sword. Neryl Slane. Wait, is that the same Neryl? Isn't she the Witch of Carnage? As if I'd been waiting for it, I shouted loudly. That's a misunderstanding, everyone. Truth will soon be revealed to the world. Even if it's not revealed, I'm going to tear Dame down and make sure it is. So please forget that old title, the Witch of Carnage. Neryl is my companion. Well, still. But she's the hero's companion. True, if the hero says so, that's all that needs to be said. I held my pounding heart in check and waited for their verdict. After a moment, the citizens of the capital cried out, Mide, Mide, Lady Nero, thank you so much for saving us. Please defeat the Demon King too. It worked. Among their cheers was exactly the reaction I'd hoped for. Now, if Dame officially announces that most of the accusations against the Witch of Carnage were false, it'll all wrap up nicely. Will that stiff old man really do what you're hoping? I won't even have to ask. Huh. Xenia will ask for the same thing. Dame has never refused anything she asked for. Come to think of it, did Xenia manage to rescue Dame safely? There probably weren't any major issues, but I still worry. At that moment, your hand. Sorry. Startled, I tried to pull my hand away, but squeeze. Suddenly, Nero gripped my hand even tighter. I did say to let go. Huh, Mide? She looked up at me. For a brief moment, real sunlight shone down behind her. Cleared my name, and you even recovered the heirloom of the Urenica family, something I've longed for. Dame recovered the heirloom, though. Just listen. Yes, ma'am, she continued softly. Remember when I said meeting you was my greatest luck? Yeah, you did. I want to add one more thing. What is it? You are, she trailed off, then she shook her head. No, never mind. What am I even saying? Come on, why stop halfway? You're making me curious here. Ding. A notification window suddenly popped up. Ding. You've gained 12,000 reputation points. Reputation needed for next level. 67,760/100,000 reputation points to be gained from the event. 18,000 your name is now echoing throughout the Drucker territory. All points collected. Your name is now echoing throughout the Quok territory. All points collected. Your name is now echoing throughout the Lior territory. All points collected. Your name is now echoing throughout the Avis territory. All points collected. Your name is now echoing throughout the Rains territory. All points collected. Your name is now echoing throughout the Terra territory. Points collected. Xenia Side sees you as someone she would stake her life on. Fentek sees you as someone who can fulfill his wish. And when Ein sees you as the coolest big brother in the world. And Nerl Slane sees you as someone who makes her happy. I swear I was trying to look Nerl. Xenia sat heavily on the floor, catching her breath. Lying sprawled in front of her was Dame. Her once clean, beautiful home looked like it had been hit directly by a siege weapon. Walls blown out. The structure nearly collapsed. Xenia spoke. Looks like I've got some unexpected expenses. What's the daily wage for laborers these days? Dame coughed up blood and replied. That's the first thing you say after beating your father to a pulp. Well, who told you to let yourself get corrupted? When Xenia had rushed home, Dame had already been heavily influenced by the Black Sun. The corruption had reached deep into his very marrow. Seeing her father entirely covered in that black ooze, Xenia had drawn her sword without hesitation. And she subdued Dame. Her home was destroyed in the process, but she didn't care. It was filled with memories of her family, yes, but nothing was more important than her father himself. Dame, physically enhanced by the monstrous corruption, had become incredibly powerful, but their battle didn't even last 3 minutes. I knew you'd surpass me, but I didn't think it would by this much. Honestly, I didn't realize the gap had grown so wide either. Somehow that makes me sad. Fufu. Be proud of your daughter's growth, father. Dame gave a small chuckle and looked up at the sky through the hole where the ceiling used to be. The black sun is gone. Looks like Mide did it. Can you hear those cheers? Yes, hero, it's ringing in my ears. Well, it's well deserved. Who else but a hero could bring down a sun in the sky? Xenia stood up. Dame turned his head slightly to look at her. You're leaving? Yes. Saved you, so it's time to go back. You're really going to leave your father in this wrecked mess? When the third Demon King fell in history, all the corrupted soldiers reverted to humans. You'll recover after some rest. Besides, there's still a lot I need to help clean up. They allow me to step away from the party because of personal reason, so I need to return now. So now you see yourself not as the vice captain of the Holy Knights, but as Mide's party member. Xenia answered without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Father, yes. When you've recovered, please issue a public statement acknowledging your secret contract with Lady Nero. Step down from your position as captain. Discover more novels at Nove, I Till the Fire. Ned Dame didn't respond immediately. Xenia continued, her blue eyes steady and unwavering. His Majesty the Emperor will likely preside over your trial personally, since you're the head of the Holy Knights, and he respects you, so I doubt he'll impose anything too severe. His Majesty is far more terrifying than you think, but my punishment isn't the issue. Holy Knights will be left with a permanent stain on their name. Nero was also stained with a permanent disgrace. She agreed to it, and now I'm asking you to agree to your part. Dame was at a loss for words. Xenia met his gaze, waiting silently. Then tap. Dame slowly stood up and quietly nodded. So be it. A gentle smile spread across Xenia's lips. Thank you, Father. Lee, are you going to take my position next? Well, I'm sorry to say that, but once you're officially declared a disgraced sinner who brought shame to the Holy Knights, people won't react kindly to your daughter taking command. So I need to build up my own reputation first. Dame let out a small chuckle, understanding what she meant. By killing the Demon King. Exactly. Mide doesn't just value his own reputation, he values his companions too. Stay by his side, I think I'll become pretty famous myself. I'll think about taking the captain's position then. HM, until the naval can hold the role. The two of them wrapped up their discussion. Xenia turned to leave, but she paused for a moment, then quickly turned back and approached Dame. Xenia, this is the best outcome now, Father. When it's the best, I said I'd greet you like this, didn't I? Xenia gave Dame a light hug. First time in ages, Dame was able to burst into a genuine smile. This incident left a storm of consequences in many ways. The first was Dame Sade issuing an official statement. It was a confession revealing the secret contract with Nerl and expressing his willingness to stand trial. It also included his intention to step down as captain regardless of the trial's outcome. The people of the capital buzzed with gossip over the statement. So what the things the Witch of Carnage did were actually pinned on her by the Holy Knights? Looks like it. Serves those pompous knights right. Still, I heard Dame acted on his own and all that. Sounds like they're cutting off the tail to save the body. No, he's not the tail, they cut off the head. Have you ever seen anything like this? Anyway, I expected of the hero. Apparently figured out that secret contract like reading the palm of his hand. Whenever I heard such chatter, I glanced at Xenia, but she looked completely unfazed. Just the fact that people aren't calling to boil him alive is good enough. True, the Witch of Carnage always felt like someone far removed from regular folks. Yes, compared to that. She was about to continue when more murmuring arose. I was more shocked by the captain of Alcahad than Dame. Oh, Patrick Benjamin. Always looked like such a nice guy, but he was the main culprit behind the Black Sun. Honestly, isn't he the Demon King? Damn it, my arm rotted and fell apart because of that incident. At those words, a refreshing smile bloomed on Xenia's face. Seeing that smile, Nero spoke. As a holy knight, you're happy about someone else's misfortune. Power of the Demon King of Corruption really is terrifying. It's not funny at all, you know. If it were funny despite being sincere, that would be a problem. Arg, I already have a lot of complaints about you, Nero. Did you really have to use that illusion spell? Why, Patrick's got a decent-looking face at least. You. To be fair, Patrick had some reason to feel wronged. If you looked only at the Black Sun incident, it was actually Idria's doing. But with no way to prove it, and with mounting evidence that he used demonic transformations to blackmail people even before the Black Sun, he had no way to avoid the charges. And when asked, what'll happen to Patrick? Well, apparently the Emperor himself is going to punish him, so it'll go as it goes. Dame, the Emperor, you say, isn't it a bit disrespectful to refer to the ruler of the Empire like that? Hey, at least I didn't call him a bug like someone else. With such idle chatter, we returned to the inn. We got a read on the capital mood and confirmed that everything had wrapped up nicely, just the way we wanted. Xenia had also taken a day off to spend some time with Dame before returning to her duties. I guess it's about time we leave, so I thought and was about to speak bang. The inn door burst open and a group of soldiers marched in. They scanned the room, then spotted me and their expressions changed. A fence whispered beside me, "It's Alcahad, I'm out." "Did you commit a crime?" "Of course I did. You think I've been living off of?" "If Nerl has deep grudges with the Holy Knights, then I was Alcahad's #1 target. So I have to clear your name too now? This is exhausting." PFFT. My case is a lot different from Nerl's. Everyone knows the Witch of Carnage, but I doubt a single civilian's heard of the name Bright Death. Well, that's fair. At any rate, a fence vanished in an instant without so much as a breeze, and I barely caught his movement. He was now clinging to the inn ceiling, seriously impressive step. In the meantime, one of the Alcahad members stepped in front of me. I looked up slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you Sir Mide Mohan, the hero, and his companions?" "Yes. We'd like to ask you to come with us for a moment." At that, Nero raised her eyebrows. "What's your problem? Xenia and Dame already explained everything, didn't they?" "Oh, You really need to learn how to let good deeds go unpunished and just send people off kindly." It seemed Nero thought they were here to arrest us. Xenia spoke to her. "Nero, look at their demeanor. Huh, they're not here to threaten us." "Oh, the situation is really different from the days when you were being chased by the Holy Knights. You need to start adjusting to the new way people treat you." Nero's face went blank. As Xenia said, the member quickly straightened up and politely spoke again. "I must have sounded too imposing. Let me rephrase. We wish to escort you. Would you grant us the honor?" Nero's expression was priceless. It looked like she had never once imagined someone would ever say they wished to escort her, and her eyes kept darting about. I spoke up. "May I ask who it is that's inviting us?" "Yes, of course. I wonder if the question's even necessary." "The Black Sun, a replica of the Demon King of Corruption's power, and the hero and companions who brought it down. Anyone meeting such noble figures would, of course, have to be someone of equal stature." At those words, I figured it out. So did the rest of our group. Win stammered, "Wait, don't tell me." "Yes," the member nodded. "Are to have an audience with His Majesty the Emperor." Nero muttered blankly. "The crown-wearing ant." "That's not it. Hey, Emperor-Van Hanman, a man praised as one of the top 5 greatest rulers in the history of the Empire. To receive such praise while still very much alive and active meant that his achievements were highly regarded. He was probably the most renowned figure on the continent right now, aside from me and Kale. Instead of looking down at us arrogantly from a throne, he received us in a modest sitting room. The Emperor, offering tea in an unpretentious manner, began speaking with a gentle smile. "It's not a private audience this time, I see." "Huh, no, never mind." He waved a hand dismissively, but I immediately understood what he meant. "Right, a fence mentioned it. Kale met the Emperor before. I guess he requested a private audience back then. Left the others outside. Sounds just like him." The Emperor continued. "Before we speak further, there's something I need to address first. Please go ahead. I apologize for burdening you with the Empire's dirty work." Nerl slain. His unexpected words left us puzzled. Nerl tilted her head. "What do you mean, sir?" "Haha, need to use honorifics with me. But still, you're the Emperor. Heroes and champions are more noble than any emperor." He calmly continued. "Every royal child receives certain teachings drilled into their heads from a young age. That the Demon King may arise during my reign, that I might one day meet the hero. And what attitude an emperor must take toward a hero and their companions. No past emperor ever insisted on formalities or honorifics toward a hero, so speak however you please." With a casual smile, the Emperor sipped his tea. "Anyway, I don't know if this sounds like an excuse, but I was never informed about the slander against you. Still, as the ruler of this empire, I can't just let it slide, so I offer my apologies." It's fine. Not really attached to my name or reputation that much. I said you could speak casually. You deserve to be spoken to respectfully." The Emperor smiled gently, and Wynn nodded and spoke up. "Looks like my mother placed the right person on the throne. And you are?" My mother's name is Mariana Ein." The Emperor instinctively reached out and grabbed Edwin's hand. "To meet you like this, how delightful. Was Mariana well?" "Yes, Edwin cheerfully chatted for a while. I quietly listened to their conversation, my gaze shifting slightly upward. I had seen the Emperor's blood writing before at the coronation ceremony. Back then I was too focused on Patrick's secrets to pay much attention, but now I could see his blood writing was noteworthy as well. "Sinned against Van Hanman and 580 others." I covered my mouth with my hand. I felt a twisted smile forming. So skeptical. He's got the vibe of a nice guy next door. "He sinned against Van Hanman. Who's that?" "The previous emperor." Trail fell silent, seemingly trying to piece things together. I spoke again. "I mentioned that the previous emperor passed away suddenly, right?" "Yeah. and it was Edwin's mom, the necromancer, who was summoned to figure out if it was poison or disease. Then Mariana summoned the previous emperor's soul and resolved it. Right. Soul testified that it wasn't murder, it was just a worsening illness he had kept hidden. That's how this kindly gentleman here ascended the throne without issue. But now, the emperor's blood rating says otherwise. It says the current emperor sinned against the former emperor. In other words, the murdered emperor himself had been thoroughly deceived. The victim ended up defending his own killer. A chill ran down my spine for the first time in a while. Spoke to, voice slightly trembling. Should we use the Eye of Omniscience? Yeah, let's take a look. The Eye of Omniscience has been activated. Current level 3, you can access secrets up to grade B. Chosen condition, secret between Van Hanman and Vetra Van Hanman. Secret level grade C. Accessing, I closely reviewed the Emperor's secret. It was exactly as I had expected, nothing surprising. The Emperor had poisoned the previous one. The poison had been specially made. So subtle that even the victim didn't realize it was poison. Even the finest priest and physician couldn't identify it as such. The Emperor administered it slowly, bit by bit, making it look like a natural illness. This update is available on NOLR1D0ELFIRE. Net he even killed every subordinate involved in carrying out the poisoning. Seems like no one else alive knows the truth now. Sheesh. It goes to show you can never judge a person by their appearance. I agreed. And since I was on a roll, I decided to dig deeper into more of his secrets. I figured having some leverage over the Emperor could come in handy someday. Let's see. As I focused on the Emperor's blood writing, the display expanded. The names of the victims were listed one by one, and then fifth from the top. I froze at the name I saw. It said, Serene Magnus. Serene. Priestess from Kale's party. What's her name doing there? The Emperor wronged Serene in some serious way. What? Serious enough to make murdering the previous Emperor look trivial in comparison. We need to see what happened between them. Oh, okay. The Eye of Omniscience has been activated. Current level 3. You can access secrets up to grade B. Chosen condition, secret between Van Hanman and Serene Magnus. Secret level, grade C. Accessing, a scene appeared again. In the darkness, the Emperor sat across from someone. Light from an oil lamp illuminated only his side. His companion remained in shadow. I first checked the timestamp in the top right corner. The time frame would be, I folded my fingers and counted carefully. Roughly the period when Kale was staying in the capital. The time he supposedly brought the fake hero's sword from Padania's tomb and had an audience with the Emperor. Had to be it, the Emperor spoke. There had been no progress. What you think is easy, our party has a legendary assassin. Bright Death. You have no idea how sharp that old man's eyes are. How is a sweet little flower like me supposed to slip past a fence and kill Kale? My skin erupted in goosebumps. That voice, there was no mistaking it. It was Serene's. But what did she just say? Killing Kale. What the hell? The look of it, it seems like the Emperor actually hired Serene to assassinate him. Let's keep watching for now. The Emperor nodded and began to speak. Still, you must hurry. Kale has already acquired the hero sword, and what's more, he's figured out it's a fake. So what? That's what heroes are supposed to be like. No, I don't believe the Demon King will descend, which means I don't see Kale as a true hero either. Both Serene and I, watching the scene unfold, were caught off guard. Serene asked, what? Why not? Because there had been no prophecy. The Emperor continued at a leisurely pace. Every imperial heir is educated from childhood on matters regarding the hero and the Demon King. The most important lesson is this. If anyone claims to be the hero before the prophecy arrives, eliminate them for the Empire's stability. Do you have any idea how many frauds in history have claimed to be hero before the prophecy? Every one of them stirred unrest and plotted rebellion. Serene folded her arms, thinking hard, and then said, but Kale has truly achieved many great deeds. I'm not saying he's without talent. On the contrary, that's what makes him all the more dangerous. A capable man weaving a lie is worse than any common fraud. If the Demon King truly descends, the prophecy will point the real hero. Anyone who tries to act before then is, by definition, a fraud. HMPH, if you're so certain, why not just arrest Kale by imperial decree instead of asking me to assassinate him? The Emperor replied as if it were obvious. Just as heroes cling to their reputations, I too don't want to tarnish my name. Kale has gathered a following as vast as clouds. Striking him openly would be reckless. These things must be handled more elegantly. Telling one of his party members to kill their leader is Elliot now, that's a fresh take. You owe me, do you not? Serene burst out laughing. Click. But she quickly stopped and spoke quietly. I do appreciate what you've done. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't take your request because of that debt. I have my own reasons for dealing with you, your majesty. You mean that matter? Don't worry. As long as Kale is dealt with, I'll grant your request in my name. Don't get your hopes up. What does a priestess know about assassination anyway? You're far too unconventional to be called a priestess. I believe you'll come up with a clever solution using that cunning mind of yours. TCH. She rose from her seat, but just before leaving she asked as if it had just occurred to her. How are my parents doing? They're alive. That's enough then. Do you want them dead? No, Serene shouted loudly. Then seeing the Emperor's faint smirk, she clicked her tongue in irritation, regretting she had shown weakness. The Emperor spoke again. Truly are a strange one. I already destroyed your noble house and stripped your father of his title, and yet you seem to welcome it. Yet you panic at the idea of your parents being killed. I don't know how to match your rhythm. Don't get on my nerves, and please take good care of them. She adds sharply, just let them live like that for the rest of their lives. And with that, the vision ended. And I dismissed the Eye of Omniscience. Edwin was still happily chatting away with the Emperor. I sat deep in thought. Even before regression, Serene clearly was fond of Kale. But who would have thought she had been secretly tasked with assassinating him by the Emperor? But she didn't actually kill him, right? She couldn't. Even if she's called the God's Monster, how could she possibly kill Kale alone? God's Monster. That's Serene's title. The contrast to Xenia as God's agent. Well, her divine power was freakishly strong. That's not why she got the title, though. I stopped there. That wasn't important right now. Serene is hoping to get something in return from the Emperor. What could it be? Why ask me? You know what to do, right? I'll check it with the Eye of Omniscience. But first, let's wrap this meeting up. I didn't want to spend more time face to face with this two-faced emperor. Tap. As I drummed my finger against the armrest, Edwin finished his conversation. The emperor laughed heartily. Haha, what delightful news. I'm glad to hear Mariana is in good health. If the opportunity arises, please pass along my regards. I'll be sure to. Now then, where were we? I interjected with a shake of my head. I believe we've covered everything, Your Majesty. It's about time we take our leave. The emperor looked surprised. And if I was called a hero, he probably didn't expect someone to excuse themselves in front of him first. Xenia, flustered, cut in. Mr. Mide, we've only talked about trivial matters so far. We're on a tight schedule. You haven't even said what that schedule is. Well, anyway, I turned to the emperor. May Your Majesty enjoy a long and prosperous life. I added with a grin, please also wish me a long and prosperous life, Your Majesty. We drove the carriage out of the capital. Trail spoke. Did you really have to provoke the emperor like that? The emperor plotting Kale's assassination isn't really a bad thing for you, is it? What if that plot ends up targeting me instead? Trail went quiet for a moment before replying. No way he'd do that unless he's lost his mind. What we saw through the eye of omniscience was from before the Black Sun. Things are totally different now. Even if there's no prophecy yet, there's no way they won't acknowledge the guy who dropped the sun as a hero. It was a logical take, but I didn't agree. That bastard didn't order Sareen to assassinate Kale because he genuinely thought Kale was a fraud. That was just a story he made up to feed Sareen. Think a guy who poisoned his own father without blinking and deceived the entire empire would order an assassination out of concern for the empire's peace. Then what does he really want? I've got a few guesses, but forget it. It wasn't something important enough to share. Cutting off a thought midway is the worst. You'll live. If a new Demon King ever descends, it'll definitely be the Demon King of cutoffs, thanks to bastards like you. I ignored that. Then Finn spoke up with a curious expression. Since he had waited in the carriage, he was naturally interested in what we talked about. So, what did you discuss? Oh, things like what you have for breakfast. Miss Pheasant always manages to relate everything back to food, doesn't she? That just means it was a boring conversation. And seriously, get rid of that pheasant already. Might think my nickname is something like the pheasant's agent. Offense chuckled and turned to me. I didn't expect you to let such a monumental moment pass so blandly, facing the emperor and all. The more you talk to that guy, the more we lose. He's a very wicked man. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion. And when asked, he did seem that way to me. Seemed like a nice guy. Narrow? Well, he did seem like someone worthy of formal speech. But if Mide says that, her expression hardened. Then it must be true. Come on, don't be so dramatic. Just listen. I revealed that the current emperor was the one who poisoned the former emperor. I told them everything I'd seen through the eye of omniscience in vivid detail. Even without presenting evidence, their faces went pale. After a moment, Narrow spoke, her tone thick with disgust. Haven't lived that long, but I thought I was a decent judge of character. Guess I got played by a hell of a performer. What did you just say? I said I haven't lived that long. Oh, Edwin, what's with you now? Edwin had his arms wrapped around his knees, laughing bitterly. So there's someone in this world who could fool me. Mother, you've placed a fraud upon the throne. I calmed them down. Honest, if I hadn't had the blood script or the eye of omniscience, I probably would have thought, wow, what a noble ruler. Well, you probably need that level of deviousness to be called an emperor. The founder of the great empire would roll in his grave if he heard that. In any case, that whole affair with the previous emperor was 13 years ago. It has nothing to do with us. Let's move on. What matters is what comes next. I swallowed hard. I continued slowly. We're going to meet Sareen. Patrick Benjamin was rotting in a prison cell in the capital. He was supposed to be waiting for trial, but the emperor had already treated him like a convicted criminal by tossing him into the prisoner's wing. His empty right eye kept throbbing with pain. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, just you wait. I won't end like this." It should have been a monologue with no reply. But someone answered, right? You won't end on the executioner's block, you'll die here. As SSHK, Rhea, like fabric being sliced with a knife, a line tore through space. That line opened up and someone stepped through. Idria, the demon king of lies and deception, floated in midair, legs crossed. Who are you? You don't remember me. Wait, could you be? Yes, the one who implanted that fancy thing in your eye. Thanks to your sloppy handling, it got stolen. Idria giggled and continued. You're such an idiot. Compared to being Kunz, I have terrible judgment in people. Hey, Patrick dropped flat on the floor. Thud, he slammed his forehead against the ground and cried out. Just give me one more chance, I can't end like this. I said this isn't how it ends for you, do you not listen? Just days ago, I was one of the Empire's twin blades, the head of Alcahad. You help me just one more time, and I'll forge the lies you desire. Idria let out a cold laugh, shink. She casually dragged her finger downward through the air. Just like before, a thin slash opened in space. She reached into it. What she pulled out was a small dagger. Clatter. She tossed it in front of Patrick. His face lit up. Ooh, what power does the blade hold? The Demon King's core, perhaps. It's just a dagger. What? If someone sneaks into the capital prison and kills you, that'll cause too much fuss. The way it'll just look like you took your own life. Follow current novels on Novi. Now then, repeat after me. Idria pantomimed picking up the dagger. Patrick's body moved on its own. He picked up the dagger without resistance. Then Idria held the dagger to her throat. Mimicked the motion. Finally, she made a gesture of slitting her throat, but Patrick didn't pretend. He actually cut his own throat. GGHK cough. Did you really think I'd give an idiot like you a second chance? Stop, help. Oh, still alive, I get you cut too shallow. SSHK. Idria mimed slitting her throat 3 more times. Patrick followed suit, just like a puppet, slashing his throat a total of 4 times. Actually, his arteries burst and blood gushed out like a fountain. Gug, and just like that, he died. Idria, now utterly bored with him, waved her hand. SSHK. Once again, space split open. This time she pulled out a single piece of paper. It was an official dispatch. Idria held a pen and looked quietly at the form. Let's see. Kale just finished healing Lord Dranor, didn't he? It should be around the time he completed the quest she gave him. How it was time to issue the next command. There might be a turning point. If she let Mide get any further ahead, Kale would become completely useless, but Idria herself couldn't get involved directly. As long as Bin Kunz kept those sharp eyes open, she couldn't personally kill Mide. Idria let out a sigh. Ah, Bin Kunz, you lucky bastard. How did you end up with such a perfect vessel? Well, what's done is done. No point in envying others forever. In that case, it was finally time to kill Mide. A cruel smile formed on her lips. You must not become a hero, Mide Mohan. Time to step down from the stage. She began writing on the official notice. Mandatory quest, kill Mide Mohan, absolutely. I told the others that the Emperor had hired Sareen to carry out an assassination. They were visibly shocked. Xenia spoke first. That woman, I didn't think she was the type to do something as low as an assassination. Sorry, offense? Assassination is low, yeah. Not like I take any pride in the job. Did you notice anything off when you were in Kale's party with her? There was some invisible tension between her and Kale. Offense folded his arms and continued. But it never seemed like she'd actually hurt him. She couldn't have anyway. Sareen's not strong enough to handle Kale. Trying to assassinate someone next to a legendary assassin is suicide. That may be true, but still, when someone decides to kill, they give off a certain aura, and I'm good at reading those. And if I did sense anything, that just means Sareen was really good at hiding it. Honestly, if it had been anyone but you saying it, I wouldn't have believed it. It was true. Sareen's outer appearance and inner self were worlds apart, face so innocent that no one would hesitate to call it lovable. And yet she was hiding something pitch black behind it. But was that really all there was to it? No matter how sly Sareen was, could she really deceive not only offense but me too before the regression? Even in the previous timeline, she must have received the same assassination order from the Emperor. But up to the very end, the final battle against the Demon King, she never laid a finger on Kale. Sure, maybe she didn't have the ability, but maybe. We saw it in the eye of omniscience, didn't we? Accepted the order because she wanted something from the Emperor. Maybe, in the previous timeline, she realized Kale was more likely to fulfill her wish than the Emperor, and changed her mind. Or maybe Kale realized what her wish was by walking that so-called path to becoming a hero. Just like he had told Lissel, I'll make you human. Maybe he told Sareen that he would grant her wish too. Of course, judging by how things ended for Kale, those promises were just empty words. Trail spoke. That explanation sounds much more plausible, right? So the real secret isn't between Sareen and the Emperor, it's between Sareen and Kale. We need to find out what she really wanted. Agreed. A screen appeared. Eye of Omniscience. Current level 3. May access secrets up to grade B. Selecting criteria. The secret between Kale Wake and Sareen Magnus. Secret level grade C. Accessing. I watched the vision quietly. Kale and Sareen were alone. Sareen was the first to speak. Did I do something wrong? Not yet. Then why the heavy atmosphere? You even sent off Lissel in offense. Sareen Magnus, you received a contract to assassinate me from the Emperor, didn't you? Sareen's face turned pale. Clicked my tongue, so I was right. The hero's path really is all-seeing. HMPH. That's nothing to brag about. Don't get all competitive now. Sareen opened her mouth repeatedly but didn't try to deny or lash out. She could see from Kale's expression that he wasn't just guessing. Ah, well, it just sort of happened. You think that kind of thing can be brushed off like that? Can't you just let it slide? I'll quietly leave the party. No. Stay with me. Sareen's face twisted, but Kale's next words widened her eyes. In exchange, I'll grant your wish. Will it be? Want to say it yourself, or should I tell you? Tell me. Kale gave a small smile and said slowly, you want to eliminate all the clerics from the continent, don't you? I don't mean you want to go on a mass murder spree. Accurately, you don't want to kill all clerics. You want to abolish the profession of clerics by law or imperial decree. I couldn't believe my ears. You've got to be kidding me. Isn't Sareen a cleric and she wants to erase her own profession? Just then, Sareen shot up from her seat. What the hell do you know that? I looked into your past. My past? You've got a long list of grievances with clerics. At first, maybe just a few individuals. But over time, that hatred spread to others. Eventually, it became a curse on all clerics across the continent. Am I wrong? At that moment, Sareen's expression changed subtly. I caught it perfectly. But in the next instant, her face morphed back into one of shock. Sareen shouted as if genuinely outraged. Why are you digging into people's personal history? I said I'll grant your wish. Look, it's impossible to eliminate the cleric class through law or decree. The heavenly god is the root of all imperial belief. Not even the emperor would seriously entertain your request. HMPH, it's not like I truly trusted that snake, just that. He was the only one whom I have had the power to try. No one else could even attempt it. Tap, Kale pointed to himself. But a hero could. Once I kill the Demon King, I'll use my title to declare it across the continent. Abolish the cleric profession. Sareen's eyes trembled. Snap. The vision cut off there. Trail said gravely, hey, do you think you could actually grant that wish? No way. The entire continent would rise up like a hornet's nest. Once I kill the Demon King, I plan to retire in some quiet countryside. I don't want to get dragged into that mess. Then winning over Sareen is impossible. Not necessarily. Was that really the whole of Sareen's wish? Oh, it was her wish, but that doesn't mean it was the whole story. Kelt said she wanted to erase the cleric lab because she hated and cursed all clerics across the continent. But is that the truth? Let's think back to that subtle change in her expression during the vision. With just her face, she was practically saying, you totally missed the mark. You were doing so well, but missed it completely. I gathered my thoughts and spoke. Wait, if we can recruit Sareen too, we'll have added 2 party members at once. That's true. Lissel's already on our side. Yeah, if everything goes smoothly, Kale will be left all alone. A critical turning point then. At those on-point words, I nodded. Tension subtly rose on everyone's faces. If we took care of Kale before the divine prophecy descended, the prophecy would have no choice but to name me the hero. And I'd become the real hero in both name and deed. So, where are we going now? HM, to recruit her or whatever, we have to meet first, right? How do you even know where Kale is right now? Give me a moment to think. I leaned back in my chair as I spoke, then addressed Trail. Pull up the map. Sure. A screen soon appeared. Mide Mohan accumulated fame. 85, 760 Kale Wake accumulated fame. 45. 170 layer 1D1B small cap H small cap IS, layer 1D04 small cap H, layer 1D00, layer 1D18, layer 1D1B, layer 1D07 small cap R, small cap IS, layer 1D1C, layer 1D18, layer 1D05, layer 1D00, layer 1D1B, layer 1D07 small cap B, small cap Y, NOVEL. Net as expected. What's as expected? Last time, Keld's fame was 27,980. It shot up this much in such a short time. That means he made another big move recently. I said that while carefully studying the map. The southern part of the continent. There, a new plume of black mist had risen. As I thought Draenor territory. Chances are, like in the original timeline, Keld healed the Lord of Draenor. Assuming he's still moving from there, I rolled my eyes to scan the map. To the south of there, the map was already full of Keld's black mist. Rather than revisit a place he's already marked, he'd likely aim for areas still untouched. West is ocean, so that leaves east or north. If he headed north, he'd get close to the capital. Right now, my fame in the capital was quite literally glowing. He'll avoid getting near the capital. Running into my fame would be a huge disadvantage for him. You used to be too intimidated by his fame to even head south, and now the tables have turned. Exactly, so that leaves east. The problem is, heading east would bring him to Hassville territory. So, what's wrong with that? I scratched my head. Out of nowhere, I felt like giving up on everything and retiring. Seeing my face darken, and when asked, "Hi young, you okay?" Keld's probably headed for Hassville. Hassville, Xenia and a fence chimed in. Isn't that place known for? Well, nothing. No real specialties, not even good location. It's a really poor territory too. Barely any crops. Heard it's mostly mountains and rough terrain. Definitely sounds like a backwater. Ugh, this kind of mood makes it awkward to say. With a light sigh, I finally opened my mouth. Still, there's one famous person from there. Yeah, who? The sword master of no killing. All eyes turned to me. It's my hometown. The carriage fell silent for a moment. In perfect sync, everyone said, I've heard Hassville is a beautiful place. Herbs from there are known to be incredibly potent. And the people so kind and warm. I've always wanted to visit. What luck. What a quick turnaround. Nero leaned toward me and whispered, I didn't say anything. Meanwhile, after healing the Lord of Draenor as per the official notice's quest, Keld thought he could finally catch a breather. Glanced across the table at Sarene, who was sulking while picking at her food. This is awful. Lissel was so good at cooking. No point talking about someone who's already gone. She turned away from him toward her bowl without replying. Looks like she's got a lot of resentment built up, like losing the fake hero sword when a fence betrayed them, or how his fame actually dropped even after stopping the earthquake. Those things she might have swallowed. Somehow Mide had even managed to win over Lissel Vin. The one person Sarene believed was absolutely unshakable. That must have been the final blow. She was probably now wondering, could this guy really make my wish come true? He couldn't afford to lose Sarene, the only party member he had left. While Sarene focused on eating, Keld glanced at the official notice. So what now? Just following these quests, was that really enough to defeat Mide? The thought barely crossed his mind when crackle. New lines began forming on the board. Mandatory quest, kill Mide Mohan. Absolutely. Oh, a quest that perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. Killing Mide won't be that easy, as if in response to that concern, a new message appeared. Warning, if the two parties clash now, victory is unlikely. Hint, break the seal in Hassville territory and activate the Gem of Destruction. Crush Mide's party with the Gem of Destruction. This is why the official scroll could be trusted. Whenever he had a doubt, it was right there with a perfect solution. Wait, Gem of Destruction. Heard of something like that in Hassville. Well, he'd find out once he got there. The notice board seemed just as determined as he was to kill Mide. Once he arrived, more instructions would probably follow. He'd have to hurry. He was just about to tell Sarene to get moving when, warning, if you break the seal of the Gem of Destruction, Sarene Magnus's loyalty will vanish completely. Keld nodded to himself. Her wish can only be fulfilled if I become the hero. No matter how twisted her personality, she wouldn't accept the hero unlocking the Demon King's seal. Should I temporarily split from Sarene? As if anticipating that thought, more lines appeared. Warning, Lissel Vin is looking for a chance to persuade Sarene Magnus. Ensure Sarene's heart remains firmly on your side. Lissel wants to persuade her. No way. Sarene wouldn't be swayed. That being all saintly and upright would never agree to abolishing the cleric class. Still, better safe than sorry. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Let's temporarily disband the party. What? I've got something to take care of. We'll meet up later. What kind of thing? It's personal. You're free to do as you like for now. Let's meet back here in the territory in about a month. Sarene silently stared at him. Keld shrugged and continued. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten your wish. I will abolish the cleric class from the continent. You don't look convinced. Well, I have been getting outshone by Mide lately. I won't deny that. But there's one fundamental difference between Mide and me. Keld lowered his voice slightly. I heard the northern hero with the sword master of no killing. I looked into him. You really do love background checks, huh? I looked at everything: appearance, age, skills, records, even some useless stuff. Turns out the sword master of no killing donates to clerics monthly. Seems pretty devout, so you can get why he insists on no killing, right? Sarene was listening quite intently. Keld went on. He won't fulfill your wish. You bring it up, he might even scold you. Me, on the other hand, I despise clerics just as much as you. Why? Too many reasons. Want me to tell you a few? Then Keld spent the next 10 minutes ranting about the hypocrisy of clerics and how horribly they had treated him. Sarene listened carefully to every word. Keld checked her expression now and then, confident he had firmly secured her trust. In reality, Sarene was thinking, so boring, please shut up already. We rode for over a week before finally arriving in Hassville territory. Terribly outdated roads, tiny, shabby castles and homes, villagers in ragged clothes that clearly hadn't known prosperity in generations. Everything was exactly how I remembered it. And when awkwardly spoke up. Wow, the scenery here in Hassville is breathtaking. Cut it out. Force it. You don't have to sugarcoat it. This territory is going to become famous anyway. After all, it produced the hero. Nerl Sheldon asked, so what do we do now? First, let's find somewhere to stay. We'll plan things from there. Got any inns you recommend? You should know the area. Why would I? I left the territory when I was 8. That made everyone's eyes go wide. More precisely, they sparkled. And yet even shifted in her seat with excitement. Come to think of it, we don't know anything about your past, Mr. Mide. You took your first big step into the world at age 8, huh? You can just say I ran away from home. I was trying to phrase it nicely. Anyway, there's not much to tell. I wandered around doing odd jobs for a few years and joined a mercenary guild when I was 10. Been a merc ever since. A fence spoke up. Even gives a job to a 10-year-old kid. Not all mercenaries spend their time on battlefields. I got by with petty jobs, guiding parties, hauling luggage. Got my first sword at 12. That's still pretty early though. Anyway, after rolling around like that, I ended up handling some major tasks too. Before I knew it, I was top-grade mercenary. That's pretty much my whole backstory. An awkward silence lingered for a moment. Scratched my head and added, anyway, point is, I don't know any good inns around here, so I'll take you somewhere else instead. Where? My house. If it's still standing, that is. Fortunately, my house was still where I left it, but calling it a house felt generous. It was more like a ruin. Spiders had spun webs across the ceiling like they were staking ownership, and the unstable, decaying door looked ready to fall apart any second. With the kind of place you wouldn't enter even if someone paid you, but my party sat down without so much as a grimace. Are they just being considerate? The warmth in my chest caught me off guard. Sorry I couldn't bring you to a better place. It's fine. You picked the place for a reason, didn't you? Huh. You're trying to recruit Serene. Caleb won't just sit back. Fight is inevitable, so of course you pick somewhere deserted. Neril had read me exactly right. The others nodded with knowing smiles. I scratched my head again and spoke. Thanks. Anyway, let's get down to business. Before that, just a second. Edwin raised a hand. What is it? Sir Grade keep poking me in the side. Come again? He seems to have something to say. I was so taken aback I just stared at him. Oh, come on, not again. Does he always get to open the gate to the underworld first? How does that even make sense? He says don't get so worked up, should I call him? Edwin's arm began to glow. A moment later, Grey Van Hammond, the first hero, appeared and spoke. It's been a while. Nice to see you. Now kindly get lost. Still as rude as ever, my servant. How am I your servant? You should consider it an honor. Enough talk. Grade glanced around. There's some kind of livestock pen. This is my home, actually. My apologies. Anyway, I needed to check something. Pardon the intrusion. Go ahead. Is this Hassful territory? I believe that's what it's called in the era. Everyone's eyes lit up with interest. Even I was surprised the former emperor would know the name of some backwater territory. Yes, that's right. Then leave this place. Immediately? Sorry. The place contains the Demon King's gem of destruction. I tilted my head. Not once in all my lives had I ever heard that Hassful was hiding the gem of destruction, even when I was traveling with the heroes party. Offense asked, what do you mean, sir? Weren't you the one who destroyed the gem of destruction? Heh, destroy the gem of destruction. It's a contradiction, don't you think? But the history books say, would you sleep soundly at night knowing the Demon King's core still existed? I shattered some random gem and declared it was the gem of destruction. That's all. I rubbed my forehead. Lies, so many lies. You don't understand how things were back then. Humanity was facing the Demon King for the first time. We're committing suicide by the thousands every day. As the future emperor, I had calmed them somehow. If I went back in time, I'd do it the same way. We fell into silence. Then Neril asked, why didn't you destroy the real gem? It was too big. That's a weak excuse for someone with a party full of heroes. Come, I'll show you. Grade stood. We silently followed him outside, and then we saw it, a mountain so tall it seemed to pierce the heaven. Baharma, the only thing remotely famous about Hassful, its eternal snowcap and the clouds gently wrapped around it made for a breathtaking scene. Grade pointed to the mountain and said, that is the gem of destruction. Huh, why are you laughing? I can't exactly scowl at former emperor's joke, can I? That's the burden of a subordinate, I suppose. That was no joke, you impudent servant. He continued in a more serious voice. The mountain you call Baharma is the Demon King's core. How? The Demon King couldn't contain his core inside his own body. It was simply too massive. We killed the Demon King but never found the core in his remains. One of my party members, a priest, prayed to the divine and received an oracle. That's when we learned the truth. He said softly, that mountain is the Demon King's core. Unbelievable. Back then, Hassful was untamed wilderness. Rushed here, the core was already starting to stir, preparing to resurrect. Gulp. Xenia's swallow was loud and clear, so we sealed it. The priest in my party cast the grand rite of purification at the cost of his life. You mean Hermes' mime, don't you? Yes, though the public was told he died in the final battle against the Demon King. He couldn't hide his bitter smile, but he soon shook his head and added, well, he's probably lounging around comfortably in the underworld now, so no need for those faces. Sorry to say, but I don't think your paladin here is on Hermes' level. If that seal is broken, no one will be able to stop what comes next. Xenia didn't argue or look hurt, just honesty compared to him at all. You're an optimistic one, but why are you assuming the seal will be broken? You're not very bright, are you? Could you please pick one, compliment or insult? Grade clicked his tongue. Didn't you say the Demon King has already descended in your era? Yes, and the fake hero too. Exactly. If it's that bastard, he could very well break the seal Hermes died to place. If he finds out you're here, what do you think he'll do? If it were me, I'd break the seal and use the core's power to crush you all. If you think you can withstand the might of the Demon King of Destruction, be my guest. He let out a long yawn. Anyway, that's all I came to say. Ah, thank you so much. Goodbye. I didn't say I was leaving yet. What? Grade scratched his head and asked, so how's Lissel doing? Serene had been granted extended leave, but with nothing to do, she spent several days lazing around in her own room. But there's only so long a person can stand doing nothing. After a week, she finally burst out of her room. Come to think of it, I've been avoiding alcohol just to maintain my image. Tonight I drink. No holding back. That decision, she started walking. Then suddenly a familiar and deeply missed voice called out, Serene, I wasn't going drinking, I swear. Wait, what? She had answered without thinking and spun around in surprise. She hadn't sent the thing, but Lissel was standing just a few steps behind her. Lissel, as usual, pressed her hands together and gave a polite bow. It's been a while. Serene blinked, then returned the greeting for now. Ah, yeah. You been well? Though, is this really how we're supposed to be talking to each other? I know it's confusing, but please hear me out first. Lissel had tried to approach Serene the moment Kale left, but sensing something off about his suggestion to temporarily disband the party, she had attached one of her spirits to secretly watch him. That was how she discovered he was climbing Mount Baharma, the gem of destruction itself. Sinking feeling, Lissel had sent her spirits to patrol Hassel territory and discovered that Mide and his party were there. The gem of destruction, Kale, and Mide's grew. It hit Lissel like a bolt of lightning. Kale is trying to break the seal on the gem of destruction. He's planning to kill Mide and his party with it. Serene tilted her head. Lissel hadn't expected her to grasp everything immediately and was about to explain more. Serene was far sharper than she'd anticipated. Oh dear, that old man's really gone off the deep end. What? Wait, didn't Sir Grey destroy the gem of destruction? Why is it sealed? Lissel was momentarily speechless, a memory from the past catching her off guard. Hermes' mime. Lissel had loved Grade, but that didn't mean she disliked the rest of their party. Even the first hero's party had its bonds of friendship and camaraderie. Hermes was the gentlest, kindest of them all. He used to pray for our whole party before every meal. He even used to scold Grade rather sternly when he tried to lift his spoon during prayer. And now, it was Kale trying to undo the seal Hermes had given his life for. At that moment, Serene spoke again. Then again, I guess even you wouldn't know, Lissel. Isn't this a bit more urgent? Well, just trying to release the Demon King's seal. He's been getting pretty desperate lately. I had a hunch he might try something terrible, so I'm not that surprised. But still, a hero breaking the Demon King's seal is crossing a line. If he gets caught, he won't be a hero anymore. She added in a quiet voice, maybe I should look for another way too. Lissel didn't miss that small whisper, her eyes lit with hope as she spoke. Serene, come with me. Go to Mide. Tension flickered across Serene's face. Lissel spoke gently as if coaxing a younger sibling. You're smart, Serene, you already know, don't you? Across the continent, Mide's name has already outshone Kale's by far. Mide has a much higher chance of becoming the hero and of defeating the Demon King, obviously. He just seems too nice. Lissel fell silent. She blinked, wondering if she'd heard correctly. Serene let out a deep sigh and continued. Changed your mind a long time ago, didn't you? Then I don't have to pretend either. Serene, I saw Mide in territory too, remember? It was obvious at glance he's a good person. If you know he's a good person, then why? Because someone who will grant my wish can't be a good person. They need to be a little rotten, a bit of a scumbag to go through with it. Lissel didn't understand. Serene, as if annoyed, waved her hand dismissively. Just go. Serene, please think again. I said go. You think we're close just because I acted a bit friendly. I won't tell Kale, so just go. We never met, got it? Lissel quietly stared into Serene's eyes. She was clearly pretending to be indifferent and aloof, but deep in those eyes was a trait of sadness. After a moment of thought, Lissel said, Are you sulking because I left without saying goodbye last time? You just use informal speech. You started it first. As you know, I'm not very talkative, but because of that I could observe the party objectively. Lissel continued calmly. So I know you never liked Kale, you never truly followed him. But even so, you stayed in the party because you believed Kale was the only one who could grant your wish, right? PFFT, you've changed your image, huh? I'll go ahead first, but I'm leaving a spirit with you. She muttered a short spiriting condition. Serene did see anything, but she could feel a wind spirit settle onto her shoulder. Brushing her shoulder off, Serene grumbled, Why are you doing that without permission? Let's talk more honestly next time. Hey, wait. Maybe you don't feel the same, but I really do think of you like a little sister. Serene pressed her lips tightly together, stepped back and gave her a soft goodbye. Stay well until we meet again. Serene didn't answer. Once Lissel had completely disappeared from view, Serene scratched her head and muttered, You too. Grade returned, visibly disappointed that Lissel wasn't around. I crossed my arms and said, Sir Grade, your guess is probably right. HM. Kale working with Idria isn't even surprising anymore. He's wielding the Demon King's authority, then he probably knows we're staying here. That makes sense. Come to think of it, why hasn't Idria come after us directly? Good question. We'll have to ask Trail, why me? You said she almost blew up our inn before but changed her mind because you were there. If the chance comes, explain it. But it's not the priority right now. I changed the subject. I don't really know the reason, but anyway, we need a plan. Let's assume the worst, that the seal on the mountain gets broken. I said that, but honestly, I didn't think we'd find a real solution. Small cap layer 1D07 layer 1D00 layer 1D05. Small cap layer 1D00 layer 1D1B layer 1D07 layer 1D1B. Layer 1D0 for small cap pitch layer 1D00 layer 1D18 layer 1D1B layer 1D07 small cap RS. Layer 1D00 layer 1D1B small cap pen. OVELFIRE. Net the grand purification ritual. Technique that Hermes, one of the first heroes, had used at the cost of his life. Even when Xenia and Serene teamed up before regression to calm that ghost uproar, they barely managed it. Even with the god's agent and the god's monster working together, the celestial gods still demanded their lifespan in exchange. I can't let something like that happen again. Just then, Xenia looked like she was about to speak. I think I should, I quickly cut her off. There's no need. But I wasn't the one who said that. Haven't we been through something like this before? Neryl, you're saying you use grand purification, right? Spell has a price. But even Hermes had to give up his life to use that kind of spell. You with your long life ahead of you shouldn't be the one casting it. Is it really okay to use the word long like that? Despite her words, Xenia couldn't hide the warm smile between her lips. Seriously, I chuckled softly and asked, You said there's no need to use it, so does that mean you have another plan? Yup, timing's perfect. Actually just finished preparing it yesterday. Neryl rummaged through her bag and pulled something out. Wrapped in cloth, it revealed a bundle of twigs inside. What's this? The gem of corruption. What do you mean, We got this along with Idria's severed hand, remember? Don't tell me you forgot. Of course I remember. Didn't it originally look like Patrick's eyeball? The gem of corruption doesn't have a fixed form, unlike other Demon King cores, so it can take on any shape. She laid the twigs out on the table. 10, exactly. Idria's severed hand turned to ash after a few days, so instead I focused on researching the gem of corruption. And as you can see, I reshaped it in twigs. Beyond helped a lot. Now that I think about it, you kept asking Edwin for something at night. You were trying to summon Beyond's soul, weren't you? Yup. No time to waste. We have to prepare for what we can. To do all that without anyone asking, I couldn't help but smile. Inya asked, but why twigs? After discussing it with Beyond, we figured that would be the easiest shape to break in an emergency combat situation. Break it. Nerl nodded and continued, you know the gem of corruption's power turns people into monsters. But what good is that to Hero's party? So I modified its function. Just like how you altered the gem of desolation from absorbing life force to releasing it. Or does this one turn monsters into humans? Close, but not quite. Just turning monsters into humans isn't versatile enough. Then what? Property inversion. Like turning a monster into a human, it can invert the core properties of magic or sorcery. For example, she lifted her finger. A small, flaming arrow appeared above it. This is a basic fire arrow. If you snap one of these twigs while casting it, it'll turn into an ice arrow. So that's what she meant by property inversion. I tilted my head. That's amazing, but I don't really see how that helps us in the current situation. I mean, why not just cast ice arrow in the first place? You said grand purification has a cost, right? Yeah. What if you could invert that cost? Change it so there are no cost? Everyone's jaws dropped. Neo was especially stunned, nearly in disbelief. Is that really possible? Can I test it? No, thank you. Wait, why not? Because they're too valuable. I only managed to make 10, can't make more. Only 10, huh? Well, considering they're basically miracles without a price, 10 was generous. I nodded and said, I always thought you were amazing, but this is incredible. Stop. I didn't do it alone. She waved her hands shyly. Wanted to thank and praise her more, but knowing her personality, I figured it might just make her uncomfortable, so I held back. Instead, I turned to Xenia. Xenia, yes, you should be the one to keep these. Me, not you. Those twigs are basically tools meant only for grand purification. You're the one who should carry them. You want a holy knight to carry a Demon King's core. You literally use the gem of desolation to pray to the celestial god. Late for complaints? Ugh, fine. Let's hope that seal on the mountain doesn't break after all. She gently tucked the bundle of twigs into her robes, then turned to Narrow. Narrow, you made these for me from the beginning, didn't you? No, still, thank you, really. I'll find a way to repay you someday. I said it wasn't for you. For someone with the stigma of a backroom deal and a bad reputation, you sure look after me like a big sister. The best? Bang. Narrow couldn't take it in more and shot to her feet. She spun around abruptly. Where are you going? The bathroom. No tea, I'm going to make tea. Clearly flustered, I noticed her ears peeking out from her dark blue hair had turned bright red. Thanks to her, we had a little spark of hope now. I turned to Fence and asked, what was the Demon King of Destruction's power again? Making Miss Pheasant heavier. Whack. Under the table, Xenia kicked Offence's leg hard. Why, she's so angry. He's not wrong. You should stay single forever, honestly. Would you shut up? Offense rubbed his leg and said, relax. I wasn't saying you're fat, Xenia. Please don't say it directly. I mean pressure, crippling pressure that crushes your whole body. Strong, normal people couldn't even breathe under it. Anyone with weak bones or organs would die in order, bones crushed, organs pulverized. A brief silence fell. The first Demon King, the Demon King of Destruction. His power was an invisible force that pressed down on the earth with unimaginable weight. The area of effect was horrifyingly vast, to the point that it covered nearly a fifth of the continent. When he spoke, they say the Demon King of Destruction, unlike the others, was very inactive. He just sat still in the northernmost part of the continent, slowly expanding his area of influence. And even that was a devastating enough attack. Humanity couldn't fight back, they were simply crushed. According to Gray's records, even he, at his prime, struggled to move once he entered that zone. You could say your effective power dropped by about 50% just by being there. Honestly, killing the Demon King, even with that handicap, that's what made the first hero legendary. Then when asked, do you think Idria will show up herself, like last time? Doubt it, not just because I cut off her hand. If she's got a trump card, there's no reason for her to move personally. Don't tell me Killed is coming. I didn't even hesitate. He definitely is. Thud. Killed had climbed Mount Baharma, scratched his head as he looked at the system prompt floating before him. The mountain of Baharma itself is the gem of the Demon King of Destruction. You wish to release the seal? Killed let out a hollow laugh. He'd been wondering how exactly one was supposed to unseal it. No, more than that, he didn't even understand why this mountain was the Demon King's seal in the first place. Just nodding my head is enough to unseal it. The seal? Was it really supposed to be that easy? Then another message appeared before him. Release the seal of the Gem of Destruction. Once released, select your target location and activate the gem's power. The gem's power alone will not be enough to crush Mide's party. Fence them off yourself while they're weakened and unable to fight back. Up to now, Kale had dutifully followed the directives of the system messages. Even after doing exactly as they said last time, he had been defeated by Mide. That's when a thought at first occurred to him. Who's actually writing these messages? The messages had helped him track down his scattered former party members across the continent with strange precision, and had even offered tips on how to win them over. They had handed over the sealed gem of the original Demon Kings like it was nothing, and even laid out strategies tailored to him. Most of all, the messages had clearly instructed him to kill the true hero, Bin Kunz. There's definitely something suspicious here. Maybe, just maybe, he chuckled softly to himself and murmured, not sure if you can hear me, Demon King. No reply came, but Kale didn't care and kept talking anyway. The fact that you used me to kill Bin Kunz is proof enough that you're the Demon King. Still don't know why you're trying to crown me as the new hero, but I'm grateful for all the help so far. The Demon King remained silent. Let's say we're on the same boat until I become the hero, and in that spirit, how about helping me out a little more? So, answer my questions, through the system prompts. He needed to be a bit more clever about this. I've collected some info along the way. I want to check if it's true. If he was going to face Mide, he needed insurance. Is this really the hometown of the Sword Master of No Killing? Crackle. In the next moment, new text began appearing on the message window. Kel grinned from ear to ear as he read it. We had come up with a plan. The Gem of Corruption, or should I say, the Corrupted Twig. In case Xenia would use it to activate the Grand Purification spell, a miracle without a price. If the seal was broken, she would immediately attempt to reseal it. How long will it take to activate the Purification spell? About 15 minutes. Sorry, it's a bit long. No, it's fine. That should be enough time for the rest of us to endure the gem's power. I turned to the others. If the resealing succeeds, we move on to Kale. You won't be in any condition to fight after using the spell. GOOGLR1D07 search Novi Fire. Net, but if you break the twig, there's no price to pay, right? Sure, the Celestial God won't take anything in exchange, but normal purification still leaves you bedridden with a high fever for a while. You know way too much random stuff. I shrugged. Narrow kept pressing. And won't we find Kale? Kill him. We'll see. You can't go in half-hearted like that. You need to decide firmly, Mide. You don't have to do it yourself. If you just give the word, I'll handle it. I scratched my head roughly. Then I let out a deep sigh and said, no, I'll kill him. It's not like I ever had some noble belief in mercy. I just wanted to atone at least a little. Atonement, where's it coming from all of a sudden? It's a long story. Anyway, I'll deal with Kale. Everyone else focus on supporting. Everyone nodded. Just like that, our plan had taken shape. Time passed. By sunset, step. I heard footsteps and stood up. Their relaxed, unhurried steps. No one else walked like that. It's Kale. As I said that, I frowned in confusion. Why had he come here? There wasn't the slightest trace of the Demon King of Destruction power. If it were me, I would have unsealed the gem first and then come for us when our abilities were weakened. Enia must have had the same thought, because she spoke with a tense voice. The seal, it doesn't seem to be broken yet. Narrow thought for a moment, then spoke. Should we preemptively activate the purification spell? That way we can respond immediately if he tries to break the seal. Purification is a spell that temporarily houses the Celestial God's power within me. Can't exactly say, please wait a bit while I think about my wish. Feel free to have some tea in the meantime. Judging by how you usually pray, I bet you could say worse. What's that supposed to mean? I waved my hand. Let's just go out for now. We all nodded heavily and stepped outside. It was the backyard where my father had once taught me how to split firewood. Kale stood there, leisurely gazing up at the sky. Spoke, we're not accepting guests. Not in the mood for jokes, Mide Mohan. You just look so serious. I'm a thoughtful guy, you know. Thoughtful enough to shake Lissel's heart, huh? I didn't answer. Instead, I tested him. Are you alone? Yes. Disappointed. I imagine you asked Lil to persuade Serene, but it didn't work, did it? That confirmed it for me. That's what he meant by the path to becoming a hero. More precisely, it must have been Idria who told him. From that point on, fighting Kale meant fighting the Demon King of Lies. So your visit to your hometown was pointless, huh? Your real goal was to win over Serene too and steal all of Kale's party members. There's still a chance. Huh? If the party leader dies, Serene will come to me on her own. Trail fell silent. I brought my hand to my sword. Kale opened his mouth. Did you know that Mount Baharm itself is the gem of the Demon King of Destruction? Why was he being so upfront all of a sudden? We didn't answer, but Kale nodded as if that silence was enough. Knew it, he said. Offense was the one to respond. To be honest, I was wondering if you were playing something dirty with that gem. Ah, I should have said this from the beginning. Hey, Offense. Huh. Don't say a single word in front of me. Traitor, Offense growled. You think I'm still taking orders from you? Kale chuckled and turned his gaze back to me. Let's skip the crap and get to the point. Go ahead. Just like Offense said, I'm going to unseal the Gem of Destruction. We didn't even flinch. We'd already expected that much, until he said what came next. And I'm going to use that power to erase this domain from the map. Narrow's jaw dropped. I just mishear that. You heard right. I said I'll erase the plate with the gem. This is the hometown of the Sword Master of No Killing, isn't it? I don't know how attached you, the wandering mercenary Mide, are to your hometown, but surely enough to at least hear me out. The Pari quickly glanced at me. Fortunately, my face didn't so much as twitch thanks to years of experience. I spoke slowly. So, you're taking hostages and threatening me. It exactly. Weren't you trying to become a hero? I was. Jesus, and now you're threatening to kill civilians. That'll destroy your reputation. You'll never rise as a hero again. TL, wait, Jesus. Is Jesus the Celestial God? Kale grinned slyly. It was already over the moment you showed up. What? You've already surpassed my reputation. Considering your actions and skills, it's hard to imagine overtaking you by conventional means. In duels or games, people on the brink always gamble. Life is the same. Narrow sneered. Didn't you say it was your destiny to be a hero? Gonna take that back now. It's not time to take it back just yet. You don't have to win every gamble, just the one that matters most. And this is that one moment. Kale held out his hand to me. So, Mide, you don't want your hometown to be wiped off the map. Join me. Join him. I let out a scoffing laugh. You might as well just kill me. The message said the same. The what? But I think differently. If I kill you, your glaring companions over there will throw themselves at me. Dealing with 4 hero-class opponents all at once is a pain. You mean too much to handle. Maybe, in any case, I don't want to fight. If I get you on my side, the rest will naturally follow. I couldn't begin to understand his way of thinking. You're just gathering people like tools. That's not a party. That's not what comrades of heroes should be. You won't win them over that way. It doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't? Sure, it won't look pretty, but the continent won't know how broken our party is. Our reputation will remain untouched. It was then that I finally admitted Kale and I were seeing completely different things. All he cared about was reputation. He didn't care how much of it was built on lies and deception. So long as it was fame worthy of being called a hero, that was enough. Same as before. Just like when he tried to steal the Demon King's core in the previous timeline. One who almost plunged the continent into crisis was about to be glorified as a hero. He had truly desired that lie. I let out a sigh. No deal. So you don't care if the people of the domain are crushed and torn apart? No, I'm saying I'll stop you from doing something that twisted. So the Holy Knight is planning to use the Grand Purification spell, huh? It was supposed to be a highly classified spell. Yakel spoke of it as if it were nothing. All stiffened. The Purification spell takes time to activate, doesn't it? How long do you think it'll take for power of destruction to level the domain? 7 minutes is all I need. TL, peak reference. If it's intentional, but anyway. Edwin's face went pale. Just earlier, Xenia had said the spell required 15 minutes to cast. You guys might be able to endure the power of destruction. What about the people living here? You want to stop me with the purification spell, be my guest, but by then there'll be no one left to protect. Sigh, looks like there's no choice. SHHK, I drew my sword. That single act completely changed the air in the room. Kale stared at my blade and spoke. You want to sell this here? That's right. You realize it's dangerous for you too. I've developed a new technique recently. At that, the others in the party seemed to light up. Yeah, the technique I used to cut off Idria's wrist last time. A joint technique with Trail, and to date, the strongest move I've created. You mean absolute sword, right? Time lock slash. Seriously? What? It fits. Time and cut them while they can't resist. But there was a problem with the new technique. I could only move about 10 steps within the frozen time. No matter how many times I tested it, 10 steps was the limit. Almost like the celestial god was saying, this is all I'll allow you. Right now, the distance between me and Kaled is about 15 steps. Just 5 more steps. Step. Acting calm, I approached him. Step, step, step. 2 more. 1 more. Clack. The man stepped back precisely 11 paces. A cold sweat ran down my back in that instant, but outwardly I smirked and asked, why are you backing off? You scared? They say I shouldn't get in closer. What are you talking about? Who said that? Who knows? A flash of realization struck me like lightning. Trail let out a groan as if confirming my suspicion. It must be Idria. Him through that whole path to becoming a hero thing. She figured it out just by watching my technique once. That the limit was 10 steps. It'd be stranger if that Demon King didn't figure it out. Then Kale spoke. If you come any closer, I'll immediately release the seal on the Gem of Destruction. At that, Nero whispered to me. You've got a range limit on that skill, don't you? Yeah, sharp as ever. Anyone could tell the way you're trying to inch forward like that. Anyway, hold on. She quickly formed hand seals, binding magic. One of Nero's specialty spells, the same she once used to restrain a berserk martial king. Invisible chains wrapped tightly round Kale. But clink, crack. Kale simply flexed his muscles and they shattered effortlessly. It was like tearing through old string. Everyone except me visibly flinched in shock. What? Magic didn't work. That's impossible. That spell restrained the rampaging Gem of Desolation. Offense narrowed his eyes at Kale. So magic really doesn't work on you. I had a hunch. Xenia wiped sweat from her brow and added, last time when we got a day's leave in the capital, my father said something. He said Kale eavesdropped perfectly on a conversation held in a magically soundproof room. At the time I thought it was just a fluke, but Edwin spoke next. Now that I think about it, wasn't it the same when we first met in the territory? It's Shem. I cast a spell to conceal my soul, but Kale still found me without issue. I figured it was just because he was pretending to be the hero, but could it be that no magic or spell works on him at all? At those words, I replayed everything about Kale before my regression in my mind. First time we met, through every quest we undertook. Every time we fought monsters or endured various trials, Kale had never once been injured. He'd never bled. Nell shook her head as if rejecting the idea. But when I used a pen view on him, it worked fine. And the wound he got from Mide was healed by Sarene's healing spell. Maybe only what benefits him works, Offense replied. Nero bit her lip. Then, trying to sound casual, she said, HMEH still. Got beaten up like a rag doll by Mide when it rained, remember? NGH. I don't remember it being that one-sided. I was talking to you and stopped smiling like that. I've been wondering too, why was I the one who bled when fighting that guy? Why was it his sword that pierced my stomach? It was quite the novel experience for someone who's never been wounded before. Clap. He clapped once and continued. I'll give you 2 days. Use the time wisely and choose whether you'll come under me or just stand by and watch your homeland disappear. Or we might just come after you and cut off your head. Ready to toss away the fancy sword master of no killing title. Fine by me. He smiled lightly. That Holy Knight's purification spell will take some time to activate. If that's the case, dealing with you all while you're slowed by the Gem of Destruction won't be a problem. And Mide, your new technique isn't all that scary if I just stay 10 steps away. Of course, I ground my teeth. I'll be waiting midway up the Bahar Mountains for the next 2 days. I'll be watching with great interest to see what you decide. He turned his back on us completely and walked away, utterly at ease. Grit. Errol clenched her teeth and began forming hand seals again, but I stopped her. Forget it. Don't waste your strength. That last one failed because I wasn't in good condition, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not. Just cancel the spell. Let's talk about what to do instead. Offense let out a groan. I can't believe that guy claiming to be the hero would pull the kind of stunt. Should I share a few assassination techniques? A poison would work. Even he did sound confident. None of us answered. He shrugged as if conceding. I spoke. In the end, I'm probably the only one who can kill him. I'm the only one who's made him bleed. Mide, but even assuming you can harm him under the power of destruction, are you okay with this land disappearing? I couldn't answer right away. That was when it happened. A voice, one that shouldn't have been here, rang out. We could just activate the grand purification a little earlier. We looked around. And when said, huh, that voice, I stared in the direction the voice came from and opened my mouth. It's good to see you again, companion of the Emperor. No need to be so formal now. We've seen all there is to see of each other. Ha ha. And I'm thinking of giving up the title companion of the Emperor. That name only brings joy to the current Emperor. Step, Lisselvin, so-called Magna Nero, she stepped into view. The only Emperor I acknowledge is Lord Grade. Have you been well? Ah, yes, I have. Lissel clasped her hands together and bowed her head politely. Even in this situation, her consistently courteous demeanor made me chuckle as I opened my mouth. You don't have to be so formal, Lissel. Anyway, I've been watching the situation for a while now. Spirit magic really is something else. Neither Caleb nor any of us noticed you were right beside us. Well, it made sense. Lissel was the Spirit King, and she could even turn her own body into spirit form. Twisting a strand of her platinum hair around her finger, Lissel replied, I'm not particularly skilled in combat or strategy after all. I need to have some kind of trump card like this. I see. But what did you mean by what you said earlier? Before that, there's something I'd like to say first. Now that I think about it, I don't think I ever told you properly. She straightened her expression seriously. I had to try not to smile because I already had a pretty good idea what she was going to say next. I may be lacking in a lot of ways and I might not be of much help. No, I'm probably not going to be of any help at all, but I am pretty good at cooking, you know. If you'll let me join the party, I'll take full responsibility for the cooking. I'll even do the dishes. It was such a characteristically Lissel way to apply for party slot. Nero whispered beside me, why is she being so overly humble? She lived about 300 years longer than you. Yeah, so what? No, never mind. I mean, it's a long-abolished system, but her former status was a slave, so that sort of attitude come out sometime. You talk like you've known her for ages. I just shrugged. Xenia spoke up. All for it? Content originally comes from Nova One Fire. Net, you're just happy because she said she can cook. No, I'm not. Anyway, Lissel, about what Mid asked you before, Little flinched. I was actually just about to bring that up. She took a deep breath and continued. I tried, but she turned me down. So please call Sarine here too. Pardon. Sorry if that sounds presumptuous, but I'm not asking that just to feel better. Yeah, you were thinking of using the grand purification spell, right? Well, Sarine can do that too. I nearly clapped on instinct. I already knew, even without Lissel saying so, that Sarine could use the purification spell. After all, we had cleared a quest with it in the Wind's territory before I regressed. Offense narrowed his eyes and muttered, that faithless Sarine. Everyone except me widened their eyes in shock. Right. Sarine doesn't believe in the celestial god. Believing doesn't mean denying their existence, just that she doesn't rely on them. That's why she's called the god's monster. If she'd been overflowing with faith, she wouldn't have tried to abolish the clergy in the first place. Trail snored in disbelief. But she had insane divine power, did she? Did she even surpass Xenia? Exactly. It's absurd and ironic. Knows what standard the gods used to grant divine power. Anyway, God's monster, what title we gave her. To the world before regression, she was known as the most devout priest on the continent. If people had found out the party priest had a complicated relationship with the gods, Kale's reputation would have taken a massive hit. Then Xenia said, I can't believe she lacks faith. What was that monstrous divine power then? I wondered the same thing. That's what she said out of her own mouth. Besides, most divine spells are more close to paladin domain than clerics, right? Just having divine power doesn't mean you can use it freely. But Lissel shook her head. Sarine's unique in many ways. You can't judge her by normal standards. Well, that goes for all of us here, I suppose. No one in the group is normal. Couldn't agree more. Of course, I excluded myself. I said, let's trust Lissel. Sarine helped Xenia with the grand purification spell. Yes, I'm sure it'll shorten the casting time. By how much? Well, I'd have to ask her directly to know that. Then let's ask her, where is she? Instead of answering, Lissel raised her index finger. Please focus on my finger. Our eyes followed her finger. Whoosh. Something began to faintly materialize. It looked like a child, shrunken down to about 1/20th the size. Transparent, bluish, round all over. A spirit. Yes, that's right. You guessed it immediately, even though it's probably your first time seeing one. But I heard spirit don't like showing themselves to people. I persuaded it. If it doesn't appear to you all, there's no way to guide you to Sarine. Lissel continued explaining. Sarine wanted something from Kale. That's why she refused to join us. But I left her with a wind spirit. That spirit will guide you to where Sarine is. Please go bring her here. You're not coming. I get the feeling she resents me a little. If I go, I think it'll only make things worse. Her expression turned a bit bitter. I nodded and turned to Offense. Offense, can you bring her? It's not hard, but me. I'm sure Sarine resents me plenty too. Why? Well, I did betray her. Wouldn't it be faster to use Xenia's Aggle instead? Aggle's too big. Kale might notice. And I grinned. Did I say anything about coaxing her gently? Knock her out, drag her here, whatever works. I'll handle convincing her. Lissel flinched and blurred out, Mid, that's way too violent. Don't worry. I don't want to be hated by a future teammate either. By her, not by you. Once Offense brings her here, I'll convince her through pure conversation. You have my word. Lissel stared at me for a moment, then nodded. Neril asked, are you really confident you can talk her into it? She might look innocent, but she did seem like someone easy to deal with. Don't worry, I've already won over someone even tougher. Oh yeah, who? I stared at Neril. She tilted her head, puzzled. If she doesn't get it, that's fine. Sarine was downing drinks at a tavern. Gulp, gulp. Now that's the stuff. Seriously, it was killing me holding back. She tore into a chicken leg and shouted, one more bottle here. Make the 2. Oh, it's Offense. Okay, change it to 2 bottles. What the hell? Sarine shot to her feet. Then she noticed the lines of empty bottles and side dishes filling her table. Yeah, this wasn't all me. It's fine. Do you live so uptight? Clink. Soon a server came by and left 2 bottles on the table. Offense fiddled oddly with the corner of the table. Then picking up a bottle, he drank straight from it and said, you will never live long like this. The stress will kill you. I figured out your fake modesty a long time ago. Let's just have a drink. HMPH. She sat back down and crossed her legs. Met Lissel, didn't you? How did you know? TH Small Pious chapters updated by Novel Fire. Net, she tried to get me to join you guys. I didn't go for it, so I figured she would send someone else but you. Go back, I'm not joining Mide's party. She waved her hand dismissively. Offense narrowed his eyes and asked, why not? Why should I? Kale's clearly being outmatched by Mide. Well, true. Mide seemed too nice. Nice people can't grant my wish. At that, Offense burst into loud laughter so loud she could practically see his tonsil. Piwahia, wow, I think this is the first time I've seen you laugh like that. Well, it's hilarious. Mide's nice? Yeah, you got that part right. But being kind and being naive are totally different things. Good guy, sure, but when it comes to scheming, he's sharp as a knife. Sarine nodded in agreement. After all, it was Mide's cleverness that had led to Kale's party collapsing in the territory. Still, she shook her head. Why do you think Mide wants to be a hero? What kind of question is that? Obviously, to defeat the Demon King. Exactly why he shouldn't be one. Huh. Kale is thinking beyond defeating the Demon King. It's just a stepping stone for him. Offense didn't immediately grasp what she meant, so Sarine continued. He's got a pitch-black core. He'll probably use the fame and popularity he gets from slaying the Demon King to try to dominate the continent and the Empire. I never thought about it that way, but now that you mention it, maybe. Yeah, not that things will go his way. Emperor and the Lords would never let a rampaging Kale do as he pleases. But unless someone has that kind of ambition, they'll never be able to grant my wish. So what's Mide playing after slaying the Demon King? Offense pondered silently. He recalled things Mide had said while traveling together, how he had this vivid plan in mind for peaceful retirement after defeating the Demon King. Had even got strangely passionate about it, spitting a little as he rambled on. Honestly, it sounded pretty decent and well thought out. Offense remembered thinking it didn't sound like a bad idea at all, but it's probably not the kind of plan that will win Sarine over. Scratching his head, Offense asked, "So, you're really not coming?" "Yeah. Though honestly, it does feel like Kale's gone off the rails already. Figured I'd drink myself full tonight while thinking it over. You should drink too, I'll treat out of old time's sake." Instead of replying, Offense picked up a candlestick from the table, then raised it over his head. "What are you doing? Hold on, the angle's a little off. This old man's drunk. I still don't get why everyone calls me old man. I'm actually a year younger than Mide." "How old is Mide?" 28 now, I think. Don't tell me you didn't know my age either, I'm sure I mentioned it. I gave it as much attention as the dirt under my fingernails. I'll forget it by tomorrow. That's so? Ah, there we go. As the light dimmed, Sarine's shadow lengthened. It lay directly beneath her feet. Raising her glass, she said, "Still, Mide is older than he looks. Such a baby face for wa, sh. Sarine was sucked into the shadow. Offense fiddled with the corner of the table again. It cast an illusion to erase their presence from the awareness of those nearby when the server delivered the drinks. With 2 final taps to dispel the spell, he too slipped into the shadow. "Just hear him out. You'll come to recognize Mide too." I did after all. Offense returned with Sarine in just half a day. Now she stood in front of me, grumbling with her head lowered. "Offense, you bastard. May you eat your own shit. May that shit come out as even shittier shit. Calm down. Let me curse him a bit more. My head feels like it's splitting, you know. He knocked me out every time he pulled me in and out of that damn shadow. He can only move through shadows within his line of sight, so I guess you struggled every time he tried to bring you back out. Wouldn't anyone struggle if they were being kidnapped?" For the record, she wasn't bound or restrained in any way now. Errol had offered to cast a restraint spell, but I stopped her. In fact, I had cleared everyone else out of the room entirely. This was my father's room. Now so worn and dusty there was barely a trace of him left, but standing here stirred strange emotions. "Hey, you abduct me and then just stand there looking around. I figured you'd need more time to cool down, so I was sightseeing. In this empty dump, there's nothing to sightsee. This used to be my father's room." Her expression shifted at that. Trail commented, "Damn, you really are something. You picked this room on purpose and said that on purpose too, didn't you?" Of course. The eye of omniscience showed that Sarine probably had some kind of history with her parents. Best way to start a conversation is to find common ground. What happened between Sarine and her parents wasn't visible through the eye of omniscience. I had never heard their name before my regression. Considering the Emperor stripped her of her title, they must have been nobles. But then again, there are plenty of nobles in the Empire. Still, I had already confirmed the secret behind Sarine's blood script earlier. Surprisingly, they weren't anything too serious. Theft, swindling for money, that kind of thing. She had accumulated a good amount of stolen wealth, enough to rival even my own past as a top-tier mercenary. It's surprising, but somehow it suits her. Sarine finally spoke. "There was your father's room. Wait, there was your house. Yeah, this territory is my hometown. You must have been poor. I'm rich now like you." Sarine froze. She forced a half smile and spoke. "Oh, come on. Barely scraped by the temple's meager donations. The high priest at the temple you stayed in turned out to be pretty corrupt, didn't he? Ed Norin, he sold low-quality healing potions to the locals, claiming they were divine gifts from a celestial god. How do you know that? And the money he collected conveniently vanished. You reported it as a robbery, but the thief was you. What the hell are you? How do you even know that? Is everyone so obsessed with digging into my past?" Sarine shot to her feet. I, on the other hand, leaned back comfortably and said, "Judging by your reaction, I guess Gil dug up your past too. The things he mentioned were stuff that could have been found out with some effort. It was a fairly well-known incident among certain circles. But what you just said, no one ever found out about that." I let out a soft chuckle and shifted the topic. "Still, you really are something. Instead of pocketing all of it, you could give some back to the victims." "Huh, I knew it. You're just here to lecture me. They're the idiots who fell for some story about the potion being heaven-sent. They would have been better off just boiling some herbs from the local apothecary." They handed over their money willingly, happily. "It's given like that, it's not theirs anymore." She hesitated, then added awkwardly, "Sir, too late, you can speak comfortably." "No thanks, I'd prefer we stay as awkward as possible." "Why, we're going to be in the same party soon." "The hell we are, I'm not joining." "What's your wish?" Naturally, Sarine didn't answer right away. Let's press her a bit more. "You reached out to the Emperor first, didn't you, to make your wish come true? I'm guessing he ordered you to assassinate Kale. But then you decided Kale was the better option, so you switched sides. If you've changed sides once, what's stopping you from doing it again? This time, join me." Sarine took a deep breath and asked, "Not sure if you know the part, but I want to abolish the clergy profession across the continent. Now that's a bold goal. Can you grant that wish?" "No, not even close." My immediate answer left her stunned. I casually scratched my ear and said, "It's a hassle." "Ugh, I figured you'd say that, but couldn't you at least pretend to think about it?" "I won't grant your wish, but I still want you to side with me." "Kale promised he would. You flat out said no, and now you want me to join your party." I let out a dry chuckle. "Kale won't grant your wish either." Sarine's expression shifted. I kept going. "The guy doesn't really care about killing the Demon King. What he wants is to rule the continent as its hero after the Demon King is gone, which is basically what the Demon King does anyway." "So you knew." "Sounds like you suspected it too, but if you're sharp enough to see that far ahead, why didn't you realize he'd break his promise to you?" I asked in a calm, probing tone. "Because he's the only one who seemed even remotely capable of making it happen." "Exactly. If someone has that level of ambition, they're at least close to being able to grant my wish. What are you going to do after you kill the Demon King?" "Retire." Knew it. I shook my head. I'll let the jab slide about my retirement plans. Sigh. "Anyway, I'm not going to abolish the clergy profession, but I'm thinking of helping in another way." "Abolishing the clergy profession is just a means to an end for you, right? What you really want is something else entirely." Sarine's lips trembled slightly. I recalled the subtle look she'd shown before, the way she acted back then, and everything I'd observed before regression. Why had she been so prickly toward Kale? What part of him rubbed her the wrong way? I considered what she cared about, what made her eyes light up. Only one hypothesis came to mind, so I leaned in and whispered quietly into her ear. In the next instant, Sarine's mouth dropped open in shock. I pulled back and asked, "Well, tempted yet? Now choose." Sarine slowly bowed her head. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Off-top question, but Mr. Mide, yeah. You said this is your hometown, right? You have family here. For a brief moment, my mother's face flashed through my mind. Yeah, she's probably still somewhere in the estate in prison. Probably. That's a weird answer. There's a lot of history between me and my family. Why? I heard Keld is planning to break the seal on the Gem of Destruction. It's him. I figured he'd use your hometown as leverage to threaten you. She already figured that out without me even explaining anything. Impressive. Nodded. Serene said, I'll help. No matter what, I can't forgive someone for taking your family and hometown hostage. Oh, so you've already decided to join me but wanted a good excuse to save face, huh? Don't say it out loud. And no, that's not what I meant. I'm offering out of genuine concern. Either way, thanks. I was going to ask you for help anyway. I smiled and stood from my seat. Let's go. And to meet your new party members. Caleb was camping out in the wild for the first time in a long while. He clumsily skinned a rabbit he caught and roasted it roughly before biting into it. He grumbled, tastes like crap. Lissel was a damn good cook at least. Just then, whoosh, a message appeared before his eyes. Kale chuckled and thought to himself, what's the Demon King going to say this time? Ever since Kale had started referring to the message window as the Demon King, communication had become much more frequent than before. Newly written sentences read, Sari Magnus and Lissel Vin have joined up with Mide's party. Sari Magnus and Xenia Sade are planning to perform a grand purification spell together. If those two are working together, the activation time will be drastically reduced. Kel's face hardened. Sari joined them. No way. Could Mide have actually agreed to that outrageous wish of hers to abolish the clergy profession? And another message appeared. As originally advised, kill Mide Mohan or kill Sari Magnus. Kel hesitated briefly before speaking aloud. Hey, Demon King, this back and forth through text is getting annoying. Now that we are this far into it, why not just show yourself? I've got questions. Swoosh. New text formed. Its tone was noticeably different from past messages. Really are peculiar human, aren't you? Now that sounds more Demon Kingish. Appearing before you now would be difficult. You are too close to Mide's party. What's the big bad Demon King so afraid of? Afraid, of course. Mide has being Kuns with him. Thud. The rabbit leg in Kel's hand dropped to the ground. His entire body began to tremble. Yes, Kel was terrified of being Kuns, even more so than Idria was. Messages kept appearing. I don't blame you. After all, you did kill being Kuns once. But those so-called heroes are being beyond comprehension. Being Kuns even more so. Kel bit his lip. Then the Demon King asked through the message, so, what did you want to ask? The text came so fast it was almost like having a real conversation. Kel decided to focus. He could worry about being later. For now, the issue at hand. What I've seen, you seem to be observing the world from some kind of isolated vantage point. Roughly accurate. What exactly did Mide say to convince Sarene? It was an unexpected offer. To put it simply, the Demon King relayed the proposal Mide had whispered to Sarene. The next moment, Caleb burst out laughing. Aha! What's so funny? Got it. So Mide doesn't know a thing about Sarene's past. Or her parents, for that matter. That's what it seems like. That explains why he was able to make such a ridiculous offer. He's way off base. The Demon King neither confirmed nor denied it. Kel's mind spun rapidly. Soon he came up with a viable scheme. Actually, that might work in our favor. What do you mean? Sarene and Xenia's joint spell is dangerous, sure. But that also means it's their last resort. So then, let's let them think everything going according to plan. Then when it matters most, Sarene betrays them. There was no reply for a while. It seemed the Demon King was pondering. Eventually, a new sentence appeared. Personally, I found Sarene quite compelling. As if a Demon King could understand a human's heart. Pretend I didn't hear that. Is that why you lost both offense and Lissel? Because you do understand people's hearts. Shut up. Well, fine. I still think killing Mide and Sarene is the better option, but since you're so confident, I'll wait and see. Having lost his appetite, Kale extinguished the campfire. Then he stood up and said, all I need is Mide's reputation. So I'm sure he's completely under my control and I've absorbed all of his fame, I'll kill him. Oh, that's a great plan. Will you show yourself when that time comes? There was a pause. Kale was sure the writer behind the messages was laughing like a lunatic. After a long silence, text appeared. Very well. Good. Or perhaps the message paused as if hesitating. Continued, or perhaps I'll show up when you lose miserably. What? You have been a surprisingly useful little puppet. I should at least pick up your corpse. Kale's expression twisted. Sarene greeted each party member one by one. Hello, I was really impressed with the pen view in the territory. The Witch of, I've dropped the title, don't call me that. Ah, sorry. Can I call you Nerlini? Sarene quickly won Neryl's favor, then turned to Xenia. It's been a while. Will you take me for another ride on Agril sometime? The view was beautiful that day. Of course. Agril wouldn't mind either since you also serve the celestial god. Ah, Sarene, who had zero real faith, gave an awkward laugh and turned to Edwin. She patted his head. You have got such a cute and bright face. How old are you? A chimpage. With your hand at once. You misjudge me if you go by appearances alone. Ah, so you're that kind. Next up was offense. Sorry for dragging you in like that. Lissel, it's only been a few days, but it feels like forever. Weren't you mad at me? You never directly harmed me. It was just a difference in perspective. Let's work well together. She then spun toward me. Okay, I've greeted everyone. Shall we begin? What exactly do we need to do? I think you missed someone. I said hi to everyone. Well, if you say so. I slowly explained the plan. Sarene nodded along like it made perfect sense. Then she smiled sweetly and said, no thanks. So this big secret mission is a grand purification ritual. That thing takes a toll. What if the celestial god takes my life? Even though she used it before the regression, come to think of it, what did Kelt say to convince her back then? Not that it matters now. Just then Xenia pulled out the branch of corruption. It's fine because we have this. What's that? If you snap the branch before activating the spell, there won't be any cost. Narrow made it. Sarene turned to Narrow with disbelief on her face. And if you're the wick, even if you're amazing, how? I'm just that amazing, and didn't you say you call me Unni? That was just talk. Why? Anyway, I'm impressed by how powerful Mide's party is. Truly impressive. That part at least sounds sincere. Clap. I clapped my hands lightly and asked, so, how long do you think it'll take with both of you together? Serene and Xenia looked at each other. Without a word, they placed their hands together and closed their eyes, murmuring inaudible prayers to the celestial god. Moments later, Xenia spoke. This is kind of embarrassing to say out loud. It's fine, go ahead. With Serene helping, I think 5 minutes will be enough. I closed my lips slightly. Xenia had said that if she cast the spell alone, it would take about 15 minutes to activate. Yet with just one person, Serene, joining in, the time was cut down to 5 minutes. Serene awkwardly scratched her head. No. Honestly, Xenia's refined technique is way more impressive. I just happen to have an absurdly high amount of divine power. Fufu. Then you've received great blessings from the celestial god. Yeah. Do you have something you would like to say? The truth is, I don't really revere the celestial god or anything. I heard from a fence. Serene tilted her head. Who's a fence? So you're just going to pretend he doesn't exist, huh? And yet you're so calm even after hearing that. Doesn't sound like something a paladin would like to hear. Xenia shrugged. Belief is a personal choice. Priest without faith is unusual, sure, but I don't think that's something for me to meddle in. Of course, the celestial god is absolutely deserving of love and reverence. Let's talk more later, okay? At that, Serene lowered her head. I tilted mine and focused my hearing slightly. With a faint tremble in her voice, she murmured, if only my parents had been like you. What was that about? What a shame. You knew her parents' names, I could have looked them up with the eye of omniscience. No, even if I knew, I wouldn't look. Why not? I've got a feeling. Out of everything else, that seems like the one secret Serene truly doesn't want anyone to know. If I spoke that secret aloud, I doubt I would ever earn Serene's trust. Same reason I haven't looked into Narrow or May Irenka's secrets either. Besides, that's not what's urgent right now. I clapped lightly and said, all right then, let's get started. The plan was simple. Narrow, Lissel, Offense, and Edwin would evacuate the territory's residents in case Kale unsealed the Gem of Destruction. Xenia and Serene would begin preparations to activate the Grand Purification spell, and I would face Kale. More precisely, kill him. Clack. The mountainside of Valharma, Kale stood with a towering cliff at his back as if it stretched endlessly upward. I scanned the area and spoke. You picked a terrible location, planning to make a last stand or something. I wouldn't say I'm that corner. No, you are. Your half-baked scheme's already been crushed. A smile curled at his lips. Serene showed up. So you knew. It breaks my heart. Why'd she choose you over me? Took one step forward and answered. There's no other explanation than character. Been meaning to say that, but every one of your responses really ticks me off. Truth tends to do that. Sigh. But like I said before, I'm generous, so I'll kill you quickly without dragging it out. Shing. I drew my sword. Kale didn't. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Assuming that having Serene and Xenia team up will drastically shorten the spell activation time, right? You're sharper than you look, and the rest of your party is busy evacuating the territory's people. But that plan only works if Serene's cooperative, doesn't it? What's he getting at now? Let's try getting a little closer. I cautiously approached. Still a long way to go before I was within 10 steps. Take it slow. It's true, but Serene agreed to help us this time. Her promises don't carry much weight. You'll find that out soon enough. This time's different. How much do you really know about Serene? Enough. Really? Then do you know her parents were insane? That part I didn't know. Even before the regression, Serene never spoke about her personal life. And her parents' names weren't in her blood script either, so I never thought to check with the eye of omniscience. LBN speaking. The Magnus family used to be the lords of the Boltran territory, a noble family with an earldom, and they ruled that land for centuries. They were apparently well-liked too, generous to the people. But then the emperor arrested the head of the house, Serene's father, and stripped them of their title. The land was turned into imperial territory. That much I knew. Still I replied, that's news to me. Layer 1D1 B small cap H small cap IS, layer 1D 04 small cap H, layer 1D 00, layer 1D 18, layer 1D 1B, layer 1D 07 small cap R, small cap IS, layer 1D 1C, layer 1D 18, layer 1D 05, layer 1D 00, layer 1D 1B, layer 1D 07, small cap B, small cap Y, NOVE, layer 17C, FIRE. And it was all handled quietly by the high ranks of Alcahad. Why? Why would the emperor do that? Like I said, the Lord went mad. Can't let a madman play ruler of the empire, right? More like the emperor wanted their gold and silver. That guy's the type to say, handle it yourselves, even for civil wars. No way he'd interfere unless he had something to gain. Serene had an older sister, apparently frail since birth. She died on her 12th birthday. The count and countess prayed fervently to the celestial god, please return our daughter. Night after night they wept bloody tears in prayer. Then the countess became pregnant with Serene. And you know how Serene was born with monstrous divine power. Count and countess believed she was the answer to their prayers, that the celestial god had returned their daughter in a new body. I took a deep breath. I was starting to see where that was going. I said, no way. Exactly. They believed Serene was her dead sister reborn. Unfortunately, Serene's personality couldn't have been more different. Her sister was quiet, gentle, always smiling radiantly. But Serene, blunt, sharp-tongued, naturally rebellious. That contrast made her life miserable. I slowly picked up his words. So the Count tried to override Serene with the image of her sister. Right, you can't talk like that, you can't laugh like that, you can't act like that. He drilled it into her every day hundreds of times. That false cheerfulness of hers, side effect of the brainwashing. She was trained to always act warm and friendly around others. That's how she ended up like that. I crossed my arms, that's when Trail spoke. That guy has his hand behind his back, communication orb, right? Yeah, when you catch on, halfway through, you're gonna let it slide. Looks like he's connected to Serene, trying to shake her so she'll betray you. I chuckled. So, you think that's gonna work on her? You remember what we talked about last time? Yeah, no way. Our chance, and that gave me an even better idea. I uncrossed my arms and pulled out my own communication orb. Kale flinched. I said, it's fine, go on. What? Keep trying your little manipulation act. I activated the orb and continued. I'll do things my way.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.